Introduction. Upon awakening, Lin finds himself traversing the continent of Westeros. His journey begins with Ned Stark pinning him down, preparing for execution. But fortunately, Lin awakens the enemy killing system just in time. Kill one enemy, gain 1 experience point. Enhance experience. Horsemanship 9 out of 10, level up. Horsemanship, proficient, 0 out of 100. Witness Lin, a powerless and ordinary individual, ascend step by step to the Iron Throne. Chapter 1. The execution begins. The howling winter winds swept through the gray northern skies, carrying with them the chill of snow. The air was thick with a dryness mingled with the scent of frost. Lin's cheek pressed firmly against a rough, moss-covered wooden stake. The cold sensation pierced to his very marrow. A sharp chill radiated from the nape of his neck, as if a venomous serpent were poised to strike at his skin. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed legs encased in heavy leather and fur, silently forming a circle around him. The heavy sound of breathing echoed in his ears, interspersed with the faint rustle of chainmail. A deep, authoritative voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated. Each word struck Lin's heart like a heavy stone. In the name of Robert Baratheon, king of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, and the protector of the realm. Lin's pupils constricted abruptly. This voice, this proclamation. He struggled to lift his head. 2 powerful hands held his shoulders firmly, pinning him to the executioner's block. I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby pronounce the sentence. Ned Stark. Fragments of chaotic memories surged like a flood, overwhelming Lin's reason. Wasn't he supposed to be deepening his bond with his young apprentice? How could this be happening? A memory not belonging to Lin surfaced. A black cloak, the cold desolation of the wall. And beyond the wall, those eyes burning with blue flames. He had become a deserter of the Night's Watch. That I hereby sentence you to death. Ned Stark's words fell like a final verdict. Lin felt the grip on him loosen. He heard the resounding sound of metal being drawn. The sound was long and clear, filled with the resolve to sever all. This Valyrian steel greatsword, known as ice, was imbued with magic and enchantments. Wider than a man's palm, it towered over Rob. Its hue was dark as smoke. Ordinary weapons could not slay the others. Yet Valyrian steel held the power to do so, making it exceedingly precious. However, the method of its forging had long been lost. The existing Valyrian steel weapons were all held by various families, each with their own tale. Lin's heart raced furiously in his chest, nearly breaking free of his ribs. No, I cannot die like this. As ice was raised high, a cold mechanical voice exploded in Lin's mind. Detected host's intense desire to survive. Enemy killing system officially activated. Host Lin. Strength, 3 weak. Agility, 4 weak. Constitution, 2 weak. The reference standard is a healthy adult male with an attribute of 3. Skills, none. Experience points, 0. Experience points annotation. Killing enemies yields experience points, with the amount determined by the enemy's strength. Minimum of 1 experience for an ordinary human. Experience points can enhance skill proficiency. Attribute value annotation can be enhanced through various means, including training and blessed items. The maximum limit for training is 10 points, while other avenues have no limit. Attribute values represent absolute strength doubled, without considering body weight. Pure maximum exertion capacity becomes twice as much. For example, a normal person with 3 strength can lift 120 kilograms, while the protagonist with 6 strength can lift 240 kilograms. Lin's consciousness wavered momentarily. A system? Yet that meager panel data extinguished the flicker of hope that had ignited within him. With this sickly body, not to mention resisting, even getting up from the executioner's block would be a struggle. He could distinctly feel the legendary Valyrian greatsword, ice, raised high above him. It was descending toward his neck. Even Ned would struggle to wield this massive sword with ease. There was no time for contemplation. Drawing on every ounce of strength, Lin forced a desperate shout from his dry throat. The old gods have guided me. His voice was hoarse and piercing, shattering the heavy silence of the execution grounds. Everyone froze. The great sword, poised to fall, veered and struck beside Lin's head. The cold wind from the blade raked across his skin, raising goosebumps as he swallowed hard. Lin could even smell the chilling scent of Valyrian steel on the blade. He had narrowly escaped being cleaved by Ned. Fortunately, Ned had timely redirected the massive sword. Utter nonsense. A young, flippant voice rang out, laced with unabashed mockery. To cling to life, you would utter such words? Without needing to turn, Lin recognized the speaker as Theon Greyjoy, the last of the Iron Islands untainted. Not for long, however. Ned Stark remained silent. He simply stood there, his figure holding the great sword resembling a silent statue against the dim light. Yet that halted sword was Lin's opportunity. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing with unprecedented speed. Ned Stark, a man who valued honor and duty above life itself. He adhered to ancient traditions. The blood of the first men still flowed within House Stark. He believed that the one who sentenced death must carry it out himself. To take a life, one must at least gaze into the eyes of the condemned and listen to their last words. Failing to do so might mean that the individual did not deserve death. He was a man of utmost fairness. Deceiving him with lies would only lead to one's demise. Pleading for mercy would be an exercise in futility. The sole path to survival lay in combating his duty with his tradition. My lord. Lin's voice transformed from a desperate scream to a steady tone. He endeavored to make every word distinctly audible. I am a deserter. I have broken my oath and deserve to die. This declaration left those around him in stunned silence once more. A look of confusion even crossed Theon's face. No one anticipated that someone who had just fought for survival would willingly admit to his transgressions. A flicker of imperceptible change crossed Ned Stark's deep gray eyes. However, my flight was not born of cowardice. It was the guidance of the old gods. Lin's speech was measured, yet filled with strength. Everything I did was to safely bring back a message. Lin turned his head, straining to gaze up at the towering figure. The old gods allowed me to foresee. Beyond the wall, something has awakened. They ride upon dead horses, their eyes like burning sapphires, freezing all in their path. White walkers, they're not mere tales, my lord. They exist in reality. Lin refrained from detailing the specific scene. He merely articulated the most profound terror from the original owner's memories, employing the simplest of phrases. The chilling cold that penetrated to the marrow. The suffocating silence that enveloped all. An evil so ancient and unfathomable that it defied description. The execution ground lay in utter stillness. Only the wind wailed softly, brushing past each ear. Robb Stark, standing behind Ned Stark, wore a visage marked by shock and unease. His hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. My lord, he is spreading deceit. How could the old gods possibly guide him? Theon attempted to disrupt the eerie atmosphere. Ned Stark remained silent. He gazed into Lin's eyes. There was no cunning deceit in those eyes, only the terror of surviving calamity and an undeniable certainty. Lin understood that the moment of decision had arrived. Meeting Ned Stark's gaze, he spoke deliberately. I can foresee the future. It's not just the White Walkers that I see, but other events unfolding as well. Ending my life is a simple task, my lord. With that great sword in your hand, it would take but a single swing. Yet, alongside my demise, you would also sever the warning of the long night that approaches. You are the guardian of the North. Your duty is to protect the realm from wildlings and the dead. What weighs heavier, the life of a deserter or the safety of the entire North? You alone must decide. If you doubt me, I can offer you a prophecy right now. Upon finishing, Lin fixed his gaze on Ned Stark. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. Each second was a torment. Lin could hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. After what felt like an eternity. What do you see? Lin heard Ned's inquiry and replied immediately. On your return journey, you will encounter a dead direwolf. If you do not encounter the direwolf, my lord may execute me on the spot, and I shall have no objections. The sound of metal sheathing echoed, and relief washed over Lin. Take him back. Ned Stark's voice remained low, yet bore an undeniable fatigue. Keep him under strict watch. Two guards stepped forward, roughly hauling Lin from the ground. A wave of exhaustion from surviving a brush with death swept over him. Lin's legs buckled, and he could barely stand. He was dragged, stumbling through the crowd. Before departing, he glanced back. Ned Stark was watching him. In those gray eyes, emotions were complex and inscrutable. There was scrutiny, there was doubt. But Lin knew he was temporarily safe. He had secured a slender thread of life from beneath the sword of the Guardian of the North. Lin knelt on the ground, his body trembling incessantly, both from the cold and from the lingering fear. In his line of sight, the blue panel visible only to him continued to hover quietly. The corners of Lin's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Chapter 2. The Direwolf. The winter winds seemed relentless in their assault. Lin was flanked by two guards, one on either side. He trudged through the snow-covered terrain, each step a laborious endeavor. The icy chains clamped around his wrists sent a chill that spread through his entire being. With every breath, He inhaled the painfully sharp, cold air that stung his lungs. Lin's physical condition was dire. As a deserter from the Night's Watch, he had journeyed south from the Wall, already at the end of his strength. Hunger and cold had drained the last remnants of his energy. The earlier outburst on the execution ground had nearly consumed all of Lin's vigor. At this moment, he could only passively allow himself to be dragged along. At the front of the procession rode Lord Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell. He sat astride a mighty warhorse, his broad back steady as a mountain. The Valyrian sword known as Ice was sheathed, resting diagonally against his back. Yet, an invisible aura of authority enveloped the entire company. His sons trailed closely behind. The elder Robb rode alongside Jon Snow. They spoke in hushed tones, their expressions grave. Theon Greyjoy appeared considerably more relaxed, even finding time to jest with his steed. The youngest, Bran Stark, was required by his father to ride alongside him. His youthful face still bore traces of paleness. Lin's gaze swept over those young figures before returning to the monotonous expanse of snow before him. He understood clearly that he had merely postponed his demise. Ned Stark was no fool. A tale concerning the White Walkers could, at most, earn him an opportunity for interrogation. Should he fail to provide further valuable intelligence or be deemed a liar, the Valyrian sword named Ice would once again rest upon his neck. And this time, there would be no second chances. Bran. Ned Stark's deep voice resonated through the wind, reaching Bran's ears distinctly. Ned did not turn around but slowed his horse so that his son's mount could keep pace more steadily. Do you understand why I brought you here today? Bran tightened his grip on the reins, raising his head to observe his father's profile. Jon said, I have reached the age to witness executions. It's more than that. Ned Stark's voice carried an undertone of instruction. Do you comprehend why I must execute him? Because he is a deserter from the Night's Watch. Bran answered swiftly. Indeed. Ned nodded slightly. But he is also a man. Our laws are ancient. Deserters must face death. I do not take pleasure in this process, Bran, but my duty does not allow for retreat. Ned's gaze drifted toward the distant gray-white horizon. The executioner must wield the sword. If one is to take a life, they ought to gaze into the eyes of their victim and listen to their final words. If one cannot do that, perhaps the crime does not warrant death. These words were not solely directed at Bran, but were intended for every Stark heir in attendance. Bran, you must remember that one day you will become Robb's vassal. You will govern your own lands on behalf of your brother and the king, and it will be your duty to uphold the law. When that time comes, you must not kill for sport, nor shirk your responsibilities. Face it head on, and never shy away. Otherwise, you will soon lose your reverence for life. This was the law of House Stark. It was the law of the North. Lin listened in silence. He recognized this dialogue well. This was Ned Stark's initiation of his children into the concepts of honor and responsibility. A man noble to the point of being almost pedantic. Yet it was precisely for this reason that he emerged victorious. Bran fell silent for a moment, seemingly absorbing his father's words. However, his tender heart was evidently unable to fully grasp the weighty implications behind them. His attention was drawn to another matter. Father, he inquired, his voice imbued with a child's innate curiosity and a hint of unmistakable trepidation. Is what the deserter said true? Do the others really exist? The moment the question escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the group shifted subtly. Robb and Jon ceased their conversation, both turning their gazes towards him. Even Theon Greyjoy's previous levity faded somewhat from his expression. All eyes, whether intentionally or not, gravitated towards the prisoner being escorted at the rear of the group. Lin kept his head bowed, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. Eddard Stark remained silent for a protracted period. The wind and snow swirled around him, causing his cloak to billow and rustle. Long ago, during the Age of Heroes, the long night descended. He finally spoke, his voice resonating with a distant, profound quality. The first men fought alongside the children of the forest to drive those creatures back to the eternal winter in the far north. Brandon Stark erected the wall, and the Night's Watch was established to guard against their return. These are tales inscribed in the annals of history. Bran's eyes momentarily sparkled, only to quickly dim again. So, they are merely stories, are they not? Eddard Stark fell silent once more, unable to provide a definitive answer. As the protector of the North, he understood the significance of those ancient legends better than anyone. The North was unlike the warm South. Here, people revered the old gods and believed in the existence of magic. It has been millennia since we last encountered the others, Ned finally stated. His response was ambiguous, neither affirming nor denying, yet the gravity it contained stirred a sense of unease within Bran's youthful heart. At that moment, Jon Snow, who was leading the group, abruptly reined in his horse. "My lord," he exclaimed, a note of surprise evident in his voice. The entire party came to a halt. Lin, prodded by the guards, also stopped in his tracks. He raised his head, following Jon's gaze forward. Not far ahead, in the snow, lay a massive black shadow. It was the carcass of a beast, its size far exceeding that of an ordinary wolf, nearly as large as a pony. Its deep gray fur was matted with congealed black blood, and a broken deer antler was lodged deep in its throat, a fatal wound. "We truly have encountered a direwolf," Robb Stark exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Ned also turned sharply to face Lin, hastily dismounting to inspect the wolf's corpse. Chapter 3. The Direwolf. The wolf. The lion before them stood the direwolf, a sight that rendered everyone speechless. The direwolf, the emblem of House Stark. A creature of legend thought to inhabit only the lands beyond the wall. It had not been seen south of the wall for over 2 centuries. Its appearance here was indeed an ominous omen. Most notably, the deserter's words had proven eerily accurate. Theon Greyjoy whistled, dismounted, and cautiously approached. It was enormous. He prodded the rigid corpse with his boot. "It is a beast," he declared. "It is not a beast," Jon Snow retorted, also dismounting to examine it closely. "It is a mother." He parted the thick fur beneath the she-wolf, revealing several fluffy pups huddled together, nestling against their mother's cold body, emitting faint whimpers. They were still alive. Bran's eyes sparkled with hope. "Look, father." He leapt from his horse and stumbled toward them. The pups, their eyes still closed, were no larger than puppies, instinctively seeking warmth. Bran gingerly picked one up, lifting it to his gaze. The little creature was entirely black, save for its damp nose. "Kill them," Theon Greyjoy's voice cut through the air, cold and unyielding. "They cannot survive without their mother." Eddard Stark furrowed his brow, his gaze heavy with complexity as he regarded the fragile lives before him. "He speaks the truth," Theon asserted. "It is the most merciful course of action." "No," Bran shouted immediately. Robb quickly interjected, "Father, please." "A dire wolf has fallen in the south," a sudden voice interjected. It was soft, yet it halted all movement. The group turned towards the source. It was the captured deserter, Lin. He stood there, shackles still clamped around his wrists, his face devoid of color. Yet, his eyes shone with an unusual intensity. Eddard Stark turned to him, his gray eyes locking onto Lin with a gaze that felt almost tangible, imbued with scrutiny and authority. Lin did not flinch. Meeting Eddard's gaze, he spoke calmly. "My lord, the direwolf is the sigil of House Stark. A she-wolf lies slain on the road, her throat pierced by a stag's antler, yet her body bears the marks of a mountain lion's attack." Lin's words flowed steadily. The smile on Theon Greyjoy's face froze. He instinctively protested. How could there be mountain lions in the north? They exist only in the warm south. The stag, adorned with a crown, symbolizes the Baratheon family crest. The lion represents the Lannisters, while the wolf signifies the Starks. The wolf's lower jaw is supported by a broken antler, alluding to the issues left in the wake of King Robert's demise. Robert's children are not of his blood, hinting at the chaos incited by the dagger of Baelish. As for Ned, he embodies that wolf. After discerning the essence of the phrase noble lineage, he met his untimely end. There lie 6 pups before him. Lin's gaze swept over the ravenous little wolves, 4 males and 2 females, perfectly mirroring the 6 children of House Stark. As he beheld the 5 dire wolves on the ground, Theon initially wished to argue. There were indeed 5. Yet, Ned's cold demeanor compelled him to swallow his words. The wind howled, stirring the snow beneath their feet and stinging their faces. This was no mere coincidence. It was an omen, a sinister portent from the old gods. "What are you truly trying to convey?" Eddard Stark's voice was icier than the northern winds. If the pups corresponded to his children, did the slain direwolf not symbolize himself? "Winter is coming." Lin articulated each word slowly, the Stark family motto uttered from the lips of an outsider, imbued with an eerie sense of fate. "This is not a gift, my lord. It is a warning. The forces beyond the wall have awakened, and the old gods have issued their foreboding. They belong to the Stark children, and they will guard them." Once Lin finished speaking, he fell silent, lowering his head once more. He had said enough. To speak further would transform a warning into a curse. He had no desire for heads to roll. Eddard Stark stood in silence, observing the deceased mother wolf, the deadly antler, and the 5 pups. Remove the shackles from him. Although Ned still harbored doubts about Lin, his demeanor had markedly softened. Ned's gaze then fell upon his youngest son, Bran, who was tightly cradling one of the pups, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "You shall raise them yourselves. You will feed them and train them. Should they perish, you will bury them with your own hands, not relying on others. Instantly, joy blossomed on the children's faces. But there's another one. Jon Snow's voice rang with confusion as he emerged from a snowdrift, cradling yet another pup. It had been pushed aside by its siblings and lay alone in the snow. This wolf pup was entirely white, its eyes a striking red. It lay quietly, unlike its counterparts, who whined and clamored. A forsaken one. Ned recalled the words Lin had just spoken. It struck him as peculiar that Lin had mentioned 6 wolf pups when he had only observed 5. Yet, astonishingly, there were indeed 6. This revelation compelled Ned to entertain the notion that Lin might possess the ability to perceive what others could not. Could it be that he was capable of prophecy? A sharp whistle from Sean interrupted Ned's contemplation. You seem well suited for this, Jon Snow. Jon, however, paid no heed to Sean and simply cradled the pup in his arms. The little direwolf curled up quietly, neither barking nor causing a fuss. Indeed, the deserter had been correct. There were 6. This one belongs to you, Jon, Robb said with a smile to his half-brother. Robb and Jon shared a close bond. With his chestnut hair and robust build, he was now 14 years old. As the son of Eddard Stark, he embodied his father's virtues, a steadfast adherence to honor, loyalty, and a commitment to justice. A rare smile graced Jon Snow's face. Thus, the Direwolf saga began. The guards resumed escorting Lin, trailing behind the group. No one cast another glance in his direction, as though his earlier astonishing declarations were merely whispers carried away by the wind. Yet Lin was acutely aware that everything had changed. Even with his head bowed, he could sense the Duke of Winterfell's gaze lingering on him for an extended period. Within that gaze, skepticism persisted, but more prominently, there was an air of vigilance. Robb and the others were still young, unable to grasp the significance of the stag, lion, and wolf. However, Ned comprehended it all too well. Upon returning to Winterfell, Lin was neither sent to the gallows nor cast into the dungeons. Instead, he was confined to a modest chamber at the base of the tower. The room was small, containing only a hard bed, a table, and a small window that allowed the cold breeze to seep in. The climate of Winterfell, perched above the hot springs, was remarkably pleasant, equipped with an independent heating system. It was not nearly as frigid as he had envisioned, and compared to the hardships endured by the Night's Watch deserter, this place felt like paradise. The guards delivered a simple meal, dark bread, roasted meat, and a steaming bowl of hearty, awful stew. Lin devoured the food ravenously. Feeling a flicker of warmth return to his once chilled stomach, as the sensation of weakness gradually subsided. Approaching the copper mirror, he beheld his familiar visage, his name unchanged. It felt as though his translocation had altered the fixed perceptions of everyone around him, rendering everything remarkably plausible. Perhaps this was the might of the system. Simultaneously, it provided Lin with a modicum of comfort. At least he was not the grotesque figure who had met an untimely end at the story's outset. Otherwise, how could he ever pursue a woman without being met with disdain? By the window, he gazed out through the narrow stone crevice, catching sight of a corner of the castle courtyard. The guards patrolled diligently, while the servants busied themselves, creating an atmosphere of order and tranquility. Yet, Lin was acutely aware that beneath this serene facade, a colossal storm was brewing. He had bound his fate to that of this family in an almost frenzied manner. The ethereal blue panel, visible only to him, resurfaced before his eyes. His gaze fell upon the glaring experience points. 0. The system of slaying enemies demanded that he eliminate foes to gain experience. However, as a weaponless prisoner confined within the most impregnable fortress of the north, whom could he possibly slay? Lin furrowed his brow in deep concern. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. In this world where life was as fragile as grass, power was his sole reliance. Chapter 4. Lin's prophecy. The room was suffused with the pungent scent of lime and mildew. The solitary window was positioned high, merely a narrow slit allowing a feeble shaft of daylight to cascade through. Leaning against the corner, every muscle in Lin's body protested in agony. The debilitating sensation wrought by hunger and cold clung to him like a persistent shadow. Lin had gambled and won against Ned Stark's sense of honor, temporarily stabilizing himself with the omens of the old gods. Yet, this was but a stalling tactic. A lie necessitates a multitude of lies to sustain it, whereas a prophecy demands an even more shocking revelation for validation. He felt akin to a tightrope walker, precariously balanced above an abyss. A single misstep could lead to his utter destruction. He must elevate his worth swiftly, making Ned Stark perceive his death as an irreplaceable loss. Lin's thoughts raced, piecing together fragmented memories from his previous life concerning this world. The warning of the others was merely the beginning. The omen of the direwolf constituted the second step. Next, he needed to unveil a momentous revelation capable of shaking the very foundations of the North, and indeed, the entire Seven Kingdoms, an impending tragedy that could not be averted. The current king, Robert Baratheon, and Ned Stark were sent to the Eyrie in the Vale as children, to be fostered by the Lord of the Vale, who was also their guardian. Ned arrived 8 years later than Robert, and they spent 7 years together, fostering a deep bond. Ned's sister, Lyanna, was even betrothed to Robert, further intertwining their fates. Their foster father, the aging Lord Arryn, who had no children of his own, treated Ned and Robert as his own sons. This familial peace was shattered when the Mad King's son, Rhaegar, abducted Lyanna, subsequently murdering Ned's elder brother and father, and demanding Lord Arryn surrender Robert and Ned. To the Targaryens, these two young men posed a significant threat. Old Aelin was naturally unwilling to agree, prompting his two adopted sons to instigate the war of usurpers. It can be said that Aelin was a benefactor to both Robert and Ned. The hopes of Lin now rested entirely upon the shoulders of old Aelin. A heavy footfall echoed outside the door, interrupting Lin's contemplation. With a creak, the sturdy wooden door was pushed open. Entering was not a guard, but rather an elderly man clad in a gray scholar's robe. A necklace, crafted from various metals, hung around his neck, each metal symbolizing a field of knowledge he had mastered. It was Maester Luwin, the brain of Winterfell and one of Ned Stark's most trusted advisors. Maester Luwin's gaze was calm yet piercing, imbued with the scholar's prudence. He did not speak immediately, instead observing Lin in silence. From his pallid complexion to his tattered black attire, and finally to his eyes, which still sparkled with clarity in the dim light. They say you have foretold the appearance of the Direwolf. Maester Luwin's voice was gentle, revealing no trace of emotion. I did not prophesy, Lin replied, his voice slightly hoarse. I merely interpreted the warnings of the old gods. The old gods. Maester Luwin pondered the term, his gray eyebrows arching slightly. You claim to have seen the others. And now you speak of the old gods. Young man, do you comprehend the weight of your words? I do. Lin met his gaze unflinchingly. I know that winter is coming. Maester Luwin fell silent. He approached the sole table in the room and placed down his burdens, a loaf of bread, a bowl of hot soup, and a small vial of potion. Lord Stark has sent me to assess your health. Maester Luwin's tone remained even. I am also eager to hear what further interpretations you may offer. Lin did not move. He understood that Maester Luwin's true inquiry was only just beginning. The Maester embodied the rationality and skepticism of Ned Stark. Do you believe in the existence of the others? Lin countered. I believe in the records of history. Maester Luwin replied, his words meticulously measured. History states that they were repelled thousands of years ago. Lin shook his head. History also states that the direwolves have not been seen south of the wall for 200 years. His words caused Maester Luwin to pause momentarily. Lin continued. A she-wolf perished on the road, her throat pierced by a stag's antler, with claw marks from a lion upon her body. The stag belongs to the Baratheons, the lion to the Lannisters, and the wolf to the Starks. This is no mere coincidence, Maester. It heralds an impending storm. Maester Luwin turned to face Lin, gazing deeply into his eyes. You appear to be quite knowledgeable about the heraldry of the South. A deserter from the Night's Watch ought not to possess such understanding. Lin's heart raced suddenly. It was a trap. He behaved far from what one would expect of an ordinary night watchman. I was not born to be a sentinel. Lin lowered his eyelids, his tone growing somber. Before donning the black attire, I once had a family and had read a few books. This explanation may seem feeble, yet it is the only one I possess. Bachelor Reuven did not press further. He merely slid the vial of potion before Lin. Consuming it will benefit your body. Lin gazed at the murky liquid within the cup, remaining motionless. Master Bachelor. His voice dropped even lower, imbued with a hint of deliberately cultivated mystery and unease. The warnings of the old gods extend beyond the north. Bachelor Reuven furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The eye of the storm lies not in Winterfell, but in King's Landing. Lin lifted his head, his gaze fixated on Bachelor Reuven. No matter how high the harpy soars, it cannot evade the hunter's fate. Bachelor Reuven's pupils constricted suddenly. The eagle, the Arryn family of the Eyrie. Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, Guardian of the East, foster father to both Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon. He is a symbol of stability and order throughout the Seven Kingdoms. What exactly are you trying to say? Bachelor Reuven's voice trembled for the first time, barely perceptible. Lin recognized that he had seized the entirety of Reuven's attention. He leaned in closer, speaking in a tone meant for only the two of them, enunciating each word. The Hand of the King, Lord Jon Arryn, is already dead. It is merely that the news has yet to reach us. He did not succumb to illness, nor to the ravages of age. He was murdered. Boom. This statement detonated like a thunderclap in Bachelor Reuven's mind. His complexion drained of color in an instant. He instinctively recoiled, colliding with the table behind him, producing a resounding thud. Nonsense. Bachelor Reuven's demeanor shifted from calm to fierce, his voice rising in admonition. Yet the astonishment within his tone was undeniable. Do you comprehend the gravity of your accusation? This is treason. I accuse no one. Lin leaned back against the wall, his frail body trembling slightly. However, his gaze remained resolute. I am merely conveying the warning I have perceived. Soon, a raven from King's Landing will bear witness for me. The king will journey north, inviting Lord Ned to descend south to take Lord Jon Arryn's place. And thus, the tragedy will commence. Lin paused, his eyes locked onto Master Reuven. If mishandled, Lord Ned may also perish in King's Landing. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Bachelor Reuven's heavy breaths. He regarded Lin as if he were a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Every utterance from the lips of the deserter struck precisely at the most sensitive nerves of the realm of Westeros. From the White Walkers of the North to the conspiracies in King's Landing, all of this transcended the realm of fabrications that a mere fugitive might conjure. This was no mere lie. It was a prophecy, a terrifyingly suffocating prophecy. After a considerable pause, Ser Luwin regained his voice. To whom else have you shared these words? Only to you, my lord, Lin replied with deference. Remember, do not disclose this to anyone. Ser Luwin inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. He grasped the bread and hot soup from the table and thrust them back into Lin's hands, this time with an insistence that brooked no refusal. Consume this. Survive. You must endure until the raven arrives. With that, Ser Luwin averted his gaze from Lin and swiftly departed the room. The heavy wooden door closed once more, the sound of the latch echoing in the desolate corridor. Leaning against the wall, Lin exhaled deeply, cold sweat soaking his back. He realized he had once again danced perilously close to the edge of a precipice. Yet he had emerged victorious, intertwining his fate with the death of Alan and Ned's descent into this murky turmoil. Lin seized the bowl of slightly tepid soup and drank heartily, the warmth cascading into his stomach, dispelling some of the chill. He must survive. He must strengthen himself with urgency. Lin's gaze fell once more upon the panel visible only to him. Experience points, 0. At this juncture, gaining Ned's trust was imperative, for only then could he regain his freedom, rather than being confined within this small room, rendered powerless. Chapter 5. The Prophecy of the Old Gods. The sound of Ser Luwin's footsteps echoed through the empty stone corridor, a cadence markedly more hurried than usual. The scholar's chain around his neck, symbolizing knowledge and reason, clinked in a fragmented and frantic manner with each step. He had just emerged from the dungeon at the base of the tower. The words of that young deserter lingered in his mind like a haunting whisper, refusing to dissipate. Hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn, is dead. He was murdered. Soon, a raven from King's Landing will bear witness for me. This was no madman's ramblings. Those eyes, that unwavering tone, and the terrifying logic that wove together all the clues, foreboding omens of the Direwolf ahead, conspiracies of King's Landing behind. Ser Luwin felt a profound chill emanating from his core, a dread surpassing even the icy grip of the North's winter. He must immediately inform Lord Ned Stark of everything. He traversed the courtyard, the cold wind swirling around his gray academic robe. The guards nodded in acknowledgement, yet he was indifferent to their greetings. His destination was singular, the Godswood. Upon passing through the low, black ironwood gate, the clamor of the outside world was instantly silenced. A wave of damp earth and decaying leaves enveloped him. This was the oldest part of Winterfell, the very foundation of the old god's faith. Ned Stark stood beneath the heart tree, that colossal weirwood, its bark pale as bone, with blood-red leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. The grotesque face carved into the trunk seemed to weep red sap, as if it possessed a pair of eternal, watchful eyes. Ned did not turn back. He simply continued to polish the Valyrian steel sword, ice, in his grasp. The blade shimmered with muted ripples in the dim light. Maester, Ned's voice resonated deeply, merging with the tranquility of the Godswood. How is the deserter? Maester Luwin approached and halted beside him. He could hear the faint sound of water flowing over rocks from the nearby hot spring. He is quite weak, but his life is not in peril. Maester Luwin's voice carried a hint of dryness. My lord, he paused, seemingly weighing his words. He spoke again. Ned ceased his polishing, placing the cloth upon a nearby stone, and turned to face Maester Luwin. His gray eyes regarded the maester, imbued with the calm and chill of the northern sky. What did he say? Maester Luwin inhaled deeply. The frigid air of the Godswood pierced his lungs, momentarily steadying his tumultuous thoughts. He said the storm's center is not in the north, but in King's Landing. Ned's brow furrowed slightly. Maester Luwin's voice dropped even lower, each word laden with gravity. He said the hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn, is no longer among us. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. with only the rustling red leaves of the heart tree breaking the silence. Ned's expression remained unchanged, resembling a silent statue. Yet Maester Luwin felt the atmosphere shift around him, a sense of impending storm settling in. He also said, Maester Luwin continued with great difficulty, that Lord Aaron did not pass away from illness or old age. He was murdered. The word murder fell like a stone into still waters. Ned's pupils dilated sharply. Jon Arryn, the man who had been like a father to him, the guardian of the Vale who instilled in him the values of honor and duty, the current hand of the king, murdered? How could this be? Robb lives a carefree life, indulging in pleasures without concern for political matters, all supported by King Eddard's hand. He mentioned that the king would soon travel north. Maester Luwin nearly held his breath as he uttered the final and most crucial words, an invitation for you to descend south and take the king's place. Moreover, should you falter even slightly, you too may meet your demise. Silence enveloped the Weirwood Grove, sinking into an utter stillness. Eddard Stark remained silent, merely turning to regard the weeping heart tree once more, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. A traitor among the Night's Watch. After a lengthy pause, Eddard's voice broke the silence, hoarse and strained. How did he know of such things? He speaks of warnings from the old gods, Maester Luwin replied. Eddard pondered this term, old gods. As a man of the North, he understood their significance better than anyone else. They were not mere statues of the seven from southern churches. They were whispers on the wind, rustling leaves, and flowing streams, an ancient faith etched into the very bloodline of every northerner. The beliefs of the children of the forest and the first men. The first men arrived on the continent of Westeros 12,000 years ago to combat the first men. The children of the forest conjured the uncontrollable Night King through ice magic, leading to a conflict that would eventually unite the first men and the children in their resistance against the White Walkers, who subsequently adopted the worship of the old gods. 6,000 years later, the Undulls invaded Westeros, defeating both the first men and the children of the forest, driving them north while claiming the south for themselves. They revered the Seven, a singular deity manifesting in 7 distinct forms, hence the term Seven or New Gods. All Southerners worshipped the Seven, while all Northerners remained devoted to the old gods. Matters of faith compelled Eddard, even amidst doubt, to momentarily reserve his judgment. The direwolf too, Maester Luwin added. A stag pierced the throat of the mother wolf, marked with the claws of a lion. Baratheon, Lannister, Stark. Such coincidences were too profound, my lord. Eddard closed his eyes, recalling the defiant gaze of that young man upon the gallows. That young man had bound his life to the safety of the North and the fate of House Stark. He was not begging for mercy. He was issuing a warning. He sought to survive. Eddard's voice remained cold, fabricating a sensational tale to barter for one's life, perhaps. Maester Luwin did not dispute this. If this tale holds truth, we cannot bear the consequences. Eddard slowly opened his eyes, gazing upon the sorrowful visage of the heart tree. Were the old gods genuinely warning him through the lips of a deserter? Or was this merely the onset of a far grander conspiracy? Ensure he is closely watched. Ned finally issued the command. Provide him with sustenance and water, ensuring his survival. After a moment of contemplation, Ned added, do not continue to confine him. Allow him some fresh air. Yes, my lord, responded Maester Luwin with a respectful bow. We shall wait. A hint of unshakable weariness lingered in Ned's voice as he said, wait for the ravens from King's Landing. If I am mistaken, my eyes shall rectify this error. If he is correct, Ned left the thought unspoken. Yet the weight of those unfinished words caused a heaviness in Maester Luwin's heart. If he is right, then winter is approaching, a winter that will engulf the entirety of the 7 kingdoms. Maester Luwin departed, leaving Ned Stark alone in the Weirwood Grove. He extended his hand, gently caressing the pale bark of the heart tree. Its frigid touch brought a semblance of calm to his tumultuous thoughts. Father, he whispered softly. Eldest brother, please guide me. The wind rustled through the crimson leaves, seemingly responding in silence. In the tower room, Lin leaned against the cold stone wall, listening to his steady heartbeat. He knew that Maester Luwin would convey his words to Ned Stark verbatim. He also understood the choice Ned Stark would make. Patience. That was the most precious thing he had fought to secure for himself. The warmth from the hot soup and bread was mending his battered body, gradually restoring strength to his limbs. Before Lin's eyes, a blue panel still hovered in the air. Host. Lin, strength, 4 ill. Agility, 5, normal. Constitution, 4 ill. Skills, none. Experience, 0 after some rest. Lin's condition had improved considerably. He anticipated a full recovery by the next day. His gaze drifted through the narrow window crack to the overcast sky outside. By this time, Jon Arryn had long since passed. Now, he awaited the ravens from King's Landing. Hurry, he thought. Chapter 6. The Purge of Banditry. The following morning, the sound of the wooden door creaking open resonated with an unfamiliar, long-absent cadence. A beam of grayish-white light pierced through, dispelling the chill that had settled in the room. Lin squinted, adjusting to the long-missed brightness. Come out. The guard's voice was devoid of emotion, merely fulfilling a command. He was not taken back to the executioner's block, nor was he led to the depths of the dungeon. Instead, he was brought to the castle courtyard. The brisk air filled his lungs, accompanied by the echoes of clanging metal and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from the distant kitchen. This vibrant essence enveloped him, evoking a surreal sense of being transported through time. Lin's body was recovering. The nourishing warmth of the soup and bread gradually mends the hollowed shell of his body, depleted by hunger and cold. Two sentinels stand like guardians behind him, maintaining a distance that is neither too far nor too close. Their presence serves both as a watchful eye and a silent warning. Lin's movements are confined to this small patch of the courtyard. His gaze sweeps around the vicinity. Not far away, Robb Stark, heir to Winterfell, is engaged in practice with Ser Rodrik, the master-at-arms. The wooden swords clash, producing a dull thud. Robb's movements are steady and forceful, precise and imbued with a seriousness that belies his youth. Meanwhile, Theon Greyjoy practices archery nearby, his graceful form eliciting hushed admiration from the surrounding servants with each arrow he releases. Yet, his eyes frequently dart towards Robb, revealing a barely concealed competitive spirit. Sansa Stark is diligently learning the art of embroidery, while Arya Stark's attempts at stitching result in a chaotic mess. Life flourishes around them, vibrant and robust, embodying the rugged tenacity of the North. Lin strides over to Ser Rodrik, observing the two in their practice. With a wealth of teaching experience, Ser Rodrik adeptly points out Robb's flaws with piercing clarity. It is no wonder he has trained such skilled swordsmen as Robb and Jon. Noticing Lin watching intently, Ser Rodrik does not shoo him away. Instead, he halts his movements and beckons him over. Young man, you've been watching for quite some time. If you wish to learn, come forth instead of lurking about. The forthrightness characteristic of the North is evident. Lin approaches without hesitation. Ser, I wish to learn the two-handed sword. Can you teach me? Ser Rodrik appears taken aback. He sizes Lin up, then steps forward to squeeze his arms and shoulders, ultimately shaking his head. With your build, a one-handed sword would suit you better. Aspiring to wield a two-handed sword is ambitious. Even if you manage to swing it, you may not harness its true power. Do not be overly ambitious. Begin with the basics. Having already mastered the one-handed sword, Lin is disinterested in repeating that lesson and insists, Ser, I still wish to experience your two-handed sword. Seeing Lin's determination, Ser Rodrik scratches his thick, white beard in consternation. At that moment, Robb, leaning on his iron sword to catch his breath, interjects, Ser Rodrik, let him learn a couple of moves. Let him face some challenges, and he will soon understand. With the young wolf's endorsement, Ser Rodrik relents. He retrieves a heavy training two-handed sword from the weapon rack and tosses it to Lin. Steady yourself. Clang. Lin extends his hands to catch it, underestimating its weight. The sword nearly slips from his grasp, sending a jolt through his wrist. Ser Rodrik's expression turns to surprise. Unexpectedly, you possess some foundation. Very well, I shall teach you. However, given your current level, it will be quite a struggle. The heavy sword felt cold and rough in Lin's grasp, its weight pressing down heavily on his forearm, leading him to believe he was not wielding a sword, but rather bearing the burden of an iron column. Ser Rodrik shook his head and effortlessly took the heavy sword from Lin's hands. Rodrik possessed immense strength. Lin estimated it at around 8 points, attributed to his robust physique, allowing him to handle the cumbersome weapon with ease. Pay attention, boy. The essence of the great sword lies in brute force and sheer momentum. Of course, it cannot be wielded with any finesse. As soon as he finished speaking, Ser Rodrik slightly lowered his body, twisting his waist, and his arm followed suit. The weighty blade sliced through the air, producing a dull, resonant whistle. Without any flamboyant maneuvers, merely a simple horizontal sweep, it exuded an unwavering momentum, as if it could cleave through everything in its path. Each swing relied on the rotation of his body, using the core to propel the shoulders, which in turn directed the arms, culminating in the sword's action. Your physique has some core strength, but the sword is just too heavy for you. It merely pulls you along. Ser Rodrik returned the sword to Lin. Give it another try. Lin mimicked his stance, lowering his center of gravity, attempting to twist his waist and abdomen. However, the sword was exceedingly heavy, and when Lin emulated Rodrik's movement, his swing was feeble, lacking any semblance of force, resembling more of a lazy swing of a wooden post. Robb watched from the side, shaking his head, but there was no mockery in his gaze. Instead, it held an element of intrigue. He is actually managing to swing it. Goodness, this lad has some potential, he mused internally. If only Lin had a bit more strength, he might truly wield that great sword. Just as Lin was earnestly attempting to grasp the momentum Roderick had described, a chilling notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected learnable skill, two-handed great sword. Learning conditions, strength 7. Your current strength attribute is insufficient to master this skill. Lin's movements faltered. Skills require conditions for learning? Of course, if one could master them without regard for physical attributes, that would be utterly overpowered. It was not yet the right time. After all, Roderick was not going anywhere. Lin set down the heavy sword and bowed sincerely to Sir Roderick. Thank you for your guidance. Despite not acquiring the skill, he had gained a new understanding of utilizing strength, and more importantly, he had identified a clear short-term goal. This lad may be overreaching, but his attitude is commendable. Meanwhile, Rob approached, shouldering the sword, and patted Lin's shoulder with a look of curiosity. How does it feel? Do you wish to learn more? I once wanted to learn as well, but ended up just like you. Rob's demeanor was kind. He did not disdain Lin for being a deserter. Instead, he was genuine and straightforward. Lin flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Certainly, I shall seek the counsel of Sir Roderick again when the opportunity arises. Roderick nodded in agreement, acknowledging the young lad's evident potential. He was not a miserly man, and promptly stated, "Young man, should you wish to learn in the future, do not hesitate to approach me directly. As long as my time permits, I shall certainly teach you. However, do ensure you strengthen your physique before coming." At that moment, the tranquility of the courtyard was abruptly shattered by the rapid thundering of hooves. A messenger, covered in snow and wind, burst through the castle gates. His dismount was unsteady, his face etched with panic. "My Lord Duke," he exclaimed, rushing towards Ned Stark, who was observing his son's training. Rob and Sir Roderick, who were engaged in practice, halted, while Theon set down his longbow. All eyes converged upon the messenger. Another merchant caravan. The messenger's voice was low, yet in the stillness of the courtyard, a few words drifted into Lin's ears. The white knife, not a single survivor. The calm visage of Ned Stark was instantly shrouded in frost. The air around him grew heavy with foreboding. This is a provocation against the North. Rob's youthful face blazed with fury, his grip tightening around the hilt of his wooden sword. "Father, let me go. They are nothing but a pack of rats hiding in the sewers." Theon Greyjoy approached, a gleam of bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. "Leave it to me, my lord. I guarantee their heads will adorn the castle walls." Ned disregarded their fervor, issuing a brief command to the captain of the guard. "Summon the men. Eradicate them." The captain bowed in obedience and promptly set off to execute his orders. Ned then turned to Rob. "Come with me." This was a clear signal, as Winterfell's young wolf was to officially partake in the North's military campaign for the first time. The group hastened towards the keep, leaving Lin alone, watched over by 2 guards. Lin's heart began to race, not from fear, but from an overwhelming desire. The system of slaying enemies beckoned. To gain experience, one must vanquish foes, and now they had emerged. They were neither nobles nor soldiers, merely a band of lawless marauders. Slaying them would incur no repercussions, no familial vengeance. They were the perfect source of experience points. This was his opportunity, the singular chance to shed his identity as a prisoner and seize control of his own destiny. As Ned and Rob emerged from the keep, their expressions grave, Lin took a step forward. The guards behind him immediately reached out to grasp his shoulder. "Halt! Let him speak," came the voice of Ned Stark. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. Those gray eyes, akin to a deep pool, gazed steadily at Lin. The guard released his hold. Facing the scrutiny of all present, Lin adjusted his tattered black attire and bowed slightly. "My lord," Lin's voice was soft yet remarkably clear. "You have granted me my life. This kindness I cannot adequately repay." The laughter of Theon Greyjoy echoed mockingly. "A deserter understands gratitude?" Lin disregarded him, fixing his gaze upon Ned. "Prophecies are mere whispers carried by the wind. In due time, all shall be revealed. Yet for now, loyalty must be evidenced through action." Lin's eyes shifted to the assembled guards, to the gleaming blades and the cold armor. "I have heard of marauders ravaging your lands, slaughtering your people. They threaten the safety of the North. They are enemies to all of us. I am not a knight, nor do I possess a title. But before donning this black garb, I too have fought for my survival. Please allow me to join the ranks in purging these brigands. Let me wash away my shame with their blood to prove my worth. My life is yours and can be reclaimed at any moment. But first, grant me the chance to fight for the North." Silence enveloped the courtyard. All gazed at Lin with incredulity. A prisoner. who had just begged for his life upon the executioner's block, was now boldly requesting to confront ruthless marauders. Robb's face was a mask of astonishment. Theon wore a smirk, as if observing a deluded madman. Maester Luwin stood behind Ned, his gray brows furrowed tightly. Ned Stark remained silent for an extended moment, simply observing Lin. He took in the pallor of his face, the ragged clothing, and the eyes still ablaze with fire against the chill of the North. This man was shrouded in mystery. His plea, under the honor code of the North, bore an air of nobility. To cleanse oneself of the disgrace of being a deserter with the blood of the enemy. To prove one's loyalty through action. This was quintessentially Northern. This was indeed Stark. What gives you the right? Ned finally spoke, his voice frigid. Lin responded swiftly. If I perish at the hands of the marauders, you will have one less problem. If I survive and slay the enemy, I shall prove I am not merely a worthless blusterer. Ned's gaze lingered on his face for a considerable time. Long enough for Lin to nearly hear his own heartbeat reverberating in his chest. Horan, Ned called the name of the captain of the guard. Give him a sword. The captain of the guard was momentarily taken aback, but immediately bowed. Yes, my lord. Ned's gaze returned to Lin. You will follow Robb's party. Do not disappoint me. With that, Ned Stark turned and strode away. In Lin's vision, the blue panel seemed to brighten slightly. Name, Lin. Strength, 5, average adult 3. Agility, 5, average adult 3. Constitution, 5, average adult 3. After a night of recuperation, his body had fully returned to its peak condition. Moreover, among the old Night's Watchmen, this attribute was quite impressive, falling into the upper middle range. It would be rather simple to slay some bandits who were merely ordinary men, some of whom were even inept with weapons. Chapter 7. Merging with the combat memories of the former self, a plain, unadorned longsword was presented before Lin. The hilt was wrapped in coarse leather, and the crossguard was the simplest of designs, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. This was a standard longsword for guardsmen, heavy, sturdy, and entirely pragmatic. Lin extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the cold hilt. In that instant, a peculiar warmth surged from his palm, instantly coursing through his entire body, as if something long sealed within the depths of his veins had awakened. Fragments of memories that did not belong to him surged forth once more. This time, it was no longer the fear of the others, but rather countless nights and days on the wall, wielding his sword against the biting wind and snow. It was the sensation of steel slicing through flesh during battles with wildlings. It was the monotonous yet stern rebuke from Elisa Thorne. Steady your grip. Waste. Your sword is your life. These instincts, ingrained deep within the original owner's being, merged completely with Lin's soul at that moment. Syncing original owner's combat memories. Sync complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill. One-handed sword, proficient, 18,100. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill. Horsemanship, beginner, 910. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Unarmed combat, proficient, 84,100. Lin's expression transformed. If before, his gaze had burned with the flame of survival, now, alongside that flame, there lay an additional layer of steely sharpness. Lin's fingers closed firmly around the hilt. The long sword in his hand felt no longer like a mere object, but rather an extension of his own being. Let us proceed, came Robb Stark's voice. The young lord of Winterfell had already mounted his steed. He cast a glance at Lin, his eyes still scrutinizing. Lin spoke no further, nimbly vaulting onto a spare pony. A party of over 20 swiftly departed through the gates of Winterfell. The cold wind howled as it swept across the open fields. The party left a long trail of hoofprints on the snow-covered ground. The ever-impetuous Theon Greyjoy rode closer to Robb, casting a mocking glance back at the straggler, Lin. Robb, do you truly believe in this fellow? A deserter who would forsake the Night's Watch oath now claims he will fight for the North. Do you not find it laughable? Robb's gaze remained fixed ahead, his youthful visage betraying little emotion. Father instructed me to keep an eye on him. That is sufficient. Theon shrugged. Well, let us hope he does not hinder us. Otherwise, I would not mind assisting Lord Ned in executing the law a bit prematurely. Their conversation was hushed. Yet the wind carried fragments into Lin's ears. He paid them no heed, silently attuning to the weight of the long sword in his grasp. Feeling the slow resurgence of strength within him, he understood that while words hold power, it is sword and blood that command true respect. The company journeyed eastward along a tributary of the White Knife. The scent of blood thickened as they pressed on. At last, on the periphery of a burnt woodland, they beheld the remnants of an ambushed caravan. Several overturned wagons lay strewn about, cargo scattered haphazardly, the ground painted a mottled blackish red with snow and congealed blood. A few corpses lay stiff in the snow, faces frozen in their final moments of terror, as crows circled above, croaking hoarsely. They had scarcely traveled far when a seasoned veteran examined the wagon tracks and remarked to Rob, "No more than half a day's lead." Rob's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. "Pursue." The company resumed their trek, hooves thudding through the blood-stained snow with a dull thump. After several miles, the faint crackle of a campfire and coarse laughter drifted from a sparse thicket ahead. Rob raised his hand, signaling for the party to halt. Everyone dismounted silently. "Horan, take 5 men to flank from the left." Rob spoke in a subdued tone, calmly assigning tasks. "Theon, your archery is commendable. Find an elevated position to cover us. The rest, follow my lead." Finally, he turned to Lin. "You, stick close to me and do not stray." This served as both a command and a warning. Lin nodded, drawing forth his long sword, the blade singing as it slipped from its scabbard. The cold glint reflected in Lin's tranquil eyes. He was well aware, to live better, one must be prepared to kill. Silently, they crept into the woods, parting the final thicket that obscured their view. Not far ahead, in a clearing, a group of ragged bandits encircled a crackling fire, ravenously tearing into roasted meat and guzzling stolen ale. Their weapons lay carelessly strewn about, and their faces were painted with the indulgence and pride that followed a successful pillage. A glint of determination flashed in Rob's eyes as he raised his sword. For the north, his roar reverberated like thunder across the plains. Rob surged forth, the Stark guardsmen following closely behind, unleashing a deafening battle cry. The bandits were thrown into disarray, panic gripping them as they hastily grasped nearby weapons, some choking violently on their drink. At that moment, Theon's arrow soared through the air, piercing the throat of one bandit with deadly precision. The clash of combat erupted instantaneously. Lin's breathing remained steady, his heart thundering powerfully within his chest. Unlike others who bellowed in fury, he focused solely on the chaotic battlefield before him. These bandits were merely ordinary men wielding weapons. One of the bandits, a towering figure with a brutish visage, caught sight of Lin. Observing Lin's tattered black garb and pallid complexion, a flicker of disdain crossed his features. A soft target, he sneered, raising his short-handled axe to deliver a vicious blow to Lin's head. The wind howled. Lin's body reacted more swiftly than his mind. Sidestepping the axe's blade, he seized the moment. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, sinking his weight down sharply. His longsword thrust upward from an awkward angle. The mastery of his one-handed sword technique surged forth as instinct took over. There was no flourish, only the simplest yet most lethal of thrusts. With a soft sound, the sword tip punctured the bandit's throat with surgical accuracy. The sneer on the bandit's face froze, his contempt transforming into sheer terror. He attempted to cry out, but only a wheezing gasp escaped his throat. Blood streamed down the blade, the warm sensation coating Lin's hand. Kill Bandit 1, Experience 1. Lin felt no discomfort. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. Without hesitation, he wrenched his sword free, warm blood spraying forth as the towering bandit collapsed like a severed stump. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, the surrounding clamor of battle fading into the background. Lin wiped his blood-slicked hands on his garments, his gaze now fixated solely on the dance of life and death. 2 more bandits, realizing their comrade had fallen, roared as they flanked him from either side. A curved blade and a wooden club rushed toward him with menacing speed, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Lin inhaled deeply, his feet shifted, his body twisting to evade the lethal curve of the blade. Simultaneously, he parried the club aimed at his head with a precise movement of his longsword. Lin deftly turned his wrist, allowing the longsword to glide down the wooden stick. The stick bore no blade guard. A piercing scream echoed as the hand of the bandit wielding the stick was severed, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Blood gushed forth. Before the second bandit could react, Lin had already closed the distance. His movements were devoid of any excess. With a swift and precise horizontal slash, the longsword sliced through the air. The bandit barely had time to register the dazzling flash of the blade in his eyes. The next moment, his world spun into chaos. Killed Bandit 1, Experience Points 1. Killed Bandit 1, Experience Points 1. With a reverse thrust, Lin pierced the heart of the disarmed bandit, bringing an end to his suffering. In a matter of mere breaths, Lin had dispatched 3 foes. He stood resolute, sword in hand, his form splattered with warm blood. The surrounding bandits were rendered speechless by the decisiveness of Lin's combat. They instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon him. Not far away, Robb Stark, who had just felled an enemy with a single strike, witnessed the scene unfold. His youthful face was etched with shock. This deserter had swiftly slain 3 adversaries? Chapter 8. Earning respect. That deserter. No, he was not a deserter. A fleeting thought crossed Robb Stark's mind. A coward would not possess such a gaze. He was a true warrior. Lin's chest heaved with rapid breaths, yet his grip on the sword remained steadfast. A bearded bandit leader let out a beastly roar, shattering the brief silence. What are we afraid of? We're on horseback. We can't escape. Let us fight back. First, take down one to cover our retreat. Fear was swiftly supplanted by a more primal ferocity, and the remaining bandits rallied once more. Some among them had recognized the threat Lin posed. He was indeed a formidable opponent, but the relentless slaying had to be pushing him to his limits. With just a couple of them to encircle him, even the strongest could not endure for long against overwhelming odds. Robb discerned the bandits' intentions and bellowed, urging his men to converge on Lin. Stop them. Seeing Robb issue commands, another wave of bandits instantly understood who the leader of this group was. They pivoted, recklessly launching a side assault on Robb and his men, forcing Robb to engage in battle. Lin's gaze sharpened. To his surprise, he had drawn attention. It was inevitable. It was difficult not to be noticed after dispatching 3 foes with such efficiency. Leaning his back against a sturdy pine tree, he positioned himself to confront only the enemies approaching from the front and the sides. Robb and his companions drew the attention of the majority of the bandits, significantly alleviating the pressure on Lin. One bandit charged forward, wielding a long-handled axe that sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. Lin did not attempt to confront it head-on. Instead, he executed a swift sidestep, pressing his body against the tree trunk, narrowly evading the axe blade. Wood chips flew as the axe embedded itself deeply into the bark. Seizing the opportunity, Lin twisted his wrist and thrust his sword upward. With a clean thrust, the blade severed the unprotected throat of the bandit, blood gushing forth and staining the pale tree trunk with a shocking crimson. Kill Bandit 1. Experience points 1. Before the lifeless body could collapse, another bandit with a curved blade swept in, aiming for Lin's midsection. Lin pivoted his waist and raised his sword to block. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. The overwhelming force traveling down the sword left Lin's hands tingling, his arms aching from the impact. This body was still weak, unable to fully harness its strength. At that very moment, a bandit appeared unexpectedly from the side. Lunging at him, armed only with a sharpened stick, he viciously lunged towards Lin's ribs. There was no retreat. At that critical juncture, a stray arrow whistled through the air, accurately piercing the bandit's eye socket. The scream was abruptly silenced. The bandit's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing limply. Lin's attention was drawn to the ambushing bandit, while the one he had previously blocked raised his blade with a sinister grin. The flash of the blade cut through the air as Lin dodged as best as he could, managing only to turn sideways. A searing pain erupted from his left shoulder. His clothing was torn, flesh laid bare, and blood quickly soaked half of his body. Lin let out a muffled groan, staggering slightly. The intense pain stimulated his nerves, yet it did not cloud his judgment. Instead, it awakened a primal ferocity within him. He did not retreat, but, using the momentum of his stumble, charged forward, crashing into the bandit with his shoulder. The bandit, taken aback by Lin's audacity despite his injury, was knocked back several steps. Lin's sword was in motion. A simple yet effective upward thrust. With a slicing sound, the sword pierced through the bandit's unprotected abdomen, slicing upward until it cleaved through his chest. Innards mixed with blood spilled onto the ground. The grin on the bandit's face froze as he looked down at his empty cavity, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Kill Bandit 1. Experience points 1. Acknowledging his injuries, Lin decided against further bravado and made his way toward the edge of the battlefield. A roar echoed, Robb Stark's voice resonating with fury. The young wolf lord was now consumed by the frenzy of battle. He ignited the wild blood of the wolf within him. No longer constrained by the teachings of his mentor, each of his strikes, though youthful, was imbued with tremendous force, embodying the untamed spirit of the North. One bandit fell to the ground, his arm severed by a single stroke of Lin's sword, while another was upended, shield and all, by a swift blow. The tide of battle began to shift rapidly due to the explosive prowess of Lin and Robb. The bandit leader, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a surge of rage. Abandoning his skirmish with the Stark guards, he attempted to flee. However, fate placed him directly in the path of Lin, who was also seeking an escape. Seeing Lin wounded, the leader roared, brandishing a bloodied two-handed axe, charging at him with ferocity. Before he even arrived, the stench of blood and sweat assaulted Lin's senses. The axe descended with a menacing force. Lin did not evade the attack. He was exhausted and knew he could not escape the reach of such a weapon. He slightly bent his knees, lowering his center of gravity, and positioned his sword defensively before him. With a thunderous clash, Lin blocked the lethal axe with the thickest part of his blade, deflecting it aside. The tremendous impact jolted his arms, tearing at his shoulder wound and momentarily dimming his vision. A flicker of surprise crossed the bandit leader's eyes, quickly replaced by a cruel determination. He pressed down on the axe, attempting to crush the defiant foe before him. Yet, Lin had achieved his goal. The block had provided him an opportunity to close the distance. Suddenly, he released his grip with his left hand and pivoted to the right. His right elbow struck the bandit leader's ribs with the force of a cannonball. The sharp crack of breaking bone echoed in the air. The leader emitted a pained grunt, his massive frame momentarily stiffening from the agony. At that moment, Rob, unwilling to let the leader escape, charged forward, thrusting his sword with precision into the bandit leader's chest. Lin, fearing Rob might claim the kill, quickly retrieved a fallen sword and plunged it into the bandit's eye socket. Kill bandit leader. 1. Experience points. 2. The ferocity in the bandit leader's gaze dimmed swiftly. Lin yanked the sword free, leaving the towering brute lifeless. It appeared he had gained 2 experience points. It seemed that the mightier the foe, the more experience one would earn. However, this bandit was not particularly formidable, as evidenced by the meager reward. One couldn't help but ponder how much experience defeating a powerful foe like Jaime, or even a White Walker, or the Night King, might yield. Of course, there was always the option of slaughtering innocents to amass experience as well. However, should I proceed in such a manner, devoid of any backing, I fear there would be no place for me within the entirety of Westeros. With the demise of the leader, the remaining bandits disintegrated completely. They cast aside their weapons, crying out in terror as they fled in all directions. Awaiting them were the cold blades of the Stark guards and the deathly arrows of Theon. The battle had concluded. In the woodland, silence was restored. Only the crackling of the campfire and the groans of the wounded guards remained. Lin leaned against a scarred pine tree, gradually sliding down to the ground. His longsword clattered to the snow. He trembled all over, not from fear, but from exhaustion. The wound on his shoulder continued to bleed, and sharp pangs radiated from his bruised ribs. With each breath, pain surged through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. His vision began to blur. A pair of boots, muddied with snow, halted before him. Lin strained to lift his head. It was Robb Stark. The young wolf lord bore remnants of bloodlust upon his face. Yet his blue eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions: shock, confusion, and a hint of admiration. Robb opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at the corpses surrounding Lin, then at the horrifying wound upon him. At that moment, any words felt utterly inadequate. Horan. Robb turned, shouting at a guard. Come here. Dress his wounds. Theon Greyjoy approached as well. He sheathed his longbow and knelt beside Lin, observing the gaping wound on Lin's shoulder. He no longer wore the mockery that had characterized his demeanor before. Lin had earned Robb and Theon's respect through his injuries and bloodshed. In his line of sight, a blue panel, visible only to him, quietly hovered. Experience points. 7. Chapter 9. Return to Winterfell. The scent of blood in the woods was somewhat dispersed by the biting cold wind. The campfire continued to crackle, illuminating the faces of those who had survived the ordeal. The guards were clearing the battlefield, gathering the bodies of the bandits while attending to their injured comrades. Horan rushed over with a medical kit. He tore away the blood-soaked fabric from Lin's left shoulder. The wound was deep, exposing bone, with flesh grotesquely rolled back, appearing particularly gruesome in the dim firelight. Horan worked swiftly, first cleansing the wound with strong spirits. The excruciating pain made Lin's body jolt, his teeth clenched, and beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow. Theon Greyjoy approached, his usual levity replaced by seriousness. He regarded Lin's pale face, then glanced at the grim corpses of the bandits around him. Little did he expect that a fleeing crow still had such sharp claws. His tone, once laced with mockery, had considerably softened, now imbued with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny. Lin found himself devoid of strength to respond. All his focus was concentrated on the azure panel visible only to him. Host. Lin. Strength. 3. Injured and weakened. Agility. 3. Injured and weakened. Constitution. 3. Injured and weakened. Skills. One-handed sword. Proficient. 18100. Horsemanship. Novice. 910. Unarmed combat. Proficient. 84,100. Experience points. 7. The numeral 7 served as the most fitting reward for Lin's recent life and death struggle. Yet, the 3 glaring red indicators of his weakened state incessantly reminded him of his dire physical condition. The excruciating pain from his wounds and the depletion of his stamina rendered his consciousness hazy. He needed to return to Winter City post-haste to receive treatment from Scholar Ruin. Elevating his experience points must take precedence over enhancing his attributes. A strength rating of 3 equates to the physical capacity of an ordinary individual. If he could directly augment it with experience points, he would soon be invincible. All of it should be allocated to Constitution. Please note, attribute points cannot be increased through experience points. Experience points are solely for skill enhancement. There are various methods to elevate attribute points. Please explore on your own. Indeed, had it been possible to directly utilize experience points for attributes, he would have become superhuman in mere days. Lin thought he had uncovered a loophole, but after a series of experiments, it became evident that this was not the case. In light of this, it would be prudent to focus on skill enhancements. Lin's gaze settled upon the horsemanship, novice, 910 category. The journey back loomed long ahead, given his current physical state. Merely bouncing on horseback would exacerbate his injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed the system to allocate 1 experience point to horsemanship. Lin silently recited the command in his mind. Experience points 1. Horsemanship 910, 1010. Level up? Congratulations, host. Horsemanship has advanced to proficient 0-100. A warm sensation unexpectedly coursed through Lin's limbs and core. This was not the warmth of recovering stamina, but a more profound feeling. Fragments of memories pertaining to horseback riding flooded his mind. How to maintain balance atop a horse, how to subtly use his legs to steer the mount, how to attune to the horse's emotions. This knowledge felt innate, as though he had practiced it 1,000 times, inscribed into his very marrow. All done. Holrin tightened the bandage around Lin's wound with a clean linen cloth, his voice steady. You were fortunate. No bones are broken, or you would be in quite a predicament. Lin nodded, and with the guard's assistance, he shakily rose to his feet. Rob led over the small horse that belonged to Lin. Can you still ride? The young wolf lord gazed at Lin. In his azure eyes, there was no longer mere scrutiny. Instead, a trace of concern had emerged. Lin nodded subtly. He remained silent, inhaling deeply as he bore the excruciating pain, rolling over to mount his steed. This action was executed with far more agility than his earlier arrival. Once settled in the saddle, that extraordinary sensation returned. He could distinctly perceive each tremor of the horse's muscles beneath him, sensing its slight unease stirred by the surrounding scent of blood. Instinctively, Lin gently squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, causing the reins in his hands to quiver slightly. Remarkably, the previously agitated pony calmed down, obediently snorting. A flicker of surprise passed through Rob's eyes, yet he refrained from further inquiry. We shall return, he stated. The group reassembled, embarking on the journey back to Winterfell. This time, Lin no longer occupied the rear of the formation. He rode alongside Rob and Theon. This was a silent signal. Lin had claimed the highest number of kills, thus earning the right to lead the procession. In Westeros, martial prowess was revered. Through sword and blood, Lin had garnered their respect. The night wind of the north was bitterly cold. The hooves crunched upon the snow, creating a rhythmic sound. Lin's body rose and fell in accordance with the horse's pace. His enhanced riding skills allowed him to adapt to the jarring motions with minimal effort, providing some relief to his taut muscles and alleviating the pain in his shoulder wound. What did you do before? Rob suddenly broke the silence. His gaze fixed upon Lin's long sword, still stained with blood. Lin's swordsmanship lacked the grace of a knight and the structure of a trainer. Yet each move was simple, direct, and lethal, techniques solely devised for the swift execution of enemies. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the Night's Watch's methods, akin to those of his uncle, Eddard Stark. Before donning the black garb, I was merely an ordinary man striving for survival, having committed certain acts that led me to become a member of the Night's Watch. Lin replied, his eyes fixed ahead, his voice slightly muffled by the wind. The Night's Watch of today had long lost its former glory, comprising mostly of individuals who had transgressed, sent to the wall as a form of exile. To endure, one must learn something. This response was ambiguous, yet reasonable. Rob did not press further. He simply urged his horse to quicken its pace. On the distant horizon, the gray silhouette of Winterfell gradually came into focus under the starlight. As the group passed through the castle gates, torches blazed in the courtyard. Eddard Stark stood upon the steps of the keep, flanked by Maester Lin, who bore a lantern. His countenance was as serene and imposing as the northern night sky. His gaze swept across the ranks, lingering on the severed heads of the bandits slung over horseback and the injured soldiers. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon Lin, the deserter whose side was stained crimson with blood. Now quietly seated atop his steed, riding alongside his eldest son, Rob dismounted swiftly, striding towards his father and kneeling on one knee. Father, the bandits have all been eliminated. Ned nodded, helping his son to his feet and patting him on the shoulder. Despite his youth, the eldest son had already begun to share in his burdens, a source of great comfort to him. You have done well. Ned's gaze passed over Rob and returned to Lin. He fought valiantly, Father, Robb interjected, his voice imbued with the fervor characteristic of youth. He killed 6 bandits and protected the flanks on several occasions. He has proven his loyalty through his actions. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, with all the soldiers casting complex glances at the young man still mounted upon his horse. Ned Stark remained silent, his eyes fixed on Lin, emotions swirling within his gray irises, doubt, scrutiny, and a subtle hint of acknowledgement. Clearly, a fleeing raven could not be devoid of courage. He found himself believing, at least partially, in Lin's claims of facing the others. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Ser Lewin, take him for treatment. Yes, my lord. Ser Lewin replied, as he descended the steps with a lantern, approaching Lin's horse. Lin dismounted, stumbling slightly as weakness and exhaustion washed over him after the prolonged tension of battle. He returned his long sword to the nearby soldier, but Ned halted this gesture. There is no need to return it. Keep this sword, for it is rightfully yours. As they followed Ser Lewin across the courtyard, Lin sensed the unwavering gaze of the Guardian of the North upon his back. He understood that from this night forth, he was no longer the prisoner poised for execution. He had survived. Yet, the crisis was far from resolved. Lin, Ned, and Ser Lewin awaited the Raven. Chapter 10. The prophecy fulfilled in Ser Lewin's chamber. The mingled scents of herbs and aged parchment wafted through the air. Lin lay bare-chested upon the hard wooden bed, acutely aware of the cooling balm being applied to his wounds, soothing the searing pain of torn flesh. You possess a robust constitution, Ser Lewin remarked in an even tone, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. Your injuries are less severe than I had anticipated. Skillfully, he rewrapped Lin's wounds with clean linen, his movements as deft as if he were handling a fine piece of sheepskin. Who taught you your swordsmanship? The scholar inquired casually. The instructor of the Night's Watch, Ser Alistair Thorne. Lin's face was buried in the pillow, his voice muffled. He only taught how to swiftly pierce a sword into another's body, offering no further instruction. This response caused a momentary pause in the movements of Bachelor Reuven's hands. His gray eyes traversed the intersecting, minute scars that marred Lin's skin. These were not wounds left from a hasty escape. They were medals earned from countless confrontations with wildlings upon the wall, traded for his very life. A coward who has fled would bear no such marks. Rest well, Bachelor Reuven said, refraining from further inquiry as he gathered his medical kit and turned to leave. The Duke had commanded that Lin could reside here until his wounds healed. The door was gently closed, but not locked. Lin understood that this was a signal from Eddard Stark. He was no longer a prisoner, but rather a unique subject to be observed. Lin exhaled deeply, allowing his mind to drift away. He needed only to heal and then wait for the raven that had flown from King's Landing to seal the fate of all his prophecies. The following day, Lin was granted the liberty to roam the castle, always accompanied by 2 guards who maintained a respectful distance. Rather than protection, it felt more like surveillance. He did not venture into the courtyard where Robb and Theon practiced their swordsmanship, the clanging sounds becoming a source of irritation. Instead, he sought a quiet corner, leaning against the cold stone wall, basking in the meager sunlight of the north. He closed his eyes, replaying the fierce battle with the bandits from that fateful night, the angles of each sword swing, the timing of every dodge, the visceral sensation of blood splattering. These hard-won experiences were the essence of his survival. A soft yet deliberate footfall interrupted his thoughts. Lin opened his eyes to find a small figure standing before him, blocking the precious sunlight. It was Arya Stark, the youngest daughter of the Lord of Winterfell. With her hands clasped behind her back, she wore a drab boy's tunic, her hair a tousled mess resembling a bird's nest, and her face speckled with dirt. Yet, those striking gray eyes, a hallmark of House Stark, shone brilliantly. Contrary to her portrayal in the tales, her petite stature was overshadowed by the wild beauty radiating from her spirited gaze. They say you are quite the fighter, Arya declared, her voice clear and imbued with the forthrightness characteristic of Northerners. Lin remained silent, merely observing her. Stepping closer, her small fists clenched tightly, she continued. The Night's Watch swordplay is entirely different from what Ser Roderick teaches. She wrinkled her nose in evident disagreement. Ser Roderick says swordsmanship should be graceful, like a dance. But your sword is not like that. It is swift and direct. She seemed to be searching for the right word to encapsulate her thoughts. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin's mouth, betraying his amusement. The young girl is inherently a little she-wolf. Do you wish to learn? Arya's eyes instantly sparkled, igniting like 2 flames in the night. She nodded earnestly, her expression profoundly serious. Teach me. The little girl's voice carried a barely perceptible plea. Please. Lin gazed at her, captivated by the longing in her eyes. An opportunity to forge a deeper connection with House Stark had presented itself. and it was none other than Ned Stark's most cherished daughter. Very well, I shall teach you. Lin slowly rose, stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders. However, this will be an exchange. You must also impart some knowledge to me. Arya paused, clearly taken aback by his request. She tilted her head in thought, but I know nothing. You do. Lin chuckled. For instance, what hidden passages exist within the castle that others are unaware of? Which kitchen steward secretly hoards ale? How might one stealthily slip into the Godswood without being detected? Arya's mouth gradually formed an O-shape. She had not anticipated that the mischief she engaged in daily could serve as tuition. I agree. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly acquiesced. A deal is struck. But not now. Wait until I have healed. Furthermore, this matter must remain a secret from everyone. Come. Arya extended her grimy little fist. Lin hesitated for a moment before reciprocating, gently bumping his fist against hers. A simple pact had been formed. Just then, a series of urgent bells resonated above the castle. Dong, dong, dong. The sound emanating from the maester's tower was heavy and distant. A raven has arrived. The smile on Lin's face vanished in an instant. He lifted his gaze towards the towering gray spire. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Arya, too, heard the bells. She cast a puzzled glance at the tower, but quickly redirected her attention back to Lin. It's settled. I will come find you tonight. With that, Arya bounded away like a joyful fawn. Lin remained motionless, quietly standing in place, acutely aware of the changes unfolding within the castle. The soldiers' footsteps hastened, and the murmurs of the servants grew hushed. An invisible tension rapidly permeated the air. A storm was brewing. In the study of the keep, flames crackled fiercely in the fireplace, yet the atmosphere within the room was colder than the snow and ice outside. Ned Stark stood before the window, gazing at the overcast sky. In his hand, he clutched a small piece of parchment, its edges marred by remnants of the raven's wax seal. Catelyn Tully stood behind him, her face a canvas of unmasked worry and sorrow. Jon is dead, she uttered, her voice quivering. Her sister, Lisa Arryn, has become a widow. The relationship between the two families is rather convoluted. Lisa Arryn is the late Lord Arryn's wife, and she is also Catelyn's sister, while Ned is Arryn's foster son. Ned remained unyieldingly silent, akin to a stone statue. The letter stated it was a sudden illness, a fever. Catelyn continued, her hands twisting tightly around her sleeves. Yet another letter, secretly delivered by Lisa, revealed a far more sinister truth. Catelyn paused, as if hesitant to utter the dreadful word. It was murder. The Lannisters were responsible. The study fell into a profound silence, broken only by the last mournful crackle of the firewood in the hearth. Slowly, Ned turned around. His face betrayed no emotion, yet his gray eyes churned with turbulent waves. Lisa's words echoed in his mind like an incantation. The hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn. He is dead. He has been murdered. Not a word amiss. The prophecy had materialized into reality. King Robert is en route north. Catelyn's voice was fraught with unease. He is coming to Winterfell. He wishes for you to travel south to succeed Jon and become the new hand of the king. Ned closed his eyes. Thus began the tragic unfolding of events. Lisa's words resonated in his ears, sending a bone-chilling cold coursing through him. This cold rose from his feet, spreading swiftly through his limbs. Colder than the harshest winds of the north. Chapter 11. The bastard, Jon Snow. Winterfell had transformed. The air was no longer merely cold and tranquil. It was infused with a tumultuous blend of excitement, tension, and anticipation. The king is coming. This news swept through the castle like a gale, reaching every corner. In the kitchen, the aroma of freshly baked bread lingered incessantly. The blacksmith's forge blazed throughout the night. The sound of hammering never ceased. The guards busily polished every piece of armor. Servants hurried through the corridors, laden with piles of clean linen, their footsteps light and urgent. Lady Catelyn Stark stood at the eye of this storm. She resembled an indefatigable queen bee, orchestrating the entire castle's operations with precise and stern commands. The finest batch of ale from the cellar. Change all the guest room linens to fresh ones, infused with lavender. Inform the stable boys to scrub the horses intended for the king's retinue until not a single hair is out of place. Her voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the courtyard, orchestrating affairs with meticulous precision. She was indeed a woman of formidable competence. Yet, within the depths of those blue eyes belonging to House Tully, a flicker of inescapable anxiety lingered. Eddard Stark, however, remained entirely detached from the proceedings. He did not grace the courtyard with his presence nor inquire about any arrangements. Instead, he secluded himself in the study or ventured into the Godswood, repeatedly polishing the Valyrian steel blade, ice, as if such an act could grant his troubled heart a fleeting respite. Lin sat upon the steps leading to the armory, attuned to the undercurrents of tension. Ever since the prophecy had been validated, he was no longer a prisoner. On the contrary, both Caitlin and Eddard treated him with great courtesy. Lin now possessed a warm chamber, and his meals had transformed from stale bread and cold water to freshly baked soft loaves and hearty meat stew. He even wielded a long sword of his own. All of this had been earned through bloody struggles and the enigmatic prophecy. Lin's gaze traversed the bustling courtyard, resting upon Theon Greyjoy, who was practicing archery in the distance. The foster son of the Iron Islands wore an expression brimming with excitement at the prospect of meeting the king. Though referred to as a foster son, he had effectively become a hostage following the rebellion. Yet, House Stark treated him without distinction. Eddard regarded him as a true son, imparting lessons in etiquette, skills, and the unwavering loyalty of House Stark. Theon's form grew increasingly graceful as he drew the bowstring, each arrow finding its mark and eliciting cheers from the nearby stable boys. He reveled in the attention, unlike the Stark children, who bore the weight of unspoken burdens beneath their glory. For Theon, this was merely a grand celebration. Lin withdrew his gaze, aware that beneath the surface of this apparent harmony, fissures had long since formed. At that moment, a figure entered the courtyard. Jon Snow, the unknowing one. Clad in simple leather armor, he bore a dull practice sword and silently approached the training dummy tucked away in the corner. He did not join Robb and Theon. He habitually chose a less conspicuous position. Just then, Lady Caitlin emerged from the keep, intending to inspect the stables. Her gaze briefly met Jon's in the air, a mere instant. The previously gentle expression upon Caitlin's south face froze in place. The warmth in her blue eyes vanished, leaving only a cold disdain. She uttered no words, merely turned slightly and quickened her pace, as if a further glance at Snow would tarnish her vision. Jon's body stiffened. The sword he had just raised halted midair. His expression bore the weight of winter's chill, rendering his features devoid of their former brilliance. Silently, he let his arms drop and bowed his head, his dark hair obscuring his eyes. Lin observed this scene with keen awareness. Caitlin's animosity was stark and unvarnished. In Westeros, bastards were a public disgrace to noble families, their surnames universally designated as Snow. The bastards of Winterfell bore the name Stark, while those from the north had their own titles, and the locals could easily discern their origins. Jon's very existence perpetually reminded Caitlin of her husband's past infidelity. It was not unusual for a man to father bastards during wartime, and Caitlin understood this reality. However, it was one thing to keep them hidden away, and another entirely for Ned to raise Jon beneath his own roof. Furthermore, every time she inquired about Jon's mother, Ned would respond with ire, directing all his frustration toward the boy. Although Jon was not mistreated, it could be said that he grew up under Caitlin's disdainful gaze. The clamor of the courtyard seemed to fade into irrelevance for Jon at that moment. He stood alone, his figure strikingly solitary. Lin watched intently. Overall, he held a greater appreciation for Jon Snow's character. In the narrative, Jon indeed had his flaws. He betrayed Ygritte and, at Tyrion's behest, struck Daenerys to prevent her from becoming the next Mad Queen, thus betraying his leader. Yet, Jon was forthright, loyal, a character of mixed virtues and vices. Lin would not forget the scene where Jon, in solitude, drew his sword against a myriad of foes for the sake of Ned's youngest son, Rickon. Fear is an instinct of all living beings, while courage is the anthem of humanity. Not everyone possesses the bravery to unsheath their sword. However, at times, excessive righteousness can be a hindrance. Jon was still young, and Lin felt he had ample time to guide him away from such rigid principles. A desire to mentor Jon began to blossom within Lin. That night, he was in his chamber, meticulously honing his long sword with a whetstone. The blade reflected his serene countenance. Maester Luwin's salve had proven effective, alleviating much of the pain from his wounds. A gentle knock at the door broke the silence. "Come in." The door creaked open slightly, revealing Jon Snow's head. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Jon's voice was tinged with uncertainty. "Not at all," Lin replied, setting down the whetstone and gesturing towards the only chair in the room. Jon stepped inside and closed the door behind him, standing in the center of the room with his hands awkwardly entwined. "You are a night's watchman." Jon finally spoke, his gaze fixed upon the sword held by Lin. Lin acknowledged. "What is it like beyond the wall?" A glimmer of youthful curiosity and yearning danced in Jon's eyes. "Very cold," Lin replied succinctly. "Colder than Winterfell. The wind cuts like a blade, biting into your bones." "What sort of people are the Night's Watch?" This was the true question Jon yearned to ask. "All kinds." Lin leaned back in his chair, observing him. "Thieves, robbers, debt-ridden gamblers, disgraced knights, and people like myself. Of course, there are some noble youths who join for honor." Lin added, "But they are few." Jon fell silent, his thoughts contrasting sharply with his expectations. In his imagination, the Night's Watch was a bastion of honor, where lineage ceased to matter, and all were brothers in black, united against threats from beyond the wall. Does one's birth truly hold no significance at the wall? Jon's voice was low, tinged with uncertainty. Can a bastard earn respect? Lin regarded him, contemplating this future commander of the Night's Watch, noting the confusion and fragility etched upon his youthful face. At the wall, people judge you by your skill with a sword, by your courage to stand at the forefront when wildlings charge. Lin spoke calmly. Whether your name is Snow or Stark, no one cares. They only care if you are reliable. Jon's eyes began to sparkle with an illuminating sense of belonging. But, Lin's tone shifted. The wall is no sanctuary for heroes, Jon. Once you don the black, you must forsake your lineage, your lands, and vow never to marry or father children. Your life will be devoted to that icy wall until your death. A heavy silence enveloped the room, broken only by the howling wind outside. The light in Jon's eyes gradually dimmed. He yearned to escape Winterfell, to flee from Lady Catelyn's frigid gaze. Yet he had never contemplated the gravity of the price he would pay. I understand, Jon finally murmured after a long pause. Thank you, Lin. He turned to leave. Jon. Lin called after him. Your father loves you dearly. Jon halted in his tracks. But sometimes, love cannot resolve all matters. Lin gazed at him, emphasizing each word. The kind of person you become ultimately rests upon your own choices. Jon did not turn back. He merely stood at the threshold, his silhouette elongated in the dim light. Then, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Chapter 12. The light blade the night deepened. Most of Winterfell lay enveloped in silence, save for the echo of patrolling guards' footsteps reverberating through the empty courtyard, alongside the occasional whinny from the stables. Lin's chamber was situated on the side of the main keep. Near the kitchen, the flames in the hearth had dwindled to a small cluster of dark red embers, barely dispelling the cold that permeated the room. Lin sat cross-legged on his bed, the long sword bestowed upon him by Ned Stark resting across his lap. He was not asleep. He was waiting. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound, barely audible, resonated against the door. Lin opened his eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He descended from the bed and unlatched the door. A small figure darted through the crack, nimble as a cat. Arya Stark entered, clutching a practiced wooden sword that towered over her. She swiftly shut the door behind her, exhaling a long sigh, her face alight with the thrill of mischief. In a hushed tone, Arya declared proudly, "The guards thought I was asleep." She set the wooden sword down and brushed the dust from her hands. In her eyes burned a fervor more intense than the embers in the hearth. "Do you remember our pact? Teach me." Without further ado, Lin grasped his long sword and executed a flourish in the dimly lit room. The steel sliced through the air, producing a subtle hum. The Night's Watch swordplay bore no name. Lin regarded Arya. Its sole purpose was to eliminate the enemy in the briefest span of time, ensuring one's own survival. It was not graceful. It was, in fact, quite brutal. Arya nodded vigorously. "I understand." Lin moved to the center of the room, clearing a small space. "Watch closely." He assumed a standard sword fighting stance, his weight sinking low, the blade angled toward the ground. This position emphasized stability and explosive power. As if an enemy were to strike, Lin mimicked a block. He did not rely on brute strength to absorb the blow. Instead, he utilized the angle of his sword to deflect the imaginary foe's attack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he thrust the sword forward. The movement was precise, fierce, and aimed directly at a vital point. Defense was always a prelude to the next attack. Lin sheathed his sword. The wildlings beyond the wall are often taller and stronger than we are. If you engage them in a test of strength, it will surely be you who perishes. Arya watched, captivated. She raised her wooden sword, attempting to replicate Lin's actions. Lin interrupted her movement, handing his sword over to Arya. "The wooden sword is merely a child's toy. Come use this." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Arya's eyes. This was her first encounter with a genuine sword. It was the very weapon that Catelyn had always forbidden her to touch. Arya grasped the weighty one-handed sword. "Ah!" she exclaimed, thrusting the sword forward. Yet, her movements appeared somewhat comical. The heft of the blade hindered her speed. Lin, on the other hand, picked up Arya's wooden sword and began to spar. As they clashed, Arya's slender arms trembled from the impact. Her thrusts lacked sufficient penetration. "This isn't right." Arya paused, her brows furrowed in frustration. "I can't deflect the sword like you do." Lin observed her tense expression and trembling arms. He realized that although the Night Watch's swordsmanship emphasized technique, its foundation was still rooted in the strength of adult males. For Arya, the sword was simply too heavy. He needed to adapt. After a moment of contemplation, Lin raised the sword once more. This time, his approach changed. He no longer focused on solid blocks, but rather on evasion and agile counterattacks. The blade no longer descended in energy-draining, direct strikes, but instead traced graceful arcs, targeting the gaps in the opponent's defense. Lin En's movements became more compact, and his speed increased, as he immersed himself in this newly tailored, lighter sword technique for Arya. A familiar blue panel quietly materialized. Host has gained insights. Strength attributes meet the standard. Agility attributes meet the standard. Successfully comprehended a new skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Light sword, novice. 110. Lin felt a stir in his heart. This light sword technique, derived from the Night Watch's style, yet distinctly different, was precisely what he lacked at present. When faced with strength-oriented opponents, his proud one-handed sword felt somewhat inadequate. He could not compete in a battle of strength against such foes. Instead, he must rely on evasion to wear them down, delivering a fatal blow when they were exhausted. Let us try this. Lin deconstructed the rudiments of this light sword technique into its most basic steps and thrusts, imparting them to Arya. Arya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She lifted the iron sword once more. This time, she no longer attempted to block. When Lin lightly tapped Arya's iron sword with his wooden one, she instinctively stepped back, simultaneously angling the iron sword towards Lin's wrist from an unexpected position. So fast, Arya exclaimed excitedly. She felt as if she were a fish in water, liberated from constraints. Yet, this exhilaration was short-lived. As she attempted a series of consecutive attacks, issues arose once more. While the light sword required less brute strength, it demanded exceptional coordination and precision from the body. Several of Arya's thrusts went awry. She halted, breathless, her small face flushed with color. Yet it was of no avail. Arya's shoulders sagged in defeat. My sword is too heavy. She glanced at the steel longsword in her grasp, and then at the wooden stick held by Lin. A brutal realization struck her. I'm just a girl. Arya's voice softened, tinged with reluctance. No matter how much I train, I cannot match Rob's strength. Nor can I rival Theon's. She lifted her gaze, her gray eyes clouded with confusion. This swordsmanship ultimately relies on the power to overpower one's opponent. Does it not? Lin remained silent. Arya's intuition was astute. Even with a lighter sword, under the battlefield logic of Westeros, the final lethality still depended on the force to pierce armor or shatter bones. Lin understood that Arya required an entirely different approach to combat, one that did not rely on brute strength, but on agility and precision. You are correct, Arya, Lin said, gently ruffling her hair. You do not need to be the strongest, but you can be the swiftest. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Over there. I think I heard something. It's the Night's Watch. Arya's complexion drained of color as she grasped Lin's sleeve tightly. Lin swiftly extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. He pulled Arya into the shadows behind the door. The footsteps grew nearer, ultimately halting at the threshold. Lin could distinctly hear the guards' breaths outside. Arya held her breath in tension, her small hand cold and clutching Lin tightly. At merely 9 years old, 2 years younger than her sister Sansa, she understood the impropriety of being in a man's room at night. After a long while, one of the guards muttered, "Perhaps I misheard. Let us move on. This cursed weather makes even the wind sound haunted." The footsteps gradually receded. Lin and Arya exchanged a glance in the darkness, simultaneously exhaling in relief. I should return now? Arya's voice trembled slightly. Can I come back tomorrow night? Be careful, Lin said, tidying her disheveled hair. The castle is bustling with people these days. The king's retinue is arriving soon. Arya nodded vigorously, like a little deer, silently vanishing at the corridor's end. Lin closed the door and relit a candle. He gazed at the long sword in his hand, then glanced at the system panel displaying, light sword, beginner, 110. Although Arya had not mastered it, he had gained immensely. Lin knew he needed to elevate his strength swiftly. The king's arrival signified that the eye of the storm had shifted to Winterfell, and he found himself at the very center of it. Chapter 13. The audacious Arya days passed, and Winterfell resembled a disturbed beehive, utterly in turmoil. The king's retinue had already reached the White Knife River. This news quickened the pace of every soul within the castle. The blacksmith's forge blazed day and night, the rhythmic clang of metal nearly drowning out the sounds of training in the courtyard. In the kitchen, the corpulent cook, Gage, bellowed instructions to his assistants as they transported barrel after barrel of ale into the cellar. The savory aroma of roasted meat mingled with the fragrance of freshly baked bread, wafting far into the frigid air. Lin perched on the low wall leading to the godswood, no longer under the watchful eyes of the guards. The bloody skirmish, coupled with the prophecy that had come to pass, had afforded him this limited freedom. As a member of the Night's Watch, Ned had deemed Lin useful, allowing him to remain temporarily in Winterfell. However, he was destined to return to the Wall eventually. Under the care of Maester Lewin, Lin's wounds had scabbed over. The new flesh at the edges of his injuries itched slightly, a tangible reminder of life's resurgence. He observed quietly, watching Robb and Theon engage in rigorous sparring under the guidance of Ser Roderick. The clashing of wooden swords echoed, dull yet powerful. He watched Sansa Stark, accompanied by their mother Catelyn, selecting fabrics for the upcoming feast. Sansa's face bore the youthful glow of dreams of southern opulence. In a secluded corner, he noticed Jon Snow, alone, tirelessly swinging his practice sword. Sweat soaked his dark hair, but he paid it no mind, as if intent on pouring all his energy into this silent endeavor. Everyone was busy, preoccupied with preparations for a grand celebration. Only Lin understood that they were bracing for a storm that would engulf the Seven Kingdoms. A light, buoyant footfall approached from behind. Lin did not need to turn around to know who it was. Arya had been persistently trailing him these past few days. "They are all so foolish," she remarked, a hint of disdain in her voice. Mimicking Lin's earlier stance, she climbed up to sit beside him on the wall, her legs swinging over the edge. Sansa is lost in thoughts of her prince, and Theon only wishes to display his prowess before the king. Mother insists I learn embroidery. Claiming those southern ladies will be watching me, Arya imitated Lady Catelyn's tone, her voice sharp and somewhat comical. Yet, her expression bore no trace of amusement. "I do not want them to see me embroider. I do not wish to embroider at all." Lin turned to face her, observing the defiance etched upon the young girl's face, a stubbornness that belied her age. "Then practice your swordplay," he suggested. Lin found a certain fondness for this spirited Arya. "Sir Roderick refused to teach me, claiming that swords were meant for boys." Arya's voice grew softer, laden with a sense of injustice. "Father stated that once winter had passed, Bran and Rickon would commence their training, but I would be excluded." Lin remained silent, merely extracting a slender twig from his pocket. With his finger, he sketched a crooked figure on the dust-laden wall. "Let me tell you a story," he said softly. "In a distant land, further than Essos, there was a girl whose country had been invaded by enemies. Her father, aged and frail, could not take to the battlefield. Thus, she severed her long hair, donned her father's armor, and took his place in the army." Arya's eyes sparkled with increasing interest as she ceased her restless fidgeting, captivated by his tale. Only when Lin finished did she eagerly inquire, "Did no one realize she was a girl?" "They did," Lin chuckled, "but by then, she had already proven herself through her wit and bravery, earning accolades as a celebrated hero among the soldiers. Ultimately, she vanquished the enemy and liberated her nation." With the twig, he adorned the figure's head with a crown. "What was her name?" Arya pressed, her eyes shimmering like stars. "Mulan," Lin whispered the name. "Mulan," Arya repeated, savoring the unfamiliar sound. This story diverged from the knightly legends recounted by Sir Roderick and the tedious ancient myths of the forest children spoken by the old wet nurse. There was no magic, no dragons, only a girl and her sword, yet it stirred her heart more profoundly than any tale she had ever heard. "Do you know many such stories?" Arya looked up at Lin, her gray eyes reflecting his calm demeanor. "Indeed, many. Joan of Arc, Florence Nightingale, Mu Guing, Fu Hao, they are among the greatest heroes." "Then promise to tell me all of them in the future, will you?" "Certainly," Lin nodded. The clamor of the courtyard seemed to fade into the distance. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping the two in a gentle warmth. Arya fell into a contemplative silence, gazing at Lin, at his perpetually tranquil eyes, and at the faded black cloak he wore. He was unlike anyone else in Winterfell. Her father loved her, but wished for her to be a lady. Her mother loved her, yet desired her to possess the grace of Sansa. Her brothers loved her, but regarded her as a fragile little sister in need of protection. Only Lin, only he, saw her as a warrior capable of wielding a sword. Only he would narrate the tale of Mulan to himself. He understood her. Suddenly, Arya's voice turned serious. Lin turned to look at her. "When I grow up, I want to marry you." The little girl's face bore no trace of jest. Lin's smile gradually froze. Was a mere story enough to ensnare this little girl? It was not entirely Arya's fault for being so unabashed. Rather, Mulan's story resonated deeply within her. After all, it was a classic tale from another civilization, one she could hardly resist. Lin gazed at Arya, thinking, she is still too young. However, I can wait for her to mature. Currently, he needed to establish connections, and an alliance with House Stark would be the most advantageous choice, albeit with some difficulty. After all, Arya hailed from the Stark family, which had ruled the North for millennia, a lineage of the Winterfell dukes, the guardians of the North, and the cherished little princess. He, on the other hand, was a newcomer, lacking any influential backing, merely a nameless pawn, a deserter from the Night's Watch, who had barely secured his safety through prophecy. Marry him. The mismatch was glaring. Yet, Lin was undaunted. It was not insurmountable for a traveler to transcend social strata. Very well, he said, extending his hand to tousle Arya's slightly disheveled hair, his smile returning. But you are still too young. We shall speak of this when you are older. Chapter 14. The arrival of Robert Lin's smile gradually faded after Arya's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. He returned to his room and closed the door, leaving him alone with only the long sword resting across his knees. When I grow up, I want to marry you. Marry him. Lin clenched his fists. Merely existing in this manner was far from sufficient. To live by the mercy and suspicion of Ned Stark, relying on Maester Luwin's salves and scrutiny, such a fate, held in the hands of others, sent a shiver deep into Lin's bones. He craved no charity. What he sought was the right to converse on equal terms with the Stark name. He yearned for that supreme power. As a traveler, Lin possessed insights into all the intrigues of the Game of Thrones, a unique advantage aside from the three-eyed raven. His gaze fell upon the blue interface that only he could perceive. Moreover, he had a system. This was his most significant asset. Survival was merely the first step. Now, he desired more. The clarion call of the king finally echoed over Winterfell. The sound was resplendent and lingering, infused with the southern flair of grandeur and bravado, shattering the tranquility of the north's morning. Winterfell itself came alive. From the highest vantage point of the keep, a vast procession unfolded, resembling a golden dragon gliding along the king's road. The majestic stag banner of House Baratheon fluttered alongside the roaring lion standard of House Lannister, their colors dancing in the northern breeze. The knights' armor gleamed brilliantly under the sun, while the ladies' carriages were adorned with sumptuous drapery. In the courtyard, the Stark family awaited in their finest attire. Eddard Stark donned a gray fur cloak, his demeanor solemn. Lady Catelyn stood beside him, her face adorned with an impeccable smile. Robb, clad in freshly tailored leather armor, stood tall like a young pine. Sansa wore a sky-blue gown, her cheeks flushed with excitement as her gaze darted toward the golden-haired prince at the front of the procession. Arya sported a steel helmet, appearing somewhat out of place, her face betraying her impatience. The youngest, Rickon, peeked curiously from behind his mother. Bran, the ever-energetic boy, was also present, hidden behind an unassuming column. Lin stood apart from the crowd, observing this grand assembly as an outsider. The heavy sound of hooves and the rumble of wheels grew ever closer. Robert Baratheon, the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, dismounted with a flourish. Standing at a towering 6 feet 5 inches, Robert loomed above the others like a colossal edifice, impossible to overlook. His figure had grown stout, his visage marked by the passage of time, a far cry from the regal stag of his youth. In days gone by, clad in armor and crowned with a dual-pronged helm, he had truly embodied the essence of a giant. The very warhammer he once wielded with ease now seemed cumbersome in his hands. Yet, the aura of kingship about him still commanded the respect of all present. After the guard set down the mounting block, Robert finally dismounted. Eddard led his family in kneeling upon one knee. Robert, with a stern countenance, strode swiftly to Eddard's side and gestured with a finger for him to rise and speak. As Eddard stood, the rest of the family gradually followed suit. Ned, it has been years since I last heard from you. Robert's booming voice, tinged with displeasure, echoed throughout the courtyard. Eddard bowed respectfully before responding. To guard the north for you, my liege. Winterfell stands ready at your command. Robert scrutinized Eddard, whose visage he had not seen in many years. After a moment, he finally spoke. Ned, you appear to have put on some weight. Eddard shrugged slightly, then gestured to Robert, indicating that he too had undergone a change in stature. Unable to contain himself, Robert burst into laughter, followed by Eddard. The king then opened his arms, enveloping Eddard in a hearty embrace, and subsequently embraced Catelyn as well. Subsequently, he commenced an inspection of Ned's numerous offspring, generously bestowing compliments upon each of his children. Following closely behind were Queen Cersei Lannister and her twin brother, Jaime Lannister. They radiated an undeniable brilliance. Cersei was as enchanting as the rumors suggested, with her deep azure eyes and golden curls that hinted at her noble lineage. Jaime, a natural-born lion, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, resplendent golden hair, and an innate air of superiority. Their smiles, though courteous, failed to reach their eyes. Upon the entrance of the Lannisters, a shadow crossed Ned's countenance. The Lannister family of Casterly Rock had been the last of the great houses to align with Robert's faction, only declaring their allegiance when the tides of rebellion were evidently in Robert's favor. Ned harbored a profound disdain for such opportunistic individuals. Moreover, Jaime was a regicide, a fact that further diminished Ned's regard for him, despite Jaime's formidable prowess in combat. Lin's gaze lingered on them momentarily, aware that beneath their splendid exteriors lay secrets capable of upending the entire kingdom. Cersei gracefully approached Ned, her smile a fade, extending her hand. Ned kissed the back of her hand, respectfully addressing her as Your Majesty. Catelyn, too, offered a respectful curtsy, echoing the same salutation. Cersei nodded slightly,
a faint smile gracing her lips. Observing that pleasantries had run their course, Robert steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. Ned, let us proceed to the crypt.
Ned understood Robert's intention was to view the statue of Lin En Stark. Each deceased Stark was honored with a statue crafted by a skilled artisan, placed within the crypt. Among them were Ned's late father, elder brother, and sister. Hesitation gripped Ned, and he turned his gaze towards Cersei, who indeed appeared visibly perturbed. Lyanna was Robert's one true love. Even in death, she held greater significance than Cersei, his legitimate wife. Cersei had once harbored affection for Robert, yet he regarded her merely as a political tool to unite the Baratheon and Lannister houses, a fact she would never forget. On their wedding day, Robert, inebriated, had called out Lyanna's name during their conjugal embrace, an enduring source of humiliation for Cersei. Reflecting on this, her expression turned icy. Darling, we have journeyed for a month. There is no need for such haste to see a corpse. Robert shot a glare at his queen, disregarding her reaction. Ned, he beckoned, tilting his head to signal Ned to follow. After casting a glance at Cersei, Ned trailed behind Robert, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Arya, perplexed, turned to Bran and inquired, "Where's Littlefinger?" The imp is the brother of Cersei and Jaime, a natural-born dwarf, and he is known by this moniker. Cersei caught the faint inquiry from Arya and, with a grim expression, approached Jaime. "Where is our brother indulging himself? Go fetch that little wretch." Chapter 15. The alliance. The clamor in the courtyard fell into an eerie silence with the departure of Ned and Robert. Leaning against the shadow of a column, Lisa observed the two figures vanish into the entrance of the crypt. One was his nominal lord, the other his temporary protector. They were both brothers and comrades. Yet they were stepping into the abyss. Queen Cersei Lannister's smile had long since evaporated, replaced by a fiery glare directed toward the crypt. Her eyes seemed capable of incinerating that dark entrance into ashes. Jaime Lannister stood beside her, an indifferent smile adorning his face. He gently patted the queen's tense shoulder with his gloved hand, an intimate yet ambiguous gesture. "My dear sister, why fret over a corpse?" His voice was low, laced with mockery. A king must have some harmless hobbies. Cersei remained silent, her cold gaze sweeping over the courtyard before settling on the Stark children, particularly Sansa. The steps leading to the crypt were rendered damp and slippery by the melting snow. The crypts were always warm, for Winterfell lay above hot springs. Ned and Robert walked among the deceased of House Stark, their footsteps echoing in the somber chambers. The flickering torchlight danced along the narrow passage, elongating and distorting their shadows. The air was thick with the mingling scents of dust and cold. Robert Baratheon remained mute, merely huffing with labored breath. His corpulent form appeared somewhat clumsy on the narrow stone steps. Ned followed in silence, sensing the oppressive emotion radiating from the king, not the majesty of one who rules, but a heavy sorrow, almost crushing in its weight. They passed rows of Stark ancestors' statues, the cold stone figures grasping iron swords, silently gazing upon the living. Soon, they halted before three side-by-side stone sarcophagi. The sculpture depicted Ned's father, Rickard Stark, seated solemnly, his stone fingers tightly gripping the sword resting across his lap. The two adjacent sarcophagi belonged to his children. One was Ned's elder brother, Brandon, and the other was his sister, Lyanna, who had perished at the tender age of 16. Now, only Ned's brother, Benjen, remained alive. Robb kneels before the statue of Rhaegar, bowing his head in reverence before rising. Jon Arryn is dead. Robb's voice suddenly pierces the suffocating silence. Ned pauses momentarily. "I know, Your Grace." Robb turns around, the firelight illuminating half of his face, revealing bloodshot eyes. "I respect him, although the manner of his death eludes me. Yet I am acutely aware that I am surrounded by serpents, Ned, liars, cowards, and sycophants. There is no one I can trust." Robb's gaze is fixed intently on Ned's face. "I require you to be my hand of the king. This is not a request, it is a command." Ned's heart sinks suddenly. He thinks of Catelyn's concerns, of the peaceful days in Winterfell, and of his children. He wishes to refuse. Thus, he kneels and replies with delicacy. "Your Grace, I am a man of the North. I do not belong in the South." "Listen, Ned." Robb steps forward, his imposing figure nearly overshadowing Ned entirely. "I am not here to negotiate. I need someone to whom I can entrust my back. In all the 7 kingdoms, I trust only you. And what of me? I desire to indulge in revelry and enjoy life. Rob retorts, damn it, Ned, rise and speak. Rob helps Ned to his feet. You aided me in seizing this cursed Iron Throne. You must find a way to help me retain it. We are destined to rule this realm together. We should have united our houses, had your sister Lina lived. Fortunately, it is not too late. I have a son, and you have a daughter. They will carry on this legacy. Yet Ned averts his gaze from Rob. Jon is but a child, he protests. Rob shakes his head vigorously. He is only 6. He cannot inherit the title of Lord of the Eyrie. Ned is taken aback. The Arryn family has long held the position of Wardens of the East. It is meant to be a hereditary office. Rob clarifies, a 6-year-old cannot be a guardian. He is incapable of leading armies. If necessary, we can return the title to him in a couple of years when he is older, with Rob stating it thus. Ned understands that the Arryn family has been thoroughly arranged by Rob. He fears he too has been ensnared. The will of the king is not to be defied. I shall obey your will. Your grace. Ned's voice is low. Rob's irritation flares. Damn it, Ned, do not call me your grace. If you do, I shall strike you down. Ned offers a resigned smile. After this brief interlude, the sorrow on Rob's face dissipates somewhat, replaced by a hint of fatigue. Rob turns to face another statue. Lina Stark. The artisan's craftsmanship has beautifully immortalized her youthful visage in stone. Even the cold statue cannot conceal the wild beauty that belongs to the north. Robert extended his hand. That once mighty palm, which had wielded a war hammer, trembled slightly now. With rough fingertips, he gently caressed Lina's frigid cheek. Why must she be placed in this forsaken place? She ought to be amidst the azure sky and white clouds. Ned, I dream every night. Robert's voice emerged, soft as a sigh. In my dreams. I kill him again and again. Rhaegar. I smash through his gaudy armor with my war hammer, shattering each of his bones. Again and again. In the cellar. The only sound was the crackling of the burning torches. You have killed him, your grace, Ned gently reminded. Have I? Robert withdrew his hand, and the sorrow on his face was instantly replaced by a deep-seated hatred. But it is not enough for me. As long as a Targaryen lives, I shall not find peace. His voice rose sharply, echoing through the cellar. That Viserys. And his sister, Daenerys. They are still alive, Ned. They lurk across the narrow sea, multiplying like cockroaches, waiting for the day to reclaim all that is mine. In Robert's eyes, a fervent madness burned. I want them dead. I wish to erase the name Targaryen from this world entirely. A chill coursed through Ned, rising from his feet and swiftly permeating his entire being. Colder than the harshest winds of the north. To slay innocent children? This contradicted everything he held dear in honor and principle. He opened his mouth, yearning to voice his thoughts. Yet Robert glared at him. Have you forgotten? The Mad King roasted your father. He placed Brandon in the noose, right before the pyre. And your father's screams drove your brother to madness. The louder your father's cries grew, the more your brother surged forward to save him, ultimately choking himself to death before your father drew his last breath. The courtiers were forced to witness the execution. The timid dared not speak. And those loyal souls who did, met their end by the sword or banishment. Ned, have you forgotten all of this? Staring at Robert's face, twisted with rage. All of Ned's retorts lodged in his throat. Chapter 16. The infatuated Sansa. The great hall of Winterfell was transformed into a bustling, sweltering furnace by the glow of hundreds of tallow candles and roaring hearths. The air was thick with the scent of roasting boar, mingling with the sour aroma of spilled ale. Together, these fragrances created a dizzying warmth. The lute of the minstrel was torn asunder by the raucous laughter of King Robert and the boisterous toasts of the lords. Muscular warriors, bare-chested, embraced delicate courtesans. In a dim corner of the hall stood Lyanna, holding a cup of ale. The stone column behind her was frigid, shielding her from much of the heat of the gathering. Lyanna resembled a specter, coldly observing the grand, yet hypocritical tableau before her. At the head of the table sat Ned Stark, drinking copiously alongside Robert, his smile rigid as though it were a mask. Lady Catelyn navigated among the southern noblewomen with flawless poise, yet the flicker of worry in her eyes was discernible in the candlelight. Soon, Catelyn departed, intent on attending to Sansa's appearance. Tonight, Sansa would be the center of attention, and Catelyn did not wish for her daughter to become the subject of ridicule among the southern ladies. Lyanna's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, who was whispering something to his sister, Queen Cersei, provoking a soft, flirtatious laugh from her. Yet, no one seemed to notice. Their beauty appeared so out of place amid the chaos, and yet, so perilous. Lyanna drained her cup of ale. The fiery liquid coursed down her throat, but could not dispel the chill within her heart. She turned away, leaving the clamor behind. As she traversed a corridor adorned with antler chandeliers, The cool air outside cleared her muddled thoughts. A muffled, oppressive conversation emanated from a nearby windowsill. It was Caitlin and Sansa. Sansa's voice carried a note of urgency, soaked in wine and fantasy. Her sky-blue gown shimmered softly in the moonlight, and her youthful face was alight with dreams of the future. Prince Joffrey is so handsome, so brave. I shall be his queen. When shall we marry? Now. Or shall we wait? Though Lyanna could not see Caitlin, she could envision the expression on her face, weary, anxious, and tinged with helplessness. Sansa, listen. Caitlin's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable gravity. Do not be so hasty. Your father has yet to give his consent. Sansa, puzzled, inquired. Then why does he not agree? He will soon be the prime minister, second only to the king. At this, Sansa's face brightened with excitement. Caitlin's expression, however, was laced with bitterness. Then he will have to leave his home. And leave me. Of course, you will leave home as well. Sansa's brow furrowed in confusion. But you too left your home to come to Winterfell, did you not? And I will one day be queen. Sansa abruptly turned her head. I beg you, let father agree. Caitlin intended to say more, but was interrupted by Sansa's urgent plea. Please, marrying a prince is my lifelong dream. Caitlin gazed at her daughter's yearning eyes, remaining silent for a long moment before slowly responding. This is not the ballad sung by the bards of the north. Becoming a queen is not merely about donning beautiful gowns and attending grand balls. I understand. Sansa interjected, her voice rising slightly, tinged with the pain of being misunderstood. I will be a great queen, just like Queen Naemilia from the legends. I will bear him a golden-haired prince. Mother, I beseech you, urge father to agree quickly. I can no longer endure Winterfell. It is so cold and dreary here. The girl's entreaty pierced Lady Caitlyn's heart like a slender needle. There was no expression on Lysa's face. He neither felt sympathy nor disdain. He merely observed like the most composed of chess players, watching a pawn destined for sacrifice eagerly advance toward a trap. From this moment on, Sansa's fate was irrevocably entwined with the blood-stained Iron Throne, and he felt powerless to intervene, nor did he wish to. Sansa had already succumbed to the intoxication of power. Ned Stark must descend to the south. It was the king's command, a request from a dear friend, and an inescapable duty as the guardian of the north. Lysa's gaze drifted through the window towards the depths of the courtyard, where an ancient, abandoned tower stood in the night, resembling a broken tusk. A thought pierced Lysa's mind. That was where Bran had fallen, and it represented his greatest opportunity to seize. Silently, Lysa retreated, blending back into the shadows as he departed the corridor. He did not return to his chamber, but traversed the bustling courtyard, heading towards the castle's far side. There, away from the castle's lights, only the flickering torches of patrolling guards cast wavering shadows in the darkness. Lysa arrived beneath the abandoned tower, the oldest part of Winterfell. He looked up, gazing at the crumbling walls. He knew that Bran Stark, the boy who loved to climb, would fall from great heights. He would witness things he should not see, Jaime and Cersei's secret. And this secret would ripple through the realm like a stone cast into a lake, creating tumultuous waves. Rescuing Bran was not motivated by any lofty moral ideals. Lysa possessed no such morals. He was not an antiquated Stark. What would a healthy, unblemished Bran Stark mean for the Stark family? What would he gain by saving the Duke's second son at a critical moment? It shall no longer be a mere act of trust, but rather a favor potent enough to alter Lin's fate, a means through which he might truly liberate himself from the shackles of imprisonment and secure a rightful place in the world. This, indeed, is the first and most pivotal piece he can play in this game of power. Lin cannot afford to let this rare opportunity slip through his fingers. In the absence of strength, he must rely on cunning, much like Lord Baelish. He must act, but with prudence. He cannot boldly proclaim the troubles lurking within the tower. Such a declaration would not only render him a madman, but also diminish Stark's gratitude towards him. He requires the perfect moment, an irrefutable excuse, a rationale that allows him to be present at the scene of the incident, one that is both logical and fitting. Lin's gaze began to survey his surroundings. Below the tower lay a forgotten patch of land, overgrown with weeds and littered with discarded stones, a secluded spot seldom frequented by others, save for that boy who relishes in climbing, and of course, the incestuous Cersei siblings. He must familiarize himself with Bran's habits, his climbing routes, and the times he typically appears. Starting tomorrow, he shall lie in wait here, day after day, until that fateful day when Bran and the golden-haired siblings graced the tower with their presence. Lin withdrew his gaze and turned to depart. Chapter 17. Benjen Stark. The cacophony of the feast was muffled, isolated behind the heavy stone walls. Beneath the first keep, only the sound of the wind remained. The breeze whistled through the crenels, stirring up the dry leaves and snow upon the ground. Lin stood in this serene shadow, his long sword reflecting the cold moonlight in shimmering glimmers. He did not practice grandiose maneuvers. Instead, he focused solely on the fundamentals of thrusting, blocking, and evading. Each motion he repeated countless times, the ache in his muscles enhancing his mastery over this form. Sweat trickled down Lin's brow, swiftly whisked away by the frigid night air, taking with it the last remnants of warmth from his skin. A sound of footsteps approached, faint and hesitant. Lin halted his movements, his grip on the sword unwavering. He turned to face the source. Jon Snow stood not far away, wielding a practiced sword of dull edges. He was not clad in festive attire, but rather in plain black leather armor, his striking features, not belonging to House Stark, adorned with an air of melancholy that clashed with the revelry within. "I thought I was alone here," Jon remarked, his voice subdued. "So did I," Lin replied, sheathing his sword. Jon stepped closer, coming to stand beside Lin. He gazed at the brightly illuminated tower against the night, and silence enveloped them for a considerable time. "They are all inside." Jon's tone was notably flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. The atmosphere was filled with cheers, merriment, and the celebration of the king's arrival. Yet, here I stood, a mere spectator. Lin remained silent, fully aware that Lady Catelyn forbade Jon from appearing at the high table. In such a grand occasion, the presence of a bastard was the utmost affront to her dignity. Jon offered a sardonic smile, reflecting his inner turmoil. "At times, I yearned to escape this place, to venture to a realm where my identity was not tethered to the surname Snow." He lifted his blunt sword and struck at a training dummy, contemplating a departure to a place where no one knew me, where my lineage was no longer Snow. His gaze shifted to Lin, eyes glimmering with a hint of inquiry. "Is the wall truly my only refuge?" Before Lin could respond, another voice emerged from the shadows behind them. "The wall is no one's refuge, child." The voice was steady, imbued with the distinctive rasp of the north. Lin's pupils constricted sharply as a silhouette on horseback emerged from the darkness. Clad in weathered black attire, the figure was lean, his features sharply etched by the elements. His eyes were as keen as a hawk's. It was Benjen Stark, the younger brother of Lord Eddard, the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Uncle Benjen. The melancholy that clouded Jon's face dissipated, replaced by the joy of familial reunion. He held Benjen in the same esteem as his father, Ned. Benjen acknowledged Jon with a nod, but his gaze traversed past him, landing squarely on Lin, examining him without hostility. "You are the raven that returned," Benjen stated matter-of-factly. "Upon my return to the wall, the Night's Watch spoke of you as a deserter." Lin offered no defense, simply meeting Benjen's steady gaze. Benjen's eyes roamed from Lin's face to the hand gripping the sword hilt, finally resting upon the snow beneath their feet, marked with countless imprints from repetitive practice. A faint smile played at the corners of Benjen's mouth. "Deserters do not practice swordplay with such diligence." He continued, "I have heard of the bandit incident. You performed admirably." Benjen stepped closer, the chill emanating from him palpable, a presence forged in the icy grasp of the wall. "I have witnessed your combat with the wildlings. I know you are no coward. Moreover, upon my recent scouting expedition, I encountered the existence of the others." Benjen concluded, "I shall convey this to my brother. The Night's Watch requires warriors like you, not a corpse dangling from a gallows." Lin's heart raced, a warmth spreading from his chest to his limbs. The commitment of the Chief Ranger carries more weight than any justification. It signifies that the sword of betrayal, ominously hovering above him, has finally been sheathed. "Thank you, my lord." Lin bowed slightly, her voice tinged with an unrecognized sense of relief. "It has been 2 months since we last met, and you have certainly grasped the nuances of etiquette." Benjen waved his hand, indicating that Lin need not be overly formal. His gaze returned to Jon. "You have matured." A smile graced Benjen's face. "I rode through the night to ensure you would not face the bothersome Lannister banquet alone. You know, my brother Ned always seems like a bear trapped in a cage during such tedious gatherings. Aren't you attending the dinner?" Jon replied with a bitter smile. "Lady Stark believes that a bastard dining at the same table as royalty would be an affront to the crown." Benjen nodded in understanding. He was keenly aware of Jon's predicament and cared deeply for him. "Well, there are no such bothersome restrictions beyond the wall. Bastards can take their seats whenever they wish." Jon stood tall, his posture resolute. He looked at his uncle, his gray eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. "Then take me with you when you return. If you speak to my father, he will surely agree. I wish to join the Night's Watch. Beyond the wall, lineage holds no significance. I possess no surname, only brothers." Benjen's expression remained unchanged as he regarded his nephew, observing the flush of excitement on his face. "You have no idea what you are saying," he replied. "We have no family. Once you don the black, you shall never wed nor bear children. Do you think this is some heroic game? We face wildlings, eternal winter, and horrors far worse than death. Unlike his previous inquiry to Lin, Jon's eyes now reflected an unwavering determination. I do not care. I am ready to swear my allegiance to the Night's Watch. Lin understood that Caitlyn's actions today had deeply wounded Jon. You are still just a child. Benjen's tone softened somewhat. When you comprehend what this truly entails, you will likely regret it. Remain in Winterfell, Jon. Wait until you grow older. Until you fully grasp what you are willing to forsake, and then come speak to me about these matters. With that, Benjen ceased to look at him. He patted Lin on the shoulder. Young one, I shall head inside. Do remember to find me shortly. Then, Benjen turned and melted back into the encompassing darkness. In the courtyard, only Jon and Lin remained, accompanied by the relentless sound of the wind. Jon stood there, lost in thought, for what felt like an eternity. He lifted his head to gaze at Lin, his voice hoarse. What Uncle Benjen said is true, isn't it? Have I been too naive? Lin regarded him. Observing the vulnerability on the face of this future commander of the Night's Watch, a fragility that belied his years, Lin offered no words of comfort. He simply stated calmly, the path is yours to choose, Jon. No one can walk it for you. Chapter 18. First encounter with Tyrion. Jon Snow's figure appeared particularly slight under the cold moonlight. His sword hung at his side, and he seemed as though all strength had been drained from him. Uncle Benjen's words pierced deeper than the chill of the north. Lin remained silent, standing quietly by as Jon grappled with the harshness of reality alone. Sympathy is the most inexpensive commodity in this world. Jon must find his own way through. A voice suddenly emerged from the shadows behind them, imbued with a hint of inebriation and mischief. It seemed not everyone enjoyed the raucousness of the banquet. Lin's muscles tensed instantly, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. He spun around sharply to face a diminutive figure stepping forth from the shadow of a column. This figure stood only half the height of an average man. Yet, the finely tailored garments he wore and the silver goblet filled with crimson wine he held signified his noble status. Tyrion Lannister, the brother of Queen Cersei, often referred to as the Imp. A roguish smile adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled with a cunning understanding under the moonlight. Tyrion's gaze landed squarely on Jon. Let me guess, you must be the bastard son of Ned Stark. Jon's expression darkened instantly, his grip on the sword tightening until his knuckles turned white. The surname Snow was a scar upon him, a wound that refused to heal, and Tyrion unflinchingly prodded at it. It seemed Tyrion was oblivious to the anger etched on Jon's face as he took a sip of his wine. Is your uncle a member of the Night's Watch? Jon turned to confront the diminutive dwarf. What are you doing here? Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. Just pondering how to enjoy dinner with your family. I've always wanted to see the wall. Jon dismissed the comment and inquired, are you Tyrion Lannister? Cersei's brother? Tyrion took another sip of his wine, self-deprecatingly remarking, perhaps that is my greatest achievement. He continued, you possess the brooding demeanor of a northerner, yet your face is far more handsome than that of your half-siblings. This is typically a trait inherited from the mother's side. Have I offended you earlier? My apologies. I should not have brought up the matter of being a bastard. Tyrion swirled his wine glass, the liquid creating ripples within. Do not regard me with that gaze, child. Jon's lips quivered, yet he uttered not a single word. You are indeed a bastard. Your father is Ned Stark, and your mother is not Lady Stark. Never forget who you are. The world shall not forget either. For your name shall forever bear snow. Use it as your armor, so that none may wield it against you. Jon was momentarily taken aback. Then, a surge of anger welled up within him. What do you know? Do you truly understand what it means to be a bastard? Tyrion met Jon's gaze unwaveringly. In the eyes of our fathers, every dwarf in this realm is a bastard. What separates you from me? Gazing upon Tyrion's diminutive form, Jon's fury dissipated in an instant. Tyrion's attention shifted from Jon to Lin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. From Lin's faded black garb to the sword he wielded, and finally to the tranquility in his eyes amidst the night's shadows. And you? You do not appear to be a dwarf. Are you, like him, a bastard? Tyrion inquired with keen interest. But no, you are not of House Stark. There is a scent of crows about you. Lin remained silent, merely holding Tyrion's gaze with calmness. The dwarf exuded an aura of danger, not from physical threat, but from an oppressive wisdom. A Night's watchman, not seeking warmth from a plump harlot at the feast, but standing here in the frigid air with the Duke's bastard. Tyrion took another sip of wine, his smile widening. What a fascinating pairing this is. The feast is too loud. Lin finally spoke, his voice carried by the wind, somewhat flat. Oh, Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I find that such a degree of clamor serves to mask certain less pleasant sounds. Lies, conspiracies, and other whispers. His gaze lingered for a moment upon the long sword at Lin's side. Lin understood that Tyrion's words held deeper meaning. for he had merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. This dwarf was far more aware than he portrayed. "How fares the wall?" Tyrion shifted the subject, his tone becoming more relaxed. "I have long wished to behold the world's edge. I hear there are wildlings, and even more fearsome things." A hint of mockery tinged his voice, as if discussing an absurd fairy tale. "The wall is cold," Lin replied simply and directly. "Colder than Winterfell." Tyrion chuckled. "It seems the eloquence of the Night's Watchman is as lacking as the weather in the north." He downed the last drop of wine from his cup and carelessly tossed the exquisite silver goblet into the snow. "Well, my melancholy gentleman, I shall seek something warmer and softer to occupy this night," he remarked, winking with his dark eye at Jon. "Remember my words, child. There is nothing amiss with being a bastard. At least you are spared from those dreadfully tedious banquets." With that, Tyrion hummed a discordant southern tune, his short legs carrying him unsteadily away into the courtyard's depths. In the snow remained only a solitary silver cup and a trail of footprints in varying depths. Jon stood rooted in place, as if nailed to the ground. After a long while, he slowly exhaled, the breath forming a cloud of white mist in the frigid air. "He is right," Jon murmured, his voice low yet devoid of the earlier confusion. He raised his gaze towards Lin, a spark of light rekindling in his eyes, not the glow of finding a home, but rather the tenacity born from a newfound understanding of reality. Lin offered no reply. His gaze drifted past Jon's shoulder toward the distant, illuminated tower. "Lord Baelish awaits me," Lin said after a moment, patting Jon's shoulder before walking towards the banquet hall. Chapter 19. Dispelling doubts, Lin pushed open the heavy oak door to the banquet hall. A wave of warmth, infused with the mingling scents of roasted meats, spilled ale, and sweat, accompanied by the sounds of lutes and raucous voices, greeted him. The hall was as bright as day, hundreds of tallow candles flickering in the antler chandeliers, casting dancing shadows. The flames in the hearth roared, illuminating the lordly faces flushed with drink, rendering them even more grotesque. King Robert was thoroughly intoxicated, embracing a voluptuous serving girl, slurring tales of his youthful valor on the trident. Queen Cersei watched with a cold, derisive smile, seated beside an uninterested Catelyn. Lin's gaze swept swiftly through the crowd, soon landing upon the individuals he sought by the hearth on one side of the hall, Ned Stark and Benjen Stark. The brothers were not partaking in the revelry, standing instead in the shadows, engaged in hushed conversation. Ned's face bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue and worry, while Benjen, the first ranger, exuded a chill reminiscent of the wall, even within the warmth of the hall. Lin strode directly through the boisterous throng toward them. "My lord." Lin spoke softly. Benjen turned, his hawk-like eyes resting on Lin for a moment. "I was just speaking of you with Ned," Benjen replied gently, turning to his elder brother. "Ned, this lad is no coward." Ned Stark remained silent, his gray eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as he gazed at Lin, seemingly awaiting an explanation. The people on the wall whispered that he had fled in guilt. Banyan continued, his voice carrying the characteristic rasp of the North. "Yet I have witnessed him fighting fiercely against the wildlings, lying in the snow beside the corpses of 3 of them. A coward could not achieve such a feat." Ned nodded slightly, recalling the recent encounter where he had battled brigands single-handedly, slaying 6 of them. Indeed, a commendable act. Banyan's gaze shifted to Ned. "Ned, upon returning from this patrol, I discovered something in the haunted forest, things that ought not to exist." Even amid this raucous banquet, Banyan's voice was intentionally subdued. The others. The mere mention of these 2 words caused Ned's pupils to constrict sharply. He turned abruptly to Lin. Lin's prophecy, Banyan's testimony. At that moment, they converged perfectly. No longer was it the ramblings of a madman, but rather a warning from beyond the wall. For a fleeting moment, Ned's breath hitched. He recalled that fateful morning, when he had placed the great Valyrian sword, ice, against this young man's throat. The cold blade had already pierced the skin, with just a bit more force. A head would roll in the snow. He could have executed this harbinger of ill omens as he had done with other deserters. Yet, he hesitated. In retrospect, that hesitation had spared the young man's life, and perhaps even saved the entire North. Ned's doubts dissipated entirely. A wave of indescribable emotion surged from the depths of his being. It was not mere trust, but a profound sense of relief. Relief that he had not allowed anger and prejudice to cloud his judgment. That he had ultimately chosen to believe in that slender chance of possibility. The taut line of Ned's jaw gradually relaxed. He regarded Lin, his gray eyes now devoid of scrutiny and suspicion, replaced by a deep, almost approving complexity. "The Night's Watch indeed needs warriors like you." Finally, Ned spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "But the North needs you even more at this time." Those words struck Lin's mind like a thunderclap. He was no longer the prisoner destined to return to the wall, nor the deserter reliant on prophecies for survival. Ned Stark's proclamation bestowed upon him a new identity, one recognized and accepted by the Guardians of the North. Banyan turned to look at his brother. Ned understood the implications of what Benjen was conveying. He did not shy away from the confrontation. I recognize that this is not in accordance with your rules. If anyone who transgresses can simply join the Night's Watch and subsequently forsake their oath, it trivializes the very essence of our vows. What rules would remain thereafter? Yet, with the ancient god's prophecy in mind, he acknowledged the necessity of Lin's assistance. Benjen, should his foresight prove accurate, the North is destined for turmoil, which ultimately concerns the safety of the entire realm. If the North falters, who will provide sustenance to the Night's Watch? Relying on those southern lords? Benjen regarded Ned with astonishment, for he had never witnessed such a version of his brother before. The steadfast man he remembered had undergone a transformation during their months apart. At least, Benjen perceived this as a positive change. The Stark family required a more adaptable mind rather than a cadre of obstinate mules. Indeed, the Night's Watch's resources predominantly stemmed from House Stark. Should the Starks fall, the Night's Watch would inevitably follow suit. In unity, there is strength. In adversity, there is shared downfall. Benjen nodded with a smile, offering no resistance. I shall inform the commander of this matter. You are my brother, and he will understand the stakes involved. Commander Mormont will acquiesce. After a moment's hesitation, Ned added, if he cannot sever ties with the Night's Watch, let him descend to the south in the capacity of a member. Such a course would not constitute a betrayal of our oaths. Benjen chuckled. Then I shall first arrange for Lin to depart from the Night's Watch. If the commander reacts vehemently, this approach will serve as a contingency. Ned felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly. He turned his gaze towards Lin, seemingly awaiting a response. I understand, my lord, Lin replied, lowering his eyes to conceal the flicker of determination that flashed within them. Benjen clapped Lin on the shoulder with considerable force. Do your best, lad. Do not bring shame upon the Night's Watch. With that, he raised his goblet and drained its contents in one swift motion. I do not belong to this gathering. Tomorrow, I shall discuss John's affairs with you. I will retreat to the cellar for a while. With a gesture towards Ned, Benjen departed from the feast. By the hearth, only Ned and Lin remained. The fire crackled, casting their shadows upon the stone wall behind them. The king has commanded me to journey south to King's Landing, to succeed Jon Arryn in his position. Ned's voice bore a hint of weariness. This was not a request for counsel, but rather a statement of fact. You will acquiesce, Lin stated calmly. Ned was not taken aback. He gazed at Lin and suddenly inquired, you previously mentioned that this is merely the beginning of a tragedy. What else do you foresee? Lin lifted his gaze to meet Ned's, fully aware that the true spectacle was only just commencing. Chapter 20. Guiding Ned by the hand, Ned's gaze sought to penetrate the serene facade of Lin, striving to unveil the secrets hidden deep within his soul. What else do you see? This question, amidst the crackling of the fireplace, bore a weighty significance. Lin did not respond immediately. He merely lifted his eyes, meeting the watchful gaze of the Northern Protector with calmness. In those eyes, there was no fear, no evasion, only an unfathomable tranquility. My lord, Lin's voice was soft yet remarkably clear. I am aware that you possess numerous inquiries for me, but my prophetic abilities come at a cost. Some futures resemble crossroads in darkness. I can discern that one path leads to a precipice. However, should you be informed of the cliff's location now, your haste to avoid it may cause you to overlook the traps beneath your feet, ultimately leading you into another abyss. This statement bore more persuasive weight than any esoteric prophecy. Ned's tense form began to relax slightly. He understood. Lin was not indulging in theatrics, but articulating a harsh truth in a manner he could comprehend. Knowing too much is not necessarily a boon. Forcing a reversal of a known tragedy may very well precipitate a series of even more violent repercussions. Once the wheels of fate are forcefully turned, they will crush all who dare to resist in a more brutal fashion. Observing Ned's silence, Lin continued, My lord, during this journey south, I have seen certain events that are destined to unfold, and I shall share the solutions with you one by one. First, do not rush to investigate Lord Arryn's cause of death. Simply be wary of Cersei, Janos, and Baelish. Pay particular attention to Baelish, whatever he approaches you to discuss. My lord, merely indulge him, but do not place your trust in his words. Believe not a single syllable. He possesses no integrity whatsoever. Secondly, if you are eager for swift results, the gold cloaks will prove to be fickle and will ultimately betray you. To thoroughly investigate Lord Arryn's demise, you must first weaken the city's guard, ideally bringing it under your control. The gold cloaks, named for their golden cloaks, are directly commanded by the Iron Throne and serve as a vital force for maintaining the law and order of the capital, at least the semblance of order. Following King Robert's death, Ned could have leveraged his regent's authority to manage the situation, but Littlefinger's treachery led to the Gold Cloaks siding with Cersei, resulting in Ned's capture and the ensuing tragedy. Finally, and most crucially, King Robert's predicament is far more perilous than you realize. Just remember this one thing. As long as he lives, you shall live. You must keep a vigilant watch over Robert's diet and daily activities. Do not allow him to venture out for hunting. Ned's body trembled, his expression laden with urgency. Are you saying someone intends to kill Robert? Who dares to be so audacious? Lin shook his head, refusing to answer this question. My lord, I can only discern fragments. As for the rest, I remain quite uncertain. The Lannisters occupy King's Landing. How can we possibly engage them with merely a handful of individuals from the north? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Lin intends for Ned to first establish a firm footing and bolster defenses, awaiting the growth of his own power before taking further action. He directly informs Ned, fearing that the unwavering integrity of Ned might lead to irreparable consequences. I understand. I shall proceed as you have instructed. Ned nodded earnestly. Lin further fortified Ned's assurance. My lord, should King Robert encounter misfortune, you must support Joffrey's ascension and acquiesce to any conditions proposed by Cersei, including gestures of goodwill and flattery. Seize the moment when they let down their guard, and promptly return to the north. As long as you remain in command of the north, no upheaval in King's Landing can threaten your safety. Just one thing. Lin gazed directly into Ned's eyes and spoke slowly. I fear you may lack flexibility. Ned waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I shall adhere to your counsel. He is no fool. Upon hearing Lin's meticulous plans, he sensed the looming danger. Having chosen to trust Lin, he resolved to follow this path to its conclusion. Even if Lin harbored intentions to betray him, he had no other choice. Ned regarded the young man before him, the crow that had returned from the wall, this variable endowed with mysterious prophetic abilities. Lin, can I trust you? Lin nodded slightly, his tone devoid of flattery, merely stating the facts. It is you, my lord, who has granted me clemency. My fate is intertwined with Winterfell and the entire north. Having received his answer, Ned no longer pursued the nebulous future. He made a decision. After the king departs, you and Bran shall return to the wall to explain your breach of oath to the Lord Commander. Upon your return, I shall bestow upon you a new identity. Ned fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word. Become my personal guard and accompany me south to King's Landing. This declaration carried more weight than any gold dragon or fiefdom. It signified that Lin would completely shed the stigma of being a prisoner and a deserter, finding a solid foundation upon which to stand, even if that foundation rested upon the precarious Stark family. Yet for Lin, who desperately sought a springboard, it was sufficient. Lin lowered his eyelids, concealing the tumult that surged within him. As you command, my lord. At the other end of the banquet hall, the atmosphere was far less grave than in the study. Seated regally at the head of the table, Cersei Lannister idly traced the rim of her goblet with her slender fingers. Beside her, Catelyn wore a perfectly measured smile, engaging with the queen's idle chatter. However, within her blue eyes, belonging to House Tully, a shadow of lingering gloom remained. Is this your first visit to the north, your majesty? Catelyn took the initiative to speak, attempting to shatter the awkward silence. Cersei's gaze drifted past her, landing on Sansa, who was gazing dreamily at her son, Joffrey. A nearly imperceptible smile graced the corners of Cersei's mouth. Indeed, this place was undeniably distinct. Catelyn's smile appeared somewhat rigid. I dare say it must be severe compared to King's Landing. When I first arrived here, I too felt a sense of dread. Severe? Cersei's voice was as smooth as the finest silk of King's Landing, elegant yet devoid of warmth. It is more than severe. The winds here can render a woman's skin as coarse as sandpaper. Catelyn tightened her grip on the wine glass. Just then, a figure approached the table with an air of eagerness and longing. It was Sansa. She donned a brand new sky blue gown, her hair meticulously arranged, and her face flushed with excitement. Your Majesty. Sansa lifted her skirts and performed an impeccable curtsy. Mother. Cersei's gaze slowly swept over Sansa. That look was not one of a future daughter-in-law, but rather akin to assessing a prized young mare about to enter the market. Hello, beautiful little dove. Cersei spoke, her tone unusually laced with praise. You are truly lovely. Sansa's heart leaped at the compliment. Cersei set down her wine glass, leaning slightly forward to draw nearer to Sansa. In her emerald eyes sparkled an astute awareness. How old are you, child? 13, Your Majesty, Sansa replied obediently. 13. Cersei scrutinized her nascent figure. Are you still growing? Sansa, unsure of the implication, simply smiled and nodded. I suppose so, Your Majesty. Cersei gently traced the rim of her goblet with her fingertip, producing a soft chime. Before posing the question, has your moon's time arrived? The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The flush on Sansa's face shifted abruptly from excitement to embarrassment. She opened her mouth but could not utter a word, instead casting a desperate glance towards her mother. Catelyn's expression darkened instantly. A surge of indignation, deeply offended, rose from within her. For the first time, her blue eyes bore an unmasked hostility. In the north, in her own territory, to so brazenly humiliate her daughter before her. Yet Cersei appeared oblivious to the fury in Catelyn's eyes. She merely lifted her wine glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid within, a playful smile lingering on her lips. Not yet, Your Majesty. Sansa's voice was a mere whisper. Oh, Cersei feigned disappointment, then effortlessly shifted the topic with a smile. The embroidery of the ice wolf on your dress is exquisite. Did you craft it yourself? Sansa, feeling as though she had grasped a lifeline, eagerly nodded. Yes, Your Grace. What a truly skilled maiden you are, Cersei remarked with a warm smile. Do create more pieces for me in the future. Sansa, taken aback by the compliment, readily agreed, and, after a courteous bow, almost fled back to her seat. Cersei's nonchalant gaze shifted back to Catelyn, her smile unwavering but her tone chillingly cold. The realm is eagerly awaiting the grandchildren from our two houses. Catelyn suppressed her anger, forcing a stiff smile. I have heard some whispers as well. Cersei's attention returned to Sansa. Your daughter shall become the cherished jewel of the court, the queen declared. Such a vibrant bloom should not be buried in the icy desolation of the north. Catelyn's expression turned as frigid as the winter snow outside. Meanwhile, upon returning to her seat, Sansa's initial embarrassment was swiftly replaced by another emotion. Prince Joffrey was gazing at her, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as he raised his goblet towards her from afar. A rush of warmth surged through Sansa's cheeks. Flustered, she lowered her head, grasping her companion's arm and babbling incoherently, attempting to mask the sweetness and delight bubbling within her. The Queen's humiliating question had long since been cast aside. Chapter 21. Lin's thoughts. The revelry in the banquet hall had long since dissipated, leaving only the sporadic clinking of dishes as servants tidied up the remnants. The night breeze seeped through the window's crevice, enveloping Lin's chamber in an oppressive silence. He refrained from lighting a lamp. Instead, the moonlight filtered through the narrow window, casting a cold patch of illumination upon the floor. Seated cross-legged on the bed, he rested a long sword across his knees, the chill of the steel keeping him acutely aware. He was waiting. If his calculations were correct, the Raven had already delivered Lysa's secret missive to Catelyn. The fates of all were beginning to glide along their predetermined path, while he, Lin, had finally transitioned from a mere observer to an inconspicuous pawn on the chessboard, one that perhaps possessed the potential to alter the course of the game. Knock, knock, knock. A faint, almost cautious tapping echoed. Lin opened his eyes in the darkness, unsurprised. Indeed, those who were meant to arrive would always come. He descended from the bed, his bare feet meeting the cold stone floor, and unlatched the door. Two figures stood outside. Maester Luwin held a lantern flickering in the wind, his usually serene visage now marred by an expression of gravity. In the shadows behind him stood a more imposing figure, Ned Stark. The arrival of the Guardian of the North rendered the cramped room instantly oppressive. Lin stepped aside to allow them entry. Ned bent low to pass through the diminutive doorframe. He did not gaze at Lin. Instead, his eyes swept over the room's meager furnishings, ultimately resting on the long sword laid upon the bed. Master Luwin turned back to close the door, sealing the room from the biting wind outside. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. Master Luwin's voice was as dry and cautious as his demeanor, yet imbued with politeness. My lord, Lin respectfully gestured towards the sole chair in the room. Ned did not sit. He merely stood there, exuding an aura colder than the winter night beyond the window. Master Luwin retrieved a scroll of parchment bound with fine twine from the voluminous folds of his scholar's robe. The scroll was pitifully small, easily held within his palm. It is a letter dispatched from the Eyrie. Master Luwin slowly and solemnly untied the twine. It was delivered through clandestine channels. The lady has already translated the cipher. He unfurled the parchment, bringing it closer to the lantern's glow. The dim light illuminated the unease in his eyes. It is from Lady Lysa, the widow of Lord Jon Arryn, and sister to Lady Catelyn. In the room, only Master Luwin's hoarse voice echoed. She claims that Jon Arryn did not die of illness. Master Luwin lifted his gaze to meet Lin's. He was indeed murdered. Ned's gray eyes blazed with fury. It was the Lannisters. The Lannisters. He spat, each word dripping with venom. The suppressed rage, akin to the tumult before a volcanic eruption, rendered the air in the room stiflingly hot. I am surrounded by vipers. Ned recalled Robert's words in the cellar. He remembered Cersei's beautiful yet frigid visage and the ever-mocking eyes of Jaime Lannister. Prophecies. Warnings. Now, they had transformed into a gruesome reality. Ned suddenly turned his gaze to Lin. In his eyes, there was no longer any trace of doubt or scrutiny, only the anguish of confirming the truth and the desperation of grasping at a last hope. The prophecies you spoke of have all come to pass. What shall we do now? Master Luwin also turned to Lin. For the first time, the learned elder's eyes reflected a reverence and fear of the unknown forces at play. Prophecies, the fabled powers, and their bearer stood before him in that moment. Lin met their gazes, his expression eerily calm. He cast the confidential letter from Maester Luwin into the hearth. My lord, you must journey to King's Landing. What? Ned almost thought he had misheard. Go to King's Landing? To that den of wolves that killed my father? What difference would it make from suicide? Precisely for this reason, you must head south, my lord, Luwin said, articulating each word with gravity. The hand of the king, the most powerful man in the Seven Kingdoms, has perished in his own bed. And the murderer is likely the king's closest confidant. You understand better than I the perilous position King Robert finds himself in. He trusts you. He needs you. At this moment, who else in the Seven Kingdoms would dare to go to King's Landing to rid him of the serpents lurking beneath the throne? My lord, you swore allegiance to your king. Luwin's words cut deep into Ned Stark's heart. Honor, duty, loyalty to a dear friend. These values were etched into his very bones, forming an integral part of his existence. Ned's breath grew labored as he clenched his fists. However, members of House Stark never returned unscathed from the south. His father and brother had answered the Mad King's call, only to be tortured to death by him. The previous hand of the king had also fallen victim to treachery. To assume the role of the new hand would inevitably render him a target. Luwin observed him quietly, watching the Northern Lord wrestle painfully between loyalty and peril. Yet within Luwin's mind, a far more audacious plan was unfolding. It was inevitable that Ned Stark would go to King's Landing. Even if Ned were reluctant, Luwin would find a way to compel him southward. This was not a deliberate attempt by Luwin to send Ned to his demise. If only Ned would cast aside his absurd notions of honor and confront Southern schemes with the Northern way of thinking. Luwin was confident that King's Landing held a plethora of opportunities, enough to allow a direwolf to ascend the Iron Throne, forged from swords and blades, in the guise of a regent. Although the path may prove challenging, Luwin feared no risks, especially with the system enhancing his prowess. House Stark would become his most vital springboard and a safe harbor for initial development. Relying on others paled in comparison to seizing control for oneself. His ultimate ambition remained the Iron Throne. A flicker of fervor, unnoticed even by himself, glimmered in Luwin's eyes. This game was one he intended to play and win. The Stark family presented the swiftest path to the heights of power he could currently reach. In the public sphere, Ned was a genuinely good man, one who acted decisively. On a personal note, with Arya Stark's connection, Ned would soon be his father-in-law. As long as House Stark is willing to support him, he does not mind sharing the benefits with them. Moreover, with the possession of his own system, all he requires is time to develop and grow stronger. Thus, apart from the dragon and the Night King, Lin shall not fear any living creature. I comprehend now. After a lengthy pause, Ned slowly spoke. The struggle and anger that once filled his eyes had faded, replaced by a resolute determination to face danger. I shall go to King's Landing. I will uncover the truth and avenge my adoptive father. Master Luwin opened his mouth, wishing for Ned to journey south, yet he worried for Ned's safety, knowing the peril he would face. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Ned gazed deeply at Lin. You are commendable. Once you have traversed the wall, come to King's Landing. I shall await your arrival. With that, Ned lingered no longer. He turned and pulled open the door, his tall figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Master Luwin placed the lantern upon the table and offered Lin a solemn bow. The Stark family owes you a debt of gratitude. With that, the old scholar departed as well. The room fell silent once more. Lin approached the window and pushed it open. The cold night breeze rushed in, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere within. Lin gazed at the waning moon in the distance, his hand instinctively clenching into a fist, then slowly exhaling a breath of white mist. The game has officially begun. Jon Arryn met his demise due to the conspiracy of Cersei and Peter Baelish, while Lisa Tully, as Arryn's wife, maintained a connection with Baelish, ultimately leading to Arryn's death. To simplify, Catelyn's sister Lisa is not only Arryn's wife, but also Baelish's mistress. However, Baelish's true affections lie with Ned's wife, Catelyn, who is married to Ned. A perplexing love triangle indeed. Lin cannot disclose to Ned at this moment that Baelish orchestrated the poisoning of Arryn. Ned already harbors disdain for Baelish, Upon learning this revelation, he may very well eliminate Peter. Yet, as a hidden player outside the four factions, Lin is not ready for Baelish to be removed from the game so soon. Baelish believes his schemes are at their zenith, unaware that an observer has long seen through his machinations. All of Baelish's clandestine manipulations are an open book to Lin. Furthermore, Lin does not intend to expose Baelish immediately. Baelish poses no threat to Lin. He still needs Baelish to stir the waters, facilitating his own advantage. As long as he can thwart Baelish's conspiracies against House Stark, the impatient Baelish will surely incite discord between House Baratheon and House Lannister. At that moment, it will align perfectly with Lin's aspirations. Chapter 22. Jaime and Cersei. As dawn broke, the courtyard of Winterfell was already filled with the whinnies of horses and the excited barks of hounds. The servants exhaled clouds of frosty breath, leading restless steeds. Meanwhile, the knights engaged in boisterous conversation, meticulously inspecting their saddles and bows. The air was infused with the sharp scent of leather, mingling with equine sweat and the morning's chill. King Robert Baratheon, with the remnants of a hangover still lingering beneath his swollen eyelids, appeared invigorated. For him, nothing alleviated the monotony of Winterfell like an exhilarating hunt. Ned, Robert's booming voice drowned out the clamor of the courtyard. Do not dawdle. The wild boars of the north shall not wait for us. He clasped Ned's shoulder with a force that nearly sent him staggering. Ned Stark, clad in practical leather armor, bore an expression of reluctant acceptance. He was not particularly enthusiastic about the venture, yet he could not decline the king's fervor. His gaze swept across the crowd until it settled on a figure shrouded in shadow beneath the colonnade. It was Lyanna, cloaked in black, her sword at her side, standing as still as a stone. Ned approached her. After their clandestine conversation the previous night, his perception of this young woman had undergone a profound transformation. She was no longer merely a protector or a captive, rather, a nuanced bond of trust had developed. Lyanna, Ned spoke with a steady tone, join us. Spending a day on horseback is far preferable to languishing within the castle walls. Besides, your presence brings me comfort. The latter statement revealed his true intent. Lyanna lifted her gaze, meeting the sincerity of Ned's gray eyes, and caught sight of King Robert's curious glance from a distance. Shaking her head, she replied, I appreciate your kindness, my lord. However, the old wounds from my skirmishes with brigands still ache. A long ride may prove too taxing. I wish to remain in the castle to undertake some restorative exercises. This rationale was both reasonable and reflective of a warrior's duty. The invitation in Ned's eyes transformed into understanding, and he nodded. Very well. Take care of yourself. With a firm pat on Lyanna's shoulder, he turned to rejoin the king's entourage. The horns sounded once more, and the grand hunting party surged forth from the gates of Winterfell. The sound of hooves and barking hounds gradually faded into the distance. In an instant, the courtyard fell silent. As the clamor receded, an expansive stillness enveloped the castle. The calm expression on Lyanna's face slowly dissipated with the last rider's departure from view. She did not return to her chambers. Instead, she grasped her sword and traversed the empty courtyard towards the Forsaken Tower. The first keep. The wind whistled through the crumbling battlements, emitting a mournful sound. Lin selected a sheltered clearing, where the vista was expansive and sufficiently remote to escape notice. Drawing his longsword, the blade traced chilling arcs in the pale light of the sky. Thrust, parry, evade. He was wholly absorbed, embodying the image of a diligent warrior honing his craft. Yet, his ears were attuned to every whisper of sound around him, his gaze subtly fixated on the ancient tower. He awaited the arrival of a boy and a pair of siblings, anticipating an opportunity that could alter the fate of the entire North, perhaps even the Seven Kingdoms. Time slipped away, marked only by the rhythmic sound of his swordplay, until a diminutive figure clad in gray burst into his line of sight. Bran Stark. The boy resembled a spirited young wolf, darting about the expansive castle grounds. With his father and brothers away hunting, he had been left behind. In his boredom, climbing became his sole amusement. Bran's attention was soon captured by the oldest structure in Winterfell, the First Keep, a place he had scaled countless times before. Yet, the boy's face radiated with eager excitement. Lin had meticulously observed Bran's every move. As Bran prepared to ascend, his direwolf, Summer, sat restlessly at his side, tilting its head and emitting low whines. Then, almost concurrently, another tall, golden figure stealthily emerged from the direction of the main keep. Jaime Lannister. He was devoid of his resplendent golden armor, instead clad in understated hunting attire. His steps were nimble and alert, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of onlookers did he slip into the shadows of the First Keep. Following closely was Queen Cersei. her radiant golden hair concealed beneath a hood as she hurried to keep pace with Jaime. The two figures, one in front of the other, vanished into the dark portal of the tower. A smile crept across Lin's face. Everything unfolded precisely as he remembered. Bran had begun his climb, agile as a monkey, using both hands and feet to seek out crevices in the weathered stone walls, ascending steadily. Lin exhaled softly, his sword coming to a halt. He began to move, seemingly casually, closer to the base of the tower. Each step was meticulously calculated. He had to position himself precisely where he could pass by. He needed to react instinctively at the moment the boy fell, not too soon, nor too late. The sound of the wind wafted through the air, accompanied by a faint, oppressive gasp emanating from the high tower's window, a sound unbefitting of children. Lin lifted his gaze and beheld a small figure, having ascended to the upper levels of the tower. The topmost chamber of the first keep lay shrouded in dust and neglect. A high window lay shattered, allowing the cold breeze to sweep in and stir the dust that coated the floor. Sunlight pierced through a narrow arrow slit, casting distinct beams of light that illuminated the swirling motes of dust. This was the most clandestine corner of Winterfell. Cersei Lannister leaned against the frigid stone wall, her opulent silk gown carelessly shed. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, strewn chaotically across the dust-laden surface. Jaime Lannister had also discarded his cumbersome cloak, donning only a white shirt. They shared the same golden locks and striking blue eyes. "We ought not to be here," Cersei's voice, tinged with breathlessness and a hint of exhilaration, broke the silence. "It is far too dangerous." "Dangerous?" Jaime lifted his head, wearing his customary nonchalant smile, one that suggested indifference to the world around him. "Robb and his band of northern fools are likely preoccupied chasing after a doe. Who would concern themselves with us?" He extended his hand, his fingertips gently tracing the shivering skin of Cersei, an action imbued with both possession and affection. "I have waited a month. The journey left me no opportunity." Jaime's voice grew husky. He drew Cersei closer, bending down to inhale the fragrance of her hair. "A whole month. I am nearly driven mad." Cersei emitted a stifled gasp, the stark contrast between the icy stone wall and their heated bodies creating a palpable tension. The dust danced wildly in the shafts of light, while muffled sounds echoed intermittently in the forgotten tower. Outside, a slender figure was scaling the ancient wall with hands and feet, Bran Stark. He reveled in climbing, relishing the sensation of having Winterfell beneath his feet. Today, both the king and his father were away, and Ser Roderick would not be there to reprimand him. This was the perfect opportunity. He aimed to ascend the first keep, a place no one dared to scale. The wind brushed against his cheeks, bringing a biting chill that only heightened his excitement. Familiar rocks provided solid handholds as he moved swiftly, like an agile monkey, up the vertical surface. Higher and higher he climbed, the figures in the courtyard shrinking into mere specks. Suddenly, Bran heard a sound emanating from the tower's peak, distinct from the wind, a curious noise, reminiscent of someone weeping. Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace, reaching the windowsill. And then, Bran was there. Chapter 23. Catelyn's gratitude. The interior of the tower was shrouded in dim and ambiguous light. Cersei leaned against the cold stone wall, her hood having slipped away to reveal her golden hair, cascading chaotically over her shoulders. The opulent fabric of her gown pooled around her waist. Jaime Lannister gasped as his hand glided over Cersei's delicate skin, the roughness of the stones starkly contrasting with the warmth of her flesh. "Hurry, Jaime," Cersei urged, her voice strained and urgent. "If we are discovered, no one will find us," Jaime replied, raising his gaze, beads of sweat trickling down his handsome profile. He captured Cersei's lips, swallowing her unspoken words. Outside the tower, Bran finally managed to reach the window ledge. Driven by intense curiosity, he gripped the edge with his small hands and hoisted himself up. Peering inside, he beheld the queen and Jaime. Bran's eyes widened in shock. Cersei was embracing Jaime passionately. Suddenly, Cersei's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the window. "Quick, stop!" Within the tower, Jaime's movements came to an abrupt halt. He turned sharply, following Cersei's gaze towards the window. Their eyes met. Bran's gray eyes were filled with astonishment and fear, while Jaime's gaze turned icy. "Damn it! How did this child make it up here?" Cersei reacted swiftly, letting out a scream and hastily tugging at her gown, retreating into the shadows. "He saw us. Jaime, he saw us." Jaime moved with astonishing speed, striding towards the window. He looked down at the trembling boy clinging to the wall. "Well done, lad. Quite the climber. How old are you?" Bran stammered. 10 years old." Jaime's expression sharpened. A child of 10 already understood much. He cautiously inquired, "What did you see, boy?" His tone was unnervingly calm. Bran opened his mouth, but fear rendered him mute. He wished to retreat, but behind him lay an abyss. Jaime's golden hair fluttered in the wind as he glanced towards the hunting party in the distance, then back at Bran. It seems you grasp the implications of this. Jaime withdrew his hand, casting a wary glance at the frightened Cersei. Just as Bran released a breath of relief, Jaime suddenly thrust his hand forward with force. No. Bran's scream pierced the stillness of the courtyard as his body lost balance and toppled backward. Below the tower, it's happening. Lin had already calculated the trajectory of Bran's fall. At the moment of Bran's scream, Lin discarded his sword and sprang into action. Bran's body plummeted rapidly, his small frame tumbling through the air as the crows circled ominously above the castle. Lin could have caught Bran with his hands, but in his quest to garner the Stark family's gratitude, he deemed it necessary to stage the event with greater flair, seeking to secure leverage for himself. Thus, he leaped into the air, using his own body to cushion Bran's fall. A thud echoed, a dull, resounding impact. Bran crashed heavily onto Lin's shoulder, the force of the collision rendering Lin momentarily blind, as if his spine might shatter. They rolled several times upon the rubble-strewn ground, dust swirling around them. Summer, the direwolf, howled frantically, circling them in a frenzy. Lin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, half his body numb. Struggling to turn his head, he glanced at the boy in his arms. Bran lay with his eyes tightly shut, his face as pale as parchment. His right leg and left arm were grotesquely twisted. Yet, he was alive, his chest faintly rising and falling. Lin exhaled in relief, mustering the strength to rise, cradling the unconscious Bran. Someone, quickly, Bran is in trouble. In the castle, at last, the commotion drew attention. Guards on patrol and lingering servants rushed toward them. In the tower, Jaime observed the rising dust and the sudden appearance of a figure below, his brow furrowed in concern. Cersei hurried over, peering down from the window. Is he dead? Not dead, Jaime replied, his voice laced with an unusual gravity. Someone saved him. Who? A figure clad in black. Jaime withdrew his gaze, a somber expression clouding his face. We must leave at once. Cersei sensed the gravity of the situation. Jaime shook his head. No, I must descend and eliminate both of them. You've lost your mind. Bran's fall can be passed off as an accident. If there are signs of foul play on his body, it will be an entirely different matter. He is Ned's second son. Watching the figures rushing toward them at Lin's call, Jaime irritably raked his fingers through his golden hair. He understood the urgency. They could no longer afford delays. We must ensure it cannot be traced back to us, he instructed Cersei. Cersei nodded, and the two swiftly composed themselves, departing the tower. As Lin observed the approaching figures, a wave of relief washed over him, but his vision began to blur. His consciousness felt as if it were sinking into icy depths. Slowly rising to the surface, Lin sensed a cacophonous crow cawing incessantly beside him. Once more he opened his eyes. His vision, initially hazy, gradually sharpened, and the vexatious crow's cries vanished without a trace. The unfamiliar ceiling, composed of heavy oak, loomed above. The air was thick with the scents of herbs and ointments. You have awakened. A frail voice resonated in the silence. Bachelor Reuven sat in a chair beside the bed, cradling a book in his hands. Upon noticing Lin's eyes flutter open, he closed the tome. Lin attempted to prop himself up, but a sharp pain surged from his back, radiating throughout his body. Not wishing to overexert himself, Lin reclined back onto the bed. Do not move, cautioned Bachelor Reuven as he rose and approached the bedside. Your spine has endured a severe impact. Though there are no fractures, for precautionary measures, you must remain in bed for the next few days. However, your constitution is robust. You should recover without significant issues. Lin's lips were parched as he hoarsely inquired, what of Bran? A shadow of sorrow crossed Reuven's face. He still lives. A fortunate outcome amidst misfortune, he paused momentarily. Yet, he remains unconscious. His legs and arms are broken, but I believe he will heal. Had it not been for your timely intervention, he would likely have spent the remainder of his life confined to bed. Lin closed his eyes, relieved that the outcome was better than anticipated. The king and the duke are en route back, Reuven continued. The entire Winterfell is in disarray. The bachelor's words trailed off as the door to the room was gently pushed open. Catelyn Stark entered, her eyes swollen and face ashen. Her once meticulously arranged hair, now disheveled. She appeared as though she had not slept a wink throughout the night. Bachelor Reuven offered a slight bow to Catelyn before silently exiting the room and closing the door behind him, leaving Lin alone with Catelyn. She approached the bedside, her blue eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, gratitude, sorrow, and an ineffable feeling entwined within. Suddenly, she bent down, causing Lin to gasp and exclaim, "My lady, what are you doing?" Catelyn halted her movement. Her tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. Thank you, she choked out, her voice trembling with unrestrained emotion. Thank you for saving Bran. If it were not for you, her words faltered, and she pressed her hand to her mouth to stifle her sobs. My lady, you know that I can perceive things others cannot, Lin stated calmly. Moreover, anyone in my position would have acted similarly. Catelyn shook her head. No, not everyone possesses your courage. She wiped her tears, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. Lin Stark, I owe you a life. From this day forth, you shall be the benefactor of all Winterfell. Catelyn's gaze hardened with unyielding resolve. I swear to the 7 gods, as long as I, Catelyn, draw breath, the Stark family shall forever shield you. What is it that you desire? Wealth, status, or honor? Speak your wish, and whatever the Stark family is able to provide, I shall fulfill it. Chapter 24. Jaime's provocation. Lin regarded her intently, aware he had wagered wisely. This promise was more precious than gold. My lady. Lin's voice was barely a whisper. I desire nothing. Serving the Starks is my duty. Catelyn was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response. As she gazed into Lin's calm eyes, illuminated by the candlelight, her respect for him deepened. Rest assured, Ned will grant you a fair arrangement. Catelyn straightened herself. Tend to your injuries. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants. With that, she cast one final glance at Lin before departing the room. The moment the door closed, Lin's taut nerves finally relaxed. He had succeeded, earning the trust of the Stark family, particularly that of Catelyn Stark. This was the most critical step in his plan, intended to ensure that his benevolence towards the Starks was known to all. Thus, if the Starks were ever to turn against him, they would have to weigh the impact of public opinion, especially in the north. However, before Lin could catch his breath, the door was rapped upon once more. This knock was steady and authoritative. Come in, Lin instructed. The door swung open, revealing a golden figure, Jaime Lannister. Clad in his resplendent armor, unmarred by any sign of battle, he bore a teasing smile upon his handsome face. He shut the door behind him and strode directly to Lin's bedside. Looking down upon him with an air of superiority, his blue eyes scrutinizing him as if he were an intriguing object. I have heard of your exploits, Jaime began, his voice imbued with a casual magnetism. To catch a child falling from the heavens with bare hands, truly an extraordinary feat. You must be Jaime, Lin inquired calmly. Jaime's smile faltered momentarily before it returned, even more pronounced and dangerous. It seems you are acquainted with me. Lin continued unabated. What brings you here? Of course, I have come to visit our Winterfell hero, Jaime replied, pulling up the chair where Maester Luwin had just sat. He crossed his legs, leaning slightly forward. I am most curious. Why did you find yourself beneath that abandoned tower? James's gaze sought to penetrate Lin's mind, eager to discern his thoughts and secrets. Lin remained still, devoid of unnecessary movements. I appreciate tranquility, Lin spoke, his voice muffled by his recumbent position. The location was sufficiently secluded to prevent any disturbances. It was an excellent place for sword practice. This explanation was simple, direct, and utterly unassailable. James's smile persisted, yet the scrutiny in his eyes intensified. Sword practice? He echoed, elongating the final syllable with a hint of mockery. A man, not sharpening his blade in the comfort of a brothel, but instead braving the chill of such a desolate place to hone his skills. How unexpectedly diligent. Lin's gaze shifted from James's face to his reflective golden armor. In the north, idleness could lead to death, he stated matter-of-factly, as if relaying an ordinary truth. James's smile waned slightly. He detected no trace of fear in Lin's eyes, only a placid stillness akin to stagnant water. This stirred a sense of irritation within him. As if striking a fist against cotton, James ceased his inquiries, recognizing that further questioning would yield no revelations. Lin's responses were impeccable. His gaze drifted from Lin's face to the longsword resting at the head of the bed. It was an unremarkable standard longsword, its hilt worn smooth and the scabbard marred by shallow scratches. James rose and reached for the sword, finding its metallic weight trivial in his grasp. With a metallic clang, he drew the blade, its edge reflecting a chilling glimmer in the dim candlelight. Gently, he flicked his finger against the sword's body, producing a crisp hum. A commendable sword, James remarked. It seems the blacksmiths of the north have not lost their touch. His gaze returned to Lin, now sharpened with intensity. Have you ever used it to strike a man? Lin's gaze remained unwavering. I have. His response was succinct and straightforward. James pointed the sword tip at Lin, its blade glinting in the candlelight. Many, he said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What does it feel like to kill? Lin replied with a smile. It feels like nothing. They wished to kill me, so I killed them. James chuckled, sheathing the long sword and casually tossing it onto the bed. The first life I took was at the age of 15. His tone was remarkably even. A fugitive on King's Road sought to seize my horse. I drove my sword through his throat, and his tainted blood sprayed across my face. Jaime gazed at his hands, a pair belonging to a knight, clean and powerful. I retched throughout the night, believing I would forever remember the visage of that man. He paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards Lin. Yet now, his features elude my memory. I have taken too many lives, on the battlefield, in the lists, in shadowy alleys. Killing has become as effortless to me as breathing. Jaime rose and returned to the bedside, looking down at Lin. A person is akin to a tattered sack. A mere prod can bring about their demise. The act of killing is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in convincing others that your act of murder is justified. The simplest method is to provoke them into drawing their sword first. Lin's heart contracted. Jaime Lannister was not merely conversing. He was issuing a warning. He conveyed to Lin that he was a remorseless executioner, and any who dared oppose him would face the tempest of his wrath. With that, Jaime departed. Not long after his exit, an elegant figure appeared at the door. Chapter 25, Arya's Gratitude. The silhouette was tall and slender, adorned in a deep crimson silk gown that accentuated her mature, alluring curves. Her golden hair was intricately braided and elegantly arranged atop her head, with a few rebellious strands cascading down her smooth neck. Cersei Lannister. She wore no queenly crown, yet her innate pride shone brighter than any jewel. The room still lingered with the scent of leather and sweat from Jaime, while Cersei's arrival infused the air with a rich, sweet fragrance of southern blooms. That scent overtook the cramped space, dispelling the rugged chill of the north. Lin's muscles tensed even more at the sight of her than they had at Jaime's entrance. If Jaime was a lion baring its fangs, then Cersei was a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike lethally. I have heard of your valiant deeds, Cersei began, her voice reminiscent of the finest wine, rich, smooth, and imbued with an intoxicating sweetness. She glided into the room, her red gown whispering against the floor. She did not meet Lin's gaze. Instead, her eyes scrutinized every corner of the room, the meager bed, the solitary chair, and the thin layer of dust on the windowsill. Her expression revealed an unmistakable disdain, as if her mere presence was a blessing upon this drab chamber. Cersei approached the bedside and paused. The pair of azure eyes finally alighted upon Lin, a valiant sentinel of the night. Cersei's lips curled into a captivating arc. Yet the warmth of her smile failed to reach the cold depths of her gaze. You have rescued the child of House Stark, thereby preserving the dignity of His Majesty the King. Pray tell, how might I express my gratitude? Lin remained silent, his demeanor calm as he regarded her. He beheld the visage immortalized by the bards of the Seven Kingdoms, while also perceiving the malice and madness concealed beneath that enchanting facade. What a beautiful woman! Lin mused inwardly. Cersei appeared unfazed by Lin's reticence. She extended her hand, a well-maintained appendage with nails rounded and polished, glistening with a healthy sheen. Her fingertips gently brushed against the arm of Lin, still cloaked in coarse linen, yet he could discern the delicate chill of her touch. Tell me, what is it that you desire? Cersei's eagerness for information caused her to lean slightly forward, oblivious to the impropriety of her actions. In this era, nothing stood to obstruct. Everything lay bare before Lin. He chose not to offer a reminder, interpreting it as a perquisite bestowed by Cersei. The sweet, cloying fragrance seemed to intensify. Gold. Or perhaps a desirable position in King's Landing. Cersei's voice dropped to a hushed tone, laced with a beguiling allure of corruption. Speak, and House Lannister shall fulfill your every wish. On the surface, her words appeared to be mere platitudes of comfort. Had it been another, they might have eagerly accepted the bounty. However, endowed with an omniscient perspective, Lin was acutely aware of Cersei's true nature. This was a snare. To acquiesce would mean surrendering to the Lannisters' control, with only death awaiting him. Lin understood that as long as he possessed any knowledge of this matter, Cersei would not hesitate to act against him. This woman would not tolerate any uncontrollable variables. Lowering his eyelids to obscure the emotions swirling within, he replied, Serving House Stark is my duty, Your Majesty. The mere fact that Bran still lives is the greatest reward I could hope for. Cersei's hand hesitated momentarily, a flicker of subtle turbulence crossing her enchanting gaze. Retracting her hand, her smile remained unchanged. What a loyal warrior you are. Ned Stark has indeed found a commendable subordinate. With a deft shift in tone, she infused her words with a modicum of genuine concern. That poor child, Bran. How unfortunate indeed. I have heard he has always been fond of climbing. Such a mischievous boy. Her musings appeared to oscillate between soliloquy and inquiry. Lin's heart beat steadily within her chest. Indeed, Your Majesty. It was an unfortunate accident. Lin echoed her words without adding a single superfluous syllable. Cersei's gaze lingered on his face for an extended moment. as if she sought to uncover even the slightest flaw in his calm demeanor. Yet she failed. Lin's countenance resembled the frozen earth of the north, unyielding and devoid of any ripple of emotion. You were practicing swordplay beneath the tower at that time? Cersei inquired casually. Yes, Your Majesty. It was indeed quite tranquil. I heard a scream, and then I saw Bran fall. Lin's response mirrored precisely what he had previously told Catelyn. Cersei fell silent, and the only sound that filled the room was the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. The once sweet floral fragrance began to feel somewhat oppressive. After a considerable pause, Cersei revealed a smile once more, brighter than before. Lin, take care of your injuries. She straightened her posture, reclaiming her regal demeanor. Then, she turned and made her way towards the door. Lin's gaze remained fixed on the graceful silhouette of Cersei as she departed. A queen indeed. One could only wonder what it felt like to conquer. This world was quite permissive, even allowing a wife to tolerate her husband's dalliances, hence the multitude of bastards. While a wife may be singular, there were no stipulations regarding the number of lovers. Lin was not yet free of peril. Cersei's figure vanished beyond the door. But the cloying floral scent lingered, an unwelcome presence in the air. Lin understood that the danger had not yet been fully evaded. As long as Bran remained unconscious, this secret would remain concealed. Knock, knock. Another gentle rap at the door disrupted the silence, distinctly different from the previous knocks. Lin furrowed her brow. Come in. The door opened slightly, revealing a small head peeking through. It was a slender little face, with unkempt hair and a pair of gray eyes filled with concern and dependence. It was Arya Stark. Unlike Sansa, she was not adorned in lavish gowns. Instead, she wore a practical gray tunic and trousers, with a wooden sword tucked at her waist. Upon seeing Lin, Arya's eyes brightened. She pushed the door open wider and entered cautiously, then carefully shut the door behind her. She approached the bedside, tilting her head to gaze at Lin, who lay in bed. Are you gravely injured? Lin shook her head and ruffled Arya's tousled hair. They say you saved Bran. Arya continued, her face alight with admiration, a reflection of the same expression Sansa wore when gazing at Joffrey. They say you caught him with your body. They say your bones might be broken. Arya's voice brimmed with awe. You are truly brave, braver than Robb and Jon. Lin gazed at her, observing this girl who would one day become a faceless man. In this moment, she remained merely a small girl in admiration of heroes. Thank you, Lin replied. Arya pressed her lips together, seemingly grappling with a significant decision. Suddenly, she leaned forward. Before Lin could react, a soft, cool sensation brushed against his cheek. It was a kiss, imbued with the essence of the North's frosty morning. After the kiss, Arya's face flushed crimson. Like a startled hare, she took 2 swift steps back. This is a thank you gift, she stammered. With that, Arya turned and fled, opening the door and vanishing down the corridor without a backward glance. Despite her youth, under the nun's guidance, she understood well what she was doing. The room fell silent once more. Lin raised his hand and gently touched his cheek, where a lingering warmth from the girl remained. Just then, a prolonged call of the horn sounded from outside the castle. The hunting party had returned. Chapter 26. Setting a small trap, the horn echoed from afar, deep and sonorous, shattering the afternoon stillness of Winterfell. The hunting party had returned. The sound of hooves clattered over the drawbridge, chaotic and heavy. There were no triumphant cheers, only a stifling silence enveloping each returning figure. Gone was the jovial expression from King Robert's face that had marked their departure. He dismounted and tossed the reins to a servant, wordlessly striding towards the keep. Ned Stark followed closely behind, his expression darker than the leaden clouds of a winter's day in the north. Lin stood in the shadow of the colonnade, observing the scene. His injuries had healed considerably thanks to the herbs, yet his pallor remained, serving as a perfect guise of a loyal warrior recently wounded in the act of heroism. As Ned passed by, he paused momentarily. Lin, come to my study shortly. Lin nodded slightly, watching as Ned strode away with purpose. Moments later, Lin pushed open the heavy oak door of the study. The room was unlit, dimly illuminated. The fire in the hearth burned feebly, barely dispelling the chill. Ned Stark did not take his lordly seat. Instead, he stood by the window, his back to the door, gazing out at the overcast sky. His tall figure exuded a weighty weariness akin to that of a mountain. Sir, Lin spoke, breaking the silence. Ned slowly turned around, still bearing the chill of the outdoors. The leather armor from his recent hunt was speckled with dark stains of blood. At this moment, his gray eyes, characteristic of House Stark, were bloodshot, filled with pain, anger, and a hint of bewilderment. He gazed at Lin, gratitude flickering within those somber eyes. I heard from Catelyn. Ned's voice was hoarse, tinged with an uncontainable weariness. You saved Bran. Bran is still alive. His voice dropped to a somber tone, but he has not awakened. Lin met the gaze of the Guardian of the North. My lord, have you considered? Lin's voice was soft. Why did Bran fall from the tower? Ned's breath hitched for a moment. He loved to climb. It was an accident, he uttered, yet he could not convince even himself. An accident? Lin countered. A child who enjoys climbing would slip from a tower that is not particularly difficult to scale. My lord, this is no accident. This is murder. The word murder caused the air in the room to plummet to freezing. Ned clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Who? Lin did not specify, instead guiding Ned's thoughts. Bran must have seen something he should not have while atop the tower, something that warranted silencing him. And now, there were outsiders in your castle. Ned abruptly rose and began pacing the room. The handsome yet arrogant face of Jaime Lannister flashed before him, alongside the beautiful but cold gaze of Queen Cersei. Every clue pointed to the Lannisters. Why would they do this? Ned's voice was rife with anguish and confusion. It is futile to seek reasons now, my lord. Although Lin was aware of who intended to sow chaos and incite conflict between the two houses, he had no intention of absolving the Lannisters. Lin interrupted Ned's thoughts. The most pressing matter is that Bran is still alive. If he was pushed, then the murderer would certainly not allow him the chance to awaken. Ned halted in his tracks, abruptly turning to fix Lin with a piercing stare. A chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Will they act again? They certainly will, Lin replied decisively. Right here in Winterfell. Right beneath your very eyes. Ned's complexion turned ashen. He could scarcely fathom that such a vile conspiracy lurked within his own castle. His son lay in bed, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ned's fists were clenched tightly at his sides. He is but a 10-year-old boy. Lin stood silently, allowing Ned's emotions to ferment within the confines of the dimly lit room. Lannister. The name was forced from Ned's clenched teeth. Letters from Lisa, your prophecy, Bran's fall, everything pointed towards them. Ned approached Lin, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on him. Tell me, Lin, what did you see when you saved Bran? Did you notice any suspicious individuals? Lin shook his head. I was beneath the tower. All I heard was the screaming, my lord. By the time I arrived, I witnessed Bran plummeting from the sky. This response caused Ned to wearily slump back into his chair. The crackling of burning logs in the fireplace seemed particularly jarring. What shall I do now? Reinforce the guards? Surround Bran's chamber? Lin shook his head once more. That would only serve to alert the snake in the grass. The murderer is among us. They are privy to every movement within Winterfell. We cannot simply adopt a defensive stance. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Lin's eyes. We must set a trap, a snare that will ensnare them. Night enveloped the castle, deep as ink, as Winterfell succumbed to an eerie silence. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Fire! The library is ablaze. The once quiet castle erupted into chaos. Torches flared to life, and the sounds of hurried footsteps and frantic cries reverberated through the courtyard. Robb Stark was the first to burst from his chamber, his face etched with urgency. Quick! To extinguish the flames. Lin's eyes flew open. It has begun. He gazed into the distance. There, flames soared into the sky, casting a crimson hue across half the night. The library, the one place that should not catch fire, held centuries of northern documents and history. This inferno was sufficient to divert everyone's attention, including the majority of the guards. Robb and Jon would undoubtedly rally to combat the blaze. It was their duty. This, however, provided the assassin with the perfect opportunity. Theon Greyjoy and other young attendants followed closely behind Robb, racing toward the tower engulfed in orange flames. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed. Outside Bran's sick room, in the deepest shadows, several figures remained motionless. Lin was among them, sword in hand, leaning against the frigid stone wall, his ears attuned to every sound around him. He could hear the distant clamor of firefighting efforts, the soothing whispers of Lady Catelyn comforting the Direwolf Summer in the room, and most importantly, a faint sound, barely distinguishable from the wind, was drawing near. They are coming. A shadow, skimming along the base of the wall, silently glided to the window beneath Bran's room. With practiced ease, he pried open the window and deftly slipped inside. Within the room, Catelyn sat beside Bran's bed. Her eyes were sunken, having gone nights without sleep, leaving her in a state of utter exhaustion. Summer, the dire wolf, lay at the foot of the bed, emitting a low, anxious growl. Catelyn soothingly stroked its head. It's all right, Summer. It's just a fire. Robb will handle it. At that moment, Summer abruptly rose, its fur bristling. It bared its sharp fangs, issuing a threatening snarl towards the doorway. A man stood there, clad in inconspicuous coarse garments, his slight frame bearing a ghastly pallor. In his hand, he wielded a dagger, exquisitely crafted, its hilt made of dragon glass, the blade shimmering with an otherworldly ripple. Valyrian steel. Chapter 27. The dragonglass dagger. Catelyn's heart constricted suddenly. Who are you? Her voice trembled with fear. "Get out." The man said nothing. He simply cast a cold gaze upon Bran, then raised the dagger. "No." Catelyn screamed as she lunged forward. Summoning every ounce of strength, she grasped the man's arm wielding the knife. Clearly taken aback by the formidable strength of this seemingly frail noblewoman, he stumbled. "Get away, you madwoman!" he roared, his other hand gripping Catelyn's throat. She struggled to breathe, her vision fading to black, yet she refused to relinquish her hold on his arm. Summer lunged, fiercely biting the man's calf. The man let out a cry, attempting to kick the direwolf away. Rage flared in his eyes as the dagger slipped from Catelyn's grasp, poised to plunge into her chest. In that critical moment, the door burst open with tremendous force. Lin was the first to charge in. What he beheld was the dagger poised to pierce Catelyn's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin raised his sword, driving it towards the man's back. The man sensed the lethal threat behind him. Abandoning Catelyn, he rolled aside in a desperate attempt to escape. The sharp tip of the sword grazed his ribs, carving a deep wound that exposed bone. Before he could regain his footing, several Stark guards had already blocked all avenues of retreat. A flicker of despair flashed in the man's eyes. He realized he had fallen into a trap. With a grim resolve, he bit down on the poison hidden in his mouth, preparing for a final, desperate fight. "Kill!" The man emitted a feral roar, recklessly charging towards Bran on the bed, intent on completing his mission. Yet, Lin was swifter. In an instant, Lin's body closed the distance to the assassin. With a swift thrust, the blade cleanly pierced the man's throat. The man's movements froze in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Lin. He opened his mouth, a rasping sound escaping from his throat, blood spilling from the corners of his lips. Then, he toppled over, lifeless. Enemy slain, 1. Experience gained, 1. Current experience, 7. A few more kills, and he would soon elevate his lightsword skills. Lin withdrew his long sword from the corpse. Warm blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto the floor. He wiped the sword against the assassin's body, quickly erasing the evidence of blood before sheathing it at his waist. The room fell into an eerie silence. Catelyn sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, her face a blur of tears and sweat. She was engulfed in fear. The guards, armed with swords and daggers, warily encircled the lifeless body. Someone lurked in the shadows, observing Ned's every move. Ned could not act recklessly. Upon hearing the commotion, he rushed over. He beheld the corpse on the floor, the terrified Catelyn, and the unharmed Bran. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Lin, filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, dread, relief, and an indescribable trust. Lin's foresight had once again saved the Stark family. Soon, Ned's attention was drawn to a glint beside the corpse. He approached and bent down. It was a dagger, even in the dim light. It radiated a sheen that transcended the ordinary. The blade was adorned with flowing patterns, a hallmark of Valyrian steel. The method of forging Valyrian steel had long been lost, with only 1,000 blades remaining in the world. In the entirety of Westeros, fewer than 200 Valyrian steel weapons existed. Exceptionally precious. Its hilt was crafted from some pale bone, intricately carved with ancient designs, dragon bone. Ned picked up the dagger. A cold, heavy sensation surged through his palm. This was no ordinary assassin's weapon. It resembled a work of art, a treasure that would command the attention of any lord. In all of Westeros, there were but a handful of families possessing such a weapon. The implications of using such an opulent dagger to assassinate a child sent a chill through Ned's veins. Who, besides the Lannisters, would be so extravagantly bold? Ned's voice was hoarse, devoid of any emotion. He did not cast a glance at anyone. The guards, hesitant no longer, promptly advanced and dragged the still warm corpse away. Soon, Master Lewin arrived, supporting the trembling Catelyn as he led her from the bloody scene. The door was shut. Inside the room, only Ned and Lin remained. Ned approached Lin, saying nothing, merely gazing at the young man before him. He observed his pale face, the blood-stained black attire, and the eerily calm eyes that remained undisturbed by the flickering flames. Prophecy, a fall, assassination. Time and again, this crow that had returned from the wall had, through action, repeatedly pulled House Stark back from the precipice. Ned raised the dagger in his hand and then presented it to Lin. "You saved Catelyn. You saved Bran. This dagger is yours by right." Lin's gaze fell upon the blade, yet he did not immediately reach out to accept it. He recognized this dagger. In his memory, its master was Peter Baelish, the man known as Littlefinger. Once Catelyn's childhood companion, he was now the master of coin in King's Landing, a man who possessed nothing but wealth. He had lost this dagger to Tyrion Lannister, and now it had resurfaced in Winterfell, in the hands of the very assassin who had attempted to take Bran's life. It was a perfect frame-up, a nefarious trap capable of igniting an unending war between the lion and the direwolf. My lord, Lin finally spoke, this is too valuable. Valuable? Ned replied with a self-deprecating smirk. No amount of value can return a life. Take it. His tone brooked no argument. You are a warrior. A fine warrior deserves a weapon that befits him. And you are worthy of it. Ned forcefully pressed the dagger into Lin's hand. The bone handle felt icy to the touch, the exquisite texture seemingly imbued with the breath of ancient dragons. Lin grasped the dagger tightly, no longer refusing it. No one could turn down such a weapon of legend. Ned looked at Lin. Lin, tomorrow I shall personally escort you and John to the wall. Be prepared. He clapped Lin on the shoulder with considerable force before turning, opening the door, and swiftly disappearing down the corridor, his tall figure leaving no trace behind. He needed to comfort his wife and prepare for the journey south, one destined to be fraught with bloodshed and intrigue. The study returned to silence once more. Lin lowered his gaze, examining the Valyrian steel dagger in his hand. The blade reflected his tranquil visage. He refrained from voicing the conspiracy of his little finger. The turmoil of water was not only what Peter desired, but also what he, a mere pawn, yearned for. Chapter 28. Arya's journey to the wall in the blacksmith's forge of Winterfell. The resonant clang of hammers echoed through the air. The furnace blazed a fiery red, illuminating the sweat-drenched face of blacksmith Mycon in a crimson glow. Jon Snow stood nearby, intently observing Mycon's craftsmanship. Make it finer, Jon urged Mycon, finer than Bran's practice sword. Mycon paused, setting down his hammer. He grasped the glowing iron bar with tongs. In the dim light of the forge, the bar resembled a piece of burning charcoal. He looked quizzically at Jon. Lord Snow, such a delicate sword would snap at the slightest touch. This is not meant for a boy. A faint smile crept upon Jon's face. It is for Arya. Mycon suddenly understood. He recalled the Duke's daughter, always bounding about the castle, resembling more a wild child than a lady. I see, he replied, returning the iron bar to the furnace and vigorously working the bellows, sparks flying. Jon's gaze drifted beyond the dancing flames to the courtyard. He was bound for the wall, to the edge of the world, guarding a frigid wasteland. The only gift he could offer his sister was this modest token, a sword suited for her. Lin's room was already in order. He sat on the edge of his bed, toying with the Valyrian steel dagger. The dragonbone grip felt warm to the touch, and the blade seemed to ripple with an enigmatic sheen. The door was gently pushed open. Lin concealed the dagger and turned to the entrance. Arya peered in, her gray eyes brimming with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. They say you are leaving tomorrow. Arya stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Lin nodded, sheathing the dagger and fastening it at his waist. To the wall. With Jon? Yes. Arya approached Lin, tilting her chin upward to meet his gaze. She paused, seemingly gathering courage, then suddenly embraced him, looking up. Can you take me with you? Lin hesitated for a moment, his eyes locking onto Arya's filled with unbridled hope. Are you mad? I am not mad. Arya's voice rose slightly. I do not wish to remain here. I do not want to learn embroidery or become a lady. I want to learn the sword. I want to embark on adventures. Arya's gaze fell upon the long sword at Lin's side, brimming with unmasked yearning. Lin regarded Arya, fully aware of her fervent desires. If Arya were to accompany Ned southward, she would inevitably encounter her direwolf Nymeria in conflict with Joffrey upon the King's Road. This clash would result in Nymeria being driven away and would lead to Sansa's direwolf, Lady, being sacrificed as a scapegoat. Furthermore, it would intensify the rift between House Stark and House Lannister. Now, an opportunity to alter this fate lies before them. Lin contemplated for a moment before rising. Arya, follow me, he urged, opening the door and stepping outside. Arya hesitated briefly, then promptly followed suit. Inside Ned's study, the atmosphere was stifling. He was engrossed in writing letters, orchestrating the affairs of the North. Upon his departure south, the weight of the North would rest heavily upon his eldest son, Robb. Father, Arya's voice broke the silence, prompting Ned to lift his gaze. He observed Arya, his brow furrowing slightly. Arya, at this hour, you ought to be with your septa. You've skipped lessons again. Father, I wish to accompany Lin to the wall, Arya blurted out. Ned's expression darkened. Absurd. This is not absurd. Arya met her father's gaze fearlessly. I do not want to remain in Winterfell. I loathe this place. It is far too monotonous. I yearn for adventure. Ned's breath caught in his throat as he regarded his youngest daughter, unable to utter a word of reproach. Finally, he spoke. Arya, perhaps you might consider accompanying me south instead. The warmth of the south is ultimately more suited to you than the harshness of the north. Do you not wish to learn the art of swordplay? Once we reach King's Landing, I shall procure the finest instructor for you. For a fleeting moment, Arya's eyes sparkled with hope, yet her gaze fell upon Lin, and she resolutely shook her head. No, I wish to venture to the wall. At that moment, Lin interjected. My lord, might we find a compromise? Miss Arya shall accompany me and John to the wall first. Once we have settled our affairs, I will escort her south to King's Landing. Ned fell silent, acutely aware of his daughter's spirited nature, so reminiscent of her late aunt, Lyanna, wild and untamed, forever yearning for freedom. To Arya, Winterfell and King's Landing were akin to prisons. Allow her to join me, my lord, Lin continued. I will ensure her safe passage to the wall. Though it may be arduous, it is at least secure. Once you have established yourself in King's Landing, I shall personally return her to your side. Ned regarded Lin, this young man who had repeatedly come to the aid of his family. The trust he felt had taken root in his heart long ago. Lin's proposal is certainly not without merit. For Arya, it promises to be a splendid adventure. After a considerable pause, Ned slowly exhaled. He regarded Lin with utmost gravity. I entrust her to you. You must protect her as you would yourself, ensuring her safe return to my side. He continued, I have heard from Catelyn that she wished to bestow a reward upon you, which you declined. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself to grant you a company of 100 men at your disposal. This should suffice to resolve the vast majority of challenges you may encounter. The Stark family never hesitates to reward their loyal supporters. Treat these men with respect, for they are the finest. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on Arya's face, nearly causing her to leap with joy. Lin cast his gaze downward, concealing the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. In Westeros, the peak population of cities rarely exceeded 3 million, with King's Landing as a supercity, accounting for nearly 1/3 of that number. Calculating the carrying capacity, such a population would necessitate at least 15 million rural inhabitants. Thus, in terms of medieval war mobilization, fielding an army of 100,000 is considered quite impressive, as typical skirmishes involve only a few thousand. Moreover, the assembly of large forces primarily relies on the support of vassals from the territories. Take Bear Island, for instance. It boasts merely 80 skilled warriors, despite having numerous vassals. Ned's ability to muster 100 loyal soldiers from House Stark is a testament to the significant investment in Lin. Naturally, the protection of Arya is also a factor. Understood. My lord, seeking immediate results may incite disdain from others. For a family that values honor, a strategy of retreating to advance is the wisest course. Ned Stark nodded and approached Lin directly. Lin, I can see that you hold honor in high regard. I have observed all that you have done for House Stark in recent days. I have compelled you to forsake your Night's Watch vows. Please do not hold this against me. Lin shook his head in denial. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. Ned found himself increasingly fond of this perceptive Lin. Not only was he loyal, but his combat prowess was commendable, and he exhibited an understanding of restraint. Moreover, his prophetic abilities added further weight to Ned's inclination to nurture Lin's potential. The Stark family never neglects their devoted followers. Furthermore, Lin's prophetic talent is of paramount importance. Upon your return, I will require your assistance in uncovering the truth behind my adoptive father's demise. In return, I shall advocate with Robert for a lordship on your behalf. You will become my vassal, possessing your own lands in the north and your own subjects. I have great faith in you, Lin. Do not disappoint me. Lordship? Lin understood that the previous offer of 100 men conveyed two significant messages. Firstly, he has become one of Ned's own. The most crucial point is that Ned will undoubtedly devote himself to nurturing him. This indicates that Ned's words are not mere rhetoric. He genuinely harbors such intentions. However, this is contingent upon certain conditions. He must demonstrate his worth to Ned before the latter can further invest in him. Once he becomes a vassal, even without any real power, populace, or financial resources, Lin will nonetheless transcend the ordinary realm, ascending to a new echelon. The union between Stark and Baratheon was facilitated through Sansa. If Ned currently has no intentions of forging alliances with other factions, then Arya herself could still be a contender. Only by genuinely marrying Arya can he claim a true bond with the Starks. Reflecting on this, Lin knelt on one knee to pledge his loyalty. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. By the old gods, I shall not disappoint you. Upon hearing the mention of the old gods, Ned's expression softened. Very well. Prepare your belongings and rest early. Chapter 29. Northward on a frigid morning in Winterfell, the air was biting cold. The courtyard was alive with commotion, the breath of men and horses mingling in the crisp air. Two groups were making their final preparations for departure. One headed south, banners fluttering proudly, escorting the king and the newly appointed hand of the king. The other moved northward, considerably smaller in scale, comprising merely 100 elite cavalrymen from the north. Silent and foreboding, Ned Stark, clad in heavy furs, approached Lin. The cacophony of the courtyard seemed to fade into the background. My lord, you must remember what I previously conveyed. You are the hand of the king, yet in King's Landing, you possess no power of your own. To whom does the golden cloak owe its allegiance? To whom do the nobles of the court swear fealty? If you were to investigate now, it would be akin to thrusting your head into the jaws of a lion, hoping it won't snap its teeth. Although Lin's words were harsh, they were steeped in reality. Ned hesitated for a long moment before nodding slightly. I can refrain from scrutinizing Jon's matters for the time being. What, then, must I do? Shall I simply wait idly? Do nothing. Lin provided an answer that left Ned perplexed. Trust me, play the part of a simple-minded brute in their eyes, one who understands only honor. Allow them to underestimate you, to perceive you as no threat. The more inept you appear, the more absurd your demeanor, the more they will lower their guard. This is the way to survive in King's Landing. Ned's breathing grew labored. This counsel fundamentally upended the principles he had adhered to throughout his life. To feign foolishness? That was more unbearable than death itself. Your foremost task is not vengeance, it is survival. With Lord Aaron recently slain, all eyes are upon you. Should you display any overt prowess, you will surely become the target of many. Lin gazed deeply into Ned's eyes, once more articulating the stakes at hand. Only by surviving could one protect the king and safeguard one's family. Time was of the essence, my lord. There was no need for haste. One must methodically uncover each hidden serpent within King's Landing. Then, employing the ways of the north, sever their heads one by one. Ned gripped the hilt of his sword, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. He cast a glance at Sansa, who stood nearby, her face alight with aspirations as she gazed at Prince Joffrey. Then he glanced at Arya, who stood beside Lin, bouncing with excitement, a sewing needle tucked at her waist. For the sake of the children. A flicker of resolve finally softened Ned's gaze. I understand, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I will be cautious. He extended his hand and firmly clasped Lin's shoulder. My daughter, I entrust her to you. And Jon, his lineage will attract many adversaries. I ask you to support him as well. Bring Arya back safely and take good care of them. I implore you, Lin. Lin solemnly nodded. As you command, my lord. The sound of horns echoed. The southern-bound procession began to move slowly. Ned. The impatient summons of King Robert resonated faintly. Ned cast one last glance at Lin and Arya before turning, striding towards the journey that led to power and death. Lin watched as the vast caravan vanished into the distance. He turned to face Jon Snow, Arya Stark, Bran Stark, and an unexpected guest, the imp, Tyrion Lannister. We too must depart. Jon held the reins of his white horse. His expression remained stoic, merely offering a nod to Lin. Arya, however, was flushed with excitement, having finally escaped the suffocating confines of Winterfell. Lin mounted his horse, and the 100 Northmen cavalrymen followed suit, their movements synchronized. These were the most loyal warriors of House Stark, willing to sacrifice everything, including their lives, for the honor of their house. Now, they answered only to Lin. Giddy up. Lin shook the reins, and the steed neighed before leading the way northward. The procession embarked upon the King's Road, flanked by vast wilderness blanketed in snow. The distant woods stood bare, resembling silent sentinels. It was evident that Arya was experiencing such a long journey for the first time. She rode a gentle mare, darting about the ranks, marveling at everything anew. Lin, what lies beyond the wall? Have you been there? Can you take me to see it? Jon, in silence, trailed alongside Lin, casting a glance back at the receding silhouette of Winterfell, his expression a tapestry of complexity. There lies the home where he had resided for over a decade, yet it remained a place that would never truly belong to him. What are you thinking? Lin inquired. Jon snapped back to reality and shook his head. Nothing. Lin continued. You must have visited Bran last night. Lady Stark did not make things difficult for you, did she? A hint of melancholy crossed Jon's face. The lady has always been this way. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Lin offered a gentle smile, attempting to console him. The wall is a splendid place. There, lineage holds no significance. The Night's Watch is a brotherhood, unaffected by whether one is a bastard. Jon's body stiffened momentarily. He lifted his gaze to Lin, who was staring northward, towards the world's end. Tyrion was right. One must never forget who they are, for the world will not forget. Arm yourself with this knowledge, and no one can wield it against you. Jon pondered these words, reflecting deeply. On the night of the feast, he had been dismissed by Catelyn, leaving him restless. Now, hearing those words again, his perspective had shifted, and thus his understanding evolved. Tyrion, riding his horse, raised a cup towards Lin from afar. The company had journeyed for the better part of the day, and twilight began to descend. Lin commanded the camp to be set up in a sheltered hill. The soldiers skillfully kindled fires and erected tents. Soon, dozens of campfires illuminated the wilderness, their warm glow dispelling the cold and darkness. Lin handed a piece of roasted venison to Arya, who was ravenous. She seized the meat and devoured it with abandon, displaying none of the decorum expected of a lady. Lin, I didn't realize your culinary skills were so remarkable. Just then, a scout emerged from the shadows, galloping towards Lin. He dismounted before him. My lord, the scout's tone bore a hint of gravity. 5 miles ahead, we have encountered a merchant caravan in distress. Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Distress? Yes, my lord, the scout replied. Their wagons are mired in a bog, and there are numerous bloodstains around, as if a battle has recently unfolded. Chapter 30. An opportunity knocks. The news brought by the scout instantly froze the warm atmosphere that had just begun to envelop the camp. In the lands of the north, beneath the Stark banner, such occurrences were akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Direwolf. Lin rose, brushing the snow from his garments. John, take a few men to guard Arya. The rest, follow me. John nodded. Be careful. Lin, accompanied by 20 of the most elite armored cavalry, followed the scout, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The hooves struck the snow, producing a dull thud. In the air lingered an almost imperceptible scent of blood, growing more pronounced as they approached. At last, they beheld the ambushed caravan. Several cumbersome wagons lay askew, mired in the mud. One wagon's axle had shattered. Its body toppled onto the ground. The draft horse lay in a pool of blood, its body already stiff, one eye wide open, reflecting the pitch-black night sky. The cargo of the caravan had long since vanished. Scattered around the convoy were several corpses, the fallen guards of the caravan. Their deaths were horrific, bodies riddled with wounds, faces frozen in terror from their final moments. Lin dismounted, stepping cautiously into the chaos. He crouched down, dipping his fingers into a patch of congealed blood. The dried blood indicated that some time had passed since the battle occurred. My lord, there's a survivor over here. A soldier, peering beneath the overturned wagon, discovered a curled figure. It was a merchant, his corpulent body wedged between the wagon and the ground, one leg twisted at an unnatural angle. His breathing was faint, lips pale from blood loss. Lin approached and offered the water pouch to his lips. The merchant greedily drank a few sips, his murky eyes barely regaining a flicker of life. The bandits, they took everyone, headed north into the woods, he stammered. Sheer terror etched on his face. Lin rose, his expression dark and foreboding. Now aligned with the Starks, he could not turn a blind eye to such atrocities. His men were watching closely. Such acts would not be tolerated on the northern lands. This was a direct affront to the Stark family. Track their movements, Lin commanded. The soldiers promptly fanned out, meticulously searching every inch of the surrounding terrain. Soon, they discovered a chaotic trail of footprints and drag marks in the snow leading towards the northern forest. Lin returned to the camp, succinctly outlining the situation. Fury ignited in the faces of all the soldiers. To witness such brutal pillaging in their own protected domain was a violation of every northerner's honor. My lord, give the order, bellowed Torrin, a robust cavalry captain, gripping the hilt of his sword. We shall hang those wretches' heads upon the walls of Winterfell. Lin's gaze swept across each individual. Gather everyone. We depart immediately. He stepped aside and leaned towards Captain Torrin, whispering, Listen, Torrin, when you find them, do not kill them outright. Torrin was taken aback. My lord, break their hands or legs, rendering them incapable of resistance. Lin's voice was subdued, only audible to the two of them. I shall personally end their lives, one by one. Torrin gazed at Lin, his rugged eyes filled with confusion. Yet he refrained from further inquiry. In the north, obedience to orders is the soldier's solemn duty. As you command, my lord. Not far away, Tyrion Lannister observed the scene unfold. Leaning against the edge of his tent, a cup of wine in hand, his diminutive figure was elongated by the flickering firelight. Lin's command was peculiar, executing enemies with his own hands. It bore a striking resemblance to Ned's manner of conduct. Quite strange indeed. What could be Lin's motivation? A playful smirk curled at the corner of Tyrion's mouth. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. The forest was shrouded in dim light, the dead branches and leaves beneath the snow crunching underfoot. Lin led 50 cavalrymen through the woods. The scent of blood and a nauseating stench of charred flesh grew more potent. At last, in a glade amidst the trees, they discovered the camp of the bandits. The bonfire blazed brightly, casting ghostly shadows upon the surrounding trees. A dozen bandits gathered around the fire, laughing boisterously and consuming the stolen wine. Behind them, several large trees bore witness to a sight that froze the blood of every northern soldier. Members of the abducted caravan were stripped of their clothing, bound to the trunks. Some bore the searing marks of branding irons, while others had their fingers systematically broken, hanging limply. A woman dangled from a branch, her golden hair mingled with blood, her body twitching slightly. The bandits seemed to revel in this torment, periodically brandishing red-hot iron rods as they approached the wretched captives, their shrieks met with bestial laughter. This was not mere plunder. It was pure, malevolent delight in the suffering of others. Lin raised his hand. The soldiers behind him slowly drew their long swords. The blades glimmered with a cold light beneath the moonlight filtering through the trees. With a sudden, decisive motion, Lin commanded, "Attack." A low growl echoed. 50 elite northern warriors charged on horseback toward the camp. The bandits, lost in their revelry and dulled by alcohol, were caught completely off guard. When the first bandit was pierced through the throat by a long sword, only then did the others react. This was less a battle and more a massacre. The pent-up fury of the guards erupted at that moment, yet they adhered strictly to Lin's orders. Blades, hammer handles, fists. The disparity between full armor and no armor is sufficient to allow the guards to exhibit such leniency. The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly amidst the anguished cries. One bandit had his arm brutally shattered, rolling on the ground while clutching his injured limb. Another bandit's knee was crushed, forcing him to kneel, unable to rise again. In a matter of moments, all the bandits lay sprawled on the ground, wailing and struggling, yet none met their demise. The battle had concluded. Lin strode purposefully into the camp, ignoring the freed merchants, and headed straight for a writhing bandit on the ground. The bandit gazed at him in terror. Attempting to inch away, Lin drew the Valyrian steel dagger from his waist, its dragonbone hilt chilling to the touch. With a swift thrust, the dagger cleanly pierced the bandit's neck, blood gushing forth. The bandit's body convulsed, and within a minute, silence enveloped him. Killed one enemy. Experience points. 1. Current experience points. 8. Lin remained expressionless as he approached the next target, resembling an indefatigable farmer harvesting ripe crops from his field. Up went the hand. Down fell the blade. Killed one enemy. Experience points. 1. Current experience points. 9. John stood at the periphery of the camp, witnessing the scene unfold. He observed Lin, wielding that dagger to extinguish one life after another, devoid of anger, compassion, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It felt as though he was attending to a trivial matter. A chill surged from the soles of John's feet to the crown of his head. He had witnessed executions before, but witnessing such a number of deaths in a single instance was a first for him. Within the camp, only the dull sound of the dagger piercing flesh and the bandit's final gasps remained. Killed one enemy. Experience points. 1. Current experience points. 10. When the last bandit collapsed into a pool of blood, Lin slowly stood upright. His experience had now reached 25. With his proficiency in light swords elevated to skilled, while the remainder was allocated to one-handed swordsmanship. Experience 9. Light sword. Novice. 110. Level up. Experience 16. One-handed sword, skilled, 1834 name. Lin strength, 5, normal, agility, 5, normal, constitution, 5, normal. One-handed sword, skilled, 34,100. Light sword, skilled, 1100. Horsemanship, skilled, 1100. Unarmed combat, skilled, 84,100 remaining experience. 0 Chapter 31. Archery. Lin sheathed the dagger. Warm blood splattering across the back of his hand, yet he remained wholly indifferent. He merely wiped the clothing of the corpse with indifference. The camp was suffused with a bizarre amalgamation of blood, charred remains, and the scent of pine needles. The soldiers of the north had untied the ropes binding the survivors. The merchants lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling violently from fear and the biting cold. They gazed upon the scattered corpses, then turned their eyes to Lin, their expressions brimming with awe. The portly merchant at the forefront was the very one whom Lin had previously rescued. Struggling, he dragged himself towards Lin on a broken leg. "My lord." Tears streamed down his face as he bowed his head to the muddy and blood-stained earth. "You have saved us all. My life, my everything, belongs to you." He produced a heavy pouch of coins from his bosom, raising it high above his head. "This is all my savings. Please accept it." Lin's gaze swept over the pouch before returning to the merchant's face, which radiated relief from the ordeal. "I accept your gratitude." Lin's voice was calm and unwavering. He did not reach for the pouch, but instead addressed Torin, who stood behind him. "Assess their losses. Compensate them from the loot of these bandits. The surplus shall serve as military funds." The merchants were taken aback. Torin paused momentarily, but then promptly responded, "As you command, my lord." Lin bent down to assist the merchant to his feet. In the north, under the Stark banner, no one is free to act as they please. Eradicating banditry is our duty. With that, Lin turned his back on the merchants and strode towards the edge of the camp. John followed silently behind him, not uttering a word. The night wind rustled, lifting the hem of Lin's dark cloak. A hint of admiration flickered in John's eyes. When Lin returned to the encampment with his company, the first light of dawn began to glow on the horizon. Arya was the first to burst from the tent. She immediately spotted the shaken merchants and the additional wagons. Lin. She ran to Lin's horse, tilting her face upwards, her eyes sparkling. Did you save them all? What about the bad guys? Did you kill them all? Lin dismounted and ruffled her hair. Yes, the problem has been resolved. A look of adoration blossomed on Arya's face. To her, this was the essence of heroism. Jon approached as well, his expression complex. He watched the intimacy between Lin and Arya, his lips moving as if to speak. Yet ultimately he chose silence. He and Lin were kindred spirits in a sense. One was a bastard, while the other stood in stark contrast to Arya's status. Deep down, he wished for Lin to triumph against all odds. Magnificent. A voice, laced with a hint of mockery, resonated through the air. Tyrion Lannister emerged from his tent, a goblet in hand, his diminutive form casting a short shadow in the morning light. I have heard of a standard brand of northern justice, swift, thorough, and without mercy. Tyrion approached Lin, his mismatched eyes, one black and one green, gleaming with the wisdom of observation. I am simply curious. Why did you choose to take matters into your own hands, executing them one by one? Surely, such tasks would be less burdensome if entrusted to your subordinates? Lin met Tyrion's gaze. In the north, a lord must administer justice personally. It is a tradition. Tyrion chuckled. Ah, the traditions of Ned Stark, I comprehend. Yet you are not a lord, Lin. You are merely an unnamed warrior. He took a sip from his goblet, the smile upon his lips deepening. Are you doing this to instill fear in your men? Or do you derive enjoyment from the act itself? Lin offered no response, instead maintaining a tranquil stare at Tyrion. The two exchanged glances for a brief moment before Tyrion shrugged and diverted his gaze. Very well, I shall pretend I did not inquire. An intriguing riddle is worth the time spent unraveling it. With that, he turned and ambled back to his tent, having traveled yet another day. Nightfall descended once more. The campfire blazed brightly, soldiers engaged in hushed conversations, while merchants congregated to pray for their fallen comrades. Lin intended to escort these merchants to the nearest castle, a task that was not entirely thankless. These merchants traversed Westeros, potentially broadening Lin's influence, albeit subtly at present. Lin sought out Eddard Stark, the chief ranger, who sat alone beside the fire, meticulously polishing his longbow. Crafted from yew wood, the bow was ancient yet resilient, adorned with intricate carvings that bore witness to many years of companionship. Every ranger possessed a bow. Lord Benjen, Lin declared, taking a seat across from him. Benjen looked up, his weathered gray eyes sharp in the firelight. What brings you here? I wish to seek your counsel on archery, Lin stated candidly. Benjen paused in his polishing, scrutinizing Lin with an air of mild surprise. A sword is the weapon of a knight, while a bow is the weapon of a ranger. However, since you wish to learn, I see no reason to refuse. His voice was deep and resonant. He had observed Lin's battles, noting his decisiveness, valor, and commendable calmness, a promising candidate for a ranger. Pay attention. Banyan rose to his feet, grasping the longbow and casually knocking an arrow. He did not aim at anything in particular. He merely drew the bowstring back. The string arched like a crescent moon. His arm muscles tensed, yet remained as steadfast as a rock. Your shoulders, arms, and back must align in a seamless line. Engage your back to draw the string, rather than your arms. Feel that power surging from your feet to your fingertips. Banyan released the bowstring. The arrow whistled sharply as it pierced the darkness ahead, disappearing from sight. Lin stood up, emulating his stance, and picked up a spare bow. Following Banyan's guidance, he adjusted his posture. Once, twice, he tirelessly repeated the motion of drawing the bow, attuning himself to the subtle changes in every muscle of his body. Every archer is a powerhouse. To regard them as feeble close combat warriors would be a grave misjudgment. Indeed, in many respects, the strength and endurance of these archers far surpass those of ordinary soldiers. Sweat began to trickle down Lin's forehead. His arms started to ache. Yet he paid no heed. In his mind, he focused solely on every word and detail uttered by Banyan. Through diligent practice and the guidance of a master, achieving the necessary strength attributes, he successfully comprehended a new skill. Archery. Beginner, 110. The corners of Lin's mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. It had been accomplished. However, he quickly felt a sense of dissatisfaction wash over him. He scanned his surroundings. Jon's swordsmanship was commendable, but too similar to his own. Torrin and the guards wielded techniques that were rather mundane. The knowledge they could impart to him was insufficient. He yearned for more experience, more skills. He needed to venture into broader horizons. The Great Wall was merely a beginning. The following day, the caravan continued northward. The King's road stretched across the boundless snowfield like a gray scar. By midday, the scouts responsible for reconnaissance galloped back. "My lord, a contingent has been spotted ahead. They are also bearing the Night's Watch banner." Banyan raised an eyebrow and urged his horse forward, with Lin following closely behind. Soon, a dark formation emerged on the horizon. Approximately 30 individuals, weary and travel-worn. At the forefront stood a tall, resolute middle-aged man. "Yuluin." Banyan recognized him and called out loudly. The man named Yuluin also spotted Banyan, a look of surprise crossing his face. The two groups converged in the snowy expanse. "Banyan." Yuluin dismounted and enveloped Banyan in a bear hug. "I never expected to encounter you here. I thought you had returned to Black Castle." Yoren, the recruiter of the Night's Watch, was tasked with escorting those criminals destined to become members of the Watch. "I accompanied my nephew to the wall." Banyan pointed toward John. Yoren's gaze lingered on John for a brief moment, seemingly surprised, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. His eyes then swept over Lin, Arya, and the 100 elite soldiers from the north. Confusion and a hint of subtle detachment clouded Yoren's countenance. It was evident he recognized Lin, the individual branded as a deserter in the Black Castle. Lord Stark was to travel to King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King, Banyan explained succinctly. This was the escort he had arranged for Lin, specifically to accompany Arya back to the north. Chapter 32. Jon Snow's new colleagues. Yoren's contingent joined Lin's orderly formation. Through his observations, Yoren had ascertained that Lin was now associated with Lord Ned, and thus dared not speak freely, which rendered the atmosphere increasingly somber. The 30-odd so-called new recruits of the Night's Watch starkly contrasted with Lin's seasoned soldiers, clad in iron armor and radiating formidable presence. The newcomers were ragged, exuding a long-neglected, pungent odor. Some cowered, their eyes averted like mice accustomed to the shadows, while others glared fiercely, embodying the ferocity of a cornered beast. Lin and Arya walked side by side. Arya spoke softly. "Lin, my father has promised to help you secure the title of Lord. If you become a Lord, does that mean you would be worthy of marrying me?" Lin paused. Arya, still youthful and naive about the intricacies of power, remained oblivious to the disparities of social standing. She simply understood the joy of companionship and chose to be with those who made her happy, an epitome of stark candor. However, it was clear that these words were intentionally crafted for Arya's ears. Lin did not refute her. "Indeed, once I become Lord, your father would surely consent to our union." Arya's spirits lifted, and her chatter increased. "Just as I thought. Jon did not deceive me. He urged me to support you and speak favorably of you before our father." It seemed Jon had discerned the subtle signs of Arya's burgeoning feelings for Lin long before. After all, Jon shared a close bond with Arya, so it was not surprising he could perceive such sentiments. Thankfully, Jon harbored no ill intentions, and Lin's tense demeanor began to ease. He turned to glance back at Jon Snow, who was mounted upon his horse. Jon did not meet Lin's gaze. Rather, his attention was involuntarily drawn to the newcomers. Jon noticed a man with a missing ear, fixating on Arya with murky eyes, a look of unabashed greed evident in his expression. He beheld another face, marred by a grotesque scar. The man unabashedly licked his parched lips, his gaze flitting over the supplies of the group. These individuals, could they truly be his future brethren? Jon's brow instinctively furrowed. The Night's Watch he had envisioned was a formidable bastion, akin to his uncle Benjen, akin to the valiant Lannister, composed of countless heroes dedicated to safeguarding their homeland. Not this ragtag assembly before him. To label them as a rabble would be an overestimation of their caliber. "What are you staring at?" A voice interrupted Jon's reverie. Tyrion Lannister, mounted on his diminutive steed, had approached Jon's side. A glint of perceptive amusement danced in his mismatched eyes. "Admiring your future comrades, are you, bastard brother?" Jon's lips pressed into a rigid line. "They are still members of the Night's Watch." His voice bore an unintentional note of defensiveness. "Oh, indeed." Tyrion exaggeratedly nodded, as if affirming an undeniable truth. He took a sip from his wine pouch, the spicy liquid causing him to squint in delight. "They are about to don black garb and guard the realm. How noble." Tyrion extended his small finger toward a man with pointed ears and a simian face. "Do you see him? I wager he is a thief. A habitual offender unable to restrain his hands. Perhaps for a few loaves of bread, perhaps for a necklace belonging to a lord's wife." The judge offered him a choice: lose his hand or go to the wall. It seems he values his hand greatly. Jon's complexion paled slightly. Tyrion's gaze shifted to the scarred man once more. "And that one. Observe his gait, those eyes. A murderer, without a doubt. Perhaps for a prostitute in a tavern. Perhaps in an alley for a pouch of coins. The gallows or the wall, both would lead to the same fate for him." Tyrion's voice, though soft, incisively peeled away the fragile veneer of honor Jon had draped over the Night's Watch in his mind. And that fellow, the one who keeps staring at Arya. A slight smirk graced Tyrion's lips. A rapist. The most repugnant sort. Were it not for Yoren's chains, I suspect he would have lunged at her by now. Castration or a lifetime of celibacy at the Wall, neither would be a difficult choice for him. He values his craft, but I suppose any man would make the same choice. Tyrion shrugged. Jon's breath grew labored, his grip on the reins turning white from tension. Enough. Huh. Tyrion let out a brief, sardonic laugh. Dear bastard brother. What do you think the Wall is? A sanctuary for heroes? No. He exaggeratedly shook his head, as if correcting a wayward child. The Wall is the largest latrine in the Seven Kingdoms. All the filthy, rancid, and unsightly refuse ultimately finds its way there. Thieves, robbers, murderers, rapists. As Tyrion spoke, his keen eyes fixated intently on Jon's face. Jon's body stiffened atop his horse. He wished to retort, but found himself utterly speechless. What Tyrion stated was the harsh truth, a truth he had long sought to evade, yet it existed in bloody reality. He lifted his gaze once more to the new brothers. This time, he no longer saw future comrades but rather a series of concrete, sordid crimes. Theft, pillage, slaughter, debauchery. The noble fantasy he had harbored about the Night's Watch was, in that moment, shattered by Tyrion's merciless words. Ahead, Lin halted his horse. He did not turn back. Yet he clearly heard the exchange behind him. Banyan maintained his gentle demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. As silence enveloped them, Tyrion lost interest. He picked up a book and resumed reading with gusto. This piqued Jon's curiosity. I've noticed before. You seem to be perpetually engrossed in books. What purpose do you serve in reading so much? Tyrion did not lift his eyes. Jon, I want you to look at me. Then, tell me, what do you see? Jon was at a loss for words, yet Tyrion pressed on. I believe you wish to say you see a dwarf. Indeed, I am a dwarf. Had I been born to common folk, I would likely have been drowned by my parents in a privy. Tyrion continued to leaf through the pages of his book. Yet, I was born in Casterly Rock, to House Lannister. I am the center of attention. My sister is the queen. My nephew is the future king, the protector of the realm. And what of me? I hold the title of Lannister, but bear no responsibility. My brother wields his sword. King Robert has his warhammer. And I possess my intellect. Tyrion tapped his temple with his short fingers. A sharp mind requires extensive reading. Much like a sword must be honed on a whetstone to maintain its edge. Hence, I immerse myself in literature. Jon fell silent, observing the dwarf before him. For the first time, he perceived that within Tyrion's diminutive frame resided a strength rivaling that of any knight. Jon reflected on his own situation. What then? Might be his own advantages? Tyrion glanced up at Jon. I take great pleasure in engaging with others, for it allows me to learn diverse ways of thinking from different individuals. And you, bastard brother? The floor is yours. What is your tale? Being incessantly referred to as a bastard elicited an eye roll from Jon, who responded with a tone devoid of warmth. Imp, beg me, and perhaps in a generous mood. I might divulge my story. Chapter 33. Tyrion's probing Jon turned his head away, choosing to disregard the incessant chatter of the imp. The only sounds that lingered in the air were those of the crackling campfire, the wood snapping as it burned. Tyrion Lannister's smile remained undiminished. His inner strength rendered Jon's sharp tongue, which he presumed to be a fatal blow, ineffective against his current cheerfulness. Tyrion's gaze shifted from Jon's stubborn young face to another countenance, markedly more serene. Lin. This name had become increasingly prevalent in Winterfell of late. A Night's Watch deserter, who should have faced execution, had transformed into a benefactor of House Stark, even forging a close relationship with Lord Eddard Stark. The twists and turns of this narrative held far too many intriguing facets. And you, Lin? Tyrion swayed the wine pouch in his hand, the sharp aroma of the liquor wafting through the frigid air. The hero of Winterfell, what motivated you to don the black? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. All eyes instinctively turned towards Lin. The newly recruited prisoners gazed at him with a mixture of curiosity and apathy. The guards, too, cast curious glances in Lin's direction. Benjen Stark maintained his gentle demeanor, though his hands, which had been cleaning his bow, came to a halt, clearly attentive to the unfolding scene. Even the ever-chattering Arya fell silent, looking up at Lin, her understanding of his past still superficial. Lin did not respond immediately. The memories of his former life were vividly clear. He had been swept away by the allure of honor, which had led him to join the Night's Watch. With no prior criminal record to mar his reputation, this could support his claims and was precisely why Ned had chosen to trust him. Lin lifted his gaze to the night sky, illuminated and shadowed by the flickering firelight. The northern night was profound, devoid of impurities. I have committed no crime. It is the old gods who guided me here. Lin's statement plunged the already quiet camp into an eerie silence. The old gods. Arya's eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. Jon's face, too, reflected astonishment. As a man from the north, he grew up listening to the tales of the old gods and embraced their faith. However, those criminals from the south wore peculiar expressions. The south predominantly worships the seven gods. Yet, most of them do not even know if they will see the sun tomorrow, let alone believe in some elusive deity. The old gods. Tyrion could no longer contain himself and let out a brief, mocking laugh, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Lin, your excuse is far more entertaining than the silence of our illegitimate brother. Tyrion took a hearty swig of wine and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Let me guess, did the weirwood tree in the forest speak to you? Or did the ravens from the sky deliver a letter to you? His tone dripped with sarcasm, laced with skepticism. Yet, beneath his nonchalant demeanor, his mismatched eyes were fixed intently on Lin. He was a Lannister, a creature of the opulent southern castles, who believed solely in gold and power. To him, the ancient faith of the old gods, reserved for the barbaric folk of the north, was merely a collection of bedtime stories to deceive simple farmers. Nevertheless, further probing was necessary. You. Arya abruptly stood up, her small face flushed with anger as she glared at Tyrion. Lin would never lie, and the old gods are real. Tyrion watched the feisty little wolf with growing amusement, a broader smile gracing his face. Lin reached out, gently placing a hand on Arya's shoulder. She turned to see him subtly shaking his head. Though reluctant, she pursed her lips and obediently sat back down. When Lin joined the Night's Watch, I was present. A deep voice interrupted this somewhat comical standoff. It was Eddard Stark, still seated by the fire, calmly observing Tyrion. He bore no mark of a criminal, nor was his name listed in the bounties of the Seven Kingdoms. He was neither a fugitive nor a sinner. Eddard's voice conveyed no emotion, merely stating a fact. He was just a man who traversed the neck and arrived at the foot of the wall, declaring his intention to join the Night's Watch. I was there at the time. Tyrion's smile faltered for a moment. He could mock the intangible beliefs, but he could not refute the facts stated by the First Ranger. A pure-hearted individual, surrendering everything to willingly come to this frigid, desolate land to become a member of the Night's Watch. Such an act defied rational explanation. Why would one choose to become a member of the Night's Watch without having committed a crime? Either one was mad, or there lay a hidden truth. Lin's tale may indeed be absurd, yet the words of Banyan cloaked this absurdity in an irrefutable veneer of truth. Tyrion gazed into the calm eyes of Lin, still serene amidst the flickering flames. For the first time, he sensed that he might indeed have encountered an eccentric whose worth transcended mere wealth and status. This enigma was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Tyrion's smile momentarily froze upon the conclusion of Banyan's account, but he quickly regained his composure. As if the earlier awkwardness were merely an illusion cast by the dancing firelight, he raised his flask in a distant toast to Banyan. Very well, my Lord Commander of the Rangers. Tyrion's gaze returned to Lin, where the probing curiosity in those mismatched eyes, one dark and one green, intensified. A blameless individual voluntarily forsaking sunshine and fine wine to endure the biting winds of this desolate wasteland. This tale was far stranger than any heroic epic sung by bards. So, what exactly do you seek? Honor? Tyrion scoffed, shaking his head. Honor cannot fill your belly in winter. Power? He shook his head again. Beyond the wall, there is nothing worthy of dominion aside from wildlings. His gaze endeavored to dissect Lin's tranquil facade, seeking the truth beneath. Could it be for a woman? A knowing smile played on Tyrion's lips, as if this were the singular answer to all of life's irrationalities. Let me guess, an unattainable noble maiden? Or perhaps a scandal that would ruin your reputation. Love has an uncanny ability to transform the wisest into the most foolish of fools. As Tyrion uttered these words, his eyes sparkled with a roguish glint, his tone laced with the derision and disdain of one who has experienced it all. Arya's expression darkened. She harbored affections for Lin, and his words struck precisely at her sensitive core. Chapter 34. Unveiling the scar. Just as Arya was poised to retort, Lin silenced her with a mere glance. In the camp, all eyes were fixed upon this silent confrontation. Lin remained composed, idly stirring the campfire with a twig. Sparks leaped, tracing brief yet brilliant arcs in the air. Love? Lin finally spoke, his voice soft yet clearly cutting through the crackling of the burning wood. The Lannisters seemed rather well versed in this term. Tyrion shrugged. I know a thing or two. Lin smiled, a faint, inscrutable expression illuminated by the firelight. I happen to have heard a tale about love as well, he said, shifting his gaze from the flickering flames to Tyrion's face. It too is a love story. and its protagonist happens to be a Lannister. Tyrion's body stiffened in an instant. The hand that clutched the wine pouch tightened involuntarily. Oh. Tyrion endeavored to maintain a casual tone. Our Lannister family has quite a few tales to tell. I wonder which one you are referring to. Lin paid no heed to Tyrion's feigned calmness. He continued to speak, his voice devoid of any tremor, as if recounting an ancient legend entirely unrelated to himself. The tale spoke of a young Lannister who rescued a girl beset by bandits. At that time, the girl was fleeing, pursued by two men. His brother drew his sword and swiftly drove away the ruffians. He removed his cloak and draped it over the girl. Each word from Lin struck Tyrion's heart like a hammer. The color drained from Tyrion's face at a visible rate. The smile that once graced his lips had frozen, morphing into a ludicrous mask. She was an ordinary commoner, the daughter of a wheelwright. When he saved her, she was famished. He took her to an inn, where they feasted on 3 roasted chickens and a large jug of wine. Jon and Arya looked at the two men in confusion. They could not comprehend why such a fine story would render Tyrion's expression so ghastly. Only Bran Stark furrowed his brow slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Lin's voice continued, soft yet seemingly imbued with a strange power, plunging the entire camp into a profound silence. Strangely enough, he did not drink at the time, yet consumed half a jug. He wished to conceal his physical flaws from the girl. Thus, he struggled to engage with women, resorting to intoxication to numb the unwelcome truths of his reality. Women merely gazed at his brother, who was tall and handsome, a fact that terrified him. But this girl was different. She was gentle, considerate, willing to confront all his imperfections. Thus, the young Lannister fell in love with her. They shared a bed, whispering sweet nothings. The girl would sing a mournful tune. Eventually, they found a drunken monk, slipped him a few coins, and in a haze, they wed. Thud! The wine pouch slipped from Tyrion's grasp, crashing to the ground. The deep red wine seeped into the filthy snow beneath, staining it with a shocking dark hue. He yearned to utter something, yet his throat felt as though it were constricted by an invisible hand, producing no sound. Lin finally raised his gaze, locking eyes with Tyrion's, which widened in shock and fear, revealing their mismatched colors. Alas, 2 weeks later, the monk awoke from his drunken stupor. He disclosed the matter to the man's father, who then compelled the boy's brother to reveal the truth. In reality, it was merely a ruse. The girl was nothing but a courtesan, hired by his own father with a few gold coins, merely to impart a lesson about adulthood. From the chase to the brother's pursuit, and then to the inn where the marriage ceremony was performed by the monk, everything had been meticulously orchestrated. A thunderclap seemed to resonate in Tyrion's mind. The memories he had endeavored throughout his life to bury and forget were brutally unearthed by Lyle in the most savage manner, laid bare before the scrutiny of all. Lyle rose, gazing down upon Tyrion, who sat trembling on the ground. His voice was devoid of warmth, chillingly cold. In the story's conclusion, his father summoned his newlywed wife to the barracks, allowing the entire garrison of guards to take turns enjoying her. The price was rather reasonable, each man offering a silver coin to him as her husband. How many courtesans could command such a fee? Meanwhile, he was forced to witness the entire ordeal, ultimately coerced into giving his new wife a gold coin. She amassed an uncountable sum of silver, the bright coins spilling through her fingers onto the ground. Arya felt a pang of compassion, her expression darkening, while Jon's face reflected a complex array of emotions. The tale was so brutal that it seemed almost unbearable. He attempted to place himself in the protagonist's shoes, only to be engulfed by a heart-wrenching anguish. Lyle leaned slightly closer, whispering into Tyrion's ear a phrase that felt like a curse, a question that only the two of them could hear. Is it so? That girl named Tessa? The final word shattered Tyrion's defenses completely. A howl, more beast than man, erupted from Tyrion's throat, filled with boundless pain and fury. He jerked his head up, his eyes devoid of any mockery or composure, replaced instead by a feral madness. He fixated on Lyle, as if he wished to etch the visage of this man into his very bones. This was a truth he had always sought to conceal, a secret his brother and father would never divulge. How could Lyle possibly know? Lyle gradually rose, looking down upon Tyrion. Now, do you believe I have received the guidance of the old gods? Speak less, speculate less. I am not fond of being scrutinized or judged. Do you understand, noble Lord Lannister? Tyrion endeavored to restore calmness to his expression, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Lin bent down and gently patted Tyrion's shoulder. I apologize. I should not have spoken thus. However, I wish to convey this to you. What you perceive may not necessarily reflect the truth. Ordinary words ignited a fervent reaction in Tyrion. He abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Lin. What do you mean by that? What else do you know? Chapter 35. Arrival at the Wall of Despair, Tyrion Lannister's breath grew heavy and rapid. He clutched Lin's arm tightly, his uneven eyes ablaze with a near-manic fervor. What does that mean? His voice was hoarse, akin to two rusted metal plates scraping against one another. What else do you know? Speak. The camp was enveloped in a deathly silence. Even the crackling of the campfire seemed to be swallowed by the thick, oppressive air. Jon and Arya exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They could not fathom how a mere tale could provoke such a profound disarray in a Lannister. Only Bran Stark, with his weathered eyes, flickered with understanding. He rose silently, guiding the still-dazed Arya and Jon toward the other side of the camp. Some truths are not meant for children to hear. Tyrion's past was too brutal. Lin did not wrench free from Tyrion's grasp. He merely lowered his head, observing the dwarf who clung to him, watching his flushed face, a manifestation of intense emotional turmoil, and the bloodshot eyes that betrayed his anguish. My Lord Lannister, Lin's voice remained chillingly composed. Some truths resemble Pandora's box. Once opened, the unleashed horrors may consume you. No. Tyrion bellowed. Tell me. Reveal the truth. I beseech you. The last word escaped his lips as though forced through clenched teeth. The proud Lannister lion, in this moment, bowed his head, something he had never done for anyone, seeking a truth that could shatter his existence. Lin shook his head. Now is not the time. Tyrion's body swayed, the flame within his eyes dimming to mere ashes of despair. Why? What do you desire? Tyrion suddenly lifted his head, his mind racing, searching for a bargaining chip. Is it gold? Casterly Rock is rich with gold. A veritable mine. I will give you a mine, just tell me. Tyrion's voice trembled with desperation. A Lannister offering a gold mine in exchange for an answer. Lin smiled, slowly prying apart Tyrion's fingers that clutched him so tightly. My lord, do you think the old gods require gold? This question rendered Tyrion utterly speechless. Was this also a form of guidance from the old gods? He gazed into Lin's unfathomable eyes and for the first time realized that his pride in wealth and wisdom seemed utterly feeble in the presence of this man. He could neither purchase him with gold nor persuade him with words. He felt like a fly ensnared in a spider's web, while the other stood as the patient spider awaiting its prey. Then what is it that you desire? Since you have chosen to speak to me, you must have something you wish for. Just tell me what you want, and if it is within my power, I shall grant it to you. Tyrion's voice trembled slightly. Lin leaned closer, whispering into Tyrion's ear, what I seek, you cannot provide at this moment. However, that day will come. Revealing the truth to Tyrion now would yield little benefit. He was waiting for the Lannisters' pressure on Tyrion to reach its zenith, which would ultimately serve his interests better. Lin straightened up, no longer looking at Tyrion. Rest well, my lord. The road to the wall is still quite long. With that, Lin turned and walked towards his tent, leaving the disheartened dwarf alone in the cold night. Tyrion slumped in the snow, his body trembling, not from the chill. What if it were all a lie? What if Tessa was not a whore, but merely a pitiable ordinary girl? What if it were not a deception? What then of the suffering and humiliation he had endured over the years? What cruel role had his father, Tywin Lannister, played in his life? Tyrion's fist struck the frozen ground with a fierce blow. Blood seeped from his shattered knuckles, yet he felt no pain. In the distance, Jon observed this scene, profoundly shaken. He had never conceived that words could wield such terrifying power. Lin had not even drawn his sword. He had utterly dismantled a highborn Lannister. Had he always possessed such prowess while serving as a night's watchman? Jon could not restrain himself from inquiring of Benjen, who withdrew his gaze from Lin's retreating figure. His expression complex. No, Benjen shook his head. The Lin of the past was merely an ordinary young man. The man he has become. Benjen paused, seemingly in search of an appropriate term. He resembles a sword drawn from its sheath. At this moment, he found himself somewhat believing that the old gods had imparted some message to Lin, particularly in such a crucial hour. Arya tightened her grip on the sewing needle at her waist, her eyes shimmering with admiration. This is the person she aspired to become, not a lady like Sansa, adorned in a beautiful gown, waiting for a prince to rescue her. Rather, she envisioned herself as a formidable force, capable of instilling fear in her enemies while providing solace to her family. I have long dwelled within a web of lies tailored to my existence. My father, my sister, my brother, each of them has manipulated my life in ways invisible to me. Lannister knelt on the ground, despondent. The name Lannister did not evoke glory, especially for one such as himself, a dwarf. Lin observed Tyrion's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He bore no ill will towards Tyrion. His words were not merely intended to temper Tyrion's sharp tongue, but also to pave the way for the future. Every individual is but a pawn, yet simultaneously a player. Even the seemingly insignificant can sway the course of events. The seed has been sown, a seed named hatred and betrayal. One day, it shall take root and flourish into a towering tree capable of overturning the entire Lannister family. And he, Lin, will be the sole nurturer of this growth. As dawn broke the following day and the caravan set forth once more, an unsettling awareness permeated the air. Tyrion Lannister had changed. He no longer drank. The flask that had seldom left his grasp was cast into the embers of the extinguished campfire. Instead, he immersed himself in books, rendered speechless. The dwarf, once armed with wit and sharp tongue, seemed to have transformed overnight into a mute. As they journeyed, he rode silently at the rear of the group, his once irreverent visage now shadowed by a disquieting gloom. Jon several times felt compelled to approach him, yet each time he met Tyrion's hollow gaze, he swallowed his words. Arya, feeling apprehensive, quietly leaned towards Lin and whispered, "What is wrong with that little man? He seems as if he is on the brink of death." Lin gently ruffled her hair. "No, he is not dying." His gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon that diminutive figure. He had been reborn. Arya nodded, half understanding. In silence, the caravan continued northward, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling tension. Even the criminals brought by Euron sensed this unusual aura and became unusually subdued. Only Lin maintained his composure, spending most of his time seeking guidance from Benjen in archery, drawing, aiming, shooting, repeating the monotonous motions. Archery, beginner, 510. Archery, beginner, 610. Lin discovered that with instruction and persistent practice, he too could accumulate experience. This discovery filled Lin with unrestrained joy, intensifying his training regimen. The pace of his progress astonished even the seasoned veteran, Eddard Stark. This young man appeared to be born for battle, mastering every technique imparted to him with remarkable speed. His focus was far from that of a typical impetuous youth. 5 days later, as a colossal white shadow loomed on the horizon, all riders halted their horses. The Great Wall, the Wall of Despair, stood before them, an unimaginable edifice constructed from ice and magic. It resembled a colossal white dragon, coiled at the world's end, soaring into the clouds, an unbroken expanse. Chapter 36. Commander Giamermong. That immense white shadow seemed to be a sigh left behind by the Creator upon the mortal realm. The wall stood silently, cleaving the world in two. On one side lay the Seven Kingdoms, rich in civilization and verdant lands, while the other side was the land of eternal winter, home to savages and the fabled, long-forgotten others. Arya's mouth formed a perfect circle, her gray eyes reflecting the pale light emanating from the ice wall. This sight surpassed any tale she had ever heard in grandeur and splendor. Jon reined in his horse, gazing up in awe at the icy precipice. This was the place he would dedicate his life to safeguarding. The uncertainty stirred by the prisoners of Yoren seemed momentarily quelled by this magnificent wonder. Tyrion Lannister ceased his reading, squinting his mismatched eyes as he scrutinized this greatest creation of human history. For the first time, pure, unadulterated astonishment graced his face. Only Lin remained composed, contemplating the familiar silhouette. The shock of first encountering the wall lingered in his memory, yet now, it no longer represented the world's edge, but rather a new beginning. The party approached the Black Castle, a fortress nestled at the foot of the wall, appearing insignificant and rudimentary compared to the grandeur of its towering counterpart. The dark wooden and stone structure, set against the pristine white snow, resembled unsightly patches. As they traversed the deep and shadowy tunnel carved into the ice wall, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them from all directions. The sound of hooves echoed in the confined space. Upon emerging into the courtyard of the Black Castle, they found it muddied, a mixture of snowmelt and horse dung. Dozens of black-clad Night's Watchmen were engaged in their daily drills and tasks. Their presence immediately silenced the courtyard, halting all activity. A multitude of gazes converged upon them, not due to the presence of Commander Banyan Stark, nor the rare sight of the female Arya, and certainly not because of the conspicuous form of the dwarf Tyrion. The eyes traversed the crowd, fixating intently on one individual, Lin. A peculiar, hostile atmosphere began to permeate the air. It was he, the deserter. How dare he return? Whispers buzzed like a swarm of mosquitoes. A tall, gaunt man with a harsh visage set aside his training sword and approached deliberately. It was Sir Elissa Thorne, the instructor of the Black Castle. His gaze pierced through to Lin. A deserter, alive and returned. Did Lord Stark not see you off? Thorne's voice was sharp and bitter, laden with unmasked malice. And Banyan, why do you still bring Stark's guards with you? Does Lord Eddard Stark intend to substitute his soldiers for us Night's Watchmen? The faces of the Night's Watchmen behind him displayed derision and disdain. In their eyes, Lin was a disgrace, a coward who had forsaken his oath and deserved execution. Yet now, this coward had returned. Lin remained silent, calmly seated upon his horse, overlooking Elisa Thorne. The 100 elite cavalrymen of the north rested their hands upon the hilts of their swords. These elite warriors obeyed Lin En's command, as it was directly instructed by Lord Stark. Consequently, as Lin faced humiliation, they were bound to draw their swords in response. A chilling aura of menace swiftly enveloped the courtyard, as if the temperature had plummeted further. Thorne's expression shifted slightly, and the rabble behind him instinctively took a step back. "Enough, Elisa," Banyan Stark urged, advancing on horseback, his voice deep and authoritative. "Lin, return with me. If there are grievances, address them with the commander." The authority of the chief ranger stilled the derision on Thorne's face. He snorted in reluctant acquiescence, stepping aside, yet his resentful gaze remained fixed on Lin's back. The commander's chamber was austere yet tidy. The flames in the hearth dispelled a modicum of chill. Old Bear Jeor Mormont sat behind the table, poring over parchment scrolls. His hair was white, and his beard thick. The lines etched into his weathered face bore testament to the passage of time. A raven perched upon his shoulder, tilting its head, observing the two who entered with its obsidian eyes. "Banyan," Commander Mormont raised his gaze, his voice gravelly, reminiscent of aged wine. His gaze traversed past Banyan and settled upon Lin En. That look was sharp and heavy. How had he returned? How had he not perished upon the guillotine in Winterfell? Banyan Stark succinctly recounted the events, from the White Walkers and the Old God's guidance, to Bran's fall, the assassination in the library, and Ned Stark's plea. Commander Mormont listened in silence. The room resonated only with the crackling of the burning logs in the fireplace. Once Banyan concluded, Commander Mormont remained silent for a considerable time. He slowly rose, walked to the window, and gazed at the endless ice wall outside. Did Ned wish for him to abandon the Night's Watch? Mormont's voice bore no trace of anger or joy. He had saved the Stark children. This was the reward Ned was due. Banyan added, "Reward?" Mormont turned his gaze back. "Banyan, you too are a member of the Night's Watch. Have you forgotten our oath? The long night approaches, and from this moment forth, I shall keep watch until death. I shall not wed, nor hold lands, nor sire children. I shall not wear a crown, nor seek glory. I shall remain dutiful, living and dying here. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the stout shield that guards the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, this night and every night henceforth." Each word he spoke was like ice hewn from snow, cold yet resolute. Banyan's expression darkened. He understood that the commander was not mistaken. The oath was the very foundation of the Night's Watch's existence. Should it waver, the entire Brotherhood would crumble. It was evidently not so simple to grant Lin En a backdoor. "But, my lord, there is no but," Mormont interrupted. He returned to the table and resumed his seat. "Lord Stark is Hand of the King, but he is not the commander of the Night's Watch. Though Lord Stark is the protector of the North, here, my word is law." The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. Lin En remained silent, standing still. He understood this was the old bear asserting his stance. It was a necessity. Rules were rules, and no one could trample upon them. Yet, Ned Stark was after all the protector of the North, and Mormont could not afford to disregard Ned's standing. Most of Black Castle's supplies came from the Seven Kingdoms, and Ned's generosity always exceeded that of the other protectors. Lin En perceived the underlying currents. Indeed, Mormont sighed, a hint of resignation and fatigue in his tone. However, as he looked at Lin En, a complex expression flickered in his sharp eyes. "Since Lord Ned values you so highly as to allow you to remain at the wall, it indeed seems a waste of your talents." Mayormont's fingers gently tapped the table. "Let us proceed thus. You shall still be a member of the Night's Watch. Your oath remains intact. However, your watchful domain shall not be at the wall. Is it not true that Lord Ned is headed to King's Landing? You may accompany him. Nevertheless, remember, you are still a member of the Night's Watch. In this manner, you will not violate your oath, and it will also repay Lord Ned's kindness." A look of relief crossed Banyan's face. It was a solution that satisfied both parties. Lin lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. He understood that this old bear of a commander was far more astute than he let on. This was hardly a win-win situation. It was merely tossing his contentious issue back into Lord Ned Stark's hands. In name, he remained a member of the Night's Watch, yet in reality, he was free. "As you command, Commander," Lin said, inclining his head slightly. Mayormont continued, "However, I concur that the attitudes of the other members of the Night's Watch are equally significant. After all, this is not a dictatorship of my own making. You must find a way to persuade them." Chapter 37. The air in the room grew heavy with Commander Mayormont's words. Lin stepped out of the chamber. In the courtyard, Alazar Thorne and his group of Night's Watchmen had evidently been awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin emerge, a sardonic smirk immediately appeared on Thorn's harsh face. He had always held a particular disdain for deserters and bore a significant grudge against Lin. So, has the commander prepared a carriage for you, traitor, to King's Landing? Laughter erupted from the Night's Watchman behind him, rife with scorn and derision. Lin paid him no heed. His gaze swept across every man clad in black in the courtyard. Their eyes reflected a spectrum of emotions. Some were numbed, others filled with resentment, and some reveled in schadenfreude. These men were the refuse of the Seven Kingdoms, cast aside by mainstream society. For most of them, the notion of honor was laughable. They adhered solely to the most primal of laws, strength. Sir Thorn. Lin's eyes locked onto Thorn's venomous gaze, unflinching in the face of intimidation. You seem to have a particular distaste for me. Thorn's smile faltered, yet he did not refute it. Of course, Lin nodded. He unfastened his cloak and tossed it to his companion, Torin. Then, he drew his sword, a standard long sword of the north, its blade reflecting a cold glimmer in the pale daylight. Let us abide by the customs of the north. At the White Horse Academy, a tense atmosphere enveloped the courtyard as Lin En pointed the tip of his sword towards the ground. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the space. One-on-one. If anyone disputes this, step forward. I shall silence you all. An immediate hush fell over the courtyard. Even the distant sounds of blacksmithing ceased. Tyrion, leaning against a column on the second floor with a cup of hot wine in hand, watched with keen interest below. This was far more thrilling than the tales woven in his books. The crowd stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the audacity of the supposed coward before them. Alicia Thorne's countenance darkened, for Lin En's words were akin to a resounding slap in front of all. Arrogant. Thorne spat through clenched teeth. He turned to the crowd behind him, barking a command. Who will teach this insolent fool what rules truly are? A ripple of unrest swept through the assembly. A burly figure clad in black, his face a mask of brutishness, stepped forward with a menacing grin. He hefted a heavy two-handed sword from the weapon rack. Boy, I shall bury that pale face of yours in this frozen earth. Dragging the massive blade, he advanced towards Lin En, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Jon's heart raced, while Arya gripped the sewing needle at her waist, her expression fraught with anxiety. Lin En remained still, quietly observing the approaching giant. Noting the savage smile upon his visage and the bloodthirst glimmering in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the giant raised his great sword high and brought it crashing down with all his might. The wind howled, the force seeming capable of cleaving Lin En and the earth itself in twain. In that fateful moment, Lin En moved. As the giant's sword descended, he shifted his body slightly, allowing the blade to graze the edge of his garment and crash heavily into the ground. The impact sent shards of ice scattering. Momentarily stunned by his own strength, the giant froze in place. It was in this fleeting instant that Lin En's sword sprang into action. A flash of cold light darted forth, swift as the eye could not perceive. Arya's face lit up with excitement. This was Lin En's finesse with the lighter sword, a technique she had studied. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as Lin En's sword struck precisely at the giant's wrist. The brute felt a jolt of numbness surge through his arm, a sharp pain radiating from his grip, causing the heavy sword to slip from his hands with a soft thud into the nearby snowdrift. The giant stood dumbfounded, staring at his empty hands. Disbelief etched across his features. In the next heartbeat, Lin En's sword hilt crashed heavily against his chin. A distinct crack echoed, and the giant's body crumpled backward like a discarded sack, collapsing onto the ground, rendered unconscious. The entire process transpired in less than 3 breaths, swift, exceedingly swift. In the courtyard, the sound of falling needles could be discerned. The expressions on every face were frozen in shock. Sir Alicia Sorn's pupils dilated sharply. He was acutely aware of Lin's capabilities. Being the instructor himself, when Lin initially joined the Night Watch, he was the one who personally imparted the formal sword techniques. He had often put Lin to the test. Yet, in such a brief period, this young man had mastered such an enigmatic and unpredictable light sword. For those accustomed to wielding heavy swords, it felt as if they were utterly restrained. The mocking and disdainful looks that had once adorned the faces of the Night Watch behind Sir Sorn had vanished, replaced by a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. Lin sheathed his long sword, his breathing remaining unfaltering, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His piercing gaze swept over the cloaked figures once more. Next, as night descended, a frigid wind howled above the black castle. In Lin's chamber, the fireplace blazed vigorously. Torin was meticulously polishing Lin's longsword with a clean linen cloth. The blade bore over a dozen fine nicks. Earlier that afternoon, Lin stood alone in the center of the courtyard, with but a single sword, having vanquished a total of 10 challengers. From the initial ease to the final moments. Lin bore several wounds, yet remained standing. Whoever dared approach him was met with the edge of his sword. At first, Lin adhered to technique and form. But as time progressed, his strikes became increasingly frenzied, devolving into wild slashes that instilled fear in every opponent. The Night Watch's shouts transformed into silence. Sir Sorn had discreetly signaled several trusted aides to take ruthless action when Lin's stamina waned, only to be quelled by a single word from the arriving scholar Iman. The commander was watching. This centenarian scholar, with a tremor in his voice, rendered Sir Sorn incapable of any further schemes. This only deepened Sorn's humiliation. The mere thought of Lin made him grit his teeth in frustration. Thus, the first day of the trials drew to a close. My lord. Torin respectfully returned the polished longsword to Lin. You should rest. My brothers and I will keep watch inside. Lin nodded, accepting the sword. He understood that Alicia Sorn would not let the matter rest. Having lost face during the day, that spiteful man would surely seek revenge in the shadows. However, Lin remained unconcerned. As he tended to his wounds, he reflected on the day's lessons. Though he had not taken any lives and could not gain experience points, the high-intensity combat had deepened his understanding of swordsmanship, particularly in dealing with opponents wielding heavy weaponry, mastering the art of utilizing speed and technique to achieve extraordinary results. Light sword, skilled, 64,100, through extensive battles with foes. One can also gain experience. Lin gazed at the system panel, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Black Castle is indeed a splendid place. These fine brothers are exceptional sparring partners. Chapter 38. A new path to experience points. The door creaked open gently. A faint squeak resonated in the stillness of the room, strikingly clear. Lin did not turn around. Bare-chested, he sat on a low stool before the fireplace, allowing the warm glow to caress his marred skin. The air was thick with the mingling scents of herbs and blood. Arya stealthily slipped inside, swiftly shutting the door behind her. She stood at the door, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Her gray eyes unwaveringly fixed on Lin's back in the dim light. His broad back bore a tapestry of bruises, with a particularly grievous wound stretching from his left shoulder to his side, crudely stitched with coarse thread. It resembled an unsightly centipede, resting upon his sturdy muscle. That injury was inflicted by a night watchman wielding a warhammer during the last bout of the afternoon. Arya felt a pang in her heart, her eyes instantly moistening. She hurried to Lin's side, watching as he awkwardly applied a dark salve, gifted by Aemon, to a wound beneath his ribcage with a piece of linen. You're a fool. Arya's voice trembled with a mix of frustration and urgency. Lin paused in his application of the ointment. He turned to see Arya biting her lip, stubbornly holding back tears. She resembled a little wolf, riled yet unsure of how to proceed. Arya snatched the salve from Lin, tending to his sword wounds. Why do you push yourself so hard? You've already defeated them. You've proven yourself. Her voice crescendoed, laced with an unintentional tremor. In her heart, Lin was already the most remarkable hero of Westeros, and he was astute as well. Lin had no need to prove anything to anyone, especially not to those foul-mouthed, murky-eyed ravens. Lin, I am the daughter of House Stark. As soon as I speak, Commander Mormont will surely grant you your freedom. He swore allegiance to my father and to House Stark. Lin remained silent, merely observing Arya. The firelight danced in the depths of his eyes, reflecting the girl's face. Filled with pain and indignation, Lin reached out, wishing to ruffle her hair, but upon seeing his hands smeared with salve and blood, he withdrew. Arya, Lin's voice was soft. I am not doing this to prove anything. He gently guided Arya to sit on a nearby stool, and they both turned to face the comforting warmth of the fireplace. Lin's gaze pierced through the flickering flames, as if he beheld a distant realm. If I cannot escape this minuscule black castle, Lin's voice faltered momentarily. How could I ever return to Winterfell with honor? To marry you? The room was suddenly enveloped in an oppressive silence, broken only by the faint crackling of the pine wood in the hearth. Arya stood frozen, staring at the profile of Lin, whose features, illuminated by the firelight, appeared gravely earnest. For the sake of marrying me? These words reverberated like thunderclaps within Arya's small mind. She had envisioned numerous possibilities, considering that Lin fought for honor, for freedom, or even to prove his worth to Ned Stark. Yet, she had never fathomed that every drop of blood he shed in the courtyard and each wound he bore were all for her, for a promise both distant and profoundly solemn. With a sudden outburst, Arya could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Her tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks like a torrent breaching its dam, but this time, it was not from sorrow or indignation. Rather, it was an emotion that made her heart tremble fiercely, defying description. She lunged forward, wrapping her small arms tightly around Lin from behind, pouring all her strength into the embrace, as if she sought to meld her very being with his, burying her face deeply into his back. Her scalding tears soaked the bandages that clung to him. Lin's body stiffened slightly. The girl's embrace inadvertently agitated his wounds, sending sharp pangs through him. Yet he remained still, allowing her to hold him, feeling the tremors of her body and listening to her muffled sobs. Lin's intentions extended beyond this singular moment. But this was the only sentiment suitable to convey to Arya. In the patriarchal realm of Westeros, Arya had scarcely encountered such tenderness. She felt overwhelmed with emotion. After a while, Arya's cries gradually subsided. She released her grip and circled around to face Lin. Her eyes, swollen and red from crying, shone remarkably under the firelight. She stood on her tiptoes, reaching out with her small hand to hastily wipe away the remnants of her tears with her sleeve. Then, with utmost sincerity, she declared to Lin, "I will wait for you." Upon finishing her proclamation, Arya suddenly noticed the presence of others in Lin's chamber. 2 guards stood in the shadows, their faces betraying indescribable smiles as they observed the pair. Arya felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Quickly covering her face, she turned and fled from the room, leaving Lin alone to sit quietly in the glow of the fire. He lowered his gaze, contemplating his calloused hands, worn from countless hours of wielding a sword. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a subtle arc. The night deepened, enveloping the castle in a profound silence, broken only by the mournful whispers of the wind. Lin lay upon his bed, his breathing steady, seemingly lost in slumber. The door of the room was silently pushed ajar by a shadowy figure. A man clad in black, akin to a stealthy raccoon, slipped in without a sound. In his hand, he grasped a dagger that glimmered with a faint, spectral light under the meager moonbeams penetrating through the window. The shadow advanced stealthily toward the bedside, casting a gaze upon the sleeping figure, his eyes flashing with a sinister intent to kill. He raised the dagger high, poised to strike. In that very moment, 2 figures erupted from the shadows in the corner of the room, Stark's guards. They made not a sound. A steel blade deftly sliced through the assassin's throat from behind, while another sword pierced through his heart from the side. Warm blood spurted forth, and the assassin's body froze in disbelief as he looked down at the blade protruding from his chest. A rasping sound escaped his throat before he crumpled to the ground. The entire sequence transpired with the speed of lightning, leaving the assassin no chance to react. On the bed, Lin slowly opened his eyes, sitting up to behold the twitching corpse on the floor. Was there truly someone audacious enough to attempt my assassination? Lin found himself incredulous. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Lin, resonated within his mind. Your soldier has slain 1 enemy, gaining 2 experience points. Current experience points, 2. Lin's body jolted, his pupils constricting to their utmost extent in an instant. It was not his hand that delivered the killing blow, but rather that of Torrin and his men. Could it be that this too would contribute to his experience? The realization struck him like a thunderclap. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the 2 guards retreating back into the shadows, noting the unwavering loyalty in their eyes. He recalled the words of Ned Stark in Winterfell. This 100-man squad is at your disposal. They answer only to you. So that was it. It dawned upon him that as long as they were entirely under his command, the enemies they vanquished would count toward his own experience. An indescribable ecstasy surged through Lin, shattering the greatest limitation he had ever faced. He no longer needed to involve himself in every endeavor. He could indeed forge an army devoted to him, a force capable of endlessly accruing experience points. From that moment forth, the world became infinitely more intriguing. Chapter 39. The Hunt for the Wild Men. A murder of crows circled ominously above the Black Castle, their shrill cries piercing the stillness. Lin lay upon a rudimentary cot, his gaze fixed upon the intricate lattice of wooden beams that adorned the ceiling. The room was suffused with the acrid scent of herbs, while in the corner lay several rolls of bloodied bandages. The assassin from the previous night had been hastily interred, his body relegated to the potter's field behind the castle. No one inquired about the identity of the deceased, nor did anyone care to ponder who had sent him. In a place like the Wall, death was an all too common occurrence. Torrin entered the chamber, bearing a steaming bowl of broth. My lord, Ser Iman has advised that you ought to restore your strength. Lin accepted the wooden bowl, the warmth of the liquid seeping through his palm. He took a delicate sip, the briny taste unfurling across his tongue. Have you discerned the identity of last night's assailant? Torrin shook his head. Merely an ordinary night watchman named Bill. He was not particularly loquacious and had few acquaintances. As for who orchestrated it, Torrin's voice trailed off. Such events were commonplace within the Black Castle. When a man died, the trail of clues extinguished with him. Lin placed the wooden bowl upon the small table beside his bed, having anticipated such an outcome. A man like Elisa Sorn was meticulous in his dealings. Even if he were indeed the orchestrator, he would leave no incriminating evidence behind. Very well, Lin replied, slowly rising, though the injury on his back throbbed painfully with the movement. The dead do not speak, and the living may not tell the truth. Torrhen's fists clenched, his knuckles paling. My lord, shall I assemble a party to confront Sorn? Unnecessary. Acting without cause would only provoke more mob. Lin waved his hand dismissively. Now is not the time. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the edge of the bed, his mind already formulating another plan. The spoils of the previous night were of far greater import than merely capturing the assassin. Having subordinates commit murder could also yield experience points for him. This revelation fundamentally altered his strategic approach. If his men could earn him experience through their kills, he could dispatch a squad to hunt while he focused on other avenues of advancement. Torrhen, Lin's voice took on a serious tone. Select 10 of the most dependable brethren. Equip them with sufficient supplies and send them to patrol the outskirts of the wall. Torrhen paused, momentarily taken aback. My lord, you mean the wild men? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin's eyes. It was said that numerous small bands of wild men had been active near the wall of late. This presented an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Torrhen's face brightened with anticipation. The northern soldiers had long been restless. The prospect of engaging in real combat was precisely what they craved. As you command, my lord. Torrhen turned to leave, but was halted by Lin's voice. Remember, do not linger in battle. Assess the situation and prioritize safety. Lin's tone was earnest. In the past, even when commanding virtual characters in a game, the loss of his subordinates would weigh heavily on Lin's heart. How much more so now? These 100 elite warriors were akin to his lifeblood. Their lives were far more precious than mere experience points. Experience could be accumulated over time. Yet loyal subordinates were not easily found. A flicker of emotion passed through Torrhen's eyes as he recognized the sincerity behind Lin's admonition. He nodded gravely and strode from the room. Lin reclined back onto his bed, shutting his eyes. In the coming days, he needed to focus on healing. Simultaneously, there was another, more pressing matter at hand. He recalled the training methods he had learned in his previous life. With time on his hands, he decided to experiment with a more scientific approach to exercise. 3 days later, Lin's injuries had largely healed. He stood in the training ground of the Black Castle. Several iron pots borrowed from the kitchen scattered nearby. These pots were tied together with rope, serving as makeshift weights. Jon Snow stood a short distance away, a puzzled expression on his face as he observed Lin's actions. What are you doing? Jon approached, gesturing towards the oddly shaped pots. Training, Lin replied, fastening the pots onto his shoulders and beginning to perform squats. His movements were slow yet precise. Each descent engaged his leg muscles intensely. Jon's brow furrowed deeper. I have never seen such a training method. Back in Winterfell, knights practiced directly with swords. Lin continued undeterred, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. Everyone has their own methods. The essence of strength training lies in progressive overload. Only by continuously increasing the burden on the muscles can one promote their tearing and subsequent growth. It seems that the traditional training methods in Westeros are still rather primitive. An hour later, Lin set down the iron pots, his body drenched in sweat. Leaning against a wooden post at the edge of the training ground, he gasped for breath. His muscles ached with a pleasant soreness, a precursor to strength gain. Through scientific strength training, your strength has seen a slight increase. Other attribute enhancement methods are for you to explore. Strength, 5, current progress, 4. A glimmer of excitement shone in Lin's eyes. Indeed, it was effective. Name, Lin Strength, 5, 4, Agility, 5, 0, Constitution, 5, 0. Click to expand. Remaining experience. 2. It appeared that the strength attribute would only reach 6 points once the progress bar was filled. Jon was still examining the iron pots. Is this really useful? Tentatively, he lifted one pot to gauge its weight. You could give it a try. Lin rose once more, gently patting Jon on the shoulder. However, it is imperative to proceed gradually, avoiding excessive weight from the outset. Jon nodded, beginning to mimic Lin's earlier movements. Though somewhat awkward, his posture remained relatively correct. Observing Jon's earnest training, Lin felt a surge of emotion within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only 2 figures, drenched in sweat, remained in the training ground. In the distance, Arya perched on the windowsill, intently observing Lin's every action. Her eyes brimmed with admiration and concern. She could not fathom why Lin chose such peculiar methods for training, yet she instinctively understood there must be a rationale behind it. After all, every endeavor Lin undertook ultimately proved to be justified. On the 7th day, Torrhen returned to the Black Castle with his squad. Their faces radiated excitement. though their clothes bore numerous bloodstains. The spoils of victory were packed into several burlap sacks, unloaded from the horses. Lin stood in the courtyard, awaiting Torrhen's report. "My lord." Torrhen strode before Lin, his voice brimming with barely contained exhilaration. "We discovered a band of wildlings 20 miles from the wall, totaling 12 individuals." Lin nodded, signaling him to continue. "We launched a surprise attack from the flanks, catching them off guard. The battle lasted less than half an hour, and all the wildlings were slain. We only sustained 2 minor injuries among our brothers." Torrhen's tone was filled with pride. However, Lin's attention was captured by another matter. "Kill 12 enemies. Experience gained 15. Current experience, 17. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, instantly elevating his spirits. Indeed, the achievements of his subordinates would also contribute to his own advancement. This indicated he could dispatch multiple squads to hunt wildlings in various locations simultaneously. With proper command, the rate of experience acquisition would soar. "Well done," Lin commended, patting Torrhen's shoulder. "Let the brothers rest well. Prepare for the next operation in 3 days." Torrhen grinned widely. "My lord, the brothers are all exhilarated. They say this is true combat, far more thrilling than standing guard in Winterfell." A smile crept upon Lin's lips as well. It seemed the fighting spirit of these Northmen had been thoroughly ignited. This boded well for his plans. Chapter 40. New Skill. Herbalism. The room of Bachelor Aemon was suffused with the scent of herbs. Various knickknacks cluttered the corners, and glass vials contained liquids of myriad colors. The elderly scholar sat hunched over at the table, skillfully grinding a certain deep green leaf between his hands. Despite his eyes being long blind, he could not see the leaf, so he relied on his sense of smell and touch. "Are you interested in herbalism?" Aemon's voice remained gentle, as if he could sense Lin's arrival. "In recent days, there had been a number of injured guards, and I wish to learn some fundamental healing methods from you." Lin pulled a chair and sat down, his gaze falling upon the bizarre assortment of plants on the table. Aemon paused, turning his head slightly, his vacant eyes directed toward Lin. "This is typically the work of a bachelor," he mused, noticing Lin's silence. "Healing the wounded is but the most rudimentary application of herbalism. The true scope of herbalism encompasses far broader realms." Lin raised an eyebrow, detecting the deeper meaning in Aemon's words. "For example?" Aemon chuckled softly, continuing to grind the leaves in his hand. "For instance, there are soporific substances, potions that affect the mind, rendering one incoherent and revealing truths. Herbs that enhance physical prowess when consumed. Even poisons that incapacitate foes." The last few words were spoken with particular lightness. A brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the faint crackle of the flames in the hearth. Herbs that enhance physical prowess? Could that not eliminate the tedium of rigorous training? "Would you be willing to teach me?" Lin inquired directly, without preamble. A barely perceptible smile graced Aemon's lips as he poured the powder into a small porcelain bowl. Power itself is neutral. The essence lies in the user's mindset. He rose, rummaging through several glass bottles on the shelf. To use herbs to rescue life from peril, or to wield poisons to take a life. Though they are both herbs, different individuals may employ them for vastly different purposes. Lin listened intently, refraining from interruption. "Which would you like to learn?" "Both," Lin replied succinctly. Aemon halted his actions, his blind eyes fixed upon Lin's direction. "Interesting." The old scholar resumed his seat. "Most individuals, when confronted with this question, would opt for the righteous path, at least on the surface. Yet you." Aemon's tone held a note of admiration. "You are quite honest." Lin remained silent, patiently awaiting Aemon's continuation. "In that case, we shall begin with the fundamentals." Aemon pointed to the already ground powders on the table. "This is nightshade, which has a mild paralyzing effect. When used alone, it induces only slight dizziness. However, when combined with other herbs, he instructed Lin to pour some white powder from another bottle and mix it with the green nightshade. Adding the extract of the bitter vine significantly amplifies the paralyzing effect. Lin diligently recorded the process of the concoction, committing each step to memory. "What if it were applied to weapons?" Lin inquired. Aemon's hand paused momentarily before he resumed stirring the concoction. "The poison intended for the weapon required enhanced permeability. Common poisons, upon contact with skin or wounds, take an eternity to manifest their effects. However, in the heat of battle, opportunities are often fleeting." He instructed Lin to retrieve a small black vial from the shelf. The vial contained a dark green liquid, exuding a pungent aroma. This was the essence of blood-choking juice, a large dose of which could prove fatal. Yet, even a minuscule quantity could swiftly paralyze the muscles surrounding a wound. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin's eyes. This was precisely what he sought. "But heed my words." Aemon's tone suddenly turned grave. "Poison is a double-edged sword. A moment's carelessness could inflict harm upon the user as well. For the next few hours, Ayman meticulously elucidated the properties and preparation methods of various herbs. Lin absorbed every detail with unwavering focus. Through the guidance of Scholar Ayman, you have acquired a new skill, Herbology, Beginner, 110. The chime of notification reverberated in Lin's mind, invigorating his spirit. Indeed, learning under expert tutelage proved far more efficient. This foundational knowledge will suffice for a while. Ayman slid several small vials toward Lin. Remember the formulas, so you may concoct them independently in the future. Lin carefully tucked the vials into his cloak, one containing a hemostatic agent, another filled with crushed nightshade, and a third with a bitter vine extract. Among them, one vial of dark green liquid stood out prominently. It was the finished paralyzing poison meant for application on weaponry. Thank you for your guidance, Scholar. Lin rose, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Ayman. Lin, the old scholar's voice bore a weighty significance. Herbology is merely a means, not an end. True wisdom lies in knowing when to employ it and when to refrain. Lin nodded and stepped through the door. In the courtyard, Torin was clearing equipment with several guards. Upon seeing Lin emerge, he approached eagerly. My lord, the brethren are ready. This time, we plan to delve deeper in search of more tribes of wild men. Lin glanced at the sky, the sun dipping low. No rush. He retrieved the vial of dark green poison from his cloak. First, let us treat the weapons. Torin looked quizzically at the small vial. My lord, what is this? Poison, Lin replied succinctly. Applied to the blade, it will incapacitate our foes swiftly. A spark of excitement danced in Torin's eyes. The warriors of the north are inherently pragmatic. They care not for the means as long as an advantage is gained. Distribute a little to everyone. But remember, ensure it does not come into contact with your own wounds. Lin handed the vial to Torin. We shall set forth at dawn tomorrow. That night, Lin lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. His mind incessantly replayed the gains of the past 7 days. Beyond the knowledge of herbalism, the accumulation of experience points held greater significance. Over the course of a week, 3 teams had taken turns in combat, each day bringing back a dozen or more trophies in the form of wild men's heads. Current experience points, 170. This figure filled Lin with immense joy, as it was sufficient to elevate both of his skills to the next level. Closing his eyes, Lin began to allocate his experience points. Would you like to expend 36 points to elevate your proficiency in the short sword to mastery? Confirm. Short sword, mastery, 0-500. A warm wave coursed through his entire being. Lin felt that every technique he had mastered became increasingly refined, and his comprehension of the short sword deepened significantly. The enhancement of skills not only sharpened his existing abilities, but also augmented his innate understanding of wielding such a weapon. Would you like to expend 66 points to elevate your proficiency in the one-handed sword to mastery? Confirm. One-handed sword, mastery, 0-500. Another surge of warmth enveloped him. Lin discerned a profound enhancement in his understanding of swordsmanship, his application of strength, the timing of his strikes, and the angles of his defenses all subtly improved. Furthermore, he discovered a latent connection between the short sword and the one-handed sword, where their complementary nature deepened his grasp of light weaponry. Would you like to expend 16 points to elevate your proficiency in unarmed combat to mastery? Confirm. Unarmed combat, mastery, 0-500. Would you like to expend 4 points to elevate your archery to proficiency? Confirm. Archery, proficiency, 0-100. Would you like to expend 9 points to elevate your herbalism to proficiency? Confirm. Herbalism, proficiency, 0-100. Name. Lin strength, 5-4. Agility, 5-0. Constitution, 5-0. One-handed sword, mastery, 0-500. Short sword, mastery, 0-500. Riding, proficiency, 1100. Unarmed combat, mastery, 0-500. Archery, proficiency, 0-100. Herbalism, proficiency, 0-100. Remaining experience, 43. With his overall strength bolstered, he felt compelled to validate his growth. Lin turned his gaze toward the sentinels outside, a smile of excitement gracing his face. The wheel of combat must continue. One and all, he would bring this defiant lot to their knees. Chapter 41. Defeating Thorn. Lin stood at the center of the training grounds, the air thick with the scents of snow and horse manure, as a few crows cawed piercingly from the ramparts. Without the warmth of his moleskin gloves, his fingers would likely succumb to the biting cold. Alicia Thorn awaited early, flanked by a cadre of over 20 night watchmen, their faces etched with fury. Today, this deserter would learn the meaning of discipline. Thorn's voice rang out, jarring to the ears. The night watchmen nodded in unison, each gripping an assortment of weapons. Lin slowly drew his long sword, its blade glinting coldly in the pale morning light. The sensation following the skill upgrade was markedly different. Each swing, each step, felt more precise and lethal. Who will be first? Lin extended his sword, pointing towards the crowd. This act of disdain only fueled their rage further. A burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward, wielding a two-handed battle axe and exuding formidable strength. Boy, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball. He bellowed as he charged at Lin, the axe carving a vicious arc through the air. Lin's body shifted slightly, the axe whistling past his shoulder, stirring a gust of wind. In the next instant, Lin's sword was poised against the man's neck, the entire exchange so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Next, Lin retracted his long sword, his tone remaining placid. The burly man retreated, visibly disheartened. The second challenger was a tall, lean fellow armed with a spear, attempting to leverage the weapon's length to maintain distance. Yet Lin danced within his range. Each evasion timed to perfection, gradually closing the gap. When the spear lunged towards Lin's chest, he sidestepped the tip, delivering a decisive strike to the shaft. The wooden spear snapped with a resounding crack, leaving the slender man with a mere fragment of his weapon. In stunned silence, he conceded, discarding the broken spear and retreating dejectedly. The third, fourth, and fifth challengers fell with equal swiftness. Following the skill upgrade, Lin's swordsmanship had evolved into a more exquisite form. He began to dominate his adversaries with finesse. What were ostensibly simple techniques morphed into an unpredictable dance in Lin's hands. The expressions of the onlooking night watchman shifted from mockery to astonishment, and then to sheer terror. Alicia Thorne's countenance darkened further. Damn it! How has he suddenly grown so powerful? It was not like this last time. Thorne muttered through clenched teeth, cursing under his breath. As yet another challenger fell, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Lin stood amidst a heap of vanquished foes, while others clutched their weapons yet hesitated to advance. His breathing was merely slightly hurried, as though he had merely engaged in a morning exercise routine. Is there anyone else? Lin's gaze scanned the remaining night watchmen. Each individual he met involuntarily stepped back a pace. Alicia Thorne inhaled deeply and finally stepped forward. It seems I must personally teach you a lesson. Thorne drew his longsword, a finely crafted weapon adorned with intricate engravings, unmistakably of superior quality. Sir Thorne, are you certain you wish to proceed? Came Tyrion's voice from the entrance of the courtyard. He approached alongside Jon and Elia, their expressions tinged with concern. With Lin slain, the secrets he sought would be buried alongside him. This is a matter for the Night's Watch, Thorne replied without turning. You have no right to interfere. Tyrion frowned, but ultimately refrained from intervening. The Night's Watch indeed had its own rules, and outsiders were ill-suited to meddle. Elia nervously clutched Banjan's sleeve. Uncle, will Lin be in danger? Banjan shook his head. Thorne was stronger than the average Night's Watchman, and being older, possessed greater experience, putting Lin at a disadvantage. However, I believe he will not be Thorne's match. Banjan recalled the moments he had spent teaching Lin archery. What a remarkably gifted pupil he was. Meanwhile, Thorne raised his longsword, adopting a standard combat stance. After all, he was the instructor at Black Castle, his prowess surpassing that of the ordinary Night's Watchman. Let me show you what true swordsmanship is. Thorne charged at Lin, his strikes sharp and precise. Each blow targeted Lin's vital points, merciless in intent. Lin took a few steps back, bracing himself for the encounter. Thorne's skill was indeed formidable, his swordplay seasoned and fierce, befitting a veteran of the Night's Watch. Yet, Lin's abilities had reached a level of mastery. The techniques he had already mastered were no less adept than Thorne's. The blades of the two men clashed continuously in midair, producing a resonant metallic sound. Sparks flew, illuminating the focused expressions on their faces. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. As time progressed, Thorne grew increasingly alarmed. He could even sense Lin's swordplay evolving in response to their duel, each move more exquisite than the last. What extraordinary talent is this? Lin was even attempting to mimic some of Thorne's techniques. This ability to rapidly grow in combat sent chills down Thorne's spine. This is impossible. Both fighters were exhausting their stamina. Thorne, gritting his teeth, launched a fierce offensive. Yet, despite his fatigue, Lin had completely adapted to Thorne's rhythm. Since childhood, Lin had been bullied by classmates, and it was his father who taught him, in a fight, do not be deceived by your opponent's apparent nonchalance. If you feel weary, he feels it too, perhaps even more so. If you feel pain, he too feels it, perhaps even greater. Never be misled by appearances. Exert your utmost strength and give your all. It is only through perseverance that victory can be attained. Those who falter midway shall be subject to the whims of others. From that day forth, no one dared to bully Lin again. The Lin above was akin to a rabid dog. One could either strike down others or be struck down oneself. Only one may remain standing. Lin gritted his teeth, willingly intensifying his efforts. Engaging in a fierce confrontation with Sorn. From discerning the tactics to launching a counterattack, he expanded his advantage and achieved remarkable results. Ultimately, following a deft block, Lin, panting, relaxed his body. Yet, the tip of his sword was already poised against Sorn's throat. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence once more. Every eye was wide open. Witnessing this scene, Alicia Sorn, the instructor of the Black Castle, had been defeated by a mere deserter? Surrender? Sorn's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. But the sword's tip pressed firmly against his throat. A gentle push from Lin would seal his fate. I concede, Sorn gritted out. Lin sheathed his sword and turned to face all the Night's Watch. Is there anyone who still questions my authority? Silence ensued. Everyone averted their gaze, too intimidated to meet Lin's eyes. The recent battle had thoroughly instilled fear in them. Very well, Lin nodded, sheathing his sword. From this day forth, those with grievances may approach me. With that, Lin turned and departed the training ground. Commander Mormont stood by the tower window, observing everything that had transpired. This young man, the old bear murmured to himself. Perhaps allowing him to leave the Black Castle is indeed the wisest choice. In the afternoon, Mormont summoned Lin. The room remained austere, the fireplace crackling warmly. A raven perched upon the old bear's shoulder, surveying Lin with its beady black eyes. Please, take a seat. Mormont gestured to the chair opposite him. Lin sat down, awaiting the old bear's words. Your performance this morning was remarkable, Mormont began slowly. It has been a long time since I have witnessed such exceptional swordsmanship. Thank you for your kind words, Commander, Lin replied humbly. However, I am more curious about the rapidity of your strength's ascent. Mormont's gaze sharpened. Not long ago, you were an ordinary Night's Watchman with merely average sword skills. Barely above mediocrity, yet today, you bested Sorn. Such a rate of progress is rather unusual. Lin's heart quickened slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. Perhaps it is a blessing from the old gods. Mormont scrutinized Lin for a prolonged moment before finally nodding. Regardless of the cause, since you have silenced them, I shall honor my previous promise. Lin awaited the old bear's next words with anticipation. Mormont rose and approached the window. You may accompany Lord Stark to King's Landing. Yet in name, you remain a member of the Night's Watch. This is the best arrangement I can offer you. Lin felt a surge of joy within. As you command, Lord Commander. However, Mormont turned back. Before you depart, I hope you can assist us with a task. What task? The wildlings beyond the wall have been increasingly active. Mormont returned to his desk and unfurled a map. I need you to lead a group to clear this area. He indicated several locations on the map. These places have recently shown signs of wildling presence. With your current strength, you should be able to handle this task. Lin examined the marked locations closely. Although they were not too distant from the wall, the number of wildlings could be considerable. Mormont resumed his seat. I recommend you take more men. While wildlings may be poorly equipped, their combat prowess should not be underestimated. Lin nodded. This was precisely the opportunity he sought. More wildlings meant greater experience. Simultaneously, the ancestral Valyrian longsword passed down by Old Bear was exactly what he needed at this moment. The longer he could linger, the greater the possibility of acquiring Longclaw. Longclaw, a Valyrian steel sword augmented by spells and magic, was originally gifted to Jon by Old Bear in gratitude for saving his life. Apologies to Jon Snow, it must be. I will require 3 days to prepare. Very well. Mormont waved his hand. Go, and may you return safely. Chapter 42. Unfriendly Comrades as Lin exited. The voice of Ser Alazar Thorn echoed across the training yard. You lot of softlings from the south. You can barely hold a sword. Yet you aspire to be members of the Night's Watch? His gaze fell upon Lin as he pushed through the door. He dared not retaliate, yet a tumult of frustration brewed within him. Ultimately, his disdainful glare settled upon Jon Snow. The contempt in his eyes was palpable. Behold our esteemed Lord Snow, the bastard of Winterfell. Thorn elongated his words, his face adorned with unabashed malice. Within the warmth of his castle, he has dedicated knights to instruct him in swordsmanship. Unlike you lot, mere bastards without a father to guide you. Jon gripped his sword tightly, his lips pressed together, silent. He understood that any rebuttal would only invite further venomous humiliation. Since Lord Snow is so exceptional, Thorn's lips curled into a cruel smile. Let him teach you what true combat entails. He gestured to the other recruits. All together now. Let our Lord Snow impart his wisdom to you. The new recruits exchanged glances. Most of them were thieves from the slums or farmers abandoned by their lords. A battle was imminent. However, under the coercion of Thorn, a robust boy named Garland was the first to raise his sword. Papal was similarly inclined. Come on. Others gathered around. Jon felt his heart sink. He looked around and saw only faces filled with hostility. The words of Ser Roderick echoed in his ears. When faced with multiple foes, do not linger in battle. Seek for weaknesses and defeat them one by one. Jon took a deep breath, Thorn's insults igniting a fire of anger within him. He lowered his center of gravity and assumed a standard defensive stance. The first recruit charged forward, swinging his sword wildly overhead. Jon did not engage directly. He sidestepped gracefully, evading the strike effortlessly. Simultaneously, he thrust his sword, striking precisely at the opponent's wrist. Clang! The iron sword clattered to the ground. The recruit clutched his wrist, grimacing in pain. The second, the third, Jon's figure danced skillfully amidst the onslaught. Utilizing the techniques taught by Ser Roderick, he disarmed them one by one and brought them down with powerful blows of his fists and elbows. The training yard was filled with cries of anguish. Many recruits either held their bleeding noses or clutched their stomachs where Jon had kicked. In just a brief moment, all the attackers lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Jon stood at the center of the field, his chest rising and falling slightly. He gazed at the groaning recruits sprawled on the ground, devoid of any joy in victory. Only a suppressed rage. Alazar Thorn's expression was ominously dark. He had intended to use this opportunity to humiliate Jon thoroughly, but instead, he had unwittingly allowed this bastard to shine. Very well, Thorn uttered through clenched teeth, his gaze at Jon turning sly. However, Lord Snow, you haven't made any friends today. With that, Thorn turned and swept away. Jon scoffed. Make friends? These people were criminals. How could he possibly befriend such individuals? The training concluded. Alone, Jon walked through the dark corridor leading to the armory. The events of the day left him feeling more isolated than ever. He had thought that at the wall, lineage no longer mattered. Everyone was a brother of the Night's Watch. Yet reality dealt him a sharp slap across the face. A sound of footsteps approached from behind. Jon halted and turned around. It was Garland, Papal, and two other recruits he had taken down earlier. They blocked the other end of the corridor. You little bastard, you broke my nose, Garland said, flexing his wrist with a crackling sound. Jon instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. After the training session, all weapons were to be surrendered. He turned to Glan, regarding his bleeding nose with disdain. Consider it a cosmetic procedure, he remarked, confident he could defeat him even unarmed. However, to his astonishment, Glan let out a furious roar, and the other recruits restrained Jon firmly. This unexpected turn of events caught Jon off guard, revealing that his adversaries had clearly anticipated this confrontation. Glan produced a dagger from his cloak. I believe it's time to clean your throat, he said menacingly, the cold blade gleaming ominously. Tell me, how long do you think it would take for you to hit the ground if I were to toss you off the wall? You were quite boastful before. Why the silence now? Grabbing Jon by the collar, he pressed the dagger against Jon's throat. Jon stared unflinchingly into Glan's eyes, refusing to plead for mercy. The Starks never bowed to anyone. At that moment, the door creaked open. Glan's body stiffened, and he, along with the other two recruits, turned to face the sound. A figure emerged slowly from behind the door. It was Lin. He had been waiting outside, seemingly aware of this scene from the very beginning. This is a matter among recruits. Glan barked, his bravado faltering. It has nothing to do with you. Lin ignored him, his gaze bypassing Glan and settling on Jon. Are you afraid? Jon did not respond, but his rapid breathing betrayed his inner tension. Lin smiled, taking a step forward. I do not appreciate having weapons pointed at my friends. Lower the dagger, or I assure you, there will be several corpses added to this place. The other recruits instinctively took a step back, having witnessed how Lin had defeated Sir Thorn. The fear they felt rendered their legs weak. Glan, sensing the shift in power, reluctantly withdrew the dagger. Jon slumped against the wall, his tone laced with self-mockery. Everyone knows what kind of place this is, yet no one bothered to inform me, except you and Tyrion. My father must be aware, yet he still consented to my joining the Night's Watch. Hearing the commotion, Tyrion approached, only to find Lin leaning against the doorframe. He inched closer, eager to discern what had transpired. Soon, he pieced together the fragmented clues from their conversation. Earlier, Jon Snow had been targeted by Alisa Thorne, and Tyrion had been present to witness Jon's brutal confrontation with the recruits. The connections were clear. This was a premeditated act of retribution. Despite his sympathy for Jon, who shared a similar plight, he recognized the gravity of the situation. However, it seems unnecessary for me to intervene at this moment, for Lin has already taken charge of the situation. With arms crossed, he stands to the side, prepared to observe how Lin resolves this matter. Chapter 43. A letter from Winterfell. Do you blame your father for casting you into such a place? Lin gestured towards Garland. At merely 3 years of age, he was abandoned by his father to fend for himself on a farm. Lin's gaze shifted to the others. Papal had pilfered a piece of cheese, for his sister had not eaten for 3 days. If he wished to avoid losing his hand, he had no choice but to serve as a night's watchman at Black Castle. Garland and Papal turned their eyes toward Lin, seemingly perplexed as to how he knew of their sordid histories. Seeing Lin seemingly defending these two small souls, John grew anxious. They hate me, because they cannot best me. They resort to such vile tactics to ambush. Lin nodded. Indeed, you are superior to them. Not everyone has had the opportunity to receive swordsmanship training from Sir Roderick himself. I can assure you, before coming here, they had likely never even touched a decent sword. Do you still believe you are better than they? John was taken aback. In that case, what pride was there in merely defeating a few commoners? Furthermore, every night's watchman who arrived here carried their own burdens. They did not appear as wretched as he had imagined. Observing John lost in contemplation, Lin understood that John had grasped the truth. Rather than clashing with his comrades, it would be more beneficial to set aside his prejudices and integrate himself among them. This way, John could genuinely connect with these individuals, which was far more desirable than perpetually shouting and threatening. Having aided John in navigating his interpersonal relationships, Lin felt justified in accepting the ancestral longclaw from Old Bear. He patted John on the shoulder and gestured towards Garland and Papal, who were exchanging bewildered glances. Teach them the sword techniques you learned from Roderick. Guide them, and I am certain you will soon cultivate a fine circle of friends. Tyrion, arms crossed, regarded Lin with a glimmer of admiration in his mismatched eyes. You are quite the intriguing individual, he remarked, shattering the stagnant air. Lin, you ought to become the High Septon of the Seven, rather than remain in this frigid, desolate place. Ignoring his jibe, Lin's attention remained fixed on John. With his head bowed, John's face flushed with a mix of red and white. He had always believed that by coming to the wall, he had relinquished everything Stark. Yet now he realized he had never truly let go. Garland, Papal, and the others also averted their gazes from Lin, their resentment having dissipated significantly after Lin expressed understanding of their plight. Let us move on. Lin gently patted John's shoulder. John nodded silently. My lord, a raven has arrived from Winterfell. A night's watchman respectfully handed a small scroll of parchment to Commander Mormont. The old bear unfurled the parchment and held it to the flickering light of the hearth. A glimmer of relief gradually spread across his wrinkled face. Good news. Commander Mormont set down the parchment and turned to Bran and Maester Aemon, who were present in the room. Bran Stark can now walk with the aid of a cane. Instantly, a look of ecstatic joy blossomed on Bran's face. Old gods bless. Maester Aemon also smiled. Though he could not see, he could feel the atmosphere of elation permeating the room. Upon hearing this news, John's body jolted. Bran, his younger brother who had always trailed behind him, dreaming of knighthood. The brother who had fallen from the tower and lay in a deep slumber. He could walk? An indescribable surge of joy swept away the shadows that had accumulated in John's heart. He sprang to his feet, eager to share this happiness. Yet, as he surveyed the room, he was met with faces marked by apathy or indifference. Here, no one could comprehend his joy. John's heart sank once more. He thought of Bran, of Robb, of Arya, and Rickon. He recalled the warmth of the hearth in Winterfell and the smiles of his family. He lifted his cup and drained the remaining ale in one swift motion. The cold liquid coursed down his throat. Drinking alone was not a commendable habit. At some point, Tyrion had taken a seat opposite him. He poured himself a glass of wine and filled John's empty cup. To Bran Stark. Tyrion raised his glass. John glanced at him, remaining silent, but lifted his cup to clink against Tyrion's. The sound was a bright chime, inconspicuous amidst the clamor of the hall. You don't seem particularly pleased, Tyrion remarked, taking a sip of his wine. Your brother can walk. Surely that is a tremendous piece of news? John opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. He was happy, yet guilt gnawed at him. He had come to the edge of the world just when his family needed him the most. It was as if Tyrion could see into his thoughts. Do you blame your father? John shook his head. Then do you blame yourself? John fell silent. Tyrion set down his wine glass and produced a wax-sealed envelope from his pocket, sliding it across the table to John. What is this? Some mundane advice, Tyrion shrugged. On how to survive here and maintain a semblance of humanity. John gazed at the envelope without reaching for it. Tyrion chuckled and stood up. Don't be so quick to refuse. Perhaps one day, you may find it necessary. With those words, he unsteadily departed, cup in hand, leaving John alone to ponder the letter before him. As night deepened, John sought out Lin, who was meticulously polishing his longsword. In Lin's chamber, Torin and several other guards were assisting him in preparing his gear, arrows, provisions, and water skins. They were set to embark at dawn, venturing beyond the wall. Lin. John hesitated at the doorway, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Lin looked up. Is there something you need? Are you passing through Winterfell on your way to King's Landing? The motion of Lin's polishing paused momentarily. He regarded Jon's eyes, brimming with hope, and nodded. Of course. Could you do me a favor? Jon's lips moved. Yet the subsequent words seemed lodged in his throat. Please convey a message to Bran. His voice quivered slightly, almost imperceptibly. Tell him I think of him every day. He must remain strong. Lin rose and approached Jon, offering a firm pat on his shoulder without uttering a word. I will, he assured. The simplicity of those two words causing Jon's eyes to well with tears. He nodded resolutely and turned to leave swiftly. Lin watched as Jon's figure disappeared down the corridor. My lord, Torrhen's voice broke Lin's reverie. Everything is ready. Lin refocused his gaze, contemplating the northern men who revered close combat, rushing forward recklessly in a manner that seemed to invite death. A slight headache began to form. It was evident he needed to issue a warning. He approached the map, tracing a finger across its surface. Our objective lies within this region. His finger halted at a marked area known as the Haunted Forest. Commander Mormont has reported increased wildling activity here. Listen well. Always remember, do not charge headlong into battle. Lin's gaze swept over each guard in the chamber. Wildlings possess greater strength than most of you. Use your wits. Do not engage them in a brute struggle. Leverage our superior intellect to achieve maximum results at minimal cost. Utilize poison, traps, arrows, any means at your disposal. I do not wish to see any of you lose your lives to those wildlings, though it may seem uncharacteristic of the North. Who among us does not wish to survive? Yes, my lord. The room erupted with a synchronized, restrained cheer. Other lords often lectured them on hollow notions of honor, bravery, and sacrifice. Yet Lin, this lord, appeared somewhat distinct from the others. Nodding, Lin moved to the window and pushed it open. The frigid night wind, intermingled with snowflakes, struck his face. In the distance, the formidable Great Wall, stretching across the heavens, resembled a slumbering white dragon beneath the moonlight. On the other side of this dragon, countless experience points awaited him in the boundless darkness. Chapter 44. Frostheart heard the morning's biting wind, laden with ice shards, swept over the battlements of the Black Castle. The heavy iron gate creaked and groaned as it gradually ascended. A profound and shadowy tunnel unfolded before the assembled crowd. At the tunnel's far end lay an endless pallor. Bran Stark, clad in black, sat astride his steed. He turned, his gaze settling upon Jon, imbued with both concern and hope. Take care of yourself, Bran's voice, fragmented by the wind, reached Jon. He nodded vigorously, lips pressed tightly together. Bran's attention shifted to Lyanna. Beyond the wall, there are not merely wildlings. There are far older things. Do not be too careless. Lyanna met his gaze with a slight nod, understanding evident in her demeanor. The two parties diverged at the mouth of the tunnel. Bran led his ranger squad towards the Frostfangs in the northeast to investigate rumors of Mance Rayder gathering tribes beyond the wall. Meanwhile, Lyanna directed her 100 elite northern warriors northward, their objective the Haunted Forest. Arya stood atop the castle walls, her small figure enveloped in a thick fur cloak. She watched as Lyanna's contingent vanished into the storm, until not even the last dark silhouette was visible. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tyrion stood nearby, observing the vast expanse of snow, a complex light flickering in his mismatched eyes. Hooves crunched heavily upon the thick snow, the surrounding silence almost oppressive, save for the wind's mournful wail as it swept through the bare tree trunks. In the Haunted Forest, the trees twisted and ancient, black trunks adorned with icicles, refracted a chilling light under the pale sky. Lyanna reined in her horse, bringing the company to a halt. Dismounting, she crouched down to examine a series of chaotic footprints in the snow. The deep impressions indicated that the individual who left them had been in haste. Wildlings. Torrhen approached, pinching a handful of snow between his fingers. The tracks are no more than half a day old. Lyanna rose, her gaze sweeping into the depths of the forest. Shall we proceed directly, my lord? A soldier whispered, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. No, Lyanna shook her head. She looked towards the 20 archers in her company. We are hunters. Let us encircle them quietly. Do not make a sound. Wait for my signal. The squad swiftly dispersed, silently merging into the realm of black and white within the forest. Each soldier moved with grace and swiftness, utilizing the trees and rocks as shields as they stealthily approached their objective. Lin led the way, his long sword remaining sheathed, replaced instead by a yew longbow selected from the armory of the Black Castle. Each arrow in his quiver was coated with a paralyzing poison concocted by the scholar Iman. Soon, a small clearing emerged before them, where 8 wild men clad in animal hides encircled a crackling campfire. Their crude weaponry comprised rough stone axes and bone spears. Among them, one wild man, appearing to be their leader, was distributing dried meat to the others. Lin felt no compassion. He slowly raised his longbow. The string taut like a crescent moon. The icy arrowhead was aimed at the wild man chief, who was in the midst of sharing food. Lin's fingers released the string. Whoosh! A faint sound sliced through the air. The feathered arrow, akin to a bolt of black lightning, pierced the stillness of the forest. The wild man chief jolted, lowering his head in disbelief as he beheld the arrow that had penetrated his chest. His mouth opened, yet he found himself unable to muster any strength. Though his life force was vigorous, he did not succumb immediately, but collapsed with a thud. The other wild men sprang up in terror, having no time to react as a hail of arrows rained down upon them. Thud! Thud! The sounds of arrows striking flesh echoed densely, followed by a sudden silence of anguished cries. The entire affair transpired in less than 10 breaths. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving 8 bodies riddled with arrows in the clearing. Alongside the flickering campfire. Kill count: 8. Experience points: 10. The system's notification resonated in Lin's mind. He lowered his longbow and moved to inspect the scene, delivering merciful blows to ensure their demise and gathering the spoils. Torin, accompanied by several guards, cautiously stepped into the clearing, prodding the hearts of the wild men with the tips of their swords to confirm their death. The spoils were meager, some tattered animal hides, a few crudely made weapons, and some moldy food, all of little worth. "Sir, this wild man has something," one guard announced, retrieving a small pouch stitched from an unknown animal hide from the chief's embrace. The pouch was aged, adorned with peculiar symbols painted in red dye. Lin approached, took the pouch, and opened it. A fragrant blend of earth and foliage wafted towards him. Inside, he discovered the root of a plant. The root presented an eerie crimson hue, adorned with silvery veins that danced across its surface. Under the pale gray light of the day, it seemed to pulsate gently, emanating a faint glow. Lin's pupils constricted sharply in that fleeting moment, as the words of Scholar Iman echoed in his mind. In the far north, there exist flora blessed by ancient deities, drawing upon the purest energies of earth and ice. One such plant, known as frost heartgrass, bore a blood-red root with silver streaks. Consuming it could bestow the strength of a mighty bear. Lin's fingers trembled slightly as he gazed at the sanguine root in his hand, his heart racing uncontrollably. Frost heartgrass, a miraculous herb capable of enhancing physical prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the root into his mouth. As it touched his tongue, a sharp, spicy liquid burst forth, akin to swallowing a mouthful of burning spirits. A searing warmth coursed down his throat into his stomach. Almost immediately, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt as though every muscle within him was tearing apart, his skin ablaze, as if it might catch fire. The excruciating pain threatened to elicit a cry. Yet Lin gritted his teeth resolutely. Sweat drenched his garments in an instant. "My lord, are you all right?" Torin sensed something amiss and hurried over, observing Lin's flushed visage, his trembling form, and the veins bulging on his forehead. "I am fine," Lin managed to utter through clenched teeth. The tumultuous heat surged wildly within him. After about a quarter of an hour, the burning agony gradually subsided, replaced by an invigorating sense of strength. Lin felt as though every fiber of his being was infused with explosive power. At that moment, a voice only he could hear resonated in his mind. "By consuming the blessed frost heartgrass, your physical attributes have received a permanent enhancement. Continued consumption of frost heartgrass will be ineffective. Seek other blessed items." Strength: 5, 4, 6, 28. So this is what the system refers to as a blessed item? Another avenue for augmenting my attributes. Lin exhaled slowly, releasing a cloud of white mist. He opened his palm and then clenched it tightly. A series of sharp cracks echoed as his knuckles popped, and a surge of formidable power radiated from his grasp. Indeed, this place is a treasure trove. Chapter 45. The savage tribe Torin and the other guards anxiously surrounded Lin, at a loss for what to do. They watched helplessly as Lin's skin turned a deep crimson, his veins protruding beneath the surface like writhing worms, his entire being emanating an alarming heat. "My lord, are you all right? Should we fetch Scholar Iman?" Torin was drenched in sweat, filled with anxiety. "I am fine." Lin slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing from the depths of his gaze. "My lord." Torin looked at Lin, who had returned to normal, his face etched with doubt. Lin offered no reply. He merely rose to his feet and approached a withered pine tree, so large it required 2 people to embrace it. Taking a deep breath, Lin clenched his fist and struck it with a powerful punch. With a resounding thud that sent shivers through the teeth, Lin retracted his fist. Upon inspection, a shallow imprint of his fist was evident on the tree trunk, surrounded by a network of fine cracks. It appeared that this modest enhancement in attributes had significantly bolstered his strength. Lin mused inwardly. Torin and the surrounding guards were wide-eyed in astonishment. What on earth was happening? They were elite warriors from the northern territories, confident in their own strength. Yet, even with all their might, they could only leave a mere scratch on the tree. However, Lin's punch had clearly surpassed their capabilities. Moreover, just days prior, he did not exhibit such formidable power during their training sessions. Could it be that he had been holding back? Their respect for him grew exponentially. Lin moved to loosen his body, reveling in the unprecedented surge of strength, his spirits soaring to new heights. Strength 628. Just a single herb had enabled his strength attribute to breach its limitations, even granting him nearly a third of the progress bar. This ghostly shadow forest was truly a treasure trove. Regrettably, Master Iman had warned that the effects of frost heart grass would diminish upon subsequent use. However, utilizing it to bolster the strength of his loyal subordinates seemed a worthwhile option. After all, their increased strength would enhance their capacity to gain experience, effectively elevating his own prowess. Let us tidy up this place and continue onward. Lin's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. My lord, shall we proceed? Torin hesitated. We have already ventured nearly 30 miles into the ghostly shadow forest. Advancing further might lead us to wild tribes. Isn't that precisely the point? Lin grinned. To Torin, that smile appeared more perilous than any beast lurking within the forest. My lord, but there are no buts, Torin. Lin, as was his custom, clapped a hand heavily on Torin's shoulder, the force nearly causing him to stumble. Lin quickly steadied him. Amidst the awkwardness, he hastily added, What are we here to do? We are here to hunt. Since it is a hunt, we must seek out larger prey. Lin's gaze turned toward the depths of the forest, his eyes glinting like a wolf that had caught the scent of blood. These small ones are hardly enough to satisfy us. Torin swallowed hard, captivated by the fervent battle spirit radiating from Lin's eyes. He remained unaware of the trials his master had just endured, yet he recognized that the present version of his master was more formidable than ever before. As you command, my lord, Torin proclaimed loudly, halting his attempts at persuasion. He then turned to the other guards and bellowed, What are you all standing around for? Gather your belongings and prepare to depart. The guards, roused by Torin's commanding voice, swiftly sprang into action, and the procession resumed its journey. Lin, mounted upon his steed, felt the surge of power coursing through his veins. The efficacy of the frost heart herb exceeded his expectations, filling him with anticipation for the uncharted forest ahead. If the first frost heart herb existed here, then surely there would be a second, a third. He was determined to grow stronger, to surpass everyone, while also empowering his subordinates. Only in this manner could he seize control of his destiny in this chaotic land, rather than being a mere pawn subject to the whims of so-called nobles and kings. The party advanced for several miles as the daylight waned. The forest grew dim, and the shadows of the trees began to loom ominously, resembling phantoms. The scout responsible for leading the way galloped back, his face a mixture of tension and excitement. My lord, there has been a significant discovery ahead. Lin raised an eyebrow. Speak. 5 miles ahead, there lies a valley. It appears to be home to a tribe of wild men. The scout gulped nervously. It's quite extensive. I caught a glimpse, and there are at least 100 tents. The mention of 100 tents left everyone momentarily breathless. Beyond the Great Wall, such a number suggested there could be between 300 to 500 wild men, with over 200 likely capable of wielding weapons. In contrast, Lin's group consisted of only 100. Although they were well-equipped and rigorously trained elite soldiers of the north, facing an enemy that outnumbered them 2 to 1, especially on hostile territory, was undeniably a perilous gamble. My lord, Torin's expression was cautious. Should we retreat? We could return to Black Castle and request General Mormont to dispatch a larger force. This situation exceeds what our small contingent can manage. To charge headlong into such a confrontation would be akin to courting death. The other guards also turned their gazes toward Lin. They were not afraid of battle, yet they did not wish to perish in vain. Retreat? Lin chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over each guard's face. Why should we retreat? Torin, can you tell me who we are? Torin hesitated for a moment before instinctively responding. We are the guard of Lord Stark, soldiers of the north. No. Lin shook his head. We are now hunters, and the savages in the valley ahead are our quarry. Are you afraid? No one replied. Yet their tightly clenched weapons and tense bodies spoke volumes. Fear is indeed justified. Lin's voice softened unexpectedly. When faced with an enemy that outnumbers us twofold, to feel no fear would be sheer folly. However, remember this, Lin's gaze sharpened. We are not like them. They are merely a horde of barbarians wielding stones and bones. But we, Lin gestured to himself, then to the iron armor and steel swords they bore. We are warriors from a civilized world. We possess sharp weapons, sturdy armor, strict discipline, and minds more astute than theirs combined. Lin tapped his temple, and that powerful confidence seemed to cast a spell, alleviating some of the soldiers' trepidation. My lord, do you mean? Torin ventured tentatively. We shall not confront them head-on. We will outsmart them. Now, everyone dismount and follow me. Lin entrusted the horses to several guards and stealthily led Torin and a few other squad leaders towards the valley. They ascended the ridge on one side of the valley, concealing themselves behind a dense grove of black pines, gazing down below. The sight before them elicited sharp intakes of breath from all. In the valley lay a multitude of crude tents constructed from animal hides and desiccated bones, numbering over 100. Countless bonfires blazed between the tents, sending thick smoke spiraling upwards. Crowds of savages, men, women, and children, circled the fires. Some were butchering prey, others were crafting weapons, while children frolicked in the snow. The entire valley resembled a chaotic anthill, filled with a cacophony of shouts, laughter, and cries that echoed throughout. Good heavens! A young soldier exclaimed, his voice trembling. There are at least 500 of them. More than that. Lin's gaze fell upon the largest and most ornate tent in the center of the valley. It was sewn from the hide of a colossal bear, adorned at the entrance with the skull of an unknown beast. Several exceptionally imposing savages, their bodies marked with blood-red totems, stood guard at the tent's entrance, armed with long spears. Clearly, this was the domicile of the tribe's leader. This is a tribe of moderate size, Lin remarked calmly. To sustain such a number, their leader must be a formidable figure. Yet within Lin's mind, calculations raced. 500 savages. How much experience would be gained by vanquishing them all? As the thought emerged, Lin's heart began to race uncontrollably. It was a monumental crisis, yet simultaneously an unprecedented opportunity. He had to seize this tribe. Given the already hostile circumstances, there was no room for mercy. Transforming them into experience points was the most fitting fate for these savages. My lord, what shall we do now? Torin's voice pulled Lin back from his reverie. Wait. Lin uttered succinctly. Wait. Yes, until nightfall. His gaze swiftly scanned the terrain of the valley. There was but a narrow exit, flanked by steep cliffs. It was a defensible position, yet also an ideal trap. Torin, you must attend to several tasks immediately. Lin lowered his voice and began issuing commands. First, have the archers prepare all our poisoned arrows. The potency of the poison on the arrowheads must be doubled. Deplete all remaining paralyzing toxins. Second, send a team to the valley's exit to set traps. The more, the better. The more concealed, the better. Dig pits, bury sharp stakes. Set snares. Employ every method you can conceive. Third, ensure everyone has a hearty meal to bolster their strength. Lin's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity in the darkness. For tonight, we are about to undertake something monumental. Chapter 46. The raid on the tribe. Torin observed the confident expression on Lin's face, and his initial unease gradually transformed into an inexplicable trust. He was uncertain of Lin's specific plan, but he knew that as long as he followed his leader, victory was assured. Loyalty and trust in one's commander was the duty of every soldier. As you command, my lord. Torin nodded firmly and swiftly turned to relay the orders. Lin redirected his gaze toward the valley. Night was gradually descending. The bonfires within the valley blazed increasingly bright, while the raucous voices of the wild men began to dwindle. A hunt was about to commence. This time, Lin and his companions were the hunters, and those seemingly formidable savages were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Lin lay prone in the snow, a bold and audacious plan slowly crystallizing in his mind. The night was as deep as ink. In the ghostly shadow forest, only the wind's mournful howl could be heard weaving through the treetops. Within the valley, the clamor of the wild men had utterly subsided. Most of the bonfires had been extinguished, leaving only a few smoldering embers casting a dim, flickering glow. The majority of the wild men had returned to their crude huts made of animal skins and bones, slipping into slumber. Only a handful of sentinels, clutching rough stone spears and draped in heavy pelts, dozed against the tents. Silence enveloped the scene. This is precisely the moment Lin has been anticipating. Upon the ridge, Lin and his 100 elite warriors from the north have assembled, clad in supple leather armor that melds seamlessly with the shadows of the night. Each soldier breathes deliberately softly. Are we ready? Lin inquired in a hushed tone. Ready, my lord. Torin responded, his voice lowered. The 20 archers behind him had already knocked their poisoned arrows, the dark tips glinting with a ghostly sheen in the faint starlight. What are the traps? Lin asked once more. All set, another squad leader replied. The valley's exit has become a veritable death trap, ensuring they have no return. Lin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across the youthful yet resolute faces before him. Listen, Lin's voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable authority. Our objective is not to engage them in direct confrontation. Our mission is to sow chaos and instill fear. From within his cloak, he produced several small pouches wrapped in oiled cloth, handing one to Torin. What is this? Torin asked, feeling the powdery contents within. A small gift from Scholar, Lin replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. Toss it into the burning bonfires. Though Lin's words trailed off, their meaning was unmistakable. The contents were a concoction brewed by Scholar, capable of producing a voluminous cloud of smoke with slight paralytic effects. I understand, my lord. Torin's eyes sparkled with realization. Archers, divide into 4 groups. Lin continued his directives. From 4 different directions, soak your arrows in oil, ignite them, and then release. Remember, do not aim at specific individuals. Your primary targets are the tents, the stacked supplies, anything that can ignite and incite panic. After releasing 3 volleys, retreat immediately. Do not linger. The remaining warriors were to split into 2 teams. Lin turned to Torin and another captain named Harvey. You will lead the 2 teams to simultaneously launch an assault from either side of the valley. Remember, do not delve too deep. Rush in, fell a few tents. Slay a handful of unfortunate savages, and then withdraw at once. Your task is to turn them into headless flies, flailing about. Lin meticulously etched every detail of the plan into the minds of his comrades. Lin's gaze pierced the darkness. Resting upon the enormous bearskin tent at the valley's center. I shall meet their leader. My lord, this is far too perilous. Torin immediately objected. You alone? No. I shall bring a team to protect you. No need. Lin shook his head. The larger the crowd, the easier it was to be exposed. You simply need to follow my plan and turn the entire camp upside down. When they are in disarray, it will be the perfect moment for me to strike. Lin patted Torin's shoulder. The strength emanating from Lin's hand inexplicably alleviated much of Torin's anxiety. Trust me. Torin gazed into Lin's remarkably bright eyes, even in the darkness, and nodded firmly. Yes, my lord. Action. At Lin's command, 100 soldiers from the north silently descended from the ridge. They divided into several groups, quietly surrounding the slumbering valley. Lin, moving alone, was the swiftest and lightest. He resembled a shadow gliding through the snow, rapidly approaching the heart of the valley. The skill of the light sword not only enhanced his swordsmanship, but also granted him comprehensive mastery over physical coordination and agility. Soon, Lin concealed himself in the shadows. Less than 50 paces from the bearskin tent, he could smell the foul odor emanating from within, a mixture of animal hides, sweat, and inferior barley wine. He could even hear the heavy snoring echoing from inside. Lin glanced up at the ridges flanking the valley. The moment was drawing near. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flaming arrows descended from the sky with a piercing whistle. They were not aimed at the sentry wildlings, but rather fell precisely upon the stacks of hay and animal hides, as well as the flammable tents. The arrowheads, dipped in oil, instantly ignited everything around them. Flames soared into the sky. Following this, Torin and Harvey led their squad from both sides of the valley, like 2 sharp blades, ruthlessly piercing into the wildling camp. Kill! The thunderous battle cries shattered the tranquil night. The slumbering wildling tribe was abruptly awakened. Harrowing screams, cries of anguish, and curses filled the air. Countless naked wildlings rushed out of their tents, their faces etched with terror and confusion. They had no idea where the enemy had come from or how many there were. All they could see were flames everywhere in the camp and arrows whistling past. The thick smoke ignited by the herbal powder rapidly spread throughout the camp. The acrid scent caused many wildlings to cough violently. Tears streamed down their faces, and their minds began to grow hazy. The entire tribe was thrown into utter chaos. Chapter 47, Blood Axe Ragnar. The turmoil spread through the wildling tribe. The terrified screams, furious roars, and the clashing of weapons echoed as the wildlings, like headless flies, stumbled about in the thick smoke and fire. Some wild men attempted to organize a counterattack, but they were swiftly felled by poisoned arrows shot from the darkness. More individuals, driven by fear, instinctively surged toward the sole exit of the valley, only to crash directly into the traps meticulously laid by Lin. The chilling screams echoed from the mouth of the valley, adding a somber note to the chaos. The 2 squads led by Torin and Harvey adhered strictly to Lin's orders, sweeping back and forth along the edge of the camp. With each charge, they claimed the lives of several wild men and ignited a few tents, only to retreat swiftly into the darkness, denying the enemy any opportunity to regroup. Their objective was not to inflict casualties, but to instill terror, and they succeeded. The entire wild tribe descended into disarray. Lin lurked in the shadows outside the bearskin tent, observing the scene with an indifferent gaze. His heartbeat remained steady, his breathing calm. The hellish tableau before him stirred no tumult within his heart. Now, it was time for the opposing commander to take action. The flap of the bearskin tent was violently thrown aside, and a towering wild man, as formidable as an iron tower, burst forth from within. His bare torso, adorned with grotesque crimson totems, showcased sinewy muscles brimming with explosive power. In his hand, he wielded a massive bone war axe, still stained with dark blood, letting out a roar akin to that of a great bear. His voice drowned out all the clamor within the camp. Some of the wild men, still caught in the chaos, instinctively gravitated towards him, finding a semblance of leadership. He was the chieftain of this tribe, Blood Axe Ragnar. Ragnar's crimson eyes swept over the tumultuous camp, quickly assessing the situation. It was the crows from the south. He bellowed in the tongue of his people. They are few in number. Fear not. Warriors, seize your weapons. Let us slay these accursed crows. His roar indeed had some effect, as a number of wild warriors began to rally around him, attempting to form an effective resistance. However, it was too late. At the moment Ragnar focused all his attention on the chaos within the camp, a shadow darted silently from the shadows behind him. It was Lin. The purpose of his concealment was for this very moment. As Ragnar turned, Lin unleashed his speed to its utmost limit. The Valyrian steel dagger in his hand glimmered in the firelight as it aimed directly for Ragnar's back. The strike was as swift as lightning and executed at an acute angle. Yet, Ragnar's reaction surpassed Lin's expectations. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, his body twisted sharply to the side. Swoosh! The dagger's sharp blade grazed Ragnar's ribs, delivering a wound deep enough to expose bone, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Yet, it had not struck a vital point. Ack! The searing pain elicited a furious roar from Ragnar. He pivoted sharply, his massive bone axe sweeping through the air with a deafening whoosh. Lin's pupils contracted as he deftly sprang back, his toes barely touching the ground. The axe blade narrowly missed his nose, the fierce gust of wind stinging his cheek. Such swift reactions, such formidable strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin's mind. This barbarian chief was far more formidable than he had anticipated. With one strike evaded, Lin sheathed his dragonbone dagger and drew his sword, gripping it with both hands, assuming a stance of combat. Ragnar steadied himself, his crimson eyes fixated on Lin. A mere mouse. He bared his teeth in a cruel grin, a glint of malice dancing across his face. How dare you approach me? He licked his lips, a sinister promise escaping his mouth. I shall rend you to pieces. With another roar, Ragnar charged forward, his bone axe swinging with reckless abandon. Each blow was heavy and powerful, stirring up gusts of ferocious wind. Lin chose not to confront him directly, though the power granted by Frostheart Grass was immense. It paled in comparison to the monster before him. He could not afford to take a hit. He maximized the finesse of his light sword, his form weaving through Ragnar's tempestuous assault like a leaf caught in the wind. Each movement was executed with precision, narrowly evading the lethal axe blade. Clang, clang, clang. Lin's sword frequently clashed against the bone axe, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. He did not rely on the blade's body for defense. Instead, he utilized its keen edge to parry, redirect, and dissipate the force of Ragnar's strikes. Each collision left shallow dents on the axe's surface. Ragnar's unease grew with every exchange. Before him stood this crow, seemingly frail enough to be blown away by a gust. Yet, he slipped away like an eel. Each of Ragnar's attacks felt as though they struck nothing but air. His might was rendered futile. Meanwhile, the opponent's sword struck like a viper, piercing from the most unexpected angles at the most opportune moments. Though each thrust failed to deliver a fatal blow, the incessant pricks wore down his stamina and patience. It was utterly infuriating. Damnable crow. If you have the guts, stop dodging. Ragnar roared in frustration, only to be met with yet another precise thrust from Lin. The long sword flickered like a serpentine creature, bypassing the axe handle to strike directly at Ragnar's wrist. Ragnar was compelled to block with his axe. Clang. Once again, a resounding explosion echoed, sending sparks flying. Ragnar felt a tremendous shock ripple through his hands, his arms tingling with a strange numbness. To his astonishment, he realized that his opponent was subtly gaining the upper hand. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin's eyes glinted with cold determination. An opportunity. No longer evading, he lunged forward, closing the distance into Ragnar's embrace. With a swift motion, he withdrew his longsword and thrust it forward anew. This strike abandoned all finesse and variation, reduced to sheer speed and raw power. The icy blade pierced effortlessly through Ragnar's robust chest, its tip emerging from his back. Stained with warm blood. Chapter 48. The emergence of the corpse demon time seemed to slow to a crawl at that instant. The blood axe Ragnar's body froze. His crimson eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed down at the sword that had penetrated his chest. A wave of paralysis exploded from the wound, swiftly engulfing his entire being and brutally stripping him of control over his own body. Poison. With a desperate gasp, Ragnar attempted to unleash one final roar, but only a mixture of blood and air escaped his throat. The strength he had so proudly possessed, his body as formidable as a great bear, now felt utterly fragile. Lin's gaze hardened. With a sudden twist of his wrist, he viciously twisted the sword within Ragnar's warm flesh, shattering his heart completely. A sharp cry of agony erupted from Ragnar, brief yet heart-wrenching. The ferocity in his eyes dimmed rapidly. Lin yanked the long sword free, warm blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across his hand. Ragnar's towering form swayed precariously before crashing down with a thunderous thud, sending a flurry of ice and snow into the air. Kill Wildman Chief. 1. Experience points. 5. In his mind, the system's icy notification rang true. Lin glanced at his status panel, astonished to find that slaying a chief had granted him a mere 5 experience points. Indeed, the stronger the foe, the greater the experience gained upon their demise. Suppressing the elation swelling within him, Lin suddenly felt a mild numbness creeping through his hand. Observing the bloodstains upon his palms, he furrowed his brow. The potency of this poison was still significant. Even the enemy's blood carried a paralyzing effect. Fortunately, the concentration had diminished considerably. It appeared that the application of poison must be paired with ranged weaponry. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning behind Master Iman's reference to the dual-edged sword. Lin pondered deeply. This paralyzing toxin would not eliminate pain, but rather rob one of control over their body, a truly tyrannical force. Subsequently, Lin swiftly wiped away the bloodstains with his garment, casting his gaze around. The remaining wild men, who had stubbornly resisted, beheld the slaughter of their mightiest leader like cattle. The last flicker of their fighting spirit was utterly extinguished. Their chief was dead. Ragnar was dead. A voice, desperate and unfamiliar, cried out in the wild tongue. In an instant, the morale of the entire tribe crumbled. The wild men cast aside their weapons, wailing like frightened beasts, frantically fleeing towards the valley. Do not let them escape. Lin's voice thundered. These are all walking experience points. The forces led by Torin and Harvey encircled from both flanks. Archers emerged from the shadows, drawing their bows, aiming at the retreating figures. A chase and massacre unfolded amidst the chaos of the camp. The dispirited wild men stood no chance against the well-equipped and high-spirited soldiers of the north. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. Throughout the valley, apart from a few captives, not a single wild man was left standing. The air was thick with the stench of blood. My lord. Torin approached Lin with brisk steps, his face radiating uncontrollable excitement and admiration. We have won. We have annihilated them. What of our casualties? Lin inquired, his concern palpable. Only 5 brothers sustained minor injuries, and none perished. Torin replied, his voice brimming with pride. Their lord Lin was simply extraordinary. With a smaller force, they had decisively defeated a tribe of 500 wild men with nearly 0 casualties. Although the methods may have strayed from the North's usual conduct, the results were gratifying. This was nothing short of a mythical victory. The gazes of all the guards towards Lin transformed. They were filled with genuine reverence and belief in his strength. Your soldiers have slain 527 wild men, gaining 612 experience points. Level up one-handed sword skills. The remainder will enhance light sword skills. Consume 500 experience points. One-handed sword, proficient, 0 500 experience maxed. One-handed sword, proficient, expert, 0 1000. Total remaining experience, 160. Consume 160 experience points. Light sword, proficient, 0 160. Light sword, proficient, 160,500. A surge of profound combat insight flooded Lin's mind. It was as though he had experienced countless life and death struggles, and his understanding of the one-handed sword elevated from mere proficiency to a state of profound comprehension. The transmission of power, the selection of angles, the timing of strikes, everything became instinctual. Is this what it means to be an expert? Lin murmured to himself before issuing a command. Clean the battlefield. Gather all weapons and valuable items. The guards interrogated the savages, yet these wild men merely glared at them with disdain, attempting to bite them with their teeth. It was futile. These captured savages would only meet their demise at the hands of Lord Mormont. Better to question them briefly, refrain from inflicting torment. and grant them a swift end. Such was the inevitable fate. Surrounded by a multitude, with the wild men as adversaries and the commander's orders to heed, the choice was glaringly apparent. To release them would equate to treachery. Should even a whisper of this escape, death would be their only recourse. The glory of the ancestors rendered the wild men unyielding to the king within the walls. The grudges of forebears, the bloodshed spanning millennia, hatred is not easily dispelled. At least at this juncture, unpressured by the others, these wild men had no intention of retreating southward to evade them. Only when the others approached would they feel urgency, and therein lay the key to reconciliation. Lin certainly harbored thoughts of subjugating them, particularly the giants, whose collaboration with the great tree stump would be nigh invincible. But that would not be possible at this stage. For now, Lin lacked the ability to persuade those ferocious savages. Soon, Lin gained 44 experience points. The guards, invigorated, began rummaging excitedly throughout the camp. Lin, however, stepped into the enormous bearskin tent. Inside, a pungent stench assailed his senses. It was uncertain how long Ragnar had gone without cleansing himself. The odor was unbearable. The floor was strewn with disheveled animal skins, and in the corner lay a collection of human skulls, clearly trophies of Ragnar, former colleagues of Lin's crows. Frowning, Lin commenced a meticulous search. A tribal leader's tent ought to contain some valuable items. Before long, his gaze was drawn to a wooden box placed atop the animal skin bedding. The box was antiquated, adorned with twisted runes inlaid with an unknown metal. Lin pried open the latch with his dagger. Inside the box, there were neither treasures of gold and silver nor the fabled frostheart grass, but rather a scroll fashioned from tanned human skin and several black objects resembling stones. Lin picked up the black stones. They were icy to the touch, yet surprisingly light, their surfaces smooth, akin to glass. Dragon crystals. Lin examined them closely. Indeed, his heart skipped a beat. Such a substance was the bane of the others. In the ensuing long night battles, its value rivaled that of Valyrian steel. He had not anticipated discovering such a treasure within the chest of a savage leader. Suppressing his overwhelming exhilaration, Lin cautiously tucked the dragon crystals into his cloak. He then unfurled the scroll, made of human skin. The map was crudely drawn, rendered with charred wood and an unknown red liquid. Above lies the haunted forest and its surrounding terrain. Most of the areas are indecipherable to Lin. However, at the center of the map, a symbol resembling an eye, painted in a vivid red dye, instantly captivated all of Lin's attention. Beside the symbol, there was a line of small text inscribed in an ancient tongue, one that Lin could not comprehend. Yet, he sensed its profound significance. This could very well be the reason the Ragnar tribe had ventured to this location. They seemed to be in search of the place marked on the map. Sir, Torren's voice called from outside the tent. We have discovered something. Lin tucked the map securely and stepped out of the tent. He found several guards gathered around the remnants of a tent that had been partially consumed by flames, engaged in fervent discussion. As Lin approached, he beheld several corpses amidst the ruins. However, something about these bodies seemed amiss. Their eyes bore an eerie hue, reminiscent of sapphires. In the flickering light of the flames, those haunting eyes stared vacantly at the overcast sky. Chapter 49. Burning the corpses, they gazed fixedly at the heavens, as if silently recounting a terror from the depths of antiquity. A heavy weight settled in Lin's heart. Memories of the original owner's long-buried fears surged forth in his mind. The bone-chilling cold, the suffocating silence, an ancient evil that defied description. It was the whites. No, more precisely, they were the corpses of wildlings transformed by the whites. The surrounding guards, evidently sensing the abnormality, murmured amongst themselves. Sir, these corpses are peculiar, remarked a young guard, his voice tinged with trepidation. I have never seen eyes so frightfully blue. Another guard chimed in, instinctively tightening his grip on his sword. Torren crouched down, intending to prod one of the bodies with the hilt of his sword. Do not touch, Lin admonished sharply. Torren recoiled in surprise, hastily withdrawing his hand. All eyes turned to Lin, who bore an unprecedented gravity upon his countenance. He fixed his gaze intently upon the corpses. Sir, what is the matter? Torren inquired cautiously. Lin offered no response. Instead, he slowly drew his sword from his side. Everyone, step back. Keep your distance from the corpses. Though the guards were perplexed, they complied, retreating several paces and forming a wary circle around Lin and the bodies. Lin inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. He understood that these potential whites were still merely corpses. Yet, under the right conditions, they could awaken at any moment. The sole means of dealing with them was fire. Torren Lin's voice regained its composure. Bring the torches. Burn this place, along with these corpses, to ashes. Leave not a trace of ash behind. Though Torin was filled with confusion, he promptly obeyed the command. Soon, dozens of torches were ignited, their fierce flames hurled into the desolate ruins. The dry hides and timber ignited in an instant. The fire spread with astonishing swiftness. The charred bodies crackled as they were consumed by the flames, releasing plumes of black smoke. An indescribable stench permeated the air, causing the guards to cover their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in disgust. Yet, Lin remained motionless, standing there, quietly observing the inferno. The dancing flames reflected in his eyes. Only when the bodies were reduced to mere ashes did he slowly withdraw his gaze. My lord, what exactly were those things? Torin could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin paused for a moment in silence, knowing that some truths could no longer be concealed. Moreover, this group was his most loyal subordinates, and sharing the truth with them posed no risk. They are what I once spoke of to Lord Stark in Winterfell. His voice was a mere whisper. Whites. The mere utterance of those two syllables plunged the entire valley into a profound silence, save for the crackling of the flames. The faces of the guards were etched with shock and terror. Whites. Aren't they mere figments from the old wives' tales? Legends of heroes from millennia past, who banished them back to the land of eternal winter? How can this be? They have returned? My lord, are you truly serious? A guard's voice trembled uncontrollably. Do I seem like one who jests? Lin retorted, his gaze sweeping across each face. Beyond the wall, something has awakened. Winter is coming. The words left Lin's lips, imbued with a chilling sense of inevitability. The guards exchanged fearful glances, their faces drained of color. As northerners, they understood better than any outsider the heavy implications behind the phrase winter is coming. It was not merely a family motto. It was a warning from antiquity. What should we do now? Torin's voice wavered with uncertainty. We must return, Lin replied, his tone resolute and unwavering. Send a scout to report everything we have witnessed here, relay it in full to Commander Mormont, and inform Maester Eamon. Lin's gaze turned once more towards the north, where, amidst the endless darkness, it seemed countless ice-blue eyes were watching them. The following morning, the party embarked on their journey back to the Black Castle. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, shrouded in an eerie silence. Each soldier bore a countenance marked by the gravitas of survival after calamity. The ominous shadow of the others loomed over their hearts, suffocating their spirits. The procession continued southward. As they traversed halfway, a scout responsible for reconnaissance galloped back with an unusual expression. My lord, the scout exclaimed, a peculiar look etched upon his face. There is something ahead. What is it? Savages? Torin immediately bristled with caution. No, not savages, the scout replied, shaking his head. It is a battlefield, grievously brutal. However, it is quite strange. When Lin and his companions arrived, they understood the peculiar nature of the scout's words. Before them lay a snow-laden expanse, stained crimson with blood. The carcasses of several warhorses sprawled upon the ground, their innards spilled across the snow. Broken weapons and shattered armor were strewn about, creating a grim tableau. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, a testament to a ferocious battle that had recently transpired. Yet, curiously absent from the scene were any human corpses. Only the snow bore witness to lengthy drag marks, extending deep into the shadows of the forest. Chapter 50. Only savages would burn their comrades' bodies. The drag marks in the snow were remarkably distinct, as if someone had forcefully removed the bodies from this place, disappearing into the icy embrace of the woods. What could have transpired? Torin dismounted, furrowing his brow as he examined the traces upon the ground. Cleaning the battlefield? That seems unlikely. If it were savages, they would not have left behind the horses. Horse meat is a valuable resource, another soldier reasoned. Moreover, they would have taken the weapons and armor as well. The presence of swords and damaged chain mail on the ground belied such notions. Lin's gaze fell upon the drag marks, and he recalled a storyline from the original narrative, a missing patrol, never to return, led by none other than Sir Vimer Royce. They had encountered the others, leading to their total annihilation. Could this very battlefield be the remnants of their fate? Lin dared not dwell further on the thought. My lord, what shall we do? Should we pursue and investigate? Torin inquired. Not necessary, Lin replied, shaking his head. This matter is beyond our control for now. We must return to the Black Castle with utmost haste. We cannot afford to delay. His tone brooked no argument. Though perplexed, Torin promptly issued the command. The party resumed their journey, hastening toward the southern wall with a sense of invisible oppression weighing heavily upon their hearts, despite their ignorance of the events that had transpired. Yet, they could sense the gravity of the situation from Lin's solemn expression. When the familiar silhouette of the Black Castle re-emerged on the horizon, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. The sensation of returning home had never felt so comforting. However, as they approached the castle, an unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. A small crowd had gathered at the castle's entrance. They were not engaged in their usual drills or labor. Instead, they huddled together, pointing and murmuring about something. Lin reined in his horse. In the heart of the crowd, he discerned two figures shrouded in Black Knight's watch cloaks. Placed upon a makeshift sled, several rangers, weary and visibly shaken, were conversing with Commander Mormont and Maester Eamon, who had hastened to the scene. Jon Snow and Arya stood among the throng. Jon's face was etched with shock and unease. His direwolf, Ghost, paced anxiously at his feet, emitting low growls as it bared its sharp fangs at the objects on the sled. Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, mirrored this behavior, pressing closely against Arya's leg, its fur bristling. Golden eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. The two corpses. Lin dismounted and navigated through the crowd, making his way forward. He recognized the two rangers at a glance. One was Oddhell, the other was Joffrey. They were members of another patrol dispatched by Eddard Stark before his departure. Now, they had returned, but in such a manner. What had transpired? Lin approached Commander Mormont and whispered, "What happened?" The old bear's countenance was dreadfully grim. "They are dead. Our men found them, buried in the snow. Their bodies are frozen, yet there are no visible wounds." "No wounds," Lin echoed, recalling that White Walkers typically left no marks. "They would drain the warmth and life from your body with their frigid touch." Their eyes. Mormont paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "They were blue, like sapphires." "Indeed." Lin pulled back the cloak covering the corpses. "Commander," one ranger addressed Mormont, "we searched the area thoroughly, but found no trace of Ser Waymar. Alive or dead." A storm cloud shadowed Mormont's face as he gazed at the two corpses, remaining silent for a long while. "Bring them inside," the old bear finally spoke, his voice laden with an exhaustion that seemed insurmountable. "Eamon, investigate. See if you can determine the cause of death." Maester Eamon nodded in acknowledgement. Two sentinels advanced, preparing to drag the two sledges into the castle. "Wait." A voice suddenly pierced the air. It was Lin. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Commander Mormont turned his head, his sharp gaze filled with a hint of confusion as he regarded Lin. "Lin, is there an issue?" Lin met the scrutiny of the crowd, drawing a deep breath. He understood that the words he was about to utter might be deemed the ravings of a madman. Yet, he felt compelled to speak. "My Lord Commander," Lin's voice resonated, steady and powerful. "They cannot be taken inside." "Why?" Mormont's brow furrowed. "Burn them." Lin articulated each word with deliberate clarity. "Right here." Immediately, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. All gazes regarded Lin as though he were a lunatic. To incinerate the bodies of one's brothers? Such an act would constitute the gravest sacrilege within the Night's Watch's tradition. Only savages would entertain such a custom. Chapter 51. The Compromise of Old Bear Nonsense. Alazar Thorne was the first to shatter the stillness. He stepped forward from the crowd, his face a mask of unabashed scorn and animosity. "Lin, who do you think you are? The commander? To burn the bodies of our brothers? That is the most absurd and vile suggestion I have ever heard." Thorne's words immediately resonated with the other members of the Night's Watch surrounding him. "Indeed, Uth and Gior were our brothers. We cannot treat them with the barbaric customs of the wildlings. He has lost his mind. He must have gone mad from slaying wildlings." The clamor of dissent and curses rose in a cacophony. Those who had just begun to regard Lin with awe were now filled with hostility due to his outrageous proclamation. Lin paid no heed to the tumult. His gaze remained fixed on Commander Mormont. He understood that here, only the words of the old bear held weight. "Lin, give me a reason." Mormont's voice was deep and authoritative. He chose not to outright dismiss Lin as others had, but instead offered him an opportunity to explain. This brought a slight sense of relief to Lin. "My lord," Lin's gaze swept over the two bodies. "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Beyond the wall, the others are awakening. Their eyes are like burning sapphires. They can raise the dead." Lin's proclamation quelled the uproar in the courtyard once more. All present were momentarily taken aback. "Raise the dead? That sounds even more absurd than burning the bodies of our brothers." Thorne scoffed. "Do you believe this is a tale meant for a 3-year-old? I have not spoken falsehoods." Lin, meeting Thorne's gaze, turned to Commander Mormont. "My lord, I have encountered the same phenomenon within the wildling tribes. Their eyes resemble those of Uth, of Joffrey, precisely." Commander Mormont's pupils dilated sharply. He recalled the imagery described by scouts when Lin had led the cleanup of the wildling tribe. Pristine corpses, ice-blue eyes. At the time, he dismissed it as a mere rarity, not giving it much thought. Yet now, the same scenario had re-emerged. Coincidence? Once could be considered mere happenstance, but twice? Ghost. A sudden exclamation from Jon Snow drew everyone's attention. His Direwolf, Ghost, had suddenly broken free from its restraint, lunging towards the two corpses. It did not attack, but fixated intently on the bodies, emitting a low, continuous growl that resonated with an ominous threat. Its white fur bristled, standing erect like that of a porcupine. This was an extreme vigilance displayed only in the presence of a formidable adversary. Similarly, Nymeria, Arya's wolf, stood guard before her, baring its teeth and issuing warning growls towards the corpses. The instincts of animals are far sharper than those of humans. They could sense the malevolent aura emanating from the two bodies. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the courtyard. All eyes were drawn to the two restless direwolves, casting a shadow over their hearts. Commander, the aged voice of Maester Aemon slowly resonated. Though he could not see, he felt the palpable shift in the atmosphere around him. Perhaps we should exercise caution. At the very least, let us bind them. Commander Mormont's brow furrowed deeply as he glanced between Lin and the two direwolves, ultimately resting his gaze upon the lifeless corpses. Reason told him that Lin's words were far-fetched, yet his instinct, an instinct honed through years as a seasoned warrior, was issuing a warning. After a lengthy pause, the old bear finally reached a decision. Take them inside. His voice bore an unmistakable weight of exhaustion. Lin's heart sank. However, Commander Mormont continued. Do not place them together. He pointed to one of the bodies. Take him to my chambers. I wish to examine him personally. He then gestured to the other. Joffrey, take him to Aemon. Maester Aemon, scrutinize him closely for any anomalies. Furthermore, Mormont's gaze swept across the assembly before finally settling upon Thorne's countenance. Tonight, all shall remain armed. We are doubling the patrols. This is a compromise, neither wholly embracing Lin's arguably mad suggestion nor neglecting our utmost precautions. A look of skepticism crossed Thorne's face, but he dared not defy the Commander-in-Chief's orders. As you command, Commander. Two sentinels approached, dragging the two sleds into the castle. As the lifeless bodies were pulled across the courtyard, a chilling wind swept through, causing every cloak to flutter ominously. Lin watched as the corpses vanished behind the door, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening involuntarily. He understood that the old bear had made the best choice possible, for he was the commander, tasked with considering the thoughts of all. Yet, it was insufficient. This night, the Black Castle was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Lin approached Jon and Arya. Stay close to your wolves, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Tonight, they may save your lives. Jon looked at Lin, puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Arya clutched Nymeria's neck tightly. Lin chose not to elaborate further. He turned and strode toward the temporary barracks of his 100 northern guards. Since the commander did not place his trust in him, he would have to rely on himself. He must prepare thoroughly. Chapter 52. This night, no one sleeps. Lin did not return to his chamber. He crossed the courtyard, fraught with anxiety after the discovery of the bodies, heading towards the temporary barracks of his 100 northern guards. Inside, Torin and several other squad leaders were distributing the evening's rations of dark bread and thin broth. The soldiers huddled around the fire pit, whispering about the day's events, their faces etched with vigilance against the unknown. Sir. Upon seeing Lin enter, everyone immediately stood in unison. At ease, Lin gestured, making his way to the center of the barracks. Brothers. Lin's gaze swept across each face, weathered from their time in the wilderness, reflecting their unwavering loyalty to him. You witnessed the events of the day. Lin did not mince words. Those two corpses, I can assure you, are not without issue. The expressions of the soldiers turned grave in an instant. The barracks fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of the burning wood in the fire pit. The soldiers exchanged glances, confusion evident, yet overshadowed by a deep-seated reverence for ancient legends that coursed through their blood. They were Northerners, believers in the old gods, believers in magic. Tonight, we have work to do. Lin approached a makeshift map, the layout of the Black Castle. Commander Mormont has placed one body in his chamber. The other lies in Maester Aemon's room. Lin's fingers traced two locations on the map. Torin, he commanded, take 30 brothers and guard the area outside Maester Aemon's quarters. His tone brooked no dissent. Remember, your duty is to protect Maester Aemon. He is advanced in age and nearly blind. He must not suffer any harm. Yes, my lord. Torin nodded emphatically. Havi, Lin turned to another squad leader. You two, take 30 brothers and stand watch outside the commander's chamber. Understood. The remaining soldiers will be led by me personally. Lin's gaze sharpened. Listen closely to my next words. This pertains to each of your lives. A palpable tension filled the air as everyone held their breath. If you see those corpses move, do not attempt to pierce their hearts with swords or sever their heads. It will be futile. What then shall we do? A young guard could not contain his curiosity. Fire, Lin uttered tersely. Burn them. Only fire can truly vanquish them. I do not care whether you use torches, charcoal from the hearth, or ignite their garments directly. In any case, set them ablaze before they draw near. Is that clear? Clear. A unified low roar echoed through the barracks. Excellent, Lin nodded approvingly. Now, everyone, inspect your weapons and prepare the oil and torches. The soldiers sprang into action, polishing their swords, retrieving flasks of oil, and crafting makeshift torches from rags. A tense, foreboding atmosphere quickly enveloped the barracks. Lin moved to a corner and picked up the Valyrian steel dagger that Ned had gifted him. The cold, dragonbone hilt felt oddly warm to the touch. He understood that ordinary flames might deal with wights, but their efficacy would be lacking. The legendary Valyrian steel, forged from dragon fire, possessed an innate power against these dark creatures. He meticulously strapped the dagger to the inside of his calf, a position both convenient and discreet. With everything arranged, Lin stepped out of the barracks. The night had fully cloaked the Black Castle. A chilling wind howled against the walls, echoing like a ghostly wail. Most of the castle had succumbed to darkness, with only a handful of windows glowing with a faint, yellow light. Lin's silhouette merged silently into the shadows. He did not head directly to Commander Mormont's tower. Instead, he circled around to Maester Eamon's vicinity. Torin and his men were already in position. Like statues lurking in the corridor's shadows, weapons and torches at the ready. Lin gestured to Torin and then turned away, needing to ascertain the situation on the other side. The commander's tower stood as the highest and most formidable structure within the entire Black Castle. Mormont's chamber was located at the pinnacle of this tower. He had surrounded himself with the deceased, not only out of trust in Lin's judgment, but also due to his suspicion that someone sought to harm both Bofa and her companion. With an ulterior motive to draw out the serpent from its den, Lin did not approach through the main entrance. Instead, he circled to the rear of the tower, silently scaling the second-floor window ledge like an agile monkey. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the solitary staircase leading to the uppermost chamber. Harvey and his subordinates had already concealed themselves within the shadows at the staircase's entrance. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulously crafted plan. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, Lin regulated his breathing. He raised his gaze towards the illuminated window on the top floor, acutely aware that Commander Mormont resided within. Perhaps he was indulging in a drink or engrossed in a book, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he shared his space with a creature poised to bring forth death and dread. Lin's hand rested lightly upon the dagger at his calf. Now, all he needed to do was wait. Chapter 53. The awakening of the dead time stretched infinitely in the oppressive silence of anticipation. The night within the Black Castle felt longer and colder than anywhere else. Lin remained as still as a stone, leaning against the icy walls of the tower. The cold had long since numbed his skin, yet he paid it no heed. His entire focus was directed at the window emanating a dim, yellow light from the upper floor. He could easily envision old Bear Mormont in that very moment. Perhaps seated by the fireplace, a glass of strong liquor in hand, perusing ancient scrolls concerning wildlings and wights. He might be reflecting on the absurdity of his reckless suggestions from earlier that day, yet the vigilance inherent to a seasoned soldier prevented him from finding peace in slumber. Lin's mind raced with clarity. He was neither a bloodthirsty lunatic nor a reckless youth seeking validation. Every action he undertook was driven by a distinct purpose. Rescuing Mormont was not merely an act of gratitude for granting him his freedom. It was imperative for a far more significant cause, Longclaw. That Valyrian steel sword held immeasurable worth in a world on the brink of being ravaged by the wights. It represented not only a mark of status, but also the sharpest weapon against the encroaching darkness. He knew that Longclaw resided within Mormont's chamber, cast aside due to the disgraceful defection of his son, Jorah Mormont. Mormont would never bestow it upon a son steeped in shame. Yet he, a savior of his life and the one who had substantiated the prophecy regarding the threat of the wights, would be the most fitting and sole candidate to inherit this sword. The game had commenced the moment he suggested incinerating the corpse. Mormont's refusal was anticipated. Indeed, it was preferable. Only when Mormont personally faced the terror of the wights, witnessing his own return from the brink of death, would his gratitude and trust reach their zenith. At that juncture, presenting Longclaw would seem entirely natural, devoid of any sense of reluctance. Lyanna? A suppressed voice emanated from below. Lyanna glanced down to behold the youthful, perplexed visage of Jon Snow, cloaked in black, with the Direwolf ghost silently trailing behind him. "What are you doing here?" Jon inquired, craning his neck to gaze up at Lyanna, his voice barely above a whisper. "Rumors are circulating throughout the castle, claiming you've lost your mind. Let them say what they will. Return to your slumber, Jon. Lyanna replied, her tone devoid of any tremor. This is not a place for you. I cannot sleep. Jon countered, shaking his head. Ghost remained restless, unwilling to enter the building. The direwolf in his arms emitted low growls, its crimson eyes fixed with hostility upon the tower's apex. Is something truly amiss here? A tremor laced Jon's voice. Lyanna paused for a moment in silence. Jon, listen, she said, descending quietly from the wall to stand firmly before him. There are certain things best left unseen. She regarded Jon's stubborn gray eyes, reminiscent of Ned Stark's, and sighed. Very well, since you are here. She gestured towards the shadows by the staircase. Stay there, alongside Harvey and the others. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not act rashly. First and foremost, safeguard yourself and your sister Arya. Arya? Jon faltered for a moment. She is likely unable to sleep as well. She will probably come over soon. Lyanna understood that little girl too well. A faint smile of resignation crossed Jon's face as he nodded. With Ghost in tow, he retreated into the shadows where Harvey's group lingered. Lyanna redirected her gaze towards the tower's summit. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. Meanwhile, in a chamber at the opposite end of the castle, Maester Aemon, the centenarian scholar, sat alone in the darkness. His blind eyes were fixed upon the covered corpse at the room's center. Although he could not see, he could hear. He perceived the wind, the crackling of the firewood, and the distant footfalls of the Night's Watch on patrol. Yet, there were other sounds as well, sounds not of this world. They were faint, as if emanating from the very depths of bone, akin to the shattering of ice crystals. Crack, crack. Maester Aemon leaned slightly forward, his wrinkled face betraying no expression. He recalled Lin's words from earlier in the day. They have been burned. Memories of the ancient lore of House Targaryen, tales of the Long Night and the others, flooded his mind. His existence had been intertwined with books and knowledge, a steadfast belief in logic and reason guiding him. Yet, he was acutely aware that this world harbored countless enigmas that defied rational explanation, like dragons, like the others. Outside, Torrhen and his 30 soldiers from the north had completely besieged the infirmary, their swords drawn and torches at the ready. Each man stood poised, taut as a drawn bowstring, tension palpable in the air. Meanwhile, in the commander's quarters, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch felt an undeniable weariness settle upon him. No longer youthful, he had endured a day fraught with absurdity. Lin's near-mad suggestions and the presence of 2 peculiar corpses had kept his nerves taut throughout. He drained the last of the fiery liquor from his cup, the sharp liquid igniting a blaze within him, momentarily dispelling the chill that had seeped into his bones. Rising, he approached the makeshift table where the body of Uth lay, draped in a coarse black cloak of the Night's Watch. Sighing, Mormont extended his calloused hand, lifting a corner of the cloak. Uth's face, illuminated by the flickering light of the hearth, appeared a ghastly shade of pale, his expression eerily tranquil, as if merely asleep. Yet, his unclosed eyes glinted with an otherworldly blue. Madness. Mormont muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief at Lin's seemingly fantastical warnings. Just then, the raven perched upon his shoulder stirred restlessly, emitting a hoarse caw. Quiet, my friend, Mormont chided, patting its head. He removed his outer garments, ready to retire for the night. The tension in his weary bones had become increasingly burdensome. Lying in bed, he extinguished the candle by his bedside, plunging the room into darkness. Only the faint flicker of the fire in the hearth persisted, casting shadows that danced upon the grand map of the north adorning the wall. Silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a faint, unsettling sound, a crack, as if bones were shifting, pierced the stillness. Mormont's eyes flew open. Chapter 54. Mormont under attack. A slight crack, reminiscent of creaking bones, abruptly shattered the oppressive silence. Mormont's eyes widened in alarm, though age had settled upon him. The vigilance honed over decades of being a ranger remained intact. He could ascertain that it was certainly not the sound of firewood crackling. He held his breath, straining his ears in the dimly lit room to capture any hint of disturbance. The sound of a sharp crack echoed again, this time more distinctly. It emanated from the center of the room, from the long table that bore the body of Ozer. A chill gripped Mormont's heart, more penetrating than the fiercest winds outside, surging from his soles to the crown of his head. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. He must be fatigued, suffering from an illusion. He endeavored to reassure himself thus. Yet the thunderous beating of his heart betrayed the fear within. Silently, he propped himself up, groping for the oil lamp and flint at his bedside. His hands trembled from anxiety, and after several attempts, he finally ignited the lamp. The dim light immediately dispelled the darkness in one corner of the room. Mormont raised the lamp cautiously, inching toward the long table. Each step felt as though he were treading upon his own heartbeat. As the light drew nearer, The scene upon the table gradually came into focus. The cloak draped over the corpse had slipped halfway down, and that body, which should have been cold and rigid, Ozer, suddenly sat upright. His stiff head turned slowly, at an inhuman angle, toward Mormont. Those sapphire-like eyes, under the dim glow, were fixed intently upon him. There was no trace of human emotion in those eyes, no anger, no sorrow, only an icy void. A silence that resonated from the land of eternal winter. The ropes binding him, eroded by the cold, were frail and crumbling. As the ropes broke inch by inch, Ozer's body toppled from the table. Ah, help! Even Mormont, seasoned by countless battles, could not contain the shock within. The oil lamp slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor. Oil spilled forth, flames leaping up instantly, igniting several sheets of parchment scattered on the ground. Mormont scrambled backward, intent on seizing the long sword hanging on the wall. But the corpse demon was swifter. It lunged toward Mormont with astonishing speed. Get away! Mormont snatched up a chair, exerting all his strength to strike. The wooden chair shattered upon the demon's form, yet it remained unscathed, its velocity unimpeded. It lunged at Mormont, its cold, rigid hands clutching his throat with a vice-like grip. An asphyxiating chill penetrated Mormont's limbs and core. His face flushed a deep hue of purple. He struggled desperately, pounding his fists against the demon's body. Yet it felt akin to striking a stone frozen for millennia, utterly unresponsive. It was over. In Mormont's mind, only two words remained. Just as darkness enveloped him, and he felt the grip of asphyxiation tightening, a tremendous force crashed. The door opened with a resounding bang. Amidst the flying splinters, a shadowy figure burst into the room. It was Lin. Close behind him, Jon Snow, brandishing a torch, wore an expression of sheer horror. Accompanying them was his snow-white direwolf. Ghost. With a fierce growl, Ghost lunged without hesitation at the white that had its hands wrapped around Mormont's throat. The wolf's sharp fangs sank deeply into the white's arm. The sound that followed was not the tearing of flesh, but rather the crack of biting into a hardened, desiccated bone. The white's movements faltered for a brief moment due to this unexpected assault. In that fleeting instant, coughing violently, Mormont's grip on his throat loosened, and he greedily inhaled the fresh air. He tumbled backward, his aged face turning crimson from the intensity of his cough. Jon, fire! Lin's voice rang out once more. Burn it! Jon Snow's mind was blank. Everything unfolding before him had completely shattered his understanding of reality accumulated over the years. The dead truly had risen. Those eyes, ablaze with blue flames, that inhuman strength, the bone-chilling aura surrounding them. Legends were indeed real. Only upon hearing Lin's shout did he awaken from his stupor. Instinctively, he raised the torch in his hand. The white shook off Ghost's grip. It turned, its icy blue eyes locking onto Lin, as if discerning who posed the greatest threat. Come on. Lin's right hand instinctively reached for the inside of his calf, where a dagger was secured. A dagger with a hilt of dragonglass, forged from Valyrian steel. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Lin's eyes as his hand firmly grasped the cold dragonglass hilt. Chapter 55. Slaying the white. Just as the white's frigid hands were about to graze Lin's throat, he swiftly drew his right hand from his side. A flash of silver brilliance erupted in the dimly lit room, illuminated by the flickering flames. The Valyrian steel dagger, the very weapon bestowed upon him for saving Bran and Ned Stark, a legendary blade forged with dragon fire and imbued with magic. This was the moment. Lin offered the white no time to react. Lacking formal training with the dagger, he channeled all his strength into this single thrust. If skill eluded him, he would compensate with the velocity born of sheer power. Die! Lin bellowed. He wielded the dagger in his right hand, thrusting it upwards with an intensity that was almost acerbic from an exceedingly unconventional angle. A soft yet distinct sound echoed, reminiscent of a heated knife slicing through butter. The corpse's hardened skin, in the face of the Valyrian steel blade, proved as fragile as mere parchment. The dagger penetrated effortlessly through the creature's lower jaw, traversing the entirety of its skull. The ghoul's eyes, ablaze with icy blue flames, rapidly dimmed at a visible pace, ultimately extinguishing into complete silence. Instantly, the room succumbed to an oppressive stillness. The ghoul now lay limply upon Lin, transformed into a true corpse in every sense. Lin reclined on the ground, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Having vanquished a ghoul with his own hands, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that he had engaged in combat with a moving corpse. At the very least, it demonstrated to all the Night's Watch that these undead beings were not insurmountable. They too could perish. In his mind, the system's cold notification arrived belatedly. Ghoul slain. Experience points, 10. a considerable amount, equivalent to 2 wildling chieftains. A tremulous voice shattered the silence enveloping the room. Lin turned to see Jon Snow standing a short distance away, still grasping a burning curtain. He appeared as if turned to stone, gazing blankly at Lin. Fixated on the dagger still dripping with viscous fluid and the lifeless body on the ground, devoid of luster in its eyes. His expression was etched with an indescribable shock. He had witnessed it firsthand. He had seen Lin decisively end the life of that corpse with the small dagger. At the opposite end of the room, Jane Mormont struggled to rise from the floor, leaning against the wall. Clear, purplish fingerprints marred his neck, a stark reminder of how perilously close he had come to death. He had felt the terrifying power of that monster and had borne witness to Lin's extraordinary counterattack. It was this young man who had saved him. He looked at Lin, his gaze a complex tapestry of gratitude, astonishment, and lingering fear. With renewed vigor, Lin sprang to his feet. He approached the corpse, bent down, and extracted the Valyrian steel dagger from the ghoul's skull. Then, he meticulously wiped the blade clean of blood upon the tattered black garments of the deceased. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted outside the door. "Commander, are you unharmed?" What transpired within? The Night's Watchman had arrived, with Alyssa Thorne's acerbic visage being the first to appear at the shattered doorway. When he finally comprehended the scene before him, he was utterly stunned. The room lay in disarray. The commander sat slumped in a corner, while Jon Snow, holding a torch, wore a vacant expression. In the center of the room stood Lin, clutching a peculiar dagger, and at his feet lay the lifeless body of Uth, whose eyes had turned a ghastly shade of ashen white. What on earth had transpired? The Night's Watchmen behind him craned their necks to peer inside, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. Lin paid them no heed. He sheathed his gleaming dagger, raised his gaze, and looked beyond everyone towards the opposite end of the castle, Master Eamon's chambers. There, another surprise awaited them. Chapter 56. Acknowledging the situation, Alazar Thorne gazed at the bizarre tableau in the room, his mind momentarily failing to process the scene. Commander Mormont, disheveled, leaned against the wall, distinct fingerprints marking his neck, clearly indicative of a struggle. Jon Snow, that illegitimate son, stood there, dazed, clutching a charred rag as if his soul had departed. And there was Lin, the deserter he despised most, brandishing an oddly shaped dagger, standing atop Uth's corpse. The most unsettling detail was that Uth's eyes were not of their natural hue, but a deathly white, accompanied by a gaping wound in his neck. "Lin, you traitor." Thorne's mind conjured a dramatic scene of betrayal, envisioning Lin's assassination attempt on the commander. Reflexively, he drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at Lin. "You have the audacity to attempt to murder the commander." His shout prompted the bewildered Night's Watchmen behind him to unsheath their weapons as well. In an instant, a dozen swords were pointed at Lin, the atmosphere in the room thick with tension. "Stand down." A voice, filled with authority and ire, halted all movement. It was Jeor Mormont. He leaned against the wall, struggling to straighten his posture. "Sheathe your swords." The flames of fury burned in the old bear's eyes. The weight of the commander's presence stifled any further action from Thorne and the others. "But, Commander," Thorne began to protest, "I command you to sheath your swords. Do you not comprehend, Sir Thorne?" Mormont's voice brooked no dissent. Thorne's face flushed to a deep crimson. With a fierce glare at Lin, he begrudgingly returned his sword to its scabbard. The other Night's Watchmen followed suit, sheathing their weapons. "Just now, Uth, he has returned to life." Mormont's voice was grave, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "He sought to take my life. It was Lin and Jon who saved me." This revelation struck like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within the hearts of all the Night's Watchmen. Returned to life? The corpse of Osir. Has it truly come back to life? All eyes instinctively shifted towards the lifeless body on the ground. Their expressions morphed from incredulity to sheer horror, ultimately culminating in an unmistakable manifestation of fear. How could this be possible? A young Night's Watchman trembled as he spoke. "How could a dead man? I witnessed it with my own eyes." Mormont interrupted him, his voice trembling with dread. "He fears neither blade nor bullet. He is not human at all. He is a monster." Thorne's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. He gazed at the corpse before him and then back at Lin. Yet, he remained unconvinced. This was absurd. It must be some form of sorcery unknown to him. "Commander, this must be the work of that cowardly deserter." Thorne pointed at Lin, his voice piercing. He wielded southern sorcery. He manipulated Osir's corpse to stage this performance, all in an effort to gain your trust. Upon hearing this, Lin remained unfazed, secretly delighted. Thorne was indeed a character. Even at this critical juncture, he was more concerned with casting blame than addressing the crisis. Truly a fool. "Sorcery?" Lin scoffed, finally speaking up. His gaze bore into Sorn. Sir Sorn, what kind of sorcery do you believe could deceive the commander's sight? What sort of magic could instill such dread even in the direwolves? He gestured towards the white wolf still protective of Jon, its throat emitting low growls. Or do you think that I, a so-called deserter, possess such prowess to execute these deceptions right under the nose of the commander of the Night's Watch? Each word Lin uttered landed like a resounding slap across Sorn's face, leaving him utterly speechless. He truly could not conjure a rational explanation. Yet, he remained unconvinced. He simply felt that Lin was the problem. Old Bear slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Sir Sorn, I am well aware of your disdain for Lin. I have observed your behavior all along. Your actions this time have crossed the line. Is this the moment for internal strife and slander? Should I hear such words from you again, Sorn, you shall be responsible for the consequences. Old Bear was also contemplating a course of action. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to send someone to King's Landing. He intended to have Sorn escort the body to the capital, to prevent the incessant annoyance of having him loiter nearby. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the far end of the castle. The sound was filled with abject terror. Everyone's hearts lurched. It was Master Eamon. A terrified Night's Watchman exclaimed. Quickly, we must see what has transpired. Mormont was the first to react. He dashed outside with urgency. The other Night's Watchmen, disregarding their confrontation with Lin, followed suit. As Thorn departed, he cast a fierce glare at Lin before coldly snorting and unsheathing his weapon to join the fray. The courtyard had descended into chaos. Illuminated by countless torches as the Night's Watchmen burst forth from their quarters, panic etched on their faces. What was happening? Over there. Something has occurred at Master Eamon's quarters. When Mormont and his men arrived outside Eamon's chamber, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Torrin and 30 soldiers from the north surrounded the room, wielding torches and swords, creating an impenetrable barrier. Inside the room, a body clad in black was being consumed by fierce flames. The corpse belonged to Jane Flowers. It writhed madly in the fire, struggling and emitting a hissing sound. Its icy blue eyes glowed eerily in the firelight, fixated on the crowd outside. Master Eamon was shielded behind Torrin and several soldiers. Despite the evident terror on his face, the elderly scholar maintained an unusual composure. It has come back to life. Master Eamon's voice was frail and hoarse. Just moments ago, it attempted to attack me. Torrin and the others used fire to thwart it. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the writhing monstrosity in the flames, the stench of charred flesh permeating the air, a bone-chilling dread seeping into their very souls. If they could attribute the earlier events in the commander's chamber to sorcery or illusion, what could they say now? Two corpses, in two distinct locations, resurrected simultaneously. This was no mere coincidence. Their collective gaze inevitably turned towards the figure slowly advancing from the rear of the crowd, Lin. He wore the same serene expression, as if this horrifying scene had long been anticipated. Now, noticing the eyes fixed upon him, Lin spoke slowly. Does anyone still believe this to be mere sorcery? Does anyone think I weave tall tales? No one responded. Alicia Thorne's face had drained of color. He understood that Lin's words were directed at him. Yet, as he looked at the contorted corpse in the flames, and then at the calm Lin, his body trembled uncontrollably. Fear. Damn it. Lin's words were undeniably true. The monsters that existed only in legends beyond the wall, they had truly returned. Chapter 57. Mormont's gratitude. The fire blazed fiercely in Master Eamon's chamber. The body known as Jane Flowers was ultimately reduced to a pile of charred bones by the consuming flames. The pair of bewitching blue eyes had utterly lost their luster. Only when the flames gradually extinguished did the nauseating stench of charred remains begin to dissipate. Yet, the dread that lingered in the hearts of all the night watchmen thickened like the dense fog of the ghostly woods. The elder was indeed right. A young sentinel tremblingly remarked as he gazed upon the heap of blackened debris. He was a member of the Torrent squad, an executor of the Lin plan. Only fire is effective. His words resonated instantaneously. I struck it several times with my sword, yet it was utterly futile. It seemed impervious to pain, completely indifferent to its injuries. Another soldier, who had partaken in the skirmish, added with lingering trepidation. Indeed, that creature possessed immense strength. I nearly fell victim to its grasp. Thankfully, we heeded the elder's advice and prepared torches and oil in advance. Torrin and his soldiers recounted the harrowing scene, their voices imbued with a sense of relief at their survival, alongside a profound admiration for Lin. Had it not been for Lord Lin's foresight, had they not rigorously adhered to the command to wield fire, tonight, the remains lying here would not be a heap of charred bones, but their own lifeless bodies. The surrounding watchmen listened in silence, their expressions shifting from initial skepticism to shock, and finally to reverence. Their gazes toward Lin transformed as well. This young man, once scorned as a coward, had conquered them through sheer force, yet he was still equated with the label of a deserter. Now in their eyes, Lin seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious and formidable aura. He was not a madman. He was a prophet, a visionary capable of leading them against the encroaching darkness. Eddard Thorne stood at the periphery of the crowd, his countenance as grim as if he had swallowed a fly. He listened to the soldiers extolling Lin. Overhearing the suppressed murmurs among the night watchmen, a burning shame flushed his face, akin to receiving a barrage of slaps. He yearned to counter, to assert that this was Lin's scheme, but the reality before him rendered him speechless. 2 corpses of ghouls, 2 assaults. In one instance, the commander had nearly lost his life, only to be saved by Lin's formidable weapon. In the other, under Lin's prior arrangements, the crisis was resolved without a scratch. The distinction was stark. Facts spoke louder than any rhetoric. He, Eddard Thorne, this self-styled nobleman, this instructor of the Black Castle, appeared as a mere jester in the face of genuine peril. Meanwhile, the deserter he had always scorned had emerged as the hero who saved them all. This profound contrast shattered Thorne's pride into a million pieces. Jaemor Mormont leaned against the doorframe, his weathered face etched with a myriad of complex emotions. He surveyed the devastation of his charred room, then glanced at the impeccably resolved scene near Maester Eamon. He understood that if it weren't for a fleeting moment of indecision, had he fully heeded Lin's counsel, the outcome might have been different. Even the 2 lifeless bodies had merely been tied up in a haphazard manner. A wave of profound dread surged within Mormont. His gaze towards Lin brimmed with gratitude, transcending the mere appreciation of a superior for a subordinate. It was the heartfelt thankfulness of a survivor, snatched back from the brink of death towards a savior. Lin, Mormont approached Lin. You have saved me once. And in doing so, you have saved the entire Black Castle. This is a debt I owe you. Lin gently shook his head. I merely did what was necessary. My Lord Commander. No, Mormont's tone was gravely serious. This was not an obligation. You acted against the consensus. The responsibility lies with me for not heeding your advice. Mormont's words resonated deeply within the hearts of every Night's Watch member present. The commander had acknowledged Lin, and none dared to question him any longer, nor refer to him as a coward. Through 2 undeniable victories and the incineration of 2 corpses, Lin had wholly redeemed himself from any stigma. Clean up this place, Mormont commanded Thorne, his voice chilling and devoid of emotion. He held a distinct distaste for Thorne at that moment. Dispose of everything. At dawn, I will convene an emergency meeting. Notify all officers. Their presence is mandatory. Having spoken, Mormont turned away, retreating to his chamber. His silhouette appeared somewhat stooped, yet his strides were resolute. This night's events had imparted a singular truth to him. The long night was indeed approaching, yet the Night's Watch was far from prepared. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the Night's Watchmen returned to their quarters, hearts laden with fear and shock. Yet all knew that this night, not a soul would find rest. Jon Snow approached Lin, gazing into his eyes, which were filled with admiration and an unrecognized hint of reliance. Lin, thank you. Jon's voice was barely above a whisper. His gratitude extended beyond Lin's rescue of the commander and the Black Castle. It encompassed Lin's role in unveiling a harsh reality. There truly existed the legendary others. Jon chuckled bitterly. Only now do I realize that we are not merely confronting wildlings. What we face are indeed these undead monstrosities. However, my father nearly beheaded you. I extend my apologies on his behalf. Lin patted Jon's shoulder reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, I am not one to harbor resentment. Your father acted with integrity and adhered to the rules. Besides, I am still alive, am I not? Go and rest. There is much to be done tomorrow. Observing Lin's lack of grievance only deepened Jon's admiration for him. Gratefully, he nodded emphatically and then quietly departed with Ghost. Lin watched their retreating figures, knowing that this future Lord Commander of the Night's Watch had truly matured after this night. The rationale behind fostering a good relationship with Jon was quite simple. Setting aside all other considerations, from a self-serving perspective, Lin had but one objective. He would strive to claim the dragons and lead armies into battle, leaving him little time to linger in the Black Castle. Jon, on the other hand, would remain there indefinitely. By cultivating a friendship with Jon, Lin would effectively secure his assistance. Should Jon ascend to the position of Lord Commander, it would be akin to Lin himself attaining that esteemed rank. Retrieving his gaze and thoughts, Lin turned to his 100 northern soldiers. They stood proudly together, their eyes reflecting fervor as if beholding a deity. My lord. Torrhen's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. You are truly a messenger sent by the old gods. Lin smiled, remaining silent, though internally he felt quite gratified. Anyone establishing a connection with the divine would significantly enhance their own prestige, especially in this era where faith was prevalent. While everyone professed belief in the old gods, Lin was uniquely guided by them. These loyal soldiers would follow him into the depths of peril without hesitation. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 58. The Gift of the Old Gods. The following day, before dawn had broken, the council chamber of Black Castle was already teeming with people. The fire in the hearth blazed vigorously, yet it did little to dispel the heavy, oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the room. All available officers of the Night's Watch had gathered here, with the exception of the First Ranger, Eddard Stark, the Chief Architect, Bowen Marsh, Sir Alistair Thorne, and several other officials responsible for logistics and defense were present as well. Their faces bore grave expressions, with deep-set eyes, clearly having endured a sleepless night. The events of the previous evening had shattered the comfortable facade they all had maintained. Lin sat at the far end of the long table, a position once deemed inconceivable for a so-called deserter who lacked the qualifications to partake in such high-level discussions. Yet now, no one voiced any objections. Alistair Thorne even dared not meet Lin's gaze, his countenance dark as he stared intently at the surface of the table. At the head of the table sat Jeor Mormont. He donned a clean set of garments, yet the dark, bruised marks around his neck remained a stark reminder, silently narrating the perils of the previous night. There was no trace of fatigue on Mormont's face. His keen eyes blazed with an unprecedented fervor. "You are all aware of the events that transpired last night." Mormont's voice resonated with unusual steadiness. "Other than Joffrey, they have transformed into monsters. They fear neither blade nor agony. They have become the fabled whites." The mere utterance of the term whites caused an involuntary tension to grip the bodies of all present. Even those who had witnessed it firsthand felt a shiver of dread as the Supreme Commander spoke the word aloud. This was the primal fear etched into the bones of our ancestors, a terror that has endured for millennia. This is neither a tale nor a legend. Mormont's gaze swept across every face in the room. This is a reality. Beyond the wall, our foes are no longer the savage, beastly men. They are the others, and the legions of whites they command. The room plunged into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the weighty breaths of the assembly. "How many of us are there?" Mormont inquired suddenly. The stout Bowen Marsh opened the ledger in his hands. "Commander, counting the brothers from Eastwatch and Shadow Tower, we currently have fewer than 1,000 Night's Watchmen capable of wielding arms." "Fewer than 1,000? Mormont chuckled wryly. 1,000 souls to defend a 300-mile-long wall. It sounds like a jest. Bowen Marsh pondered for a moment before speaking. "We need more hands, more weapons, more supplies. We must immediately send envoys southward, to the king, to the guardians, to the various lords for aid." "Aid?" Alice Karstark scoffed, her acerbic nature seemingly resurfacing. "Do you believe the gluttonous nobles to the south will heed our words? Those lords see us as nothing more than a band of madmen, driven to the world's end, recounting ancient ghost stories to swindle resources. They do not even regard the threat of the wildlings, and you expect them to believe in the existence of the others?" Though harsh, Karstark's words rang true. The glory of the Night's Watch had long since faded. In the eyes of the southern nobility, they were merely a collection of criminals and bastards banished to the furthest reaches. "What shall we do then?" Bowen Marsh asked anxiously. "With only 1,000 of us, how can we possibly withstand those monsters?" Silence once again enveloped the room. A sense of despair began to seep among the assembly. At that moment, a calm voice shattered the suffocating silence. It was Lionel. All eyes instantaneously converged upon him. He had accomplished a miracle and was the first to affirm the existence of whites. He possessed the authority to speak. "Can we?" Thorne seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes. "Lin, have you lost your mind in your pursuit of the wildlings? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" "I do," Lin replied, rising to meet the gaze of everyone present with a calm demeanor. "I am aware of our small numbers, our lack of weaponry, and our insufficient supplies. However, we also possess our own advantages." "What advantages?" Thorne retorted. "We understand our enemy," Lin declared, his eyes sweeping across each individual in the room. "At least from this moment onward, we comprehend them better than anyone in the South. We know they cannot be killed. We recognize their immense strength. And more importantly," Lin paused, "we know how to slay them." He gestured toward the flickering flames in the hearth. "Fire." Lin then patted the Valyrian steel dagger at his side. Moreover, dragonglass and Valyrian steel. The aged voice of Maester Eamon resonated slowly. "Indeed, ancient tomes do record that dragonglass, along with Valyrian steel forged in dragonfire, can inflict fatal wounds upon them." Contemplation spread across the faces of all present. "Thus, what we must do now is not to send envoys to the south to beg for aid that will never materialize." Lin approached the map. his finger gliding over the vast expanse of land north of the wall. Instead, we shall take the initiative. Take the initiative? Mormont frowned. Lin, are you suggesting that we can no longer afford to be passive as we once were? Lin's voice grew resolute. We will dispatch the most elite ranger squad deep into the lands beyond the wall to seek the wildlings trail, to uncover clues about the whites, and to search for anything that may prove beneficial to us. For instance, the miraculous artifacts bestowed by the old gods beyond the wall. For example, uniting with wildling clans willing to ally against the whites. Upon hearing this mention of uniting with wildling clans, the countenances of all present shifted. Yet, due to Lin's status as a prophet of the old gods, no one dared to stir trouble at such a critical moment. Even Thorn, who had often been at odds with Lin, fell silent. Such a statement was indeed audacious, and could easily be construed as treachery. Mormont furrowed his brow, fearing that Lin might utter something even bolder, and hastily intervened. Lin, the grievances between our sides have accumulated over thousands of years. Let this matter rest for now, and refrain from mentioning it further. Lin recognized that Mormont's intervention stemmed from a place of concern for his safety, and he felt no discouragement, merely nodding in acknowledgement. There would be ample time to unite when the Night King marched southward. He was merely providing a precautionary warning to the assembly, not expecting to sway them all in one fell swoop. Lin's gaze ultimately settled upon the area designated as the Ghost Shadow Forest. He pondered his words, hesitating to speak. The others remained silent, patiently awaiting Lin's next utterance. Reflecting on the Frostheart grass he had previously acquired, along with the human skin map from the Wild Chieftain, he contemplated that the marked location on the map might indeed be the source of the miraculous plants bestowed by the old gods. However, Master Iman had informed him that the Frostheart grass would only yield its potent effects upon first consumption. Otherwise, Lin would have undoubtedly chosen to consume it all himself. Revealing this information would serve to elevate his standing among the Night Watchers. Yet, he could not afford to relinquish such benefits without recompense. With that thought in mind, Lin declared, "My lords, I am aware of a location blessed by the old gods, and I can lead a party to seek it out." The breaths of all present quickened, including that of Molman. This was no secret. They were all well aware. Some plants could enhance reaction times, while others could bestow immense strength. After all, the wild men were robust for a reason. If they could indeed uncover the source of such blessings, it would result in a tremendous surge in everyone's abilities. The threat of death would diminish in turn. "Is what you say true?" Molman exclaimed, rising in excitement. Lin nodded. "I cannot guarantee it, but I possess a 50% certainty. 50% is still acceptable." Just as Molman basked in exhilaration, Lin interjected with a but. The weight of that conjunction was not lost on Molman. It signified that what followed was the crux of the matter, rendering the preceding words mere trifles. Lin gestured toward his guards. "However, should I locate these herbs, my men must have the first opportunity to utilize them. This is a prerequisite. Only after they have all partaken may the remainder be freely distributed among you." Satisfying the needs of 100 individuals with such blessed items was no trifling matter. After his own people had consumed their share, the Night Watchers might find little benefit remaining. Yet, as is the nature of humanity, Lin too was not exempt from selfishness. Upon uttering this stipulation, Torin felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. "What a remarkable lord! Where shall we find it?" Molman pondered briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. The other Night Watchers expressed no dissent. After all, this discovery was Lin's, and he had the means to monopolize it entirely. Yet, he chose to divulge this secret, demonstrating that he was indeed a man of great virtue, concerned for the safety of all humanity. Their admiration for Lin swelled. Besides, the redundant consumption of the same plant would yield no additional benefits. Thus, the prospect of collective advantage was too enticing for them to oppose. Only a fool would find cause for dissent. Such actions will only lead to one's downfall within the Black Castle, resulting in a fate that would be scorned by all. Satisfied that no one raised any objections, Lin nodded approvingly. His intention for the future was to seize control of the Black Castle, even if this venture yielded substantial rewards. Benefiting this group and enhancing their strength, ultimately, those gains would revert to him. With this thought, he did not perceive it as a loss at all. "This, I discovered within the tent of a wild chieftain," Lin revealed as he produced a map crafted from tanned human skin from his cloak. He unfurled the map upon the long table, drawing the attention of all present. Upon witnessing the bizarre, eye-like symbol rendered in crimson at the center of the map, a wave of confusion swept over them. "What is this?" Mormon inquired. Lin elucidated, "It marks a specific location. This item appears to hold great significance for that savage tribe. I believe this site is the source of it all." To be candid, I have located a frost-hard herb. It should originate from this tribe. Chapter 59. Mormont's ancestral sword. All eyes converged upon the ancient, human skin map, the ominous red eye symbol seemingly a harbinger of ill fate. Not only was it etched upon the map, but it also carved itself deeply into the hearts of each individual present. Mormont's gaze returned to Lin, now imbued with a layer of reliance that transcended mere gratitude and trust. Lin, he stated, if this is indeed true, you shall have achieved a monumental feat. Mormont's tone regained its former steadiness. Indeed, we can no longer afford to remain passive. A defensive stance will only lead us to a slow demise through relentless attrition. Rising from his seat, he approached the map, his weathered fingers tracing its contours. From this day forth, the strategy of the Night's Watch must undergo a transformation. The savages continue to pose a threat. We must ascertain their actions. Bowen, Mormont addressed the rotund architect, immediately assemble a team to fortify the defenses of the Black Castle. Simultaneously, dispatch ravens to East Sea Watch and Shadow Tower, instructing them to enter a state of heightened alert. Yes, my lord. Sorn, Mormont continued, his voice laced with authority. Your task is to double the training regimen for the new recruits. I care not what methods you employ. Within a month, I expect to see those recruits able to wield swords and take their positions upon the battlements. Understood, Sorn replied through gritted teeth. Finally, Mormont's gaze settled upon Lin. Pausing momentarily as if to deliberate on a profoundly significant decision. The eyes of all in the chamber followed this gaze, fixating on Lin. Lin, Mormont eventually spoke. You shall become the commander of the Night's Watch's first expeditionary force. The words struck like thunder in the ears of all present. A commander so young? This was utterly unprecedented. Elisha Thorne abruptly rose from his seat, disbelief etched across his face. Commander, this defies all protocol, he exclaimed. He isn't even a formal ranger. How can you? Mormont turned, his icy gaze locking onto Thorne. Survival is our only protocol, he declared. Lin has demonstrated his capability through action. He possesses a deeper understanding of our adversary than any of you here. This decision is not open for discussion, Mormont asserted, his voice imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. I am issuing a command. Thorne swayed slightly, then despondently returned to his seat. Lin regarded Mormont, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. He had not anticipated Mormont's decisiveness in granting him command of a unit. This was far better than he had envisioned. As for your 100 Northmen, Mormont continued, they will form the core of your expedition. Additionally, I shall select 50 of the finest rangers from the Night's Watch for you. Weapons, supplies, horses, I will prioritize them for you. Mormont approached Lin, his sharp eyes fixed intently upon him. I have but one request. Find the location marked on the map. Lin met his gaze and solemnly nodded. At your command, Commander. The meeting concluded, and the officers departed the chamber, each burdened with their own thoughts. Only Mormont remained, wearily returning to his seat and rubbing his throbbing temples. The decision he had just made had nearly drained him of all vigor. He understood the controversy it would incite, yet he had no alternative. In the face of the White Walker's threat, all old rules must be shattered. He required someone like Lin, unconventional yet capable of miracles, to carve a path to survival for the Night's Watch, to ensure Lin's utmost dedication. Mormont gradually rose and walked to a corner of the room. There, he found a wooden chest thickly coated in dust. He blew away the dust and opened the rusted brass lock. Inside lay a long sword, its sheath crafted from black leather and adorned with silver inlays. The hilt's end was sculpted into a bear's head of silver, its eyes set with small dragon crystals. The ancestral sword of House Mormont, forged entirely from Valyrian steel. Mormont extended his hand, gently caressing the cold sheath of the blade. In his mind, the silhouette of a young man emerged. Golden hair, a handsome visage, perpetually cloaked in a hint of melancholy. Yura, his son, the one who once filled him with immense pride, yet ultimately brought upon him profound disgrace. For the sake of a woman, to satiate her boundless desires, Yura resorted to the abhorrent trade of slavery. When the verdict arrived, he chose to flee. Escaping to the free cities across the narrow sea, he forsook his family, renounced his honor, and became a fugitive. The heart of Mormont ached as if pierced by a dagger. Draped in a black cloak, he made his way to the wall, seeking to cleanse the shame his son had cast upon their lineage with the desolation of this frigid wasteland. Yura still possessed a shred of conscience. The sword had not been sold, he had kept it. There were no letters, no words exchanged. Only this Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, a symbol of House Mormont's glory. At least he retained some sense of honor. Mormont murmured to himself, his voice tinged with bitterness. He understood that his son's abandonment of the sword signified a complete renunciation of his birthright, and with it, his eligibility to belong to House Mormont. Since that day, the sword had remained locked away in this chest. It ought not to gather dust in this place. A thought crystallized within Mormont's mind. It should belong to a true warrior, a brave, fearless individual who comprehended honor and responsibility, one capable of wielding it to confront the encroaching long night. Another youthful visage materialized in his thoughts, calm, resolute, with eyes that perpetually blazed with an indomitable flame. Lina. Mormont's gaze grew resolutely steadfast. He closed the chest, cradled it, and exited the council chamber. Chapter 60. Mormont's aspirations. Lina was in her chamber, studying the grotesque map crafted from human skin. The material was peculiar, neither sheepskin nor paper, but an exceedingly thin tanned layer of human epidermis. The lines upon it were crude and impressionistic, evidently the work of one unskilled in artistry. Yet, the blood-red eye symbol was rendered with striking clarity, as if infused with a mysterious power that ensnared one's gaze. What could this place possibly be? Lina gently traced the symbol with her finger. The sacred ground of the old gods. The remnants left by the children of the forest? Regardless of the possibility, each teemed with lethal allure. She knew that Commander Mormont had tasked her with locating this place as both a trial and a gamble. Should she succeed, the Night's Watch might see a substantial enhancement in their overall strength, which was crucial in the battle against the others. Should she fail, the expedition would fade into the icy oblivion beyond the wall. Lina relished in this gamble, and it was evident that she was not alone in her enthusiasm. At the very least, it was the same for Mormont. Within Lin, fear was absent, replaced instead by a surge of intense exhilaration. He meticulously rolled up the map and secured it close to his person. Then, he grasped the Valyrian steel dagger. The frigid grip, shaped like a dragon's spine, fit perfectly within his palm. He slowly drew the dagger, and the blade shimmered with a peculiar, flowing pattern, casting a mysterious luminescence in the dimly lit room. This was an exquisite instrument of death, lightweight, razor-sharp, and possessing lethal efficacy against White Walkers. Yet, its length was a limitation. On a true battlefield, facing foes wielding lengthy weapons, a dagger proved inadequate. He required a genuine primary weapon, a longsword forged from Valyrian steel. The silhouette of Longclaw emerged in his mind. He was aware that the sword resided within the Black Castle, in Mormont's possession. He also knew that he had paved the way to acquire that sword last night. Now, all that remained was to wait. Knock, knock. A steady knock resonated through the room. Come in. Lin sheathed the dagger and lifted his gaze. The door swung open. Jeor Mormont entered, cradling a long, rectangular wooden box. Lin's heart leapt momentarily. Here it comes. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade. Rising from the bed and offering a slight bow. Your Grace. Mormont set the wooden box upon the solitary table in the room. The box, having been undisturbed for years, emitted a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Mormont remained silent, simply observing Lin with a gaze that conveyed a complexity Lin had never encountered before: admiration, gratitude, reliance, and a hint of paternal expectation. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat oppressive. Lin, after a prolonged silence, Mormont finally spoke, shattering the stillness. I understand that my decision last night placed you in significant jeopardy. He referred to the choice of not incinerating the body, but instead bringing it back to the castle. You are the commander. Your decisions require no justification to me, Lin replied calmly. No. Mormont shook his head. A good leader must not only issue commands, but also acknowledge his own mistakes. He inhaled deeply, as if to expel the weight within him. Had I fully heeded your counsel last night, perhaps the subsequent events would not have transpired. I nearly brought ruin upon myself. But you ultimately made the most prudent preparations. Did you not? Lin looked at him and spoke. You separated the bodies for safeguarding and ensured that everyone remained armed. This has maximally mitigated potential casualties. A bittersweet smile flickered across Mormont's face. You need not comfort me, my child. I am aware that I am ensnared by that damned set of rules and traditions. Yet you have illuminated for me how utterly fragile those so-called traditions are when confronted with true darkness. Mormont turned slightly, extending his hand to gently caress the dusty wooden box upon the table. I pondered for a long time last night. His voice reverberated slowly in the silent room, imbued with a sense of relief. I wondered, what was it that compelled me to don this dark attire and venture into this cursed place? He did not glance at Lin, his gaze seemingly penetrating the thick stone walls, gazing far toward the south, to a home he could never return to. Bear Island. That is my home. Though modest and not affluent, the people there are brave and loyal. The women of House Mormont, like the men, are born warriors. They would lay down their lives to defend their homeland. Lin listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. He understood that the elder needed a listener. I once had a son, Yura. Mormont's voice turned slightly hoarse. He was my son and the rightful heir to Bear Island. I held great hopes for him, believing he would uphold the honor of House Mormont. I entrusted him with this sword. Mormont's hand struck the wooden box with force. This is the ancestral Valyrian steel sword. Longclaw. I had thought he would wield it like I did, like all our ancestors, to defend the North, to safeguard our home. Yet, he has disappointed me. Mormont's fist tightened upon the box. He forsook everything for a woman, one who loved only wealth and vanity. He engaged in the slave trade, violating the kingdom's most stringent laws. When the judgment was delivered to Bear Island, he fled like a coward, leaving the shame for me, for all of House Mormont. At this juncture, Mormont's body trembled slightly, his aged eyes brimming with anguish and fury. And Bear Island, in his absence, relied solely on the strength of two women, Mira Mormont and Lina Mormont. It is said that the women of House Mormont are no less than men, but he knew all too well the difficulty of that truth. Perhaps he should never have come here. Mormont's thoughts turned as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Eventually, he left the sword behind. He said nothing, but I understood. He had relinquished it. He abandoned Bear Island, forsook the name Mormont, and forfeited his right to be my son. Mormont unlocked the clasp of the wooden box. With a creak, the lid slowly lifted. A magnificent and ancient long sword lies quietly upon a dark crimson velvet cushion. At the hilt's end, a silver-carved bear's head glimmers with a cold sheen even in the dim light. Since that fateful day, it has remained locked away here, for I deem myself unworthy of its possession. What right does a father, incapable of guiding his own son, a coward who fled to the Great Wall in shame, have to wield a sword that symbolizes honor? It rightfully belongs to a true warrior. Mormont turned, his keen eyes fixed intently on Lin, ablaze with the fervor of a hearth's flame. Lin, last night, you saved my life. Today, you have shown the entire Night's Watch the way forward. You are courageous, undaunted, composed, and possess an unwavering resolve to combat the darkness. You are 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than my worthless son. Mormont's voice resonated with a powerful, undeniable conviction. This sword should not languish here in dust. It ought to be wielded by one capable of restoring its brilliance. Mormont extended his hands, solemnly lifting the long sword from its case. He approached Lin step by step. Lin, I bestow this sword upon you. At that moment, Lin's heart raced fervently. It has arrived. The coveted Valyrian steel sword. My lord, this is far too precious. It is a legacy of your family. I am but an outsider, a member of the Night's Watch. I cannot. What legacy? Mormont's thunderous voice interrupted Lin's protests. My family has been shamed since the moment my son fled. His eyes widened. The commanding presence of the Lord Commander re-emerging. I decree it now belongs to you. This is neither a gift nor a transaction. It is an elderly man's gratitude to his savior. It is also the hopes of a Lord Commander for his most promising warrior. Take it. Mormont forcefully placed the long sword into Lin's hands. The cold, weighty sensation surged through his palms, akin to grasping the very essence of winter in the north. With this sword, confronting the whites would require far less effort. A single strike could cleave them in twain. My lord, if you utter another word of refusal, I shall cast you from the wall this instant. Mormont glared impatiently. He regarded Lin thoughtfully, then added, however, the bear's head upon the hilt is the insignia of House Mormont. It may not be fitting for you to carry it. Mormont rummaged in his pocket, producing a small, cloth-wrapped object. He unwrapped the cloth bag, revealing a wolf's head intricately carved from pale fishbone. The craftsmanship rendered the wolf's visage with astonishing realism. At the position of its eyes, 2 red garnets were embedded, shimmering with a blood-like glow under the light. This was crafted overnight by Maester Eamon at my request. You saved the Stark children and now serve House Stark. You are, in a sense, one of them. Replace it with this. The Direwolf is a fitting emblem. Mormont placed the wolf's head gently in Lin's palm. Lin gazed at the fishbone wolf head in his hand, then looked up at Mormont's face, etched with sincerity and age. He understood that this elder truly regarded him as a beacon of hope and a worthy successor. This heavy trust was far more precious than the Valyrian steel sword itself. Lin opened his mouth, yet all his thoughts crystallized into 2 simple words. Thank you. He had initially perceived the natives of this world merely as obstacles, viewing the acquisition of treasures or skills solely as means of self-improvement. However, after obtaining the sword, his joy began to wane, replaced by an awareness of the responsibility it entailed. Lin no longer hesitated, solemnly accepting the wolf's head. He then bowed deeply to Mormont. My Lord Commander, I assure you, This sword shall never bring shame to my hands. I will wield it to bring dawn for the Night's Watch and the North." Mormont regarded Lin with a nod of satisfaction. Very well, very well." He clapped Lin heavily on the shoulder before turning away, leaving the room without a backward glance. In that moment, his not-so-strong silhouette appeared immensely grand. The following noon, the dining hall of the Black Castle buzzed with an uncommon liveliness. The fear from the previous night had not fully dissipated, yet the living must eat. The Night's Watchmen gathered in small clusters, gnawing on hard black bread while whispering about the events of the previous night. "Did you hear? The corpse in the commander's chamber truly came back to life." "Of course. I was right outside. The commotion was like a house being torn down." "What happened next? What transpired afterward?" "It was Lin. That Lin rushed in. And John. That bastard. I heard that the monster was impervious to weapons, but Lin dispatched it with a single dagger stroke." "Is that true? So impressive?" "Absolutely." Later, there was also a fire at Maester Eamon's quarters, and Joff's corpse came to life as well. Lin's men burned it to death. Amidst the murmurs, there was a palpable sense of awe and curiosity directed towards Lin. This former coward had, overnight, transformed into a legendary hero. Elissa Thorne sat alone in a corner, his face shadowed and silent. He could sense that the once obsequious Night's Watchmen surrounding him now regarded him with a hint of subtle detachment and disdain. As Lin entered the dining hall, an immediate hush fell over the room. All eyes were uniformly directed towards him. Chapter 62. Selection of personnel. Lin paid little heed to their gazes. He merely collected a portion of black bread and meat soup, identical to what everyone else had, and proceeded towards the table where Jon Snow was seated. Beside Jon were Grin, Pip, Sam, and several other new recruits. Since Lin had helped them resolve their inner turmoil last time, their camaraderie had significantly improved, and they were now engaged in animated conversation. It appeared that Jon was faring well, at least among these new recruits. Upon seeing Lin approach, they instinctively rose, their expressions a mixture of awkwardness and respect. "My Lord Lin," Grin even employed a formal address. "Do not be anxious. Please, take a seat." Lin gestured for them to sit, then settled beside Jon. The newly replaced long sword at his waist clinked gently against the table leg as he sat down, producing a clear, resonant sound. All gazes were drawn to the sword. Its black sheath, silver inlay, and the hilt's end, carved into a lifelike white wolf's head from fishbone, captivated their attention. The wolf's eyes were two blood-red garnets. The eyes of the Night's Watch widened in astonishment. They fixated on the sword, their breaths quickening. They recognized it. They had seen it worn by Lord Commander Mormont. It was the ancestral sword of House Mormont, Longclaw. Why was it here? Why was it at Lin's waist? Moreover, why had the bear's head on the hilt transformed into a wolf's head? All who recognized the sword were left dumbfounded. Bowen Marsh dropped his bread into the soup, oblivious to it. Meanwhile, Elissa Thorne's expression turned ashen upon seeing the sword. He abruptly stood, pointing at Lin, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. "Longclaw, the Valyrian steel sword of House Mormont. How could it be in your possession? You thief! You shameless scoundrel! You have stolen the Lord Commander's sword." Thorne's outburst echoed through the silent dining hall. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Stealing a sword? Lin, stealing the ancestral sword of the Lord Commander? How could that be? Lin raised his head, calmly regarding the seemingly deranged Thorne, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He remained silent, for he understood that no explanation was necessary. Would a thief flaunt their ill-gotten gains so openly? After Thorne uttered those words, he instantly regretted them. The continuous setbacks he faced with Lin had rendered him unrecognizable. This Thorne truly found himself repugnant, clinging like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. The situation had become intolerable. Lin began to devise a plan to eliminate this troublemaker without arousing suspicion. Achieving such a feat in the Black Castle was no small task. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Lin's mind. He recalled the assassination attempt he had previously endured. That assassin presented a promising opportunity. Just as Lin contemplated this, a resounding and authoritative voice echoed from the entrance of the dining hall. It was Jeor Mormont, accompanied by a throng of supply officers. His gaze swept coldly over Thorne's face. "It was I who bestowed it upon him." "What?" Thorne stared incredulously at Mormont. "Commander, what are you saying?" "I said, Longclaw was a gift I gave to Lin." Mormont approached Lin, pressing his hand heavily upon his shoulder. He then surveyed the room, declaring to all with an undeniable tone, "Lin saved my life and the lives of all in the Black Castle. He has demonstrated his loyalty and courage through action. From this day forth, he is not only a benefactor of the Night's Watch, but also a warrior acknowledged by me, Jeor Mormont. This sword is his by right." An eerie silence enveloped the dining hall. Everyone was left in a daze, their minds buzzing from Mormont's proclamation to bestow a Valyrian steel sword, a family heirloom passed down for centuries, upon an outsider. Such a breach of decorum was unfathomable. Valyrian steel swords were treasures of each family, typically held by the current head. This was not merely a gift, it was an acknowledgement, a trust. This act was tantamount to Mormont designating Lin as his heir. All eyes converged once more upon Lin, filled with shock, confusion, and jealousy. Jon Snow gazed at Lin, then at the wolf-headed Longclaw at his waist, feeling a mix of envy and genuine admiration. Meanwhile, Alazar Thorne appeared utterly drained, collapsing back into his chair. He had effectively shot himself in the foot with this blunder. Lin remained unperturbed, while Thorne found himself mired in turmoil. Ever since encountering Lin, he had not experienced a single pleasant moment. Yet, the more he faced setbacks, the deeper his hatred for Lin grew. The lunch concluded in an atmosphere of peculiar silence. The Night's Watch members occasionally stole glances at Lin, who behaved as if nothing had transpired. Having finished his share of black bread and consumed the bowl of meat soup, he departed the dining hall with an air of tranquility. From this day forth, his standing within the Black Castle was thoroughly solidified. Apart from the foolhardy jester, Sorin, no one dared to confront him openly, nor did anyone whisper disparagingly behind his back. In the afternoon, Lin arrived at the training ground of the Black Castle. As the newly appointed commander of the expeditionary force, he was tasked with selecting 50 of the most elite rangers from the Night's Watch. This authority was bestowed upon him by Commander Mormont. Chapter 63. Old rules on the training ground of the Black Castle. The biting wind swirled with flurries of snow, stinging the faces of those present. 150 rangers from the Night's Watch stood in a loose formation at the center of the field, their faces bearing expressions of curiosity. Lin had recently garnered considerable attention, even among those rangers who had been summoned from distant lands. They represented the finest cadre of the Night's Watch, the sharp sword upon the wall. Each one was a seasoned veteran, having survived the brutal clashes with wildlings. They were proud, they were arrogant, and they acknowledged only true strength. Yet now, a mere youth had risen to command them? And would he select them as if they were mere goods? Did he possess some extraordinary quality? Lin stood before them, clad not in heavy armor, but in a form-fitting black leather garb that allowed for ease of movement. The hilt of his sword, replaced by a long claw fashioned from the wood of a fish beam, hung quietly at his side. Behind him stood 100 battle-hardened men of the north. Like a pack of silent wolves, their gazes fixed intently on the black-clad rangers in the field. Jair Mormont loomed atop a platform at the edge of the training ground. His aged face revealed no discernible emotion, yet his piercing eyes remained steadfastly locked on Lin. This marked Lin's inaugural day as commander, the first step in truly taking command of the expeditionary force. "I see you," Lin began, addressing the assembly. "Many of you look down upon me. You believe I am merely a young upstart who has ascended to this position through fortune and the commander's favoritism. You think I am unworthy to lead you." A profound silence enveloped the training ground. No one contradicted him, yet that silence itself was a tacit acceptance of his assertion. At the back of the crowd, Alazar Sorin wore a barely perceptible smirk. He doubted that this band of seasoned wildling hunters would heed Lin's command. He longed to witness Lin's humiliation, to see this Na'vi youth receive a thorough lesson from the unruly rangers. "Very well," Lin nodded, seemingly unfazed by their reactions. "I am not one for idle chatter." Slowly, he drew the long claw from his side. The blade of Valyrian steel shimmered beneath the pallid light of dawn, adorned with an extraordinary crimson ripple. An intangible aura of sharpness permeated the air, causing the pupils of the mounted warriors to involuntarily constrict. As seasoned veterans, they possessed a heightened sensitivity to the oppressive presence that a fine sword could wield. "I comprehend the Night's Watch's traditions," Lin declared, angling the sword's tip toward the ground. "Those who dare to contest me shall step forth. Defeat me, and you may claim this commander's position. Should none prove capable." Lin's gaze swept across the assembly like a hawk surveying its prey. "Then, stow away your laughable pride and prejudices. From this day forth, my word shall be law." Mormont nodded. Not every ranger was as affable as Ser Yora. To coexist with these warriors, one must conquer them through strength. Arrogance, utterly audacious. An undercurrent of suppressed unrest rippled through the ranks of the rangers. They had encountered arrogance before, yet none had witnessed such audacity. These were elite rangers. "My lord, forgive my candor, but you hold yourself in far too high regard." One towering figure, marked by a vicious scar across his face, was the first to step forward. He was named Carter, a paragon among the rangers, renowned for his might and ferocity. He seized a massive two-handed axe from the armory, its size befitting his stature. "I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails." Carter bellowed, charging at Lin without affording him a moment's respite. Like an enraged bull, he barreled forward, the battle axe stirring a fierce wind as it descended toward Lin's head. On the platform, Commander Mormont instinctively tightened his grip on the railing. Jon and Arya held their breath in tense anticipation. Lin remained motionless, calmly observing the axe as it drew nearer. At the moment the blade was poised to graze his scalp, Lin made his move. He shifted his body slightly to the left. Just that subtle maneuver. The axe struck the ground with tremendous force, mere inches from where he had stood. Such is the singular flaw of heavy weaponry. If the opponent is not clad in full armor, it becomes exceedingly difficult to land a blow. The ground erupted as frozen earth was sent flying. Carter, having overexerted himself, momentarily froze in place. Yet for Lin, an expert swordsman, this lapse was more than sufficient. The long claw surged forth. A streak of white lightning flashed through the air. Swift beyond reckoning, Carter blinked, only to find Longclaw pressed against his throat. Should Lin advance a step further, his life would be forfeit. With a wry smile, Carter relinquished his weapon. "My lord, I yield. I apologize for any offense caused." Lin sheathed his sword and nodded in acknowledgement of Carter. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the stunned rangers, utterly bewildered. The next words, merely 2 in number, calmly annihilate, imparted an invisible pressure upon them. An instantaneous kill, executed with utmost precision. The most robust among them, Carter, failed to even parry a single strike before finding himself at the mercy of his opponent. What a terrifying display of power. How could his sword be so swift? Who could possibly contend with him in a duel? The cold smirk on Alicia Thorne's face had long since frozen. Was this individual even human? He sensed that Lin's swordsmanship had seemingly augmented significantly. Should he ever face Lin again? It would not be long before he found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. Who could elucidate this bewildering situation? The remaining rangers exchanged glances, their prior disdain and contempt evaporated. They were not fools. It was evident that Lin's prowess far surpassed theirs, and to engage him would be nothing short of self-degradation. No one dared to step forward anymore. With no challengers remaining, Lin slowly sheathed his long claw. "From this moment forth, I am your commander. Any objections?" Silence enveloped the air. "Excellent," Lin nodded. "Now, I hereby announce the first order of the expedition team. Everyone, return immediately to gather your belongings. We shall convene at the North Gate in 1 hour." Chapter 64. The Sky and the Divine. An hour later, at the North Gate of the Black Castle, a contingent of 150 expedition members had assembled. 100 formidable northern guards stood in a silent formation, resembling a forest of stoic steel. Accompanying them were 50 Night's Watch Rangers clad in light leather armor. Though traces of their earlier fright lingered on their faces, the condescension in their eyes towards Lin had vanished. No one wished to entrust their fates to a mere youth. Yet, Lin's display of prowess had instilled a modicum of confidence in them. Among them was Arya. Lin would not leave anyone behind, especially not Arya, for he feared for her safety. Behind them, sleds were laden with weapons, provisions, and copious amounts of oil prepared for the whites. Jeor Mormont stood at the city gate, observing this revitalized assembly with a hint of satisfaction. Lin had taken command of this group in the most direct and effective manner possible. It seemed that internal discord would be unlikely during this endeavor. "Commander," Lin addressed Mormont from atop his steed. "We are ready to depart." Mormont nodded. "Stay safe, Lin." He gazed intently at Lin and added, "Return alive." Lin smiled but offered no reply. He gave a sharp tug on the reins, and the steed beneath him let out a piercing whinny as it surged ahead into the dim tunnel leading beyond the Great Wall. The rest of the company followed closely behind. When they emerged into the light once more, they were met with an expanse of endless, desolate snowfield. As before, the biting cold wind howled from the eternal winter to the north. However, the atmosphere within the ranks was markedly different this time. Apart from the newly joined Night's Watch, the Stark soldiers were devoid of confusion and fear. Each soldier harbored unwavering faith in their commander. Lord Torrhen rode up alongside Lin, presenting him with a scroll of parchment, a map. Lin accepted the map and unfurled it. It was the most detailed map of the area outside the wall from Black Castle. "We are here," Lin indicated with his finger, pointing at the edge of the haunted forest on the map. His finger then slowly moved towards the center, where a blank area was marked as unknown. Lin produced his skin map, and through comparison, he discerned that it meticulously recorded everything within. The crimson-eyed symbol lay at the heart of this blank expanse. The scouts had reported that the terrain in this region was exceedingly complex. A ranger captain named Jason, one of the most seasoned among the 50 chosen by Mormont for Lin, leaned in to speak. "There are steep cliffs and bottomless chasms everywhere. Our main force would struggle to navigate through. Thus, we previously abandoned our reconnaissance efforts there. Lin gazed thoughtfully at the map. The more inaccessible the area, the greater the potential for secrets to lie hidden within. He placed the skin map and the parchment map side by side, examining them with care. The orientation of the mountains, the source of the glaciers, each seemingly unrelated detail gradually wove together in his mind into a coherent thread. Here, Lin's finger halted at an inconspicuous point on both maps. It was a narrow valley flanked by two mountain ranges. "Why here, my lord?" Torin inquired, puzzled. "This place seems no different from the others." "No, it is different," Lin shook his head. "You see, this frozen river is the only one in the haunted forest that flows from north to south. According to ancient legends of the north, the direction of the water often signifies the flow of life force. Master Iman told me that the eye symbol, in the faith of our ancestors, represents both observation and insight." Lin surveyed the gathered men and continued to guide them. "What place is best for observation?" "A vantage point that overlooks the land. A place that can perceive the flow of life." Jason's eyes brightened. "The source of the river. The highest point of the valley." "Precisely." Lin nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, observe the mountains flanking us." Lin's finger traced the map. "Do they not resemble a pair of outstretched wings? In this valley, it casts a shadow beneath those wings." In the belief of the old gods, winged creatures are often associated with the heavens and the divine. Lin's analysis left everyone present in stunned silence, for they had never imagined that such a wealth of information lay concealed within a rudimentary map. Their gazes toward Lin were filled with awe, tinged with fervor. This commander, not only skilled with the sword, possessed a wisdom as unfathomable as the abyss. Lin smiled and shook his head, refusing to take credit for this insight. "I lack such ability. It is Master Iman who, through my words and his own fingers, has painstakingly unraveled these details from the map." "Jason," Lin commanded. "Yes, my lord." Jason replied. "Take 10 of the most agile scouts as the vanguard. Follow this route to explore the valley." Lin delineated a particularly covert path on the map, one that avoided all open spaces and traversed primarily within the shadows of the mountains. "Remember, do not engage with any wildlings. Your task is solely reconnaissance. Should you encounter anything unusual, return immediately to report." "Understood, my lord," Jason affirmed. He quickly assembled his team and vanished into the swirling snow. The remaining members of the party settled in place, maintaining vigilance. Lin dismounted. "We shall await their news." The group established a makeshift camp. Soldiers gathering around the campfire to warm their rations and converse in hushed tones. Lin did not partake in their discussions. Instead, he sat alone upon a rock, polishing the long claw in his hand. The Valyrian steel blade gleamed with clarity and smoothness. The wolf's head carved from fishbone seemed to silently observe him. Is it related to the divine? The Green Prophet? Essentially, they too are human, nothing to fear. It likely relates to those blessed artifacts. Time flowed slowly as they waited, the daylight gradually waning. The expedition had lingered in this temporary encampment for nearly half a day. Just as restlessness began to take hold of the group, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from the distance. It was Jason. He returned with his scouting party. Each face bore an unmistakable expression of excitement and tension. "My lord." Jason dismounted before Lin, his movements somewhat unsteady. We found it." His voice trembled slightly. "At the end of the valley, we discovered something. Some very peculiar stone carvings. The symbols above are identical to those on your human skin map." Chapter 65, An Unexpected Encounter with Stark. "Identical?" Lin abruptly rose to his feet, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Let us proceed." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin immediately issued his command. He left 50 men to guard the camp and supplies, personally leading the remaining 100 elite warriors. Lin followed Jason as they set forth into the mysterious river valley under the cover of night. Thus, should he fail to return, the others could promptly retreat to the Black Castle to summon reinforcements. In the shadowy forest of phantoms, the night was far more eerie than the day. The twisted silhouettes of trees swayed in the wind and snow, resembling clawing specters. The chilling wind wove through the trees, emitting a wailing sound. Yet, not a single member of the party felt fear. They trailed behind Lin, their weapons and torches instilling them with boundless courage. After traversing a dense forest of black pines and circumventing several perilous cliffs, a narrow valley nestled between two towering mountains unfolded before them. Within the valley, a frozen river meandered forward, vanishing into the endless darkness. The ground along the riverbanks was blanketed in thick snow, upon which lay scattered dark objects. As Lin approached, his pupils involuntarily constricted. They were bones, human bones. Piles of human remains carelessly discarded along the river's edge, with some bones still bearing traces of beastly gnawing. "This is..." Torin gasped. "Is this a slaughterhouse?" "No," Lin shook his head, his expression grave. This is a warning. He pointed to the arrangement of the bones. They were not haphazardly strewn, but deliberately arranged into spiraling, bizarre patterns. Lin recognized the design from the original text. It was the mark of the others. They had been here. Jason's voice trembled. All the soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, scanning the surrounding darkness with vigilance. As if countless pairs of ice-blue eyes might spring forth from the endless night at any moment. Continue forward. Lin's voice shattered the suffocating silence. There was no trace of fear on his face. Rather, an almost fervent excitement. The more perilous and strange the situation, the closer he was to the secret he sought. The team cautiously advanced along the frozen riverbed, delving deeper into the valley. With every step, they trod upon bones that had lain dormant for countless years, producing a crackling sound beneath their feet. After approximately an hour of travel, the valley reached its end. Before them loomed a colossal cliff face, as if carved by a knife or axe. Beneath the cliff was a naturally formed cave. They had found it. At the location depicted on the map of human skin, a colossal black rock, sharp and fawn-like, juts upwards at the entrance of the cave. This rock, entirely obsidian, boasts a surface as smooth as glass. It is none other than a massive dragon crystal. My word, everyone stands in astonishment before this unimaginable spectacle. They have never beheld such an enormous piece of obsidian. In this frigid landscape, the dark monolith appears utterly out of place, almost otherworldly. Upon the surface of the giant dragon crystal, a symbol resembling a blood-red eye is prominently carved. This emblem seems as if it has been forged from blood, shimmering with an eerie glow in the light of the torches. Next to the dragon crystal, a shadowy figure on horseback captures everyone's attention, clad entirely in a black cloak. It is none other than Bran Stark. What is he doing here? Has Bran transformed into a hybrid of man and white, much like in the tale? He was inexplicably transformed into a white, only to be rescued by the children of the forest, becoming a unique white endowed with human emotions. Yet he continues to fight for the living. Could Bran have met his end here? Cautiously, Lin instinctively reached for the claws at his waist. Previously, Bran had led his band of rangers northeast towards the Frostfangs, their aim to investigate the rumors concerning Mance Raider gathering tribes beyond the wall. Yet now he appears here. His comrades seemingly vanished, prompting Lin to tread carefully. Lin guided his men towards Bran, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, Bran turned sharply, as if sensing movement behind him. Upon seeing Lin, he paused momentarily. Lin? As Lin approached, he noticed Bran's body was marred with wounds, evidently the aftermath of a fierce battle. However, it was clear that he was no white. My lord Bran, how did you come to be here? Lin voiced his curiosity. A bitter smile crossed Bran's face. My squad was annihilated by Mance Raider's men. I was fortunate enough to escape. I was on my way back to the Black Castle to report the situation when I stumbled upon this place. Bran's words allowed Lin's tense body to gradually relax, and he, along with the soldiers, gathered around the magnificent dragon crystal. Do you know what this is? Bran's voice was filled with reverence for the unknown. It appears to be an altar, Lin replied, circling the dragon crystal slowly. An altar? Indeed, Lin's gaze fixed intently on the blood-red eye symbol. An altar for sacrifice. He could feel a sense of unease welling up within him merely from gazing at the dragon crystal. Here, is it a sanctuary dedicated to the god of frost? Is it a place used by those aberrant savages who worship the cold deity to commune with their divine? Lin first instructed his subordinates to take Banyang away for treatment, then turned his gaze to the enormous dragon crystal, scrutinizing it intently. Soon, he discovered a cleverly concealed indentation at the base of the altar. The shape of this recess resembled a small niche. The entrance to the niche was sealed by a black stone slab made from the same material. Upon the slab, some twisted and ancient runes were carved, characters of a bygone civilization. Although Lin could not decipher them, he could surmise their meaning. They were likely warnings or curses of some sort. My lord, look here, a guard exclaimed, pointing to the ground surrounding the altar. Scattered across the surface were some desiccated bloodstains, alongside fresh footprints. The prints were chaotic, stretching into the snowy ground before the altar, only to vanish without a trace. There were also remnants of human skeletons, their flesh stripped away cleanly. They had visited not long ago. Lin's brow furrowed. Those who worshipped the god of frost had indeed been here. They performed some ritual. But then, where did they go? An ominous premonition surged within Lin. He hesitated no longer. Torrin, Harvey, here, take a few men and pry this stone slab open for me. Yes, my lord. Several robust guards immediately stepped forward. They utilized their swords and battle axes as levers, inserting them into the gap of the slab. 1, 2, 3, heave. With Torrin's commanding shout, the guards exerted their strength simultaneously. The heavy stone slab emitted a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. Gradually, a gap began to widen. A more chilling, ancient aura surged forth from the crevice. Everyone instinctively took a step back, except for Lin, who advanced instead. His eyes fixated on the dark fissure, as if determined to uncover the secrets it concealed. More force. The guards pushed again. With a thunderous crash, the slab was finally pried open completely, crashing heavily to the side. A pitch-black opening appeared before all. Inside the entrance, there was a profound silence, as if it led to another realm. Lin raised his torch and stepped in first. Chapter 66. A dragon egg. The interior of the cave was far more spacious than anticipated. A scent mingling dust and millennia of frost assaulted the senses, causing one's nose to sting. The light of the torch flickered along the narrow passageway, casting distorted shadows upon the walls, as if they had come to life. The walls were adorned with murals, their style rugged and line simplistic, yet it emanated a primal and disquieting sensation. After merely a few glances, all the soldiers from the north felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the nape of their necks. The first mural depicted a group of humans clad in animal hides. They knelt upon the snow, worshipping a fiery red eye that blazed in the sky. The second mural showcased a blue eye descending upon the earth. Wherever it passed, forests transformed into ice sculptures, rivers froze, and the land became enveloped in frost and snow. The third mural illustrated humans in animal hides felling a sacred tree, leading to the emergence of the children of the forest, who clashed with these humans, leaving a battlefield strewn with corpses. The fourth mural appeared as if it had been deliberately erased, revealing only a solitary child of the forest plunging a dagger into a human's chest. The dagger radiated a gentle blue light, while above, the immense blue eye observed all. The fifth mural depicted countless fallen bodies rising anew from the snow. Their hollow eye sockets shimmered with the same blue light as the dagger, coalescing into an endless army of the deceased. The final mural illustrated the surviving ancestors fleeing in terror to the south, pursued by the relentless army of spirits. Behind them lay an overwhelming expanse of bones and despair. This was the fabled Long Night. An aged ranger's voice quivered, his grip on the sword faltering. Legends are not mere tales. These murals serve as the most visceral and bloody testament to the calamity that nearly obliterated all living beings. However, Lin's gaze did not linger long on these murals. His eyes traversed the narrow corridor, settling directly upon the deepest recess of the cave. There, a platform sculpted from crystalline ice awaited. Upon this platform, something seemed to reflect a faint glimmer in the firelight. What could it be? Lin's heart skipped a beat unexpectedly, then began to race fervently. He quickened his pace towards it. As he drew nearer, the outline of the object became increasingly distinct. An egg. An egg the size of a melon, entirely ice blue, its surface adorned with intricate scale-like patterns. It lay quietly upon the crystalline platform, as if it had slumbered for eons, merging with the surrounding ancient ice. Yet Lin knew this was no ordinary stone. Its perfect oval shape and the scaly texture covering its surface whispered of a wild possibility. A dragon's egg. A completely petrified dragon's egg. A dragon's egg? Torin, who had followed closely behind Lin, also discerned the object, his throat seemingly constricted, forcing out two dry words. His voice sounded particularly jarring in the stillness of the cave. Everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the stone egg, expressions mingling awe, curiosity, and a hint of primal fear. A dragon, the magical creature that exists solely within the Targaryen family crest, has been extinct on this continent for over a century. Why has its egg appeared here? In this wild altar dedicated to unknown deities beyond the wall? Lin initially believed this place concealed treasures or perhaps divine blessings. At worst, it might harbor some antiquities from the children of the forest or clues regarding the others. Who could have anticipated that within it lay a dragon egg? Although it appeared to be petrified, it undeniably remained a dragon egg. As long as it was a dragon egg, there existed the possibility of hatching. Wasn't Daenerys, the little dragon of House Targaryen, able to hatch 3 true dragons from 3 fossilized eggs? Should he succeed in hatching a dragon, what would become of Robert's throne, the Lannisters' gold mines, or the so-called honor of the North? In the face of dragon fire, all of it was mere trifles. An indescribable heat surged from his feet. Rushing to the crown of his head, Lin felt as if the very blood coursing through his veins was ablaze. He had to summon all his strength to suppress the impulse to laugh uproariously at that moment. Forcing himself to regain composure, he took a deep breath of the frigid air. He then extended his hand, yearning to touch the stone egg. "My lord, be careful," Torin exclaimed, suddenly alert. This place was too sinister. What if the egg was cursed? "Indeed, my lord," Jason nervously concurred. The guards and rangers cast worried glances at Lin. They would rather face an entire horde of wildlings than allow their commander to touch such a mysterious artifact of uncertain origin. Lin turned to them, managing a reassuring smile. Do not worry. He understood their concerns, and he was aware that Banjan might have already fallen prey to the allure of this place, that this object should not be touched. Yet, he also comprehended the significance of this dragon egg. It represented the most formidable and substantial trump card he could grasp in this game of power. To not take a gamble would be to betray his identity as a traveler. Fortune favors the bold. He hesitated no more. Lin's fingers resolutely descended upon the cold stone egg. The sensation at his fingertips was icy, hard, and weighty, indistinguishable from an ordinary, smoothly polished stone. A flicker of disappointment coursed through Lin's heart. Could it truly be merely a lifeless fossil? Just as he prepared to lift the dragon egg, an unforeseen change erupted. The icy blue stone egg seemed disturbed by the warmth of his palm. The dragon scale patterns on the surface of the shell began to illuminate without warning. Fine. Spiderweb-like cracks swiftly radiated from the point of contact where Lin's fingers met the shell, spreading across the entire egg. A faint yet undeniably authentic pulse of life emanated from within the stone egg, clearly transmitted to Lin's palm. It still lives. Lin's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of a pinprick, and the ecstatic fervor within him ignited once more intensely than ever before. However, before he could revel in his joy for more than 3 seconds, an indescribable terror, seemingly emanating from the heavens, surged up his arm and penetrated his mind without hindrance. Chapter 67. Assimilation. What is this? Lin's consciousness was forcibly yanked from his corporeal shell by an irresistible force, casting him into an absolute void. There was no light, no sound, no time, and then a will descended upon him. Cold, immense, filled with an ultimate loathing for all living beings. It bore down upon Lin's minuscule consciousness like a mountain forged from eons of glacial ice. Is it the Night King? Or the so-called Cold God? This singular thought occupied Lin's mind. This altar, this dragon egg, was a trap from the very beginning. His touch had awakened this horrific entity that had slumbered for countless years. Buzzing, Lin felt his very soul quivering violently, as if it would be torn to shreds by that frigid will in the next instant. Before him, countless terrifying phantoms began to materialize. An endless army of the undead traversed the frozen ocean, crossing the crumbling black wall. Winterfell lay in ruins amidst the frost. The colossal heart tree he had once seen had been transformed into a pale statue. King's Landing was shrouded in eternal night. The spires of the Red Keep hung with icicles. Upon the Iron Throne sat a figure adorned with an ice crystal crown, eyes ablaze with blue flames. The entirety of Westeros had morphed into a desolate expanse of ice. All life, all warmth, all hope had been utterly obliterated. Only the eternal tranquility of death remained. No, Lin's consciousness struggled desperately, yet he could not utter a sound. He yearned to resist, but found his will to be laughably feeble in the face of that divine power. That chilling intent gradually seeped into his soul, freezing his thoughts and erasing his memories. He felt himself being assimilated. His longing for warmth, his attachment to life, swiftly dissipated. In its place arose an inclination towards death, a reverence for eternal silence. Perhaps this is not so bad. No worries, no pain, no strife. Everything returns to the void. Dying in such a cursed place would indeed bring disgrace to any traveler from another world. Lin's consciousness began to blur, on the brink of surrendering his resistance. Just then a defiant little face suddenly flashed through his mind, those gray eyes filled with dependence and adoration. And then there were Daenerys, Marjorie, the Red Priestess. No, I cannot simply concede. I must become the sovereign of this world. I am, after all, a time traveler. How could I allow myself to perish in such a wretched manner? The primal instinct for survival erupted with tremendous force. Lin's consciousness ignited like a spark thrown into the depths of the ocean, reigniting into a blazing inferno just before it was about to extinguish. He began to frantically recall everything from his past life: towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, online games, exquisite cuisine, and cinematic masterpieces. He reminisced about his experiences after arriving in this world: the execution platform in Winterfell, Ned Stark's complex gaze, the bloody skirmish with bandits, the treachery within Black Castle, and that newly acquired Valyrian steel sword. These memories, these emotions, these unique imprints belonging to Lin as an individual, coalesced into a powerful torrent of spirit, fiercely resisting the encroaching cold will. No matter who the hell you are, get out of my mind. Lin unleashed a silent roar within his mental realm. The icy will seemed incensed by Lin's vehement defiance. It ceased its attempts at assimilation and turned instead to pure annihilation. And even more terrifying, colossal pressure surged forth like a tsunami. Lin's consciousness felt like a fragile vessel, ready to capsize at any moment before this overwhelming force. Is defeat imminent? Just as Lin's consciousness was on the verge of being utterly crushed in the cave, everyone gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Their commander, Lord Lin, had remained frozen in that position since touching the stone egg, motionless. His complexion first flushed crimson, then turned as pale as parchment. His body trembled violently. A visible layer of white frost spreading from the arm that had contacted the stone egg, rapidly enveloping his entire being. "My lord, sir, what has happened to you?" Torin and Jason cried out anxiously, attempting to approach Lin. But as they drew near, an invisible chill repelled them. The frigid air was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze a person's very blood. "Quick, hurry and summon help. Bring all the oil and torches," Torin shouted to the soldiers behind him. Yet, it was already too late. The frost had crept up to Lin's neck, threatening to engulf his entire head. Lin's body was transforming into a statue of ice. Despair etched across everyone's faces. Arya, in particular, turned pale with fear, standing helplessly in place as tears brimmed in her eyes. Just then Amelia, who had been quietly resting at Arya's feet, suddenly emitted a low growl. This Arctic wolf seemed to sense its master's profound fear, as well as the lethal chill emanating from Lin. The wolf, typically only known for retrieving moleskin gloves, surged forward with surprising ferocity, circling behind Lin and biting down on the hilt of his long sword. Longclaw, the Valyrian steel sword forged from dragonfire and magic. Amelia tugged fiercely at the wolf's head. Clang! A melodious sound of a sword being drawn reverberated through the air. The sword slid from its sheath half a foot, its dark rippling surface beginning to glow faintly with a blood-like red light. An ancient and formidable power, imbued with warmth and vitality, erupted explosively from the blade. This force clashed violently against the chilling intent that pervaded the cave. Chapter 68. Ice Magic Buzz. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from Lin, causing the cave to tremble violently, with debris raining down from the walls. Torin, Jason, and the others were thrown to the ground, tumbling in disarray. In astonishment, they beheld the long sword emitting an ever-brightening crimson glow. This radiance was warm and fervent, akin to the rising sun. It was dragonfire and magic. They were engaged in a silent yet fierce struggle against the icy chill emanating from Lin. Red and white, two distinctly different forces, wrestled and collided chaotically within Lin's body, annihilating one another. Lin's crystallizing form began to regain its solidity. Within Lin's mental realm, the once overpowering Icy will seemed taken aback, realizing that this seemingly insignificant human harbored another hidden strength. However, the power of dragonfire and magic was far too feeble, and the Icy will quickly regain the upper hand. Lin felt as though he were on the verge of being torn apart. His consciousness was caught between two colossal millstones, relentlessly grinding and crushing. The agony surpassed any physical torment imaginable. Lin could no longer contain himself and emitted a pained howl. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed coldly, yet it rang like celestial music to his ears. Host's mental state is on the brink of collapse. High-dimensional energy is inflicting irreversible damage on the host. Initiating protective protocol. In the next instant, a power even more grandiose, pure, and incomprehensible erupted forth. This power was neither magic nor divine. It resembled a pure dimensional strike. For the first time, the Icy will emitted a wave of discernible emotion. It was fear. It sensed an unfathomable and terrifying force capable of erasing it from existence at its very core. It yearned to escape, retreating to that eternally silent dimension. Yet, it was too late. The system's emotionless power, akin to an invisible giant hand, seized this chilling will with brutal force. Then, it commenced the most violent dissection. Initiating analysis of the high-dimensional energy entity. Analysis progress. 1515. Warning. Energy levels are excessively high, potentially causing irreversible damage. Abandon analysis. Forcefully strip away data fragments. A significant portion of that frigid will was violently torn away. Subsequently, it fled in a pitiful and resentful manner, no longer daring to show itself. The magical power emanating from the long claws gradually subsided after losing its adversary. Lin's mental realm finally regained tranquility. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Ice Magic. Protection protocol has been deactivated. The system's notification resonated within Lin's mind. Magic. Lin barely had time to scrutinize it. A pure, icy energy was roughly injected into his body by the system. It was the power of frost. No longer was it as frenzied and malicious as before. Instead, it became docile and controllable. It coursed through Lin's limbs and bones, establishing a delicate balance with his inherent strength. In the cave, Torin, Jason, and the others stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, after the long claws emitted a final blinding red light, the terrifying frost enveloping Lin rapidly dissipated as if encountering its nemesis. Lin's body ceased to tremble. His complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Master. Torin was the first to react, scrambling forward. Elia rushed to him, embracing Lin tightly, tears streaming down her face. Lin's previous state had truly terrified her. Namelia wagged her tail in a flattering manner nearby, yet it seemed everyone ignored her. Lin slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had returned from the dead. Every inch of his body ached, accompanied by a sense of mental exhaustion. Yet, he sensed something different within himself, an icy power that obeyed his command. With a mere thought, a wisp of pale blue frost materialized in the palm of his hand. The cold air swirled around his palm, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Torin and the others shivered uncontrollably. This place was indeed eerie. Despite being heavily clad, it was still cold. As Lin comforted Elia, who clung to him, his thoughts began to drift. If he mastered ice magic, could he, like the Night King, transform corpses into wights? Or perhaps transforming the living into more formidable wights? Lin was startled by his own thought, yet a greater sense of exhilaration surged within him. This secret must remain undisclosed. After soothing Arya and his subordinates, Lin's gaze returned to the dragon egg resting upon the crystalline platform. Chapter 69. Ice and Fire. The dragon egg, entirely encased in a frosty azure hue, lay quietly on the crystalline pedestal. The fissures upon its surface seemed to have multiplied and deepened since last observed. However, that faint pulse of life appeared to have vanished, as if the recent harrowing confrontation had siphoned away its last vestige of vitality. A heavy weight settled in Lin's heart. Could it truly be? After all his struggles, had it come to this? No, it must endure a little longer. Disbelieving, Lin extended his hand once more, cautiously reaching out to touch the stone egg. The sensation was still cold and unyielding. Yet this time, Lin sensed a subtle difference. Beneath the frigid stillness, there seemed to be an almost imperceptible warmth, like an indomitable spark buried deep within layers of ancient ice. Lin gradually infused his palm with ice magic, eager to ascertain whether any reaction might occur. Yet, nothing transpired. The dragon egg remained obstinately unresponsive, akin to a stubborn rock against his power. Damn it, Lin muttered under his breath. Could it truly be hopeless? Reflecting upon the recent events, Lin recalled that it was the essence of dragon fire within the Valyrian steel sword that had saved him. With this thought, he pressed the sword against the dragon egg. This time, he not only summoned the ice magic, but also infused it with the essence of dragon fire. Ice and fire, two diametrically opposed forces, were simultaneously channeled into the petrified dragon egg. At that very moment, a transformation occurred once more. The icy blue stone egg quivered violently. Following this, the dragon scale patterns upon its surface erupted with blinding radiance. No longer merely a faint, flickering light, it now emanated a searing, golden red glow that seemed capable of illuminating the entire cavern. A powerful surge of life pulsated from within the stone egg, erupting with unparalleled authority. The temperature within the cavern began to rise at an astonishing rate. The crystalline pedestal began to melt, and the frost upon the walls transformed into droplets that fell rhythmically to the ground. Torin, Jason, and the others recoiled in shock at this sudden change, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the glowing stone egg, feeling as though they were standing before an imminent volcanic eruption. Only Lin remained steadfast, rooted in place. Motionless, his face was illuminated with sheer ecstasy. He could feel it. The ancient life within that stone egg, which had slumbered for eons, was awakening. He had succeeded. He had successfully activated this petrified dragon egg. By a fortunate twist of fate, he had simulated the legendary conditions of ice and fire required to awaken a dragon egg. Although this dragon egg had yet to truly hatch, it was no longer a lifeless stone. It thrived. As long as it lived, the day of its emergence would surely come. However, Lin was now faced with a dilemma. The conditions for hatching a true dragon were far more stringent, requiring blood, different kinds of blood. Daenerys needed the blood of the wise, the witch Miri, for hatching her dragon, the blood of kings, Drogo, and true dragon blood, her own or that of her offspring. Who could he turn to for his own hatching? Should he seek Daenerys' assistance? A splendid idea. Yet she was too far away. Whose blood could suffice for the wise? Surely, he could find a suitable candidate in the Citadel. As for the blood of kings, Robert would undoubtedly qualify as the rightful monarch, though that would be quite a challenge. Perhaps his son Joffrey could serve as well. When it came to true dragon blood, Lin En's first thought was Jon. Currently, the only individuals bearing the ancient Valyrian bloodline were Maester Aemon, Jon, Daenerys, and Viserys. But would that suffice? After all, Daenerys was a rare-blooded Targaryen. It seemed prudent to deliberate further. The radiance gradually faded. The dragon egg returned to its icy blue hue. Yet it was no longer frigid. Lin could distinctly sense a series of strong, rhythmic heartbeats resonating from within it, accompanied by a profound sense of affection and dependence. Had it come to regard him as its mother? Just like a chick or duckling? There was indeed a possibility. Lin En's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Lacking Targaryen blood, would he be able to command this dragon once it hatched? Regardless, he decided to take it one step at a time. With this thought, his anxiety diminished considerably. After calming her emotions, Arya curiously examined the dragon egg, oblivious to the fact that the tail of Nymeria at her feet was tucked between her legs. "My lord," came the trembling voice of Torrhen, pulling Lin back from his reverie. "The dragon egg?" Lin withdrew his hand, carefully cradling the now-warm dragon egg from the icy crystal platform. He gazed at Torrhen and the other soldiers, whose faces were etched with astonishment, and took a deep breath. He understood that this secret could no longer be concealed. Moreover, he required these men to safeguard this secret, one potent enough to potentially upheave the entire world. Indeed, it had come to life. Lin raised the dragon egg high in his hands. "It is the ultimate weapon we shall wield against the long night, incinerating all darkness." A collective gasp escaped the crowd. This fossilized dragon egg could indeed birth a dragon. Their faces displayed a level of astonishment surpassing that which they exhibited upon witnessing the corpse of a dragon, a mythical creature exclusive to House Targaryen. The ancestors of the Targaryens were Valyrians, masters of fire magic, capable of commanding these formidable magical beings. Furthermore, the Targaryens are the last lineage bearing Valyrian blood, enabling them to similarly tame dragons. And their commander has discovered a fossilized dragon egg? Moreover, it appears he can incubate it? This is simply astounding. The soldiers' gazes towards Lin transformed entirely. If previously they regarded him with reverence and belief, now they were consumed by fervor. A man capable of receiving guidance from the old gods and reviving a legendary dragon egg cannot be mere mortal. He is a divine envoy sent by the old gods to rescue them, to save the entire North. "My lord." Torrhen was the first to kneel, placing his sword across his chest, speaking with an unwaveringly devout tone. "I, Torrhen, swear an oath to the old gods, to follow you eternally, unwavering until death." "We pledge to follow you unto death," echoed the northern guards behind him, kneeling in unison. The Night's Watch Rangers exchanged glances. "We vow before the seven gods to follow you eternally." Their voices brimmed with zealous loyalty. Arya stood in stunned silence, an inexplicable swell of pride rising within her. Lin, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotion as well. From this moment forth, this band was wholly his. They were no longer merely his subordinates. They resembled his devoted followers. "Rise," Lin urged, assisting Torrhen to his feet and addressing the others. He then carefully wrapped the dragon egg in a soft piece of hide. Cradling it closely, "We must depart." Lin's gaze swept over the cave walls, adorned with murals chronicling the history of the long night. "However, before we leave, there remains one task." He turned to Torrhen. "Burn this place to the ground." "Burn it?" Torrhen hesitated momentarily. Indeed, a glint of cold resolve sparkled in Lin's eyes, unmistakably revealing his lingering anger over the previous betrayal. Despite the fortune he had gained from misfortune, it was insufficient to quell his wrath. Had it not been for the novice protection protocol of the system, he would have perished. His death would have led to Arya marrying another. The thought ignited his fury anew. "Damn it! Regardless of whom this altar venerates, or the secrets it may conceal, I demand its total obliteration from this world." "At your command, my lord." Torrhen, devoid of any doubt, promptly led his men to execute the order. They transferred half of the oil they carried into the cavern, and then ignited the hemp rope at the entrance. The oil spread throughout the cave, and as it ignited, a fierce blaze erupted within. Lin, cradling the dragon egg in his arms, stood at a distance, observing the inferno with an icy detachment. His visage betrayed no emotion, yet internally, he reveled in a cold amusement. "Did you not intend to use this dragon egg as a trap? Now the egg is mine, and your altar has been reduced to ashes. I am eager to see what tricks you have left." Just as Lin turned to depart, an overwhelming will, steeped in relentless malice, fixated upon him from afar. It was as if invisible eyes scrutinized him intently from the shadows, as well as the dragon egg he held. Lin paused momentarily, refraining from glancing back, instead allowing a taunting smile to curve his lips. "You, Night King, are leagues away, possess the power to teleport beside me? At most, you may send a few minions to harass us. I wield a Valyrian steel sword. Seek to seize the dragon egg? Then come and try? Chapter 70. Confronting the others, the return journey brimmed with oppression and tension. Each soldier was on high alert, their weapons perpetually drawn. They were acutely aware that they had provoked an unfathomable and terrifying adversary. They had demolished the altar and seized the sacred relic. Those who had perished would not rest easily. Moreover, the dragon egg was of paramount importance, demanding their utmost caution. Lin rode upon his steed, clutching the dragon egg swathed in thick hides. He could distinctly sense a chilling, malevolent gaze shadowing their every move, emanating from the north, from the abyss of darkness. The Night King was watching them, biding his time. My lord, the scouts have detected some signs. Jason approached Lin, his voice hushed. Something has been trailing us. What is it? I do not know, Jason replied, a flicker of confusion and unease crossing his face. It is cautious, never drawing near. When we muster the courage to approach, it retreats immediately. Furthermore, the tracks left in the snow are peculiar, seeming weightless, intermittent. Lin's heart sank, yet he remained undaunted. Convey my orders, he commanded, his voice chillingly composed. Everyone, quicken your pace. Before darkness envelopes the land, we must secure a defensible location to establish our camp. Additionally, everyone is to gather firewood. The more robust the flames, the better. Yes, my lord. The pace of the party quickened abruptly. Hooves splashed snow across the ground, creating a flurry of white. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon all, akin to a flock of sheep pursued by wolves, desperately racing towards an elusive pen. Nightfall at last descended. The expeditionary force set up camp in a narrow mountain hollow, sheltered by a cliff. Surrounded on three sides by mountains, with only one exit, it presented an excellent defensive position. The army of the Night King, composed of the dead, was far away in the north and could not reach them in time. They were unlikely to encounter many corpses. Dozens of bonfires were kindled, illuminating the hollow as bright as day. The soldiers did not rest. Under Lin's command, they swiftly set up numerous caltrops and spike traps at the sole exit while stacking ample firewood on both sides. Subsequently, the guards ignited the piles with flint. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Lin stood at the heart of the camp, cradling the dragon egg in his arms. He could sense the pulse of life within the egg, which seemed stronger than before. It absorbed his body heat and the warmth from the surrounding fires, indicating it was growing. However, this little creature still faced considerable challenges to break free from its shell. Obtaining the blood of the wise was straightforward. Capturing a scholar from the academy would suffice, and if an ordinary scholar wouldn't do, one of higher esteem would be chosen. The king's blood posed a greater challenge. Jon and Aemon were allies, leaving only Robert and Joffrey as potential sources. As for the blood of Khal Drogo, Lin simply wished to avoid involving Daenerys with the Horse Lord. Regarding true dragon blood, the purity of lineage was paramount. Not every Targaryen possessed the requisite concentration, especially Jon, who bore only half Targaryen blood, and Aemon, being an ally, was off-limits for such endeavors. The issue circled back to the offspring of incestuous unions, namely Viserys. To ensure the hatching of the dragon, one would have to cross the narrow sea to seek the Beggar King. It might even require the child growing within Daenerys. However, it was ultimately necessary to find these two, and perhaps even manage to rescue Daenerys from Viserys. This way, not only could the 3 dragon eggs gifted by Governor Illyrio of Pentos be hatched together, saving on costs, but in the event Lin lacked the Valyrian bloodline to control dragons, Daenerys could assist in wielding their power. Yet, if Daenerys did not marry Khal Drogo, Illyrio would not offer the dragon eggs. The situation was rather complex. Lin pondered to himself. My lord, all is prepared. Torrhen's voice broke through Lin's reverie. He approached Lin with a hint of anxiety etched upon his face. Lin nodded, casting his gaze towards the profound darkness beyond the valley. It was approaching. No sooner had he spoken than the encompassing blackness thickened ominously. The wind ceased its howling, and the snow fell silent. An oppressive stillness enveloped the entire expanse. Dozens of roaring bonfires flickered erratically, their flames dimming with alarming swiftness. The temperature plummeted at an irrational rate. The soldier's breath crystallized into frost almost instantaneously. They were coming. Jason's teeth chattered uncontrollably from the cold. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, hearts racing, fixated on the valley's sole entrance. In the darkness, there were no roars or howls of the anticipated thousands of wights. Only an eerie silence prevailed. Then, a silhouette emerged quietly from the shadows. Tall and graceful, it appeared as if sculpted from ice crystals. Its skin was pale as eternal frost, radiating a faint blue luminescence. The armor it wore, ancient in design, shimmered with an otherworldly sheen in the dim firelight, as if it possessed a life of its own. Most striking were its eyes, flames of blue burning within them. Devoid of any emotion associated with living beings, filled only with disdain and hatred for all life. The others, not the sluggish, decayed corpses, nor the skeletal remains of wights, but the fabled masters of the long night, the Night King's own creations, transformed from infants into these terrors. My heavens! A young ranger let out a despairing groan. Fear spread through the ranks like a plague. The scene before them had surpassed the boundaries of their understanding. Yet, despite their terror, everyone held tightly to their weapons, unwilling to retreat. The others paid no heed to the humans' panic. Armed with ice spears, they advanced toward the camp with an elegant and composed gait. Fire! Torrin was the first to react, issuing a hoarse roar. Arrows, trailing fiery tails, tore through the night sky, aimed at the unwelcome visitor. However, a bizarre occurrence ensued. As the arrows drew near, mere feet from the other's form, the flames extinguished instantaneously. The arrow struck it, leaving not a single mark. It utterly disregarded ordinary weaponry and possessed the power to snuff out regular flames. The other's stride remained unbroken as it approached the traps laid before them. Casually raising its hands, a visible wave of cold swept through the air. The barriers crafted from thick logs and sharp iron spikes were instantaneously encased in a thick layer of solid ice. Then, with a series of sickening cracks, they shattered into a flurry of icy shards. The defense was as feeble as paper before them. For the adults, for the north, a guard, his face adorned with a wild beard, emitted a feral roar as he brandished his battle axe, the first to charge forth. Courage triumphed over fear. Confronted by the advancing humans, the leader of the White Walkers seemed to display a hint of mocking amusement upon its visage. It slowly raised its crystalline spear. The clash. The guard's axe collided violently with the ice spear. No sparks flew. The finely crafted steel axe, upon contact with the spear, immediately exhibited intricate ice blue patterns spreading across the blade. In the next moment, a resounding explosion. The entire axe, along with half of the guard's arm gripping the handle, shattered into countless ice shards. A chilling scream shattered the silence. The White Walker retaliated with a thrust, piercing through the guard's body. The scene was unbearably brutal. The humans stood no chance against the White Walkers, succumbing to a single strike from the ice spear. Despair engulfed them. Their weapons, their valor, were utterly inadequate in the face of these foes. Lin furrowed his brow. Watching the show had not provided a true sense of the White Walkers' might. He had not anticipated their formidable strength. How could the battle-hardened guards of the North fail to withstand even one blow? Just then, more and more people prepared to charge at the White Walkers. Lin halted them. You cannot contend with him. Allow me to handle this. Lin understood that, against the Whites, his men might have a fighting chance, but against the White Walkers, it would only lead to their demise. As the strongest among them, he had to take action. Lin stepped forward to the front of the line. The White Walker ceased its advance, quietly observing Lin as he approached step by step. Lin handed the dragon egg, tightly wrapped in animal hide, to the trembling Arya beside him. Take good care of it. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength, miraculously soothing the terror within the young girl. Arya nodded vigorously, clutching the warm dragon egg to her chest, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Once this was accomplished, Lin turned around. Alone, he faced the grim White Walker that approached like the harbinger of death. The creature's gaze shifted from the dragon egg back to Lin. My lord, Torrin quickly urged. You cannot go. Yes, my lord. We will cover your retreat. Jason echoed, willing to sacrifice himself rather than witness their commander march to his demise. Lin did not glance back. Alone, he stood resolutely before the ominous White Walker. His visage bore no sign of fear or tension. The long sword, forged from Valyrian steel, slowly emerged from its sheath, glimmering with a dark crimson sheen in the frigid air. An ancient and searing aura unfolded. For the first time, the footsteps of the White Walker halted. Its eyes, ablaze with blue, ghostly flames, focused on the long sword held by Lin. A flicker of emotion appeared in its gaze, disdain. Lin pointed the long sword at the ground, beckoning the White Walker with a casual gesture. Chapter 71. Slaying the White Walker. This blatant provocation thoroughly enraged the haughty creature. As a being far superior to a white, it possessed independent thought and will. In the face of Lin's taunt, it lost its composure. The ice spear was raised, and its pace quickened, charging directly at Lin. In a life-or-death moment, Lin's expert swordsmanship transformed into pure instinct. He twisted his waist and sidestepped. The long sword arced upward with a brilliantly cunning trajectory, precisely meeting the thrusting ice spear. Clang! The sound resonated sharply, akin to shattering ice, echoing through the desolate valley. An unimaginable force surged along the blade, numbing Lin's entire arm in an instant. The flesh at his palm split open, warm blood gushing down the hilt. By the gods, what immense strength! Lin cursed inwardly. Utilizing the recoil, he swiftly retreated several paces. A quick glance at his weapon revealed the Valyrian steel longsword, and scathed, its dark ripples still swirling. Turning to the White Walker's seemingly invincible ice spear, he noticed a fine crack had appeared at the tip. It works. Valyrian steel truly is the bane of these wretched beings. A surge of exhilaration filled Lin's heart. The White Walker, too, seemed to recognize this revelation. It glanced down at the fissure on its spear, disbelief etched across its features. No longer testing the waters, it suddenly unleashed a flurry of dazzling spear strikes. The air was thick with frigid energy, each thrust imbued with a piercing sharpness that confined Lin's evasion options, forcing him to retreat continuously. Lin pushed his swordsmanship to its limits. His figure danced amidst the impenetrable onslaught of spear shadows. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of metal and ice resonated like a torrential downpour on banana leaves. Sparks and ice shards flew through the night. Lin found himself at a disadvantage, relegated to a defensive stance, blocking and dodging. Each collision further numbed his arm. With every evasion, he drew closer to the brink of death. Damn it! The combat skills of this individual appear as though they have been honed over countless centuries, flawless to the point of being devoid of any vulnerabilities. As a creation of the Night King himself, they possess exceptionally high combat prowess. The augmentation of power brought forth by Frostheart Grass pales in comparison before them. If this continues, before the opponent can pierce through him, he will be crushed to death. A solution must be found. He must uncover their weakness. Just as Lin struggled to hold on, his mind racing to devise a strategy, the other, seemingly having lost patience, altered its assault. The ice spear in its grasp shifted from a display of ornate lethality to the simplest, most direct sweep. This sweep carried an unparalleled, terrifying might. The reach was too extensive. There was no evading it. Lin's pupils contracted to their utmost. Damn it! It was now or never. In this critical moment, a flicker of madness coursed through Lin's heart. A flash of blue ignited in his eyes as a pure and clandestine power of ice magic was silently infused into the snow beneath his feet. Ice magic. As the newfound energy within him was completely drawn upon, the patch of snow before Lin transformed in an instant, becoming slicker than the surrounding terrain. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Aside from Lin himself, no one noticed this subtle change. The other remained oblivious as well. In its perception, the defiant human before it was already a dead man. To it, apart from the great Night King and itself, no being could wield such enigmatic ice magic. Its graceful and swift steps heavily struck the manipulated snow. Then, suddenly, its foot slipped, though it swiftly regained its balance. The deadly sweep exhibited a barely perceptible deviation and delay. Now was the moment. Lin's eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced toward the sweeping ice spear, taking a bold step forward. His body, in an astonishing posture, nearly brushed against the frigid spear, forcing his way into the embrace of the other. The proximity was too intimate, so close that Lin could discern the ancient runes etched upon the other's armor, close enough that he could feel the absolute zero emanating from it, capable of freezing flesh. The other's eyes filled with clear astonishment. It wished to retreat, to thrust its spear and pierce this audacious human. But it was too late. Lin's sword moved. With a fierce upward slash, he unleashed all the strength he possessed. Swoosh! It encountered no resistance whatsoever. The blade of Valyrian steel sliced through the air with the ease of a molten knife cutting through butter, effortlessly cleaving the seemingly indestructible ice crystal armor of the White Walker. It traversed from its abdomen, ascending until it had rent open its entire chest cavity. The White Walker's body stiffened abruptly. It lowered its gaze to the massive wound upon its chest. Within that gash, there was neither blood nor entrails, only a fragment of rapidly disintegrating ice-blue crystal. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the once formidable White Walker, a perfect construct of magic and frost, began to crack swiftly from the wound, the fissures spreading outward. Finally, with a resounding pop, it burst apart into a flurry of translucent ice shards. Under the flickering firelight, these shards refracted a dreamlike radiance before gradually dissipating into the frigid air, as if they had never existed at all. The entire valley lay in a deathly silence. Lin leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Chapter 72. Return to the Black Castle in the valley. Silence reigned supreme. broken only by the crackling of the fire and the labored breaths of the onlookers. Everyone appeared frozen in place, staring blankly at the figure standing in the center of the clearing. Lin, clutching the long claw, his form was adorned with glistening ice shards that sparkled in the flickering light. What had just transpired? The once invulnerable undead, immune to blades, had been vanquished, shattered by their commander in a single stroke. Had they triumphed? A young ranger stammered, his voice trembling. "We have won. The Lord has prevailed." It was unknown who first shouted it. The next moment, a chorus erupted. "Oh, the Lord is magnificent. Long live Lord Lin." The deafening cheers surged through the valley like a cataclysmic avalanche, igniting a fervor among the soldiers that had survived the ordeal, mingling their jubilation with adoration for their formidable leader. Weapons were discarded as they surged toward Lin in a frenzy. By the old gods, this is utterly unbelievable. The faces of Torin and Jason were alight with fervor, their eyes brimming with unabashed reverence as they beheld Lin being hoisted into the air by the throng. This battle had completely overturned their perceptions and solidified Lin's divine status in their hearts. They had witnessed how fragile warriors were against that terrifying White Walker. Yet here was Lin, having shattered such a fearsome creature with a single blow. Truly extraordinary. Illyria cradled the warm dragon egg, gazing at Lin, now surrounded by adoring comrades. Her gray eyes sparkled with the brilliance of an entire starry night, and her cherubic face radiated pride and joy. "Look, indeed, that is my Lin. He surpasses any hero within the annals of tales." After being set down by the crowd, Lin's chest rose and fell with fervent intensity. The recent battle had nearly depleted all his physical strength and mental fortitude, particularly that last strike, which appeared effortless yet was fraught with peril. Had the Wraith reacted a fraction faster, or had he misinterpreted even the slightest nuance of ice magic, it would have been his own severed corpse lying upon the ground. It was still too much to bear. His current prowess sufficed against the undead, but he fell short when contending with the Wraiths. Lin's gaze fell upon his attribute panel. Slay Wraith 1. Experience points 100, 100 experience points. A single Wraith had granted him 100 points. What a remarkable windfall. High risk, high reward. A bold thought ignited within Lin's mind. If only he could mass-produce Wraiths, whether for clandestine endeavors or to utilize his own creations for experience farming. It seemed a promising avenue. However, the system clearly stated they were hostile entities. This path might prove unfeasible, yet it was worth exploring. Lin resolved to allocate all experience points to ice magic. He sought to discern whether it would yield transformative results. Suppressing the surging elation within, Lin restored the calm demeanor of yesteryears upon his visage. He raised his clawed hand and proclaimed with fervor, "Clear the battlefield. Recover the remains of our fallen brothers. Incinerate them to prevent their resurrection as wraiths. And then, we shall break camp. We are heading home." Home. The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers once more. The journey back was devoid of the former tension and despair. In its stead was an elevated spirit and genuine pride. They, a valiant expedition of 150, had vanquished a legendary wraith. Though their efforts had been minimal, this glorious achievement straightened the backs of each and every one of them. Their gazes toward their commander brimmed with fervent admiration. Lin remained unfazed by the fervor in his subordinates' eyes. Much of his attention was devoted to the dragon egg nestled in his arms. Since absorbing the powers of ice and fire, the egg had maintained a warm, vibrant state. Lin could distinctly sense its heartbeat growing stronger within. The affection-laden intent emanating from it became increasingly vivid. It was maturing. It yearned to break free from its shell. He needed to devise a plan to provide it with a suitable nesting ground. Moreover, the nurturing of a dragon posed its own challenges. Although dragons could forage in the ocean for fish or hunt livestock upon the plains, yet the sparsely populated north holds livestock as the lifeblood of each fief. He could not engage in any clandestine maneuvers beneath the watchful gaze of his superior. If he were to trade gold for livestock to nourish the dragon, the beast's colossal size would likely consume his wealth. Lin's gaze deepened, revealing the significance of his fief's location, ensuring the acquisition of wealth was paramount. Time passed as Lin pondered. When that familiar dark silhouette reappeared on the horizon, the entire troop erupted in cheers. The watchmen on the walls also spotted them. Lin had returned. "Quickly, informed the commander." The news spread swiftly throughout the Black Castle, as if on wings. As Lin led his company through the dim tunnel into the castle courtyard, nearly all the watchmen had gathered there. Jeor Mormont, Maester Aemon, Jon Snow, everyone was present. Lin. Commander Mormont was the first to approach, scrutinizing Lin from head to toe. Upon seeing him unharmed, a flicker of relief crossed his aged face. "You have returned." "Indeed. My Lord Commander." Lin dismounted and bowed slightly to Mormont. "As you can see, we are back. Mormont's gaze swept over the spirited and high-spirited soldiers behind Lin, filling him with perplexity. Had only a few days passed? The demeanor of this company seemed utterly transformed. How goes it? Mormont inquired in a hushed tone. Did you locate that place? We found it, Lin nodded. And what of the blessed relic of the old gods, said to be key against the White Walkers? Mormont's voice bore an unmistakable hint of anticipation. Before Lin could respond, a sharp and scornful voice interjected from the crowd. Humph, just look at him. Empty-handed. It's clear he returns with nothing. Alisir Thorn emerged from the throng, a cruel smirk adorning his face. I told you. All this talk of old gods' guidance and prophecies is mere deception. Commander, you should never have trusted him, sending him and 150 brothers to their doom. Thorn's voice rang loud, deliberately drawing the attention of all present, intent on exposing Lin's supposed deceit and humiliating him publicly. Yet, the other watchmen remained silent. It was merely a moment of misfortune, and besides, those Lin had let out had all returned alive. They could seek it again. The likes of Tormund and Jane, hearing Thorn's disparagement, were immediately incensed, ready to draw their swords. Lin, however, raised his hand to stay them. He observed Thorn's capering antics as one would watch a comical jester. Sir Thorn, Lin's voice resonated with calmness. Who informed you that I returned empty-handed? Oh. Thorn raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. What did you uncover then? A few luminous stones? Or perhaps a talking twig? Laughter erupted from several of his loyal followers behind him. Lin chose to disregard Thorn's taunts. Instead, he turned and, with great care, retrieved the object wrapped in thick hides from Arya's embrace. Then, before the eyes of all, he methodically began to peel away the layers of the encasing hides.